He was raised as a Southern Baptist and spent years training to become a minister. It is that very study that has led him to his new path of seeking to believe as many true things as possible and as few false things as possible. He is also an outstanding magician, as you will see later this evening. Ladies and gentlemen, Matt DILLAHUNTY.
Hey. All right. Hey. Ah. Hey. This is kind of like my second home now. I just keep coming back. November 6th, I was here with Richard Dawkins, and that's 2 days before the election, and I predicted that there's no way Donald Trump would win. Let's just say that when I make predictions later this evening, hopefully they'll be a little more accurate than that. I am incredibly thrilled. I'm pleased to be here on behalf of Pangburn Philosophy and love the way that they've treated me, the way these events have gone. I'm happy to be here with all of you. I hope you enjoy yourselves. But it's a special night for me because there are a number of people in the secular community and in the magic community that I have admired for many years. I don't tend to get starstruck anymore. Fortunately, I've become friends with many of the people that I greatly admired, and most of the time, it's turned out to be a wonderful thing that I admired them. They were incredibly deserving. When I was a kid, I started doing magic, and I loved it. And I remember watching magic on TV. My first introduction to the person I'm happy to share a stage with tonight was on Happy Days, where he came in to basically perform a magic show and say Fonzie, but that just kind of stuck in my head. And many years later, as I found my way out, even before I found my way out of my religious beliefs, when I found my way into developing an understanding of skepticism, about how to think more clearly about the world, about how to understand it, this man was at the forefront of everything. Everywhere I looked, it's like, hey, what's this skepticism stuff? And it's, oh my gosh, it's, here's James Randi, one of the greatest magicians, performers, escape artists, thinkers ever. And everywhere I looked, it was James Randi. And all these years, we had met exactly one time at the Amazing Meeting 7. My wife and I went to Las Vegas. And it's been on my list to sit down and have a conversation with him for all those years. We did that a little this afternoon. We're going to continue it here for you tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, James, the amazing Randi.
Thank you, sir. Very good introduction. Thank you.
Okay, my work's done. How are you, first of all?
Yes?
How are you?
About this, just like this.
That wide, that's all?
That's about how much I am. Yes. I'm doing very well, thank you, for 88. And when they ask me my age, I say 88 going on 100 because I'm an optimist, to say the least.
You're 88. I'm 48 as of Friday. So you're only like 15 years older than me or something like that.
Something like that.
Will my beard eventually get to be that long, or is it stuck?
No, you got to pray over it. You got to rub a little horseshit in there too. Just a little bit for fertilizer. Yeah.
So I thought one of the best ways to start, because we build this not only as Conjure the Night, but a discussion about magic and skepticism, two things we are both incredibly passionate about. I'm passionate about it primarily because of you. And one of the things I mentioned to Randi today is I used to write occasionally for a website called Useless Knowledge. Don't try and find it, it's awful. Basically, anybody could write whatever they wanted, and it was frustrating me to see people write things about all sorts of woo claims that I knew that they hadn't been able to demonstrate. So I wrote something, and one of my eternal thrills in life is that Randi in the Swift Report had seen that and quoted it and wrote something to the effect of, Matt DILLAHUNTY gets it. And that was it, I was done. I'm a master skeptic, I have been approved by James Randi, and now I will tell you all what I think. But I think it's worthwhile to give your definition of skepticism and make everybody aware, I'm assuming a great many people in the audience already know, What the hell is skepticism, and why should we care about it?
Let me tell you what it is not. It is not cynicism. You can be skeptical about anything you wish to be skeptical about as long as you've got good reason for it. But don't get cynical. That's a different thing altogether. Look them up in Webster's or whatever dictionary you use, and you'll see the difference. It's a tenuous difference, really, but it is important. And I am a skeptic. Dyed in the wool and the whole thing. And I started at that age. I went to Sunday school. That did it. Because I started to ask questions and they didn't have answers. They said, it's in the Bible. And I thought, who wrote that? Oh, well, Luke and John. And wait a minute, you said God wrote that earlier. Yes, well, he did. But he did it through Luke and John and Matthew and a few other. That didn't sound right to me. What does he do? He stands in the clouds there and says, talk about this. I doubt that. And I got very cynical. In fact, I only went to Sunday school for 2 weeks. As a matter of fact, the wonderful thing.
I've got you beat there. I went to Sunday school for a lot more than 2 weeks.
I imagine, yeah. But I must say, this is a confession now. I was given by my father 25 cents to put on the plate. And I did a rapid calculation in my juvenile brain. I was about 11 or 12, I guess, at the time. I found out that Purdy's Drugstore up on Bayview Avenue in Toronto, in Leaside, Toronto, Canada, they had ice cream sundaes that were either 20 or 25 cents, and for 25 cents, you got 2 flavors. And my friend Gary Haynes, he only got 20 cents a week as an allowance, and so he could only get a 20-cent one, and it was much smaller, too. And I sort of lorded that over Gary, and but soon his allowance went up, and he got 30 cents. Well, it's a long story. It's sad in the long run because he stayed at 30 cents and I stayed at 25, you see. And that wasn't really my allowance. That was what was supposed to go onto the plate. But I didn't go back to St. Cuthbert's Church for more than 3 weeks. And they finally sent a note home saying that I was not welcome in Sunday school because I disturbed everybody.
I thought they were going to send a note home saying you owe us 75 cents.
I never told them.
So it's true. I mean, there is a lot of confusion where people think that skepticism is cynicism.
No.
And I think the thing that you taught me more than anybody is that skepticism, when you're doing the tests, which we'll get to talk about a little bit later, you're not trying to debunk. Everybody keeps saying skeptics are debunkers, and that's just nonsense.
It's explaining. It's explaining. It's giving a proper solution or a more logical, likely solution for what has happened. Now, that doesn't mean that you have to expose magic tricks and such. No, we don't recommend that at all. But when a religious preacher is out there claiming something or other, it's okay to stand up and say, what's your evidence for that? If he says Matthew or Luke or John or something like that, say, wait a minute, no, haven't you got anything better than that? And if he says no, you turn around and walk out. And you'd be surprised, I've done this many times, you'd be surprised how many other people get up and say, yeah, he's right. You know, they stand up and walk out, and preachers really don't like that much because they're not going to, these people are not going to put something on the collection plate when it comes around, you see. So cynical, never. Don't be cynical. That's a destructive attitude to have, really.
So it raises a question. You very early on gained an interest in magic and an interest in skepticism. When you were doing it, obviously there were magicians. Was there a skeptics community then? Did a skeptics community exist?
Not that I knew of. Of course, years afterwards, I discovered that all over the United States and in Canada, to my surprise, there were some very well-developed organizations of skeptics and people who doubted these things honestly and rationally and sensibly, not screaming at anybody or anything like that, just reasoning it out as best as they could and not finding very much success in coming up with any actual evidence. But I found out they're spread all over the place. And then they started to come together. And different states in the United States and different provinces here in Canada. I remember several of them, as a matter of fact. I wasn't living in Canada by that time. I was either in Europe or in the United States. But I found out later, I did a tour of Canada, starting in Vancouver and ending up in Halifax, all inside of 10 days. That's a tour. And that's keeping
Did you just
rushing
like
at the top
hop in a
of your
car
lungs.
and pull over, do a card trick, and then keep going to do another card?
Exactly. The same old card trick, too. But no, it is really astonishing that I found out in doing that tour. I was bringing in people in Calgary, for example. I brought in people from all over that province, and some of them had come long distances to be present at one of my presentations.
And in case anybody wasn't aware, you are talking to a native son of Canada.
Yes.
Who lives in Florida now. Sorry.
Yeah.
Without a built-in skeptics community, to me, when I think back at the history of this, specifically coming from a magic background, the first people I think of are Houdini and Thurston and others who went that route. What impact did they have? Because it seems like you saw a good thing and went, I'm never going to stop. I'm going to spend the rest of my life going down this road.
Oh, one thing I must mention to you, Thurston was quite religious. He actually was. And he didn't do it on stage, but he did declare his firm belief in the afterlife and whatnot. But Houdini really flew at them, and he took all the seances apart, literally right in front of the audience, and he did a wonderful job of it. But he wasn't very well educated, you know. He didn't have much formal schooling. And Walter B. Gibson, do you know that name?
I do know that name.
Walter B. Gibson is the man who created The Shadow. The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The shadow knows. And you remember that program? No.
For the younger people, before YouTube.
Under 100 here, so they wouldn't remember that.
Before YouTube, before TV, before movies, there was radio, and they did radio serials, and Shadow was fantastic.
Oh, yes. And Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Oh, yes. My brother and I used to sit right in front of the radio, staring into the speaker like fools with the cloth over it like that, and looking at it as if it were a movie or something. And then came TV. Ah, what an improvement that is.
So you were aware of Houdini debunking the mediums.
Oh, yes.
And he would use the term. I mean, debunking came up all the time, which I think kind of maybe slightly poisoned what a view of skepticism is.
Yes, yeah, to a certain extent. And he was very rough in his ways, you know. Very effective, but he could have earned more by throwing out oats instead of sand. Let's put it that way.
So when did you first become a conjurer?
I've forgotten how big I was now. No, I guess, wait, I first saw a conjurer in my local neighborhood when I lived in Toronto. That's the way you say Toronto if you're from Toronto. And I rather liked what I saw, and I even made up a costume with my mother's help, and I did some terrible stuff. Oh, I'm glad I don't have any record of that, and I'm glad they didn't have video recorders in those days, and they certainly didn't. But I got to see something. First of all, I got to explain something, a little bit of background here, very briefly. I was one of those child prodigy things, and not a happy existence, believe me, because in grade school, I was actually, the school board had a meeting, and they decided that I would be excused from coming to classes because I fell asleep in class. And that really disturbs teachers when you're snoring, you know, especially if you've stayed up all night learning the lesson. But I got a special permit, a little beige card about so big, which I lost only a few years ago. Can you imagine? With my name on it. not the name James Randi, but Randall James Hamilton Zwingli. How about that for a name? That's what I was actually christened as, or dubbed.
That's a weighty name.
Yeah, yeah, it is. My parents were carried away, obviously, and they included all of their friends in that to make sure they were recognized. But
that Hamilton guy was just somebody they owed money to, so they threw it.
How did you know? Well, maybe you knew him.
So I tell you one way I knew, I lied. But for those who aren't aware, we're not going to have a massive amount of time, and there's a ton of stuff to get to. I mean, I could sit here and talk for hours. If you're not aware, there's already one documentary of his life available on Netflix right now called An Honest Liar. I think there should be 3. So whatever we missed tonight, we'll do again some other time.
Yeah, oh yeah, of course. I'm sorry. I get carried away. You know how it is.
No,
my audience.
I just didn't want them to think that we were going to condense your entire life into 40 minutes, because there's too much.
But An Honest Liar is a documentary which you can see on Netflix, for one thing. Do look it up. I think you'll find it moderately interesting, and we don't get paid for it or anything like that, but I hope that you will look for An Honest Liar on Netflix, okay? Got it.
So now the conjuring thing, you use that label, and I don't think we need to argue about it.
Conjuring is the correct term. We're not magicians. We don't do magic. No, we do what is apparently magic. And the conjuring word is much better. It's very much a UK word, but conjuring, I'm a conjurer. I am not a magician. I don't like to be referred to as a magician. I'm in the magic trade, so to speak. I pretend to be a magician on stage, but I don't do real magic. Do you?
I don't, as far as I'm aware. There's the old quote that a magician is an actor playing a magician.
Playing the part of a magician, yes, of course.
I love conjuring. Do you have any way to prove that you actually are a conjurer?
Yes, I think I might come up with something.
Do you think maybe could we persuade him to show us that in fact he is one of the greatest conjurers?
Oh, goodness. Surprise, surprise. Okay, I would like to have 2 gentlemen join me on the stage. Any 2 moderately large gentlemen would join me on the stage. There's stairs on each end, I believe. Yes, there's one coming up. You don't have to hold up your hand, just come on.
So it looks like you've got 2 on that side.
2, all right, I've already got 2. Sorry, we already got 2. Thank you. Come up, gentlemen. How do you do, sir? What is your name?
My name's Drew.
Drew?
Yeah.
I knew that.
My name's Sheldon.
Sheldon, I knew that too. Okay, Drew over here and Sheldon over here, if you please. Now, this is an awkward question, I'm sorry, but do either one of you gentlemen have a piece of rope about that long? No? Oh, well, let me see. Look at that. I have a piece embedded in my shirt here. By a strange and somewhat contrived coincidence. Come closer. I don't bite, not much. Hold on to that end, that's your end.
Sounds good.
You hold on to that end?
Can do.
That's your end. Now, I want you to test the rope. That means tug on it. Both hands, come on. You got 2 hands each one. There you go. All right, so there's no trapdoors or anything like that?
No, there's no trapdoor in this one.
I like guys like it. He falls for the stuff very easily. You can let go now. It's my rope after all. Okay. Now I am going to wait a minute. I'll just pull the sleeves up. I don't have to roll them up. All right. Skinny arms and a cheap wristwatch. Nothing else to see. Now I'm going to ask you to take this piece of rope and tie my hands together, one on top of the other, so that I cannot possibly escape. Hold on to that end. That's it. You hold on to your end over here. Both hands.
Yeah.
Both hands. That's it. Pull on it very tightly now. Okay. Oh, the pain. That's the acting part. All right, now bring it around on top and tie the other hand on top. Each get an end again and pull on it. No, pull on it. I mean tight. Come on. That's not pull. That's it. Now, put your finger on the knot. Put another knot on top of that.
Okay.
Tight.
My finger's stuck.
Uh-oh.
Okay, there we go.
Now, have you got enough room for another knot?
Yeah, we can.
Why not? Same price. All right. Now try to pull my hands apart. No, not my arms, but okay, you happy?
Yep.
All right. Now I want. Did we have a chair here or something like? Could you move the
water?
Yes. Would you mind? Yes. He's the water mover. He does this kind of thing, and take the phone off there and all that stuff. Thank you very much. Now I'm going to sit right here. And try to start. Oh no, not yet. Oh, hi. And there we are, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, sir.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you. It's a great pleasure.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. That's a little thing I developed by copying some other magicians. But no, actually, that's my own version of that particular trick.
You need some water after your
Yes, I need that.
strenuous
Yes,
activity
thank you
there?
very much. I thought it was gin. Oh, well.
We're not supposed to tell them that. So there was a story that you were going to tell me about getting fired from a radio station or something?
Yes, I had a radio program in 1967, 68 in New York City. I was living, I'm overcome with emotion when I talk about being fired. Sure, that's water. Yes, I had this I think very interesting, and millions of people around the United States heard it. It was on a 100,000-watt station, which in those days covered the whole country and lots of Canada. I had lots of fans in Canada as well. The program only lasted for 2 years for a strange reason. What we did was we had a panel show, and from midnight until 5 in the morning, we would sit up and discuss various so-called paranormal events and whatnot, and other claims of treasure finders and whatnot, and dowsing sticks. And the program went very well for 2 years, and I even got to visit parts in South America and do research and make recordings. And then one day when I lived out in New Jersey, and I had to drive 50 miles into New York City, and I did that 5 nights a week. And one night I got back home to Rumson, New Jersey, where I lived at that time, and the phone was ringing as I walked in the door. Now, this is 8 o'clock in the morning or so, you see. And so I answered the phone, who could be calling at this hour? And it was the program manager back at the station. And I said, what's up? He said, I don't know what it is, but they told me to get you back into the city right away. So I went right back into the car and drove back into the city, wondering what the heck could this be? Well, when I got there, most of the management of WOR radio, AM and FM, was sitting in the conference room looking very serious. And I said, what's up? And one of the gentlemen there stood up and said, last night on your radio program, you called Jesus Christ a religious nut. I said, no, I didn't. And then they played me the part from the program the night before. And right after going on air, I was right on Times Square, just a block away from Times Square, but at a 24-floor building. And I had looked out of the window, and I saw some reveling going on in Times Square. And when I got on the air a few minutes later, I said, I see them carrying on the parties and the whole thing down in Times Square tonight for some reason or other. If Jesus Christ were to come back, as he promised and promised and promised for so many centuries now, I'll bet if he carried a sign saying, I'm Jesus Christ and I've come back, they'd lock him up as a religious nut. And the people around the table all said, yeah, you're probably right, And we went right on with other subjects. That's how it got said. But that letter had a red seal on it from the Archdiocese of New York, Cardinal Spellman. Ooh. And when I saw this, I thought, I think I'm screwed.
Yeah.
That's what I thought at the moment. And I was right. They said, you have to go on the air tonight at midnight sharp and make a long apology. We've written it out for you. They've written out my apology to Cardinal Spellman. And I said, but that's not what I said. We know that's not what you said, but everyone thinks, and certainly Cardinal Spellman thinks that that's what you said. And I said, no, I can't do that. That would be a lie. I was fired. And I never went back to WOR radio.
Oh, no.
AM and FM.
And we're all the better for it. I think I would have gone on there and said, I'm very, very sorry that Cardinal Spellman can't understand common English.
Yeah, but I didn't get a chance to go back and say that, you see.
Because that's the exact same sort of thing that I've heard coming out of the mouths of preachers as well when they're reveling about the problems in the world and society.
Oh, yes.
At some point, though, wow. So do we go to exposing Peter Popoff? Do we go to Project Alpha?
Would you say exposing Peter Popoff in a nice way?
Well,
I mean, there's exposing and there's exposing, you know. I'm sorry. I plead innocence. Yes, you were. Well, let's do Popoff.
Do Popoff.
Okay, Peter Popoff. How many of us here know Peter Popoff, who he is? Oh, my God, look at this. I mean, not my God, no. Oh, my goodness. Look at that. Well, Peter Popoff and I have never been very friendly, let's put it that way, to say the least. Because on the Johnny Carson show, I did 33, I think, altogether, Johnny Carson shows in my time. And Johnny and I got along very well. Every time I walked into the office, they said, oh, we're going to be okay tonight. Because I could hold an audience, and I think I still can. See? Look at this. And I exposed Johnny Carson. Exposed Johnny Carson. I'll be all right. Keep your seats. I'm going to be okay.
All right.
Yes. I exposed Reverend Popoff on the Johnny Carson show so effectively that as the program closed that night, and that afternoon, I should say, because they did the show in the afternoon, taped it in the afternoon, Fred DeCordova, the producer, came over to the table, and Johnny and I were sitting there chatting, and the audience was leaving the theater. And DeCordova looked down and he said, we're going to get letters. And John looked up and said, yes, Fred, and you're going to answer them. And DeCordova just sighed mightily, but the mail that poured in was huge. And guess what the mail said? They supported Peter Popoff, not me. There were only a few letters there that said Randy did a good job of exposing this fake. But no, they were for Peter Popoff because the believers are really, they're very set in their way.
And
it's very hard to talk about it.
It's something we found out over and over again when the James Randi Educational Foundation has gone on to test claims of the paranormal.
Oh, yes.
As we point out, the goal is not to debunk, but on some occasions you do actually demonstrate fraudulent behavior or something like that. And people will still double down. These are cherished beliefs. I think one of my favorite things, which may not be accurate, so for those who don't know, Peter Popoff was a televangelist who would get messages from God. And, so-and-so from 128th Street, God is healing your cancer. Turns out God sounds a lot like his wife.
Yes, because she was backstage in a concealed room, and she had already been through the audience, and the audience always got there 2 hours before to make sure they didn't miss a precious word of listen to me, Reverend Popoff. And
Reverend, Dr., Emperor, whatever.
Emperor, it doesn't make any difference. Very true. And but they didn't want to miss anything, so they got there very, very early. And Mrs. Popoff would go down the aisle and she'd say, good evening, I'm Mrs. Popoff. Are you here to see Reverend Popoff and to be healed? And they would say, yes, well, I have a very bad thing in my lower back, in your lower back. Oh, I know how painful that can be. Well, you'll talk to Reverend Popoff later on. And the assistant who was with her would make a note, seat so-and-so, making notes. And that would all be taken backstage, and she would sit at a microphone, and this is what we would hear. I had the recording of it. Hello, Petey, can you hear me? And this is what he's hearing through his earpiece, you see, in the audience, walking around. He doesn't respond to her because she's speaking to him over the earpiece. And it continues on, this is your wife. If you can't hear me, you're in deep shit. and other things that I wouldn't repeat in front of this audience.
She was awful in some of the things that she said.
And she had a woman friend with her all the time, and they would laugh at some of the terrible injuries, things that people had. I won't specify them, it would really disgust you, but really open wounds and things like that of people in the audience who are there to be healed. And they're not going to be healed by any means. But they would be laughing, look at that man, he's only got 3 fingers, kind of thing, you know. And they thought that was very humorous because it was making them money. And the money poured in and poured in. I remember watching out of the back window when he came to Fort Lauderdale, where I live now. And they were throwing suitcases full of money into the back of the limousine. Of course, he couldn't use anything less than a limousine. But big suitcases. And when we went out to inspect it, the lot at the back, we found the crumpled up and torn letters of the people who were pleading for prayers and whatnot, with the addresses torn out, you see, and the first name, that's all. That's what they kept, but they didn't keep the whole letter. And some of them, there were dollar bills, because there was so much money coming in at such a rate that they didn't care that much.
Leave the singles behind.
And Popoff's still on the air, by the way.
He is. He's kind of back, and
he's on very minor stations, but he's back.
I often wonder, in cases like this where somebody has been so clearly exposed, why there isn't more action on behalf of governments with bunco-type things to go after them.
You can't get... Now, we used to have Claude Pepper was a senator in the United States, and he was after these people, and he did get some of them sent to prison, of all things. But as soon as he died, all the rest of the congressmen and whatnot, they all decided, oh, I don't want to touch that. I don't want to touch that. They've got other things to talk about. But that is something that they should be dealing with. It hurts a lot of people and causes many of them to die.
And it's not just, the realms of faith healers, because you've been, obviously the Popoff thing is a big deal, but you also spearheaded Project Alpha.
Yes. Project Alpha, yeah, that was one of our great victories. I found 2 young fellows who wrote me separately from different parts of the country, and I got the first letter, and I wrote him out in response, thank you very much, and I may do it someday. He wanted to be organized with a helpmate to go into a lab, a real scientific lab, where they believed in all this paranormal, what's the expression, crap. And they wanted to deceive the scientists, you see, to show that they could be deceived. And I got a second letter a few months after that from another fellow, and I put the 2 letters together and said, well, it's time for Project Alpha. And I wrote to the kids and I said, yes, I'd want you to meet and see if you get along together. They merged very, very well, and each one complemented the other in different ways. And one of them is now known as Banachek. That's his professional name. And he's a wonderful mentalist. Oh, you have no idea. Have you ever seen Banachek?
Yes.
Oh, yes. Well, he does fantastic things, largely due to, well, I taught him, but I don't want to take too much credit for that, just that much. But Banachek is a professional mentalist now. The other fellow, Michael, is not taken up the trade, but he's got a good, well-paying job, so we're happy for that. But the Alpha kids went into the lab, and I have a full report of it and a big chapter in the upcoming book on the Alpha kids, the Alpha Project, I call it. And they fooled these parapsychologists so easily. It was just incredible. Quick example. Steve was wearing a black sweater, and Mike looked at him and said, oh, that's good. Okay, let me take a picture. Now, this is in days of the first Polaroid cameras when you could make a double exposure. Usually you made it inadvertently, but you could make a double exposure. So he took a picture of Steve standing like this with this black sweater on. And of course, that is a black area in the photograph. And then he took a picture of some holy icon or other, took that. And the 2 of them were double exposure now in the Polaroid camera. And they showed that to the scientists, and they said, now we got something. This is the scientist talking. Down, we got something. And they went into another room and just laughed. They said they couldn't control the laughter. Now, it was funny at the time, but then when it came to the time when it was going to be revealed, and I was going to reveal it for Time magazine, which I did, they started to back down. They said, Dr. Phillips is really rather innocent about this whole thing. Yes, but if we don't reveal that he made a very big mistake, and those scientists spent millions in government money on the research that they did and wrote books on it and such, I said, we've wasted our time. And we revealed it on Time magazine.
I think there was a couple key points. One of the things is that they both had instructions that if at any time
Yeah, oh yes.
somebody said, are you using trickery to do this,
That's
they are
right.
to come clean. Nobody even asked.
No, they never got asked. And I would write to Phillips and say, ask the kids if they're
So
fakes.
while they're being tested, you are communicating with the testers.
That's right. Oh,
basically
yeah.
saying, here's the steps you need to take.
Yeah, and I would say things in the letters like, if they ever do this, describing something they've just done. You see, always look at the so-and-so and such, and give him the solution to the thing. But he threw, that's Randy. That's Randy. What does he know?
poo-pooed you. Now, you've done this many times. When Uri Geller was coming on Carson, you gave instructions on this. I remember a test of a gentleman that I saw on That's Incredible.
Yes, I call it That's Inedible. But that's all right.
Why is it, and I think maybe, I hope, I'm optimistic that this has changed, conjurers, people in the magic community, are at least one recognizable class of experts in deception.
Oh, yes, they know what's happening. They're the experts.
Why is it so difficult to get the investigators to make use of the experts in deception?
Because we haven't got doctor or professor in front of our names. That's it. They say, where was Randy educated anyway? He only got a high school education. Yeah, a lot of help he's going to be.
He'll fool the pants off you.
In a nice way.
Yes. So one of the things is, you and I are aware, and others have talked about it, as I remember times when I would perform magic, when I was still a fundamentalist Christian, and people would attribute, oh, you've got satanic powers and all that, and it would terrify me and frustrate me to the point where on one occasion I would even show them exactly how I did this. Now, this is a card trick that I'd practiced forever, and I did it, and they thought I was using dark power to do it, and I'm a fundamentalist Christian kid. I don't want you thinking the devil's working through me. So I decided I would show them exactly how the trick was done. I kid you not, no sooner had I shown them, and they said, that's not what you did the first time.
Exactly. That's always the answer. Or that's what you're saying now, kind of thing.
But if I can fool you this way, why would I ever, go to the dark energies? I don't know. It's in the magic community, the conjuring community, there's a great pool of expertise. Is it being tapped more now for research than it was earlier?
No, it's frightening, but it isn't, because more money is going into it. As of just a matter of 7 or 8 months ago, more money has been put into the paranormal research in the United States. And I found out about this in a very strange way, but
Were you watching the History Channel where it's all...
Exactly. But no, I had discovered, and my new book, I'm sure we'll all be buying copies, right?
The 11th book from this.
Yeah, the 11th book. Yeah, I've been preaching this sort of thing for 11 books full, and that's a lot of books on a shelf, I can tell you that. But it just, well, with many people, the letters of recommendation I've got, and I must say that when we show the film An Honest Liar, my partner Davey and I, we often go to the showings because we're both in the film, and we get the usual Q&A, questions and answers, and then the audience leaves, but there are invariably 6 to 8 people or so who will stay behind, and they'll come up to the foot of the stage afterwards with tears coming down their faces. And they'll look up at you and they'll say, you made a big change in my life. You can't buy that. There's no price you can pay to get somebody to say that and say it and really mean it, genuinely. With the tears coming down their faces, they'll hold our hands and just say, up until I saw the movie that you just made, the documentary, I had believed in all of this sort of thing, but you were very convincing, and I thank you very much for this revelation. And you think, if only I could have reached them earlier, because the money's all gone, you know. Some of them go bankrupt. They sell the house, they do. You would not believe what people will do to get enough money to send to the faith healers and the preachers. It's incredible.
There's another thing, just if there's anybody who loves making sure that they're clear to the point that they'll talk for hours, it's me. So when we talk about the fact that conjurers are one of the categories of people who would be experts in deception, I don't want to give the false impression that magicians themselves are not subject to all sorts of irrational beliefs.
Very true.
We were speaking earlier both about Doug Henning.
Oh, yes.
Who may well still be alive
Do you
today.
remember Doug Henning? Oh, yes. And Doug, as I just said, Doug Henning fell for the Maharishi Mahesh Yogi, hook, line, and sinker. He gave fantastic amounts of money to him, and it eventually killed Doug because they told him that he could be healed through the Maharishi's power, and Doug just died. He died at a very early age, and I have a letter from Doug, which is in my scrapbook. And I took it out of the scrapbook because I put it in another book. I didn't want it to be in among the rest of it. And Doug told me his closing sentence. He said, I have now, I believe, discovered how to do real levitation, and I can't wait to show you. And he died about 6 weeks after that. And that's the saddest letter I ever received in my life. And he was thanking me for having tried to put him on the right track. But no, I know the Maharishi is the real thing. The Maharishi died a short time after that as well. But the movement is still going. The Maharishi Mahesh Yogi is very powerful all over India. And he has ashrams every place, like Sai Baba did. Do you remember Sai Baba? And, well, anyway.
Well, I've talked on my show and in different things about specifically the religious aspect where people forego medical treatment and instead leave it up to God and seek prayer. And we know that that's killing people. We hear about it all the time. It's not the only thing, not just whatever modern religion you pick. It goes beyond that. And there are people who, when you and others have gone after the, air quotes, psychics, their big question is, come on, why bother? It's all fun. It's not hurting anybody. You know, can't you just let people keep their beliefs?
Wait till they see some of those weeping people at the foot of the stage saying, "You've made a big difference in my life." Wow. And as I say, you cannot buy that. You'll never be able to buy that. And these people are just so sad. Sometimes I spend a good hour or so with some of them, and they're just looking at you saying, I don't know what I would have done had you not come along. And that makes you feel responsibility that just makes you shiver all over. It's terrible, really.
So we're, in a few minutes, thank you. In a few minutes, we're going to take a few questions. We don't have a lot of time for questions, and there'll be an intermission after the questions before we get on the rest of the show. Maybe 5, 6, 7 questions. We're not completely sure, but there's mics set up at either side. Oddly enough, all of our time is just flying by, and I only have, 43, 45 more bullet points to go on potential topics here. This is something that I want to get your take on. As somebody who's lived through it all and done it all and been the spearhead for many of this, I look at the internet and the access to information that we have now.
Oh, yes.
And I am absolutely elated and gutted at the same time.
Yeah, I feel that way. I have for years now, because the truth is in there and the nonsense is in there as well.
We have better access to information. We have access to more information. You would think that this would be a boon for skepticism and rational thought.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Unfortunately, one of the problems is, who do you listen to? Anybody can put on a lab coat. Anybody can create a web page that looks impressive.
That's right.
There's fake news, which we're all hearing about all the time now.
Spare me.
Alternative facts, which I classify alongside alternative medicine,
Oh, yes.
How optimistic are you, and do you think that we're going to get to a point where we're not creating this pool of information that is also simultaneously poisoning us?
Yeah. I wish I had a good answer to that. I really wish. But the internet can be our best friend, and it can be our worst enemy. You've got to be very careful of it. And I'm happy for the internet because it has enabled us to get the words out. But they're beating us at it. Yeah. Oh, I have a short statement I would like to read, if I may. It's sort of a summary. Okay. Let me just state this. This is from my forthcoming book. My personal heroes are few, but they're very large. Carl Sagan was a good friend. Isaac Asimov was close to me in many ways. Martin Gardner was a minor god of mine. If you don't know anything about Martin Gardner, look him up. Richard Feynman and I exchanged many useful thoughts over the years. In the UK, Sir John Maddox was my good friend, and Richard Dawkins has supported me, and you folks know Richard Dawkins, and the James Randi Educational Foundation in many ways, but our heroes should be far more abundant. Now, lest you get any notion that this dependence upon nonsense is new to this generation, let me read you a quotation. 59 wise words written by Thomas Carlyle, Scottish philosopher, satirical writer, essayist, and teacher, a prominent historian who in the year 1881, even I wasn't alive then, that's much more than a century ago, but nonsense has been with us for a very long time. Thomas Carlyle wrote, and I quote, "Heroes have gone out, quacks have come in. The reign of quacks is not ended with the 19th century. The scepter is held with a firmer grasp. The empire has a wider boundary. We are all the slaves of quackery in one shape or another. One portion of our being is always playing the successful quack to the other." Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are now, it seems, reliving a very bad aspect of our own history. We should learn from that, and we should put an end to it. And for a very kind attention to my words, I thank you sincerely.
There's I know there's folks going to line up for questions. You went after homeopathy at one point.
Oh, yes. Gladly and vigorously.
It's one of the many things that I find in this New Age rhymes with sewage woo stuff, to quote you.
Indeed.
That people just look at and say, "Oh, it's no big deal. What's it hurting?" Well, I guess if you had plenty of water, it's not hurting too much.
Well, homeopathy is based upon an idea from a quack from many, many years ago, who came up with the idea that if you dilute a medicine down to, listen to this, listen to the figures now, literally tens of billions of parts of water to 1 part of medicine. There's a thing called Avogadro's limit. And at that limit, it means there is either only 1 molecule or atom of the original substance left, or there are none whatsoever. That is so far beyond Avogadro's limit that in all of the pills that you buy that are labeled homeopathic or liquid medicines like Zicam and a few other things like that, very popular on all pharmacist shops, you'll find them in every country, you are getting 0 doses of medicine. I don't mean small doses, I mean 0 doses of medicine. There is none of the original molecule or atom that was mixed into the substance years ago. It's like filling this auditorium, literally this auditorium, and dissolving 1 aspirin at 325 milligrams in it, stirring it up, and then taking a few drops of that and throwing it into another tank at the same size. Come on. Homeopathy consists of 0 doses of medication. 0.
It's one of those things. So from the science point of it, it seems obvious. And yet when you hear talk about they've got special methods, we need to shake it this way and shake it that way. And
10 times this way, and literally, and 10 times that way.
And it's because the two things that are the foundations of it are that like cures like, which is something that nobody's ever demonstrated other than it sounds interesting. This will cause you to go to sleep, so we'll use it to cure insomnia. But the other aspect of this is that water has a memory. A memory.
Yeah.
And somebody pointed out that it doesn't seem to remember all the poop that's been in it.
Yes, that's very true, too. Yeah, and other substances we won't get into.
But I mean, if water had a memory, you'd be able to take something like this, and it would just stay there.
But that can't be done.
That can't be done.
No.
Because water doesn't have a memory. There's a question over on this side. We'll go ahead and get started and take some questions. Thanks for waiting.
Yeah, hi. Many years ago, you were very successful in getting rid of one charlatan by the name of Uri Geller, who...
Uri is the right pronunciation. Always call the devil by his right name. Uri Geller, yes.
I've noticed, being a magician myself, he's been trying to insinuate himself into the magic community in the last couple of years.
Yes.
But I was just wondering if you had any further meetings with him in the last little while?
Well, not recently, but I found some very interesting news. He and his entire family suddenly, a matter of a few months ago, moved back to Israel. And I have 2 very good Israeli friends who both wrote me on the internet within an hour of one another saying, it's in all the news, he's living back in Israel, and neither one of us can figure out why, because no one in Israel believes his stories. They laugh at Uri Geller. They make jokes about Uri Geller. They know he's a phony. What is he doing back in Israel? And I'd like to know the answer to that, too, because he gave up a very, very expensive home in England, a whole estate, and he just suddenly moved out. And the whole family is back in Israel. If any of you know the answer, see me afterwards.
And I'd like to state for the record, I'm not making any statements about Uri Geller because I don't have enough money for him to come after me with his lawyers. So it just wouldn't...
Oh, he has sued me 20 times over the years. 20 times, never won a penny. Never won a penny, but he had to pay out some huge fines of a couple of $100,000 because he didn't pay up his lawyers and whatnot. So he's lost money on me.
He wouldn't need the money if he'd learned how to unbend those spoons.
That's true. It's very true.
Is there a question over on that side?
Yeah, I was wondering if there are any interesting challenge or attempts at the $1 million challenge recently.
Oh, yes, many, but we can't talk about them because if we warn them, then they run for the woods, and we want them to sit still on a stage and be questioned. You've got to face up to them. But there are interesting claims coming, I can assure you. Offering money for something as stupid as what we're doing is embarrassing. It is embarrassing to me, I must say, personally, to see these people coming out on the stage at any of the meetings that we hold for the James Randi Educational Foundation, which we do from time to time, and they come out on stage, and they are the most amazed of all that the thing failed. But then when we talked to them afterwards, we found out how they did the test, and they made excuses all the way through the test. Oh, it didn't work that time, but it usually works much better. They don't know what they're doing. They're not scientific, they're not logical, they're not rational, and logical about the thing at all.
We had spoken earlier about Ray Hyman.
Ray Hyman?
Well, and others, where I have this question, that because I'm going to attempt to read minds, but I'm not convinced that I can actually read minds all the time. And yet we see these people who may begin as frauds, but then become convinced that they have some real ability. Yes. The reason I think that happens is because they were never given the tools of skepticism and critical thinking to not that it's going to make you immune. I guarantee you, all of you are going to be fooled and make foolish, establish foolish beliefs, no matter how skeptical you try to be. The goal is to minimize that and minimize the damage and to be open to interacting with others.
They tend to remember when they hit the right answer.
Yes.
And they preach it to everybody, and they can't stop talking about it. But they forgot about the 40 times in between when they missed altogether.
Yeah.
Selective thinking.
On this side?
Hi, thank you guys for coming here. It's been a great evening so far. I'd like to. When I was a kid, I first started learning magic tricks, and I think it affected my life. What do you guys think about encouraging kids to take part in magic and learn tricks in order to promote skepticism?
Well, I think it's a good idea myself, but we should refer to it as conjuring, you see, because it isn't really magic, remember that. And teach the kids that, too. And teach them also to have a good sense of what they should be saying and not saying. And if they had a magic show with saying, what you've seen is a series of tricks. I'm very happy to have your applause, and I thank you for inviting me. Something like that, where they acknowledge that they haven't really done miracles. That's important.
I think I'm in complete agreement. I don't know too much to add other than that I think there's a distinction between finding and developing a passion for conjuring, magical arts, as a performance, as a passion of yours, and then using it as a teaching tool. I think that there's a great opportunity to teach critical thinking skills in every school and to make use of conjuring tricks and things like that as a tool for that. But I don't necessarily want to, we need to, from the standpoint of the magic community, from what I think of that conjuring community, I want to find new blood to come in and do the sort of shows that I love. And for that, you have to find a passion. So there's two different things. There's one is use it as a tool to educate. And one of the big things, which I stress over and over, is I've done a lecture or two
Thank you.
on magic and skepticism. And one of the key things is that people will come up after I've done a particular effect, and they'll say, how'd you do that? And I don't tell them. And there's a reason I don't tell them, and it has absolutely nothing to do with a conjurer's code or keeping the secret or anything like that. It's very simple. Because if I tell you exactly how I did it, you now know how I did it. And now you think that you know how it's done. And those two things are very different. Because the way he does it might be completely different. If he can convince you that he's not using the trick that you learned from me, he may be able to convince you that he is in fact a wizard, which he is.
And your performance is forgotten about. Do I have time to?
Absolutely. You have as much time as you want. We'll cut into everything.
Oh, don't ever say that to me. That's very dangerous talk.
The guy who talks more than anybody is telling you, please, please.
Could we have the house lights up? Would that be difficult to ask for? Oh, look at that. A miracle. I just asked for it, and
let there be light.
No question of that. Now, I must tell my audience this, that earlier I spoke to a young lady that I met as she was coming in to this audience, and she's someplace in the audience. Where are you? There you are. Okay, in the balcony, so we can see you better. Now, I'm going to, you don't have to come down or anything. I'm just going to step over to the board here for a minute. Whoops, sorry. I'll be okay. I think. All right. Now, I asked this young lady, it was a real estate book, I believe, was it?
I think it was like a Visit Canada book.
What, I'm sorry?
Visit Canada tourist guide type book?
Oh, okay, all right. And I asked you to name a page in it, right, any number. I gave you the number of pages in the book, and I asked you to turn to that page, and I stood well away from you, and your companion there watched me carefully, and I had my back turned to the table, and there was nobody looking over your shoulder or anything like that. I simply asked you to look away from the page and run your finger around like this and stop any place at all. And the only provision I made was, I said, don't take a word like but or and or something like that. They're very dull words. But I asked you to take some other word from there that would be significant, okay? And now I must tell you, I must admit to my experience in doing this demonstration is no one ever takes a 5 or 6 letter word. They always take 20-letter words if they can find them. But I don't know. I'm going to make an attempt. I'm going to step over to the board here, and I'll turn away from you so that I don't pick up any body clues, because if I'm doing it correctly, you'll be going, and if I'm doing it wrongly, you'll be going. like this, you see. So I won't look at you at all, but I'm going to step over to the board here. Now, I could not have seen the word that you rested your finger on, right? And you do remember the word, though. See, if you don't remember the word, I say, the word was so-and-so, and she says, I don't know, I forgot. I really hate that, you see, but you do remember the word. Okay. Have you told your companion? Okay. All right. I made it. That's the toughest part of the whole trick, is getting the top off. Now, I'm going to stand here. Okay. Don't say anything, please, and don't react in any way at all. This doesn't make any sense so far. Okay. Well, oh, goodness. No, this is not making any sense. No question of that. Do you know a word that goes like that?
I don't speak Canadian.
Oh, okay. Wait, there's a bracket over here of some kind. Don't tell me if I'm right or wrong now. Gee. No, this is ridiculous. No, like this. I'll write it up here again. Oh, so I forget this one here. Well, I have no idea what a silly word like that could possibly be. Doesn't make any sense to me. Well, just so we'll see. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I sort of sense this. Yeah, sure. At the end of it. Now, you didn't tell anybody what the word was at all. You certainly didn't tell me. That's pretty obvious. Well, oh, I hate to tell you this, but would you tell me, please, what was the word that you chose in the book by running your finger around on it? What? Canadian?
Canadians.
Oh, plural. Oh, I'm glad I put the S at the end then. Et le voilà. Now, and we're not inclusion at all. We had never met before. I just approached you with your gentleman friend there, and I asked if you, and you weren't watched. I had my back to you, and he was watching me, and there was nobody else around who could possibly have seen what happened. It must be a miracle. I think I started to believe. I've just proven it to myself. No, ladies and gentlemen, this is what we call in the trade mentalism. This gentleman is quite an expert on that subject as well, as you will find out, I'm sure, because you can't stop him. But I want you to believe this sincerely, I tell you. These sort of things are tricks. They're done purposely to fool people, but we hope that you take them as entertainment. This is entertainment. This happens to be my own particular invention, this particular trick that I do here, and I have 6 or 8 to my credit. I've never published them, and I've never told anyone how this particular one is done. But I want to thank you very much for your very kind attention. It's been such a pleasure to be here with you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, David. Oh my. Oh, God. Thank you. Oh.
I thought I would dress as much like Satan as possible to make it really easy to do the breakdown.
I've got my USA socks.
Yeah.
So
It's
I'll make a more modest
I'm
statement.
sure I'll find an excuse to burn them at some point just to irritate somebody. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you.
I'm pleased to do this. For those who don't know, once upon a time we would have agreed incredibly strongly. I think we'll find out because we're just going to sit here and kind of have a free-form discussion for 80, 90 minutes or something, and then we'll be taking questions. There's mics set up on either side, so you can get your questions ready, and you can, I don't know, if you want to really be obnoxious, you could Google and fact check either one of us and, I got you. But mostly there were people asking, why are you doing this? I have no idea why you're doing this.
Why am I doing it?
Yeah.
Well, okay. First of all, I want to commend Travis because debate has become kind of rare in our society. Debate used to be pretty common. In fact, you could go on CNN, you had crossfire, Michael Kinsley on the left and Pat Buchanan on the right. Now, if you watch a CNN panel, it's 12 guys who think the same. I concur, and I concur, and I concur. So this has made impoverished, I think, our public debate. So A, I like the idea of debate, and B, debate on these topics that go beyond politics and engage philosophy, epistemology, God, are even rarer.
Yeah.
And so for this reason, I thought, this is fun. When the late Christopher Hitchens was alive, I did a bunch of these debates, mainly on campus. And I haven't done one in a lot of years. I've been focused on the political.
He died, unfortunately.
Well, yeah, it was unfortunate because he and I got along well. We'd, in fact, often sit after the debate and put down a bottle or two of wine, and then he'd tell me gossip about the Clintons. And about the time that the mullahs chased him down the street in Iran, and things like that. So we actually had some political common ground. So it was interesting.
Yeah, it was one of the things that I noted, because while Hitch and I only met briefly, we have a bunch of mutual friends, and there were political areas where I disagreed with him. But I've spent most of my time. I spent a good chunk of time, like I was as a Irrationality Dillahuntty, and then I was kind of apolitical, and of course now it seems that everybody is more political, and a lot of people will say, oh, well, in the olden days it was we shouldn't discuss religion and politics, and I'm like, those are the things that matter most and the things that I'm most interested in discussing, although I tend to lean more on the religion front, because I was a Southern Baptist. You, I believe, if I'm correct, were Catholic but are non-denominational Christian now? I mean...
Yeah, I was raised in India. My family, going generations back, was converted by Portuguese missionaries and to Catholicism. That's kind of how I got the Portuguese last name, de Souza, which my parents then married to an Indian first name. But we were just, it was a social Christianity rather than a devout Christianity. And then when I came to America, obviously largely a more Protestant country, I began to think about these things a little different. And so I would say I actually adopted my faith more in adult life than I did as a kid when I was a believer, but in a very routinized Sunday Mass kind of way.
So the title of this event, when it was being promoted and everything, is God, Trump, and the Future of America. So, I mean, basically...
Trump would probably like to switch the order of those.
Yes.
But nevertheless...
I would like to remove one of them.
I thought, God, I know. Trump too?
No, remove one from the discussion. The other one, I don't need to remove because I don't have any reason to think he exists, but the discussion is good.
Well, don't you make your life talking about him?
I do spend a lot of time talking about him.
It'd be like if I've spent my life talking about unicorns.
It would be, except that you don't live in a world where the overwhelming majority of people believe in unicorns and are trying to legislate what other people can do based on what they think unicorns want.
Sachi, what is, since we're into it.
This is how it goes.
Yeah. What is a specific, concrete example of someone trying to do that?
Of trying to...
Well, somebody who says, God told me X, and I want you, Matt, therefore, to do Y.
Oh, it's
Who says that?
because-
Who takes that position that you're spending your life fighting?
Sure. So, are we in any way suggesting that there's not a particularly loud and well-financed fundamentalist religious right who are stacking the courts in accordance with their ideology, which is influenced by their religious things? I have family members who are primarily single-issue voters. Like, if there's two candidates and one is set out to end abortion and the other one's not, that's the only thing that matters to them. And so I think it puts people in a position where they're probably voting against their own best interests.
Can you name, just pursuing this to see what we're talking about, can you name a single Supreme Court justice who, in your opinion, does not arrive at their judgments for any constitutional or jurisprudential or moral or philosophical reason, but simply consults a divine oracle in order to make a ruling? Can you name one of them?
Oh, no. I'm not in any way suggesting people don't genuinely have these beliefs. It's just that if people's views, like people within all of them, whether they're Supreme Court justices or not, they're going to have particular views on how the way the world's going to work. You and I are. And
sure,
there are people, I have no idea if you're one of them, there are people whose view on how the world should work should be everything should be working in accordance with my understanding of this deity.
Well, let's take an example, because I think the discussion can become kind of airy if we don't pin it down.
Okay.
Let's talk about abortion.
Sure.
Okay. Did you know, for example, that Christopher Hitchens was pro-life?
I know, for example, that Christopher Hitchens was not pro-life.
Well,
he was. So there's two different aspects of this. First of all, it doesn't matter what Hitchens believed in the first place, but he wasn't in favor of making it illegal. And my primary issue when it comes to like abortion is the legality, not whether or not somebody thinks it's immoral or not.
I interviewed Hitchens years ago for a magazine, and we talked about this issue. And he made what I thought was an interesting point coming from an atheist perspective, which was, he said, look, it's one thing if you say that you believe in Hindu reincarnation, in which we have many different lives, or if you believe that there is a life to come in which if you happen to be terminated in the womb, you're going to go to life everlasting. He goes, I don't believe any of that. I believe we have one life. This is it. This is the only one. And so ultimately, it is the greatest value. And if you have a life that is coming into being and it's snuffed out, all its choices interrupted at the outset, he goes, you got to think before you do that, right? Now, let's leave the legality issue, because I think the abortion debate has become radicalized since Hitchens died. Whether Hitchens would have supported late-term abortion, we don't really know. But what I'm trying to say is that here's Hitchens.
And I don't really care.
You don't really care. But the point I'm trying to make is this. You're saying that religious people apply a worldview. And I'm saying you do too. Hitchens does too. All of us have a worldview.
I'm not. I think I just said that like 3 minutes ago. The issue is whether or not. So if somebody's saying that their worldview is right because it comes from the divine, and there's no demonstration that A, there is anything divine, or that they have any good understanding of what the divine would want, then I would hope that we would agree that that is at least a fallacious appeal to an authority that can't be demonstrated.
Well, but I would argue that first of all, none of us in America conducts a voting test in which when somebody comes into the booth and decides, for example, why do you want to have an abortion? Someone could say, because it's fun. Someone could say, because I think it's a form of birth control. Someone could say, in other words, what I'm trying to get at is we don't conduct a rational scrutiny test to make sure that people who vote about climate change, if someone says, I believe in climate change, I'm like, don't you own a house that's on the water? Yes, you do. Has that house gone down in value? No. Now, if
is that the test for whether?
No. What I'm trying to say is we don't subject people's political views to a scrutiny in which we ask, are there irrational?
In what way?
Well, let's say somebody says.
I'm just trying to make sure I understand what you're saying.
Well, you're saying that when it comes to religious believers, right?
Right.
There's a compartment that they have. Let's call it the divine compartment.
For some of them, sure.
Right, and so they appeal to this, from your point of view, irrational source. And they try to import that source into politics, which according to you is fallacious. They shouldn't be doing that. And I'm saying all kinds of people who are not religious say the wackiest things
But
and
that's
have
a
the
two-bouquet fallacy. That's whataboutism. I would object to anybody doing things on behalf of irrational reasons. I'm just saying that
So you would like to see our democratic process purified of the irrational.
I would like to see our universe purified of the irrational.
Okay, and how would you go about doing that?
Education, by actually teaching people not only critical thinking, but logic and fallacies, so that instead of believing something when they don't have a good reason, they reserve belief until they do have a good reason. You shouldn't believe anything until the evidence actually supports it. Now, you're going to get into arguments about how much evidence is enough, or, do I have enough evidence for this? But we've been, on the God subject, I mean, I was just having a conversation with somebody the other day, and it's like, what is the evidence for God? What is the reason that anybody should believe there's a God at all?
Okay.
And so far, despite countless debates, nobody seems to have come up with a sound reason for that, and yet they go 10 steps further, which is not only is there a God, but it's this God, and my understanding of this God, and this is how we interact, and the Bible is the true guidebook, or the Quran is the true guidebook, and the question then becomes, we have a proposition, any proposition, whether it's God or climate change or whatever, how do we go about determining whether or not that proposition is reasonable to accept?
Okay.
And on the God front, maybe you have something better than anybody else has come up with. What is the reasonable warrant for accepting that there's a God at all?
Okay, let me try to answer that. I start with the fact that here we are flung into the world with no clear understanding of A, where the universe came from, not the earth, but the universe. B, why we're here and what the purpose of our life is. And C, what, if anything, happens to us after we die. I would argue that, so we are in a very peculiar position where human beings were flung into the world, and the three of the most important questions we could possibly ask, we have no answer to. Now
I'm going to agree with you.
Do you agree or you not agree?
I'm going to agree with you on two of the three. The middle one on purpose, I think, assumes there's a purpose that there's been no demonstration there's a purpose to it.
What, if any, purpose we have for our
Sure.
life? Okay, so now we are in agreement that on the three cardinal questions, we are in a certain kind of blindness. We're in a certain kind of blind ignorance because we don't know, correct?
So so if we start it, you're saying we're flung into this universe without an understanding of the origin of the universe, the purpose of life, or what happens afterwards.
Right, where the universe came from,
Yes.
who, if anyone, or
Sure.
what made it, if anyone. B, what the purpose of our life is, if any. And C, what, if anything, happens to us after we die.
We are in violent agreement right now.
Perfect. Now, the second question arises, what does science have to say about these three questions? Can science either now, and if it can't now, settle these matters in the future? Let's look at them one by one. Let's take them in reverse order.
Sure.
Can science decide the matter of whether or not there is life after death, yes or no?
It depends.
Depends on what?
So science only deals with the natural world.
Correct.
And so if in fact there's a supernatural existence after this, then it may forever be beyond the purview of science.
Correct. Or if there is another universe that operates according to different laws and we happen to move somehow into that universe, science would have nothing to say about it, correct?
Not necessarily, because
Okay.
if it's a natural, like we have like hypotheses about a multiverse or whatever.
Correct.
I can't say what science will be able to test for in the future, or whether or not that we are permanently confined to the cosmos that we experience. I can't say. I can't say that science could never say anything about the supernatural. All I can say is that as it stands right now, I'm unaware of any supernatural claim that has any evidence for it that science could evaluate to determine that it was true.
Right. Let's put it a little differently because I don't want to debate the detail here. I just want to look at the macro picture. And what I'm basically saying is Shakespeare said, I think correctly, death is the undiscovered country. No one has been to the other side of the curtain and essentially reported, given us empirical evidence one way or the other, correct? We don't know what happens after death. True?
So here's the thing, and I promise I'm not being difficult. This is just for clarity. As a skeptic, my position is not, like when the psychics who claim that they're speaking with the dead.
Right.
My position is not, they're wrong and that's bullshit. My position is, they cannot demonstrate that what they're actually doing is what they claim. And so I can't say, nobody's been to the other side and communicated back. I can just say there's no reliable evidence for it, and I don't know what shape that evidence would take in order to demonstrate that.
Okay, I want to come back to that because that you've now made to me a very striking claim, namely that we should, I think you're saying, disbelieve all claims for which there is not sufficient evidence.
So
Not just that we should take an agnostic position, but we should disbelieve them. That's two different things.
Oh, so if you mean disbelieve as in believe they are not true, that's the exact opposite of what I just said.
Okay.
What I said was we should believe things when there's evidence for it, and that is both the proposition that the supernatural is real and the proposition that the supernatural is not real. You can so agnosticism isn't some middle ground between believing X and believing not X. There is no middle ground. You are either convinced of X or you are not convinced of X. And I'm not convinced that the supernatural is real. That doesn't mean that I'm convinced that the supernatural isn't real. It's kind of like if you go into a courtroom,
Okay.
I may have to say not guilty, even if I'm not convinced of innocence, because the burden of proof is on the claim of guilt. And so the people who say, I have good evidential warrant to believe in the supernatural, have adopted a burden of proof, and they have to meet it. And until they do, I am not convinced.
Okay, but let's be clear about what that burden of proof is, because I'm not saying I have definitive proof that God exists or these are his attributes. Here's what I'm saying. I'm saying I don't know if there is a God in the sense of no. I'd call myself a believer. Now, right away we distinguish between a believer and a knower, right?
Sure.
It's an important distinction.
Knowledge is a subset of belief.
I believe there's a place called Papua New Guinea because I trust maps and I've studied about it. But I know my brother. I wouldn't say I believe I have a brother because I know the guy. So knowledge.
Are you saying you don't know that there's a Papua New Guinea?
No, I'm saying I know it in the sense that I accept the authorities from which I learn about it.
Sure.
I trust it.
Well,
and if
for
I went
clarity,
there,
it's not just relying on authority. It's actual evidence. So you have a belief in a proposition.
right?
Whether or not it qualifies as knowledge is a separate question because knowledge is a subset of belief. In philosophy, it would be justified true belief. I tend to use a more kind of colloquial because I'm a dilettante. I'm an uneducated oaf who just talks a lot. But if you have a proposition and you accept that it's true, that's all I mean when I say I believe it. You either accept it or you don't. If I say I know it, all we generally mean, all most people mean when they say I know something is that they really, 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 really believe it. They're talking about the confidence level that they have in that proposition that it is likely true. And when we say I know something, generally we're saying I believe this to the extent that it would be worldview altering to discover it was wrong. And so I believe there's a Papua New Guinea. I would actually argue that I know, I have evidential warrant that there's a Papua New Guinea without actually ever having been there. This is, people used to do the, you don't know there's an Australia. Well, I do now because I've been there. But even before I was there, I think that I had evidential warrant for it.
Yeah, but okay, I agree with that. And I know that there's a Papua New Guinea in that sense. Let's take a different example. If, let's say I were to tell you I'm from India. Okay? You have no reason to doubt me. You probably believe I'm from India.
Yeah.
Now, you don't actually know that.
It depends on what you mean by know.
Well,
and
are you 100% sure?
No. Is 100% certainty required for knowledge?
Not necessarily, but
I would
what's
agree.
your bar?
So I don't think you can be 100% certain about anything.
Okay.
Which is why I abandon the notion of certainty, which is why when I talk about knowledge, I talk about it as a subset of belief and it is a confidence level. But also, I genuinely don't really, I'm unimpressed when someone says they know something because we don't wait till we have knowledge to act. We act in accordance with our beliefs. And whether or not your belief rises to the level of knowledge doesn't change what your action's gonna be.
All right. So let's sort of circle back to where I was going with the three big questions. And I think
We started with death.
You were in violent agreement that the cause, that we don't know, the cause of the universe, we don't know any prescribed purpose for our lives. We try to discover it, but we don't know it. And we don't know what happens after death.
Yeah, I'm not convinced that anything does, but I definitely would agree. We don't know.
Fair enough. Now, let me ask you this question. What do you do about belief when you are in exactly this position? When if something is true, it would have tremendous implications. For example, you would concede that if there was life after death, that would greatly affect the way we think about life on Earth now.
It would.
Depending on what that life looked like.
And depending on whether or not anything in this life had any impact on that life.
Correct.
Yeah.
But
But
right.
yes.
So let's just say if the religious narratives are correct, and there is some sort of cosmic justice in which, let's just say, the crimes that are the undiscovered crimes of this life have to be accounted for in a future life, we would probably have to start thinking about all the stuff that we get away with in private, because even though we escape human accounting, there would be some sort of presumably divine accounting. So in other words, all I'm trying to establish is that there's a relevance to these questions, even if we don't definitively know anything about them, anything about the answer matters which way we go.
I agree the answer matters. It's just that the answer right now is, I don't know. And you can play the what if game for any one of them. What if there's nothing? What if it's the end? What if there's a being who's going to judge you based on whether or not you fell for things without sufficient evidence? What if that's the criteria?
Okay, so what you seem to say is, I think about something, and if I really can't answer the question, right, I take the default position that that something doesn't exist until evidence shows up that's going to convince me it does.
Of course.
That's your view.
That is sound epistemology, that accepting...
Sound epistemology according to whom? According to you.
Sure. We'll just go according to me, because I don't need to cite anybody else.
Right.
Because I'm right. Because...
Okay, hold on. So let's see if you're right. Let's see if you're right.
The alternative would be to say that I'm justified in believing something before there's sufficient evidence for it.
But I would argue that you do that every day. Let's give you a cardinal example.
But that doesn't change the fact whether I should.
You should. I'm saying you do.
We're all
going
to make mistakes.
You do and you should. Look, our life is always lived in anticipation of an unknown future, right? You're dating a woman.
Yes.
And so what you do is, you, being a very reasonable guy, plug in all this data, right, about this woman, and you're trying to make a rational decision. Let's say, is this the woman I want to spend my life with? Let's assume you're thinking about that question.
For the sake of your argument, we'll assume I'm thinking about that.
Okay. Now, I would argue that in reality, given the way human beings are, you could never really know what life with this person is going to be like, let's just say over the next 30 years. First of all, you'll be different people in 10 years, different people in 30 years. So this question about what it's going to be like is unanswerable with any high degree of certainty, correct?
Yeah, which is one of the reasons why I, unlike many religions, actually support the notion of divorce, and I'm opposed to the notion that there's a soulmate out there that you're going to be everything to forever. If we're both in agreement that we don't know what the future holds, I don't make a decision
but
to
if
say...
you'll pardon me, that's a tediously predictable response. I'm not going there. Where I'm going with is the fact...
I didn't think you were going there.
No, because... Right. Where I'm really going with is the fact that in making a decision of whether or not to be with this person, yes or no, you are necessarily taking a huge leap of faith.
No.
No.
No. See, that's the thing. The way I operate my life, and maybe I'm a weirdo, is, so for example, in this case, I have no plans to end this relationship, and neither does she, but we are both adults, and there were 2 rules: be honest, have fun. That's it. That's all. Be honest, enjoy life. And as long as we're both honest, we can reevaluate the nature of our relationship at any point. I am friends with every one of my exes, including my ex-wife, who I just spoke to. We went into it with this optimism that perhaps we would spend the rest of our lives together, and with the realistic notion that it doesn't happen. Anybody who, the divorce rate's 50-some-odd%, anybody who goes into a marriage now thinking, we're never going to get divorced, is already in opposition with the actual data. And so I, as a huge proponent of David Hume, one of my favorite quotes from him, is that the wise man proportions his belief to the evidence. So my confidence in any proposition, including this particular relationship lasting until I die, is based on whatever data I have. I don't have some delusion that some other people want to run around with. I've found the person and we're definitely going to be together forever because life is uncertain. And it seems that rather than engaging in that self-deception, I'm fine saying, this is what I hope happens. I hope that I am with you for the rest of my life. I hope that, or for the rest of our lives or whatever, but I don't have an unrealistic expectation.
But don't you make plans?
Sure, I make plans for tomorrow because that's the pragmatic.
You don't buy insurance, you don't build homes, you don't make plans, you don't put money into a 401k, and you don't put money into educational funds.
Yes.
You do. Right. So in other words,
That's because I have a reasonable confidence based on data about how long I'm likely to live and what benefits are likely to be rewarded from there.
Based
it's
on
not an
data. So
exercise of faith.
let me ask you this.
Because what you're talking about is confidence in the absence of certainty. But my confidence is proportional to the evidence. The fact that there isn't certainty about the future doesn't mean that it's an exercise of faith.
I'm saying that the evidence you're invoking is bogus, because according to you, if the divorce rate were 5%, you would make lifetime plans, because according to you, there's a much higher chance, 95% probability.
No, that's not remotely what I said.
Well, it is kind of what you said.
I would make lifetime plans because I hope to have a lifetime, not because what the divorce rate is.
Well,
I know what the life expectancy is for people in the United States. For me, roughly, I can make a rough guess as to, barring some other consequences, how long I'm going to live. So of course I'm going to plan for the future. You plan for what you are optimistically hoping for. But I could get hit by a bus out here in New York, where, by the way, it doesn't matter which direction you're walking down these streets, the wind is always in your face. Sorry.
That may be true. Look, I think life is lived in the moment. We look at memory as a reliable, although not very reliable, account of the past, but we trust it. Even though, again, if someone were to demand we substantiate that trust, we'd be a little hard-pressed to do it.
It would be
memory is very selective. Other people remember different things than you remember, and so on. And life has an unknown future stretching in front of us. Now, at all times in history, people are in huge ignorance about the world, large parts of which in the past were completely unknown. If I was Socrates walking in Athens in the 5th century BC, and I looked up in the sky, I'd see 7 stars, right? Now, if I was taking the rationalist position, I would say, well, I see 7 stars. I have no reason to believe that there are any more stars in the sky. And
just for clarity.
Yes.
Are you saying this is remotely accurate, or is this just an example? Because anybody who thinks that back then people only saw 7 stars, I got problems with.
No, fair enough.
Okay.
Fair enough. I'm using the limited radius of our empirical knowledge.
I knew that. Just for your benefit, it's an analogy. Yeah,
right.
You got it.
And you know so the ancients knew the Earth is round and so on. But the point here is that you have this limited body of data. But if you really reflect on the data, and you also reflect on yourself, right away you see, hey, I'm Socrates. I've never moved 5 miles away from the place I was born. I don't even know how big the Earth is. There could very well be a whole bunch of other stars out there, and just because I have not 1 ounce of empirical evidence for them, I can't be close to them or declare them out of bounds or declare that my whole life has to be lived without regard to that possibility.
Well,
because it's a very real possibility.
So let's say you and I both lived on this particular plot of land in New York our entire lives, and we had only ever seen 7 stars.
Right.
I'm not ruling out the possibility that there are 7 other stars. I'm dealing with people who are saying there are more than 7 stars, and they can provide no evidence for it.
Right, but let's just say that those people who say that there are more than 7 stars, right, have the following type of reason for saying that. They say, first of all, let's just say that we're part of a natural universe, right? This is Kant's the starry heavens above. And they also know that I can't see very far, so because I only see 7 stars and I know that I can't even see a guy who walks over the horizon, I probably think there are a whole bunch of other stars that I just can't see because my eye only goes that far. Would that be an irrational reason to believe in more stars even though I only see 7?
Yes.
It would be irrational, according to you.
So, while you can come up with that as a justification, the reason that it seems like, I'm talking within your analogy of
within my analogy.
We've only ever seen 7 stars. That is not, so we have deductive reasoning, and then we have inferences, which is basically where science operates, and then there's abductive reasons. And abductive is going to be the weakest. And abductive is going to be arguing towards the best explanation. And in that case, we need candidate explanations. What you're talking about is an inference that seems intuitive, but has no evidence to actually support it.
It does.
The fact that I can only see so far should guide my brain to say I should not be reaching conclusions about what is beyond my ability to see.
Okay, so let's take, for example, you've seen a certain number of dogs in your life, correct?
Yeah, tons of them. She
Okay.
stops at every one.
Right. Above and beyond that, you haven't seen other dogs that are outside the radius of your empirical experience, true?
Correct.
Do you believe that there are other dogs other than the ones you've seen?
I have evidence of other dogs on Earth.
What's that evidence?
I've seen video footage. I have.
Okay,
met
but
people
let's
in
just say the
different-
video footage, let's count those among the dogs you've seen. What about the dogs you haven't seen?
Sure.
You believe they exist?
On Earth, yes, but if you tell me that I should then believe that there are dogs on Saturn, that's the level of thing we're talking about.
No,
here.
it's not. It's not. Absolutely not. See, this is the heart of the matter. This is the heart of the matter. Because according to you, religious people believe that there is a God who, like in ancient Greece, inhabits the natural world that's living on another planet. And so your reasoning is at the level of the cosmonauts who go up into the sky and go, no God up here, therefore God doesn't exist.
No, that's not it.
Well, you just said that I'm proclaiming a dog on Saturn.
Yes.
And I'm saying that's not what I'm doing at all.
So if I can only see 7 stars, there is a weak inference that there may be more stars, but to believe there actually are more stars isn't yet justified by the evidence. The dog example on Earth, even though I have not experienced every dog, I can actually do pretty much a rough estimate of dog by searching through data on how much dog food we sell, how many people buy Kong things for their dogs, how many Pets R Us are scattered around the world. There's all sorts of data that get to this thing where now it is a strong inference that there is a dog in China that I have never met and will never meet. Do I believe that that's the case? Yes, because that's where the data point to. To go beyond what the data show,
Okay.
to say that just because I know that I have a limit to my vision and I can see 7 stars, therefore I believe there are more, that is to go beyond what the data presents. You could, though, invent a telescope and improve your vision and get new data, which is exactly what we did to discover that we don't just live in the one and only galaxy and that the Earth isn't the center of the universe. Once we got that data, we began to have a better understanding of it. There are things like the Higgs boson, for example, which are a part of theoretical physics that we didn't have physical, empirical evidence for, but that the math pointed to. I'm not in any way denying that math is good data, which is one of the reasons why, well, all right, I won't go there yet because we're still on.
Well, I mean, here we are on common ground. If you're talking about science, if you're talking about quantum physics, if you're talking about relativity, if you're talking about the Big Bang, if you're talking about evolution, we have nothing to argue about. I'm on board with you 100%.
Hang on, you included science in that.
Science, yes. I'm on
Does
board
that
with
include climate change science?
climate change is, at least in the public sense it's understood, in no way science.
Okay, we'll probably get back to that after we're done.
We can come back to that, but it is in no way science.
I'm not a climate scientist.
No,
so it's,
I mean, I am on board 100% with the science of the greenhouse effect. When people say 97% of scientists, and you actually look at what 97% of scientists believe, they believe in the greenhouse effect. And the greenhouse effect is simply basically saying the release of carbon into the atmosphere warms the atmosphere. You'll get no disagreement from me on that. Now, there are several other propositions that are married to that, I think, smuggled under the carpet. Things like human beings are the primary cause of these differences. Second of all, the best way to tackle them is to change ultimately the temperature of the Earth in various ways so we could try to affect through human behavior.
So your objection is, and we will get back to God like right after this. I don't know how far apart we are, and I have no expertise there, but it seems that your objection is primarily about how much are we the cause, what can we potentially do about it, what are the potential solutions, less so than what's happening.
Well, I mean, look, yeah, normally if I walk out and it's really hot, there are 2 possibilities. One is I can try to change the outdoor temperature, right? The other is I can take off my jacket. Those are 2 ways to respond to the same phenomenon.
Unless you're a polar bear.
Unless you're a polar bear. Now, there's a woman who counts the number of polar bears on the Earth. And she has nothing to do with climate change. She did a report a couple of years ago saying there are more polar bears walking on the Earth than ever. The polar bear population has multiplied. Now, right away she finds herself in controversy. Why? Not because her counting is wrong. It's difficult to count polar bears, admittedly, but she's the best one doing it in the world. But the reason she's controversial is it's not supposed to be the case. The glaciers are supposed to be melting, the habitat's changing, the polar bears disappearing. So the very fact that there are all these polar bears thriving and running around is like a major embarrassment. And so you have to dump on her and attack her. But even though she's giving you a valuable piece of data, scientific data, that bears upon the truth of this hypothesis. The hypothesis is that the Earth is getting hotter. Now think of it. The Earth is getting hotter by a degree or so Celsius over 100 years. And this is measured by things, in effect, putting thermometers in the ocean, which depend upon how far the thermometers are from the coastline, what the level of the ocean is at the... And these measurements are then modeled, in other words, put into computer programs to generate conclusions which ultimately have massive implications for the world economy. So what I'm getting at is, there are people who are asking us to change our way of life because of a 1-degree move in the climate. Now, my view on climate change is this. I watch the people who say this to see how serious they are about it. The very people who say this.
There's your mistake.
Well, for example, I look at Mike Bloomberg. Mike Bloomberg owns, I believe, 11 homes.
Can we stop looking at Mike Bloomberg? Because
well,
those ads are everywhere. Like I got to Times Square and it's like right there. Every time I turn around, Mike Bloomberg.
But I'm just saying, here's a guy who says it's going to be a priority for him as president. And I would say, really, if you have 11 homes, shouldn't you go down to 7? Well, if you really thought that your carbon imprint is a little too big.
I would completely agree with you there, but Mike's hypocrisy isn't really relevant to what the data show.
But are we talking about the hypocrisy of everybody? Because...
No, I'm talking about what the data show.
Okay, here's the data. Everyone can see this data, okay? Now, the Obamas, who are major apostles of this data, just bought a $12 million house right on the ocean, right on the water in Martha's Vineyard.
Okay.
These are the same people who are saying that in 12 years or 10 years, Miami will be engulfed by the ocean. The oceans are going to rise and swamp coastal properties, right? And my point is not just that the Obamas are hypocrites. That would be one small piece of data by itself. Here's my point. If the data is believed, if it's plausible, if it's even probable, if there's even a 50% chance that that would be the case, real estate properties worldwide on the coast would plummet, and the inland would rise. But the fact that that's not happening anywhere, to my knowledge, tells me this. Real estate agents know it's bullshit. Buyers know it's bullshit. Sellers know it's bullshit. Everybody knows it's bullshit.
Curiously, all those people have no scientific foundation to assess the data. Maybe,
wait, hold on.
Maybe those people are buying those because they know we're screwed and they only got a few years left to spend their millions. Might as well enjoy it on the coast.
Really? That's what you think?
When I'm evaluating this, and first of all, I definitely want to get back to the God thing. I'm not a climate scientist. I'm not going to pretend any expertise, and there are areas of this where you and I are going to be in agreement. But when I'm trying to figure out whether or not something is real, I'm looking at the science and what the experts have to say, and you're looking at whether or not the Obamas are hypocrites, or whether Bloomberg's a hypocrite. That is not a sound epistemology to determine whether or not the climate is, okay.
Well, a couple of things. First of all, the climate scientists are, and I think this is more true of this branch of science than it is generically true, they're highly interested observers of this phenomenon. Climate science is a massively funded enterprise. It gets gigantic dollars, and the gigantic dollars are aimed at finding a predetermined conclusion. I don't think you're innocent of the idea that researchers get huge grants. Take researchers who get huge grants from pharmaceutical companies. Take researchers
Except this is bull.
This is bull.
Yes, because now the bulk of the world has at least... Let's assume that the climate change stuff is BS. The bulk of the world is bought into it and are making efforts to change things, to change the way we live our lives, mostly so we can have a life. But now, wouldn't there be more money in the people who are actually going out to debunk this This is the sort of conspiracy level thinking
Oh,
that people
no.
raise about science all the time. Oh, the money is leading them towards this conclusion. There's money in anything that you can demonstrate to be true. This is why I don't buy into the big pharma conspiracy stuff of trying to keep us sick, et cetera.
Okay.
Because there's money in a cure, there's money in new diseases, there's money in this, there's money in that, there's money.
Where's the money in debunking it? Let's say I have charts right here, and I show you the whole thing is BS. Who's going to pay me?
All those people buying coastal properties that you think are hypocrites.
Why would they pay me?
Because now, if you can demonstrate that it's BS, now their property values go up even more because now...
That just means they'll give the money to the real estate agents and to the buyers, but how are they going to fund me? How do I benefit?
You're suggesting that people will fund people to do research towards a foregone conclusion that benefits them, unless it's the foregone conclusion that benefits them that I mentioned.
No, I'm saying that it's simple common sense that when there is a proposition that leads to certain climate change is a huge industry. It is a multi-billion-dollar industry. You look like a guy like Al Gore. Al Gore's been a government servant his whole life. Do you realize Al Gore has a net worth of $200 million? How did he get $200 million? He got $200 million through climate change. Okay, it's a very profitable business.
Okay.
The debunkers of climate change are sitting in obscure research institutions collecting a $55,000 salary.
Which I would argue is an ad hominem fallacy that says nothing about whether or not
no,
the data...
it's not. No, it's not ad hominem fallacy.
It is.
It's pointing to the fact that research is not disinterested. That's not an ad hominem
Al Gore's
point.
not doing research. The fact that he can profit off something is independent from what researchers are finding out. You don't get to shame researchers because they made some damn money.
But I'm saying the researchers profit in a huge way too. Look at climate scientists and look at the money that goes into the
I will investigate how much climate science.
But when you said something else as well, which I think reflects a lack of understanding of markets, which is you said the real estate agents, the stock market, the real estate appraisals, those people are not scientists, right? Those people may not be scientists, but they are in a business where they put their money where their mouth is.
Yes.
Right? So in other words, it's one thing for me to say, I'm running for president and the earth is getting hotter. It's another thing for me to say, you know what, I'm living in this house on the ocean, it's $1 million, it's going to be worthless in 12 years, I should sell it to Dinesh for $100,000. Because it's literally going to be worth zero.
The fact that they don't necessarily believe that doesn't say anything. An individual's belief about what they think is going to happen with respect to climate change says nothing about what the data show with respect to climate change. You're talking about how convinced people are. You might as well be running around claiming, and to get back to the God thing, because we still got the supernatural and the afterlife and the origin of the universe, this argument is essentially the same as saying, look at how many people believe it and how strongly they believe it and how some of them are willing to sacrifice their lives for this. That must mean it's true. No, that gets to what humans do or don't believe, which is why your objection about hypocrisy is one that I share. The fact that there may be hypocrites, or maybe they're just looking at it and saying, hey, I got this money, I'll do this, we'll see what happens. Maybe it will change, maybe it won't.
Here's the
That's
problem.
all irrelevant to what the actual fact of the matter is with regard to climate change or God.
Well, let's focus on climate change for a second. We'll turn to God in a moment. All I'm trying to say is that here is an issue that is transporting itself into the domain of public policy. Mm-hmm. So it's not an issue of pure science. This is not like, was Einstein right that E equals mc squared, and we can send somebody to go look at an eclipse and verify verify that Einstein's prediction was true. That's an argument in the domain of pure science. In the climate change argument, it's going to have to come into the public domain because we're asked to make decisions like don't use plastic straws and change.
I agree.
Right.
And but now we've moved from what the data show about what is happening to what we should do about it. And I think there's plenty of room for disagreement, discussion, everything else.
That's where the disagreement's occurring. It's not occurring over, if you're telling me that the Earth has warmed by 1 degree over the last 100 years, I grant that to you. I say, what have you really shown me so far? Very little. Very little.
Sure.
Okay.
But neither of us are climate scientists.
Exactly, and fair enough.
And you'll be right.
And these are the same, by the way, these are the same climate scientists who told us, the same climate scientists who told us in the 70s and 80s that the Earth was cooling.
Really?
Yes.
The same guys in the 70s?
Well, I mean, it's...
Are they like 84 now?
Well, okay, fair enough.
All right.
Fair enough. So So you're telling me now that even though we're measuring the same duration, i.e. not 1980 to now, but let's just take, for example, the Earth from 1900 to 1980. You're telling me that there's a whole group of scientists at top universities. There's a book by Lowell Ponty in the 70s called The Cooling. All the apocalyptic rhetoric of today is duplicated in that book with the sole exception that the Earth is cooling. It's not getting hotter, it's getting colder. Global cooling. In fact, I think this is the root of the substitutionary phrase climate change, because the climate somewhere, in some way, is always changing. But the point is this, that all these measurements from 1980 going back the previous 80 years show a cooling trend. So you're telling me that they were wrong, and the new guys coming in...
I'm not telling you anything.
Well, I'm just saying that you're accepting now that a new bunch of guys will come in measuring the same phenomenon, right? Maybe using better instruments. And
That's how science gets better, yeah.
Yes, but it gets better by and large by greater precision. Not by basically saying that up is down and down is up.
Sure, but if you find, so there's, and I have no specific expertise, hey, Fly, in this particular, the thing is, this is science got it wrong before, so it likely has it wrong again, which is a fallacy in itself. Because the fact that the only thing in the entire...
let's probe that fallacy. Why is it a fallacy?
Because the past doesn't necessitate the future.
Right.
And the fact that we discovered that science was wrong about something doesn't mean that our new discovery is wrong or as likely to be wrong or anything in the neighborhood. Science is the single most consistently reliable method for accurately understanding the world.
The natural world.
And the only thing that has ever come along to correct a flawed finding in science is more and better science, not religion, not hypocrisy, not what's the market doing.
But that's silly because that's, okay, that would be like me saying science is greater than philosophy because scientific findings are cumulative and they have gotten more precise and accurate about the natural world, whereas in philosophy, we haven't advanced all that far past Plato.
Okay, I'll buy that.
You'll buy that?
So, philosophy, which I love, I'm a philosophy geek, especially when it comes to epistemology. But I don't think what have we done on epistemology since, I'll just stick with Hume. Once you have the foundations of thought, there's not much left to explore there. Once you have identity, non-contradiction, excluded middle, once you have the foundations of a syllogism, once you have the foundations of set theory and Venn diagram, and you've got your epistemology, now that's when science can say, now we can tell when we're justified in accepting something and when we're not, and to what extent. And so science then does this inferential testing to build a model that is our best example of the universe, and it is tentative and subject to revision. That's what science doesn't make proclamations about truth.
Yeah, but I think
But scientists do. So if there's a climate scientist out there that says, the truth is this, that's not science. That's preaching on behalf of science. What they should be saying is the data show this, here's the model, this is the extrapolation of this model, this is our best understanding and best estimate for what's going to happen in the future. So that they're making decisions like I am about my future based on actual data and not what we, and not just what we hope happens.
Well, I think it was Wittgenstein who said that even if all possible scientific questions could be solved, the most important human questions would still be on the table. Now, the importance of that is this. I think you're awarding a sort of prize to science based upon a stacked deck. You're defining scientific truth as somehow superior, and you're declaring that on that basis, arguing inside the bubble of science, science comes out first prize. And according to you, philosophy, because it's dealing with enduring human, you may say, eternal questions like what is good, what is right, how do you tell right from wrong, not to mention questions like how do we know what we know.
That's the one I went with.
Or to pursue, here's Immanuel Kant. You asked who went past Hume. I would say Kant did. You ask questions like, when I look at something in space, is the space in the world, or is the space a mode of my perception? is time something out there in the world? Just think about it. Time is this thing, this object with no weight,
Time isn't an object.
well,
Time is an abstraction.
is an abstraction. And abstractions, by and large, live in our mind.
Yes.
So Kant's point is that space and time are dimensions of they are things that the mind brings to experience. They are not something out there in the world. Now, I'm not trying to resolve that issue.
Descriptive.
Okay, I don't think either of us is going to top Kant on this one in the next
Oh, I can.
30 seconds. All I'm trying to say is that to argue that this kind of a question is somehow either settled or unimportant because there is no way of sort of addressing it in a scientific sense, I think reflects a certain narrowness of perspective about the wide range of human knowledge, the wide range of disciplines,
And
from
that would be
history to
true
psychology.
If I had said anything remotely like that, but I didn't.
Well, you gave a little kind of science comes first, and that's what I was responding
Science is the most consistently reliable method of accurately understanding the universe, the cosmos.
Not
the natural world.
The natural world, perfect, exact. But we live in a world where we are in a natural world to be sure, right? But we are anomalous objects in that natural world, right? First of all, we are conscious of our own existence. We are conscious that here we are in the world observing the world.
Okay.
That makes us different from most of the world. True?
Yeah,
Okay.
as far as I can tell.
Yeah, and as far as we can tell, even in the living world and in the animal kingdom, we are anomalous in that we not only have consciousness, but we have self-consciousness. True?
Some of us.
Okay. Okay, and to push it further, coming back a little bit to Kant here as well, Kant says, I'm amazed by the starry heavens, and then I'm equally amazed by the moral law within me. So now we come to another thing which is worth mentioning, which is, well, Adam Smith's phrase for it was the impartial spectator, which is, to quote Adam Smith, there is this man within the breast, sort of another guy, as Smith envisioned him, inside of us that is clearly not us, because this guy, let's call him a guy, is a bit of a nuisance. This guy...
How do we reach the conclusion that it's not us? First of all, I'm not going to concede that there's a man in here or that he's not me.
Well, no, but the only point I'm trying to make in a roundabout way is that as humans, we are inherently moral beings. Morality is part of the equipment of being human, and in fact, it's a necessary part. In our criminal law, for example, if somebody is considered not to know the difference between right and wrong, we don't even hold them accountable for their actions. Which is to say, we consider morality...
That's not true.
That's not true?
Yeah.
If somebody, let's say, for example, some guy is so insane that he thinks he's Napoleon, and he goes out and kills somebody else.
We still hold them responsible for their actions. We just have graduated to a point where we are killing fewer people who are of diminished mental capacity, thankfully, but we are also committing people to institutions for their own benefits. But it's not like you just walk in and say, blameless.
Well, John Hinckley was in an institution for shooting the President of the United States, and he's out. So he was...
Is he better? Has he shot anybody else?
He hasn't shot anybody else, but my point is he was held not responsible for that act in a criminal sense.
That is a technical definition within the law. He was still held responsible.
No, okay,
it's not
but...
like we let them get away with it.
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is if somebody has no moral comprehension whatsoever, we basically call them a psychopath or a sociopath. And all I'm trying to say is that that's a way of saying that you are outside the human community because the normal moral equipment that the rest of us have that comes into play.
So just for clarity, you're suggesting that those individuals, and I would stay away from diagnostic terms normally, but psychopaths, sociopaths, they don't have that inner man. That
I'm saying if society makes a determination that someone is, in a sense, a psychopath or a sociopath, they are considered, in a sense, outside the normal moral community of human beings, not accountable to the same...
So for clarity, we start off with this, we all have this, and now we've identified a group of people who don't have it.
And I'm saying that those people who don't have it, or at least have somehow I'm not saying they weren't born with it. I'm saying I agree. I do think that our moral equipment, like our other equipment, can be damaged. It can be destroyed. It can be squelched. It can be brutalized. So yeah, let's assume that there's somebody who's gone through whatever experiences that have caused them to be morally anesthetized.
Okay.
And so, for example, they could bring in a little dog right here and joyfully stomp on it as the audience gasps in horror. Or if you want a more mixed reaction, a cat. The point I'm trying to make, however, is that...
Sorry, Beth.
The point I'm trying to make is just this, that we, in trying to understand the cosmos, we don't just understand the physical world, which is the domain of science, I agree.
Sure.
But I'm saying we have to understand ourselves.
I couldn't agree more that we should understand ourselves, and I think that one of the biggest problems is that there are a number of assumptions that the biggest problem humans make is probably asking the wrong questions, like, what's the purpose of my life? As if it was externally imposed and extant as a real thing that you could discover, rather than I make my own meaning and purpose in life. But when we're talking about this moral being, I would presume...
Wait, I mean, you just made an absolutely ridiculous statement, so I have to pause a little bit here, because I'm sort of
That's fine,
grasping
you make
this.
a ridiculous statement,
well,
and I'll be able
according
to do the same thing, yeah.
According to you, we don't have a life purpose. I mean, let's think about it. First of all, almost all of us are in some sense trying to discover what the purpose of our life is, right? And there are huge industries devoted to this. There are talk shows devoted to this. It's a quest that just about all of us, probably most of us in the audience, are on. And you're declaring at the outset that it is a quest, according to you, that has no answer, or at least has no external answer?
No, it is a quest that I don't see any reason to think that there is an externally imposed purpose. The fact that you might desire there to be a God, a divine, or a universe-imposed purpose doesn't mean there is one. The fact that humans quest for things doesn't mean that the answer is there, or doesn't mean that the answer they hope for is there.
Of course not. So no one is saying that the wish to have a purpose is enough. No, I'm not even saying that the universe is somehow...
What is our purpose?
Well, I would say this, that I think in life, we are always asking this question. Am I, Dinesh, living the best life that I can live? In other words, is the life I'm living now somehow off track? Inauthentic? Is there, when I say something, there's me saying it, but is there a better me that would have said something different? In other words...
I agree.
Okay, so, in other words, my quest to find not only the choices I make, but the choices I ought to make is completely valid. True?
So there's a contextual thing. This is where we got with the labels and how we end up looking at this.
Yeah.
My view is that my life has whatever meaning and purpose I give it.
Okay.
The notion that I should be looking for some externally imposed purpose is not only do I not have a good reason to think that there is such a purpose or that there would be or could be.
And you're saying, but whatever answer you give to that question of let's take, what is the purpose of Matt's life? And you're saying whatever answer you give is valid.
Yes, because if in fact there is some God who has a purpose for my life, I don't care what he thinks the purpose of my life should be. My life is mine.
Okay, let's explore that. Let's just say that you were to come here and announce to this audience, the purpose of my life, Matt, is to, and I realize this is a difficult example, I was going to say to count the hairs on my head. This doesn't really work in your case.
There are hairs here on my head.
Right, there you go.
This counts as my head.
There you go. Okay, but you said, that's what I live for. Every day I wake up and I spend a few hours a day, at least at the time I'm not working or eating, counting the hairs on my beard.
Yeah.
Right? Now, I would submit that everybody here would say, Matt, you know what? I don't think you're living your best life, pal. You know, there's nothing wrong with what you're doing, but it's kind of pointless.
Can you show that this isn't the purpose of my life? That there is some other purpose?
Well, yes, I would. I mean, I think I could make arguments to that effect.
Okay.
Let's pursue the example even further, make it more ridiculous so we can see how obvious it is. Let's just say, for example, and I don't mean to be going into the trans territory, but I'm going to go there a little bit. Let's say I were to say, I identify as a toad.
Okay.
Okay? And so what I do is I get up in the morning and I start jumping around like a toad. And for a while, people go, hey, that guy's an eccentric, man. What the hell is he doing? And then I go, listen, it's not just up to me. I'm getting a little annoyed that there are all these haters out there who don't respect my identity as a toad. Disney won't cast me in toad races in their movies. I'm denied rights under the Constitution. All these people look down on me and make jokes when I come, jumping by, okay? So, and my point is not that I've decided to become a toad. My point is I've always been a toad. I'm just a toad in a human body. Okay, now, and I seriously press this. You would come to me, I think, and say, Dinesh, you are a member of Homo sapiens. You're not actually a toad. This purpose of your life that you have ascribed to yourself is based on some deep psychological disorders. You have very poor self-perception of who you are as a human being. And who you are as a human being is you're a son, you're a brother, you're a graduate of an Ivy League college, and you make movies. Go do those things and find a better, a higher purpose in life than jumping around in a dirty pond.
You think that's what I would come to you and say?
I hope so. Unless you... I hope so. You may...
No.
You might come back. You might come join me.
Because first of all, I'm not a busybody who worries about what other people do and how they feel and what their views
Well,
are.
that's not. It's not.
But also,
that's not.
But also, I try to avoid fallacious arguments. And in fact, you
Where's the
are a
fallacy?
Homo sapien, but Homo sapiens include multiple different genders, and the fact that someone's gender identity doesn't match what you think it should be is none of your damn business.
Well, hold on. Okay. So, right up to this point, you've been invoking science, right?
Yeah.
And suddenly, science is trumped by psychology.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes, because according to you, now your gender is not a fact in the natural world.
Correct.
Your gender...
Your genetic sex and what your chromosomes are, those are facts, but your gender is a social construct. This is the difference between, let's say, someone who's genetically male and someone who's genetically female. Okay. Someone who has XX or XY chromosomes. And by the way, there are more than two of those because there's all sorts of chromosomal abnormalities. There are intersex people. The number of people who are born intersexed every year would shock most people because they just don't think that this sort of thing happens. However, that is about what your chromosomes are, what genetic predisposition you have. But it doesn't talk about what your state of mind is, what sort of self-perception you have. And so in addition to genetic sex, we also have gender, which actually falls into a number of different categories. So my apologies to all of my trans friends for the things that I'm about to get slightly wrong. There's a difference between gender identity and gender expression. And the gender identity is the gender that you associate with. But the reason I say these are social constructs is because what is a man? What makes a man a manly man? Well, you have the machismo aspect of the brawny and blah, blah. But is someone who is weaker and more effeminate somehow less of a man? This is why this is a social construct, because it has to do with what roles we as a society put on it, which is why 150 years ago, pink was for boys and blue was for girls, and now it has reversed, although I would go with black for everybody. But the thing is, at the end of the day, what I would say to you, if you were hopping around like a frog, is I would ask you how you're doing. I would ask you how you feel. And if you're able to communicate to me that you identify as a frog, I'm not going to be running around saying, oh my gosh, let me fix this. It's when there's a demonstration that what you're doing may be something that society should care about, that is going to result in some sort of self-harm or a problem for your life. In other words, I'm okay with living and let living, but as long as my trans friends are committing suicide at an inordinate rate and are being murdered left and right because there are bigots who think that whatever your chromosomes are or whatever particular genitalia you might have dangling is the one thing that matters. As long as a friend of mine well, not an actual friend of mine, but someone in Puerto Rico the other night was murdered for using the bathroom that they associate with, when bathrooms are for peeing and pooping and hopefully washing your hands when you're done. What people are doing to try to suggest that you can't be who you are is absolutely repugnant, and it is busybody. There's nothing anti-science about this. It is psychology. And even if we were to say, and I'm not saying this, so before, I'm saying this because this comes up. Even if you were to say, this is all gender dysphoria and it's mental illness and these people aren't what they think they are, what science has to say so far, based on what we've explored and discovered within these individuals, is that being supportive, encouraging, and allowing them to transition is the single best path to them living the life they want to live and surviving. And until that changes, I will absolutely support what the data show is the best way to encourage trans people.
So what I think you've done here is change the topic. The topic was...
I'm pretty sure you said trans before I did.
I did, but I did by analogy. The point I was trying to make was, is there such a thing as male and female, right?
Really? Is that the point you were trying to make?
It was, because
we got
what
to this
you
from
did
somewhere
was
else.
you took the category of male, which actually is a scientific category. It's like life is a scientific
I made a distinction between male, female, and man, woman.
Right, and then what you did is you introduced a new concept, which I wasn't introducing, of manliness. And I agree, manliness, which is to say the cultural accoutrement of being a man, let's just say, for example, smoking a cigar or growing a mustache and hanging out at a club, that is manliness. And I agree that that is a social construct. I would argue it's a social construct by and large in accordance with nature, because culture and society develops in congruence with a given human creature. Okay, so
nobody's suggesting that the roles don't have a historical perspective. I mean,
not historical, biological.
Well, sure.
Gender is not a historical concept; it's a biological concept.
When I say historical, I was not denying biology. I'm saying that because of certain biological things, it sets up norms of these are the hunter-gatherers, these are the ones that are going to go out and kill, these are the ones that are nursing children, et cetera else. Those norms are constructs of our head. There's nothing wrong with a stay-at-home dad. There's nothing wrong with a woman working. There's nothing wrong with a woman earning as much as a man makes for doing the same work.
Let's look at what we are arguing about.
Okay.
So in the civil rights laws of the 1960s, we had the principle of color blindness, which is to say equal rights under the law. The law, let's say, should not pay attention to race. I realize this is complex with affirmative action. Let's leave it aside. Let's just say that the basic principle of the civil rights laws is that race is the painted face. I think that was Morris Dees' phrase from the 60s. And therefore, the law should not take it into account. That was the general norm. Now, right away, when sex was added to race in the Civil Rights Act, there was a bit of a problem, which is to say that men and women are very different, particularly in certain areas on average. They're not different in every individual case. So, for example, men are stronger than women. Men are taller than women. Now, you can't refute that by saying, well, here's Sally, she's 6'3", and here's Fred, he's 5'4".
I understand.
Right.
We're talking
because we're talking about in general.
Yeah, norms.
But the normative conclusion from that simple biological fact is we established something that was abhorrent in the area of race. Let's call it separate but equal. Separate but equal was the hated doctrine of segregation, right?
Yeah.
Different water fountains. But we have separate but equal, for example, in men's and women's sports. In Wimbledon, the men play the men, the women play the women. We did that because we recognize that gender is not the same as race. Gender is not the painted face. Men are in fact stronger than women, and they can hit the ball harder on the tennis court, and therefore Martina Navratilova gets to play Chris Evert, and Pete Sampras gets to play Andre Agassi. So our laws, our norms, are based upon this biological, irreducible fact. The norms are a social construct, but they're a social construct, you may say, in obedience to biology. Now, what you're saying is, I take it, that Pete Sampras, or take it, Pete Sampras can say, well, I came in, I was the runner-up in Wimbledon. Next year, I'm going to enter the women's division because I identify as a woman. Because after all, hold on, gender is a social construct. This is ridiculous? This is going on all over the country right now.
Your example is ridiculous.
Why is it ridiculous?
First of all, it's sports, and sports ball is ridiculous. But
what?
No, I'm sorry. That was a joke for somebody else.
Okay.
My sincere apologies, because I should be.
I'm not a devotee of sports, but I'm not.
This isn't about what the law is. My view on sports, by the way, and many sports organizations have already dealt with this sort of thing, dealing with individuals who are transitioning and studying the science of it, of various hormonal levels and things like that. We're still in the fledgling process of getting this sorted. I think that there shouldn't be any gender restrictions on something. If somebody, we should just have, these are the categories, like a tier A, tier B, tier C, tier D, and you compete at whatever level you can compete at. That way, people who are, whether they're women, men, or neither, whether they're, whatever their identity is, they compete at this level. I am a big fan, I play a lot of pool and snooker. And the fact of the matter is, if you look at the statistics over history, generally speaking, in that particular discipline, women can't compete as well as the men. That's just what the data show from the past. However, there should be no reason why anyone, whether they are a woman under your criteria or a woman under their own, shouldn't be able to compete against anybody else they want if they can play at that level. And so I don't care for gender divisions along sports. I think sports, because it's a physical test, should be divided up on physical characteristics, irrespective of what gender somebody identifies with or expresses with. To go to the sports thing, the reason I say it's ridiculous is, yeah, we're working out these things, but the world doesn't turn, well, all right, sports makes a lot of money, no denying that. We're talking about the law and how it treats people, and we're also talking about human beings and how we treat people.
Right.
So if you saw me walk into a women's bathroom, what would your reaction be? It's clearly, we're at a restaurant, it's marked women's, and I walk in. What's your take on that?
Well, I don't know what my take on it. I can give you my wife's take on it.
Well,
You would feel very uncomfortable if you sprang your testicles in a women's bathroom, as would most of the other women
if I
in that bathroom.
sprang my testicles,
Yeah. Most women, I think,
aren't you assuming I have testicles?
I realize that may be a conjecture. But the more important point is most women would be freaked out if a man walked into the women's bathroom while they were there.
Okay.
That's a fact.
The thing is, there's a lot of factors that are missing from that example, which is, not the least of which my reason is. But do we have any evidence to show that anybody is in danger when a trans person goes into the bathroom that matches their gender identity to use it? Do we have any examples or data anywhere that somebody is more at danger?
Do we have any evidence that trans people who would use their own biological bathroom are being psychologically harmed by doing that? Where's the evidence for that?
So the evidence for that is in the depression rate and suicide rate of people who are being emotionally harmed by not
hold
being
on right
able
here.
to identify.
Stop right there. That's not... Okay, this is what I call arguing inside your own bubble. Inside your own bubble, somebody who is biologically male but thinks they're female, right, are not having any kind of inner clash, no inner trauma between physical and psychological realities, let's call them. They are not depressed or traumatized by the very fact that their own body does not agree with them, right? Rather, they're just traumatized by the fact that they have to go into a men's bathroom. I would argue that if there are higher rates of depression suffered by trans people, a lot of it might have to do with being trans, not being in that particular
No, a lot of it
restroom.
might have to do, so I asked for
But you need
example.
studies
No,
that separate those
I
two
want
things.
examples of who's in danger when somebody uses the bathroom associated with their gender, because forcing them to use the other bathroom, and you know when a trans woman walks into a woman's bathroom, you know who's in danger? The trans woman. They're the ones that are being killed. They're the one in Puerto Rico that was shot just the other day for going into that bathroom. They're the ones that are in danger for doing that from bigots.
Well, I don't want to go down this road only because
How many?
only because
But no. Well, what's to stop me? Whether I identify as a woman, first of all, if I was dressed as a woman, you wouldn't even know. What? You don't know what my junk is if I go in and open the door and sit down and use it. You don't have no idea, and it shouldn't be anybody's business what's in my pants or what I'm wearing.
Well, quite honestly, if
we
what
can
you
remove
say is
gender
true,
from the bathrooms entirely.
if what you say is true that people don't know, you wouldn't even need laws, because this is sort of like
the
saying
laws don't do anything to help. There's nothing stopping me from walking into a woman's
You know
bathroom
what?
and assaulting
But
someone.
see, I think what you're missing here is this. Usually when you see a fence, in this case, the fence is the distinction between men's and women's bathrooms, right? And maybe we're overplaying this topic, but what I'm getting at is, if you want to take a fence down, always ask, why was that fence put up in the first place? Who did it, and why?
Not if it's my property. I don't care why they put a fence up.
Fair enough. But the point I'm making here is that we have men's and women's public bathrooms for a reason. And the reason, by and large, is, I would say, mostly for the protection of women. It's not that men...
Yeah, trans women are women.
Okay, but I'm not... Look, what I'm getting at is the sexual... We could have 21 types of bathrooms for 21 genders. We
We
don't.
can just have one. As you can all pee next to me. I don't care.
Yeah. So what you're basically saying is that the distinctions that we make between men and women in our society are culturally, according to you, arbitrary. According to you, for example, take tennis. I'm just using sports because
say
we're
arbitrary.
familiar with it.
That's okay.
You say people should play at their own level, and therefore, if the top 100 tennis players are all men,
That's the way it
doesn't
is.
bother you the slightest. Basically, the conclusion is men are better than women in tennis.
Although what we would say is maybe the top 100 tennis players all have this particular chromosomal makeup, whether they identify as men or women.
Yes, I see where you're going. Okay.
Hey guys,
If you saw it 20 minutes ago, we could have talked about God some more. But
let's take
No, it's funny.
5 more minutes and then
sure, so we're not going to get to Trump. Let's spend 5 minutes on the future of America and take questions.
Sounds good.
What do you want for the future of America? I'll softball it because maybe, and this is legitimately I don't know, and I'm interested. I am a staunch proponent of the separation of church and state, the separation of religion and government, as my friend would call it. I have no idea. You might completely agree with me.
You're a staunch proponent of the separation of religion and government.
Right.
I would agree to a point. It would depend on what we mean by this. So let's take examples.
Sure.
Do I think that a religious hospital that receives government funds should be forced to do an abortion? No. Do I think that a person of religious convictions has to somehow pocket their religious convictions before stepping in the public square? No. Do I think that Amy Coney Barrett should be disqualified from replacing Ruth Bader Ginsburg on the Supreme Court because she's a devout Catholic? No. So...
I agree with parts of most of those.
Okay. So let's point to an area where we might disagree. Where is that wall being breached where you think I'd fall on one side of the divide and you on the other?
So for example, I don't think anybody has to check their religion at the door when they become a public servant. However, if they legislate on behalf of a particular religion showing favoritism towards one over another or a religion over irreligion, that is a huge problem.
Agree completely.
Okay. Now, when it comes to, for example, I love the way you phrased it, a religious hospital being forced to perform an abortion.
St. Luke's or,
Sure.
Catholic hospitals.
The big problem here is that hospitals, from my perspective, should be secular. I love the fact, the only reason that we have religious hospitals and religious universities is because the monumental religious privilege privilege that religions have endured and benefited from throughout history. They're tax-free institutions. They have people donating money to them. And fine, I have no problem with people doing good. Build a hospital, build a university. But if you're going to build a hospital that's going to service an entire community, then the hospital services need to be medically sound and not based on religious doctrine or dogma.
Well, the services of these hospitals are medically sound. What we're talking about is something that they agree. Not all hospitals do
They're
everything.
not.
Hold on. There are children's hospitals that don't take adults.
I get it.
Right. There are cancer hospitals that don't take diabetes patients.
Sure.
If a Catholic hospital were to say, listen, we provide the full ensemble of medical services, we just don't do abortion, they are acting in line with their conscience. This is not to say that abortion is not available in the clinic across the street. Why would somebody who believes in freedom want to force somebody to act against their conscience?
Because
would you like it if I did that to you?
Because I don't care about your conscience if it's affecting whether or not somebody else can live.
Well, it's not affecting whether someone else can live, because that guy can go across the street.
If we have a Jehovah's Witness hospital that refuses to perform blood transfusions, is that okay?
Well, it's okay if you want to go there. I wouldn't go there.
I wouldn't either.
Right.
And that's awesome.
And let's just say that the only people who go there are Jehovah's Witnesses.
I'm thrilled that we're in both.
So you want to force them now to do blood transfusions?
No, I'm saying that you don't always have a choice about what hospital you go to or what medical services you go to.
Okay.
This is one of the reasons why we have government and government interaction and government oversight, because if my only medical provider within any reasonable driving distance of me will not provide that, what do? This is why the better example is the conscience of the pharmacist. Because first of all, a Catholic hospital, maybe a hospital that was built by Catholics, that was built with Catholic donations, that was built from Catholic donors, but not every doctor there is a Catholic, not every nurse there is a Catholic, not every patient there is a Catholic, so why should they all have to adhere to Catholic doctrine just because they built the hospital? Instead, the government should say, if you want to build a hospital, it needs to provide these services irrespective of your religion, and if your religion can't accommodate that, then you don't get to build a hospital.
I think here you're disrespecting a distinction between the public and the private sphere. In every other domain of life, we have private sector institutions, educational institutions, social work institutions, and those institutions develop policies based upon their mission and their conscience.
I'm fine with that as long as they don't give government funding. But as soon as they do, it becomes something that is in the public interest.
Okay, so let's take Planned Parenthood, right? Planned Parenthood is
with 1 minute left, starting on Planned Parenthood.
Well, I was going to say, before you guys touch that,
that'll come
why
up.
don't we do a little bit of a vote? Do you guys, and just use your voice, we'll do voting for either to keep the conversation going for the rest of the night or to move to Q&A. So let's go Q&A. All right, and then if we do keep the conversation rolling, we'll go into Trump. So conversation rolling. Okay, well let's do that.
How much time have we got left?
We got about a half hour.
All right.
We should transition into Trump.
Be careful, because he's promising Trump, and we started with God, and we didn't even finish that. And you had 3 things for God. I'm not even sure we finished one of them.
I think we're going to need a couple more nights with you guys, to be honest.
You wanted to go to Planned Parenthood.
Since you mentioned God, let me kind of make a point about that, because I think that's where my 3 points were going.
Okay.
Let's take the question I ended with: is there life after death?
I have no idea.
You have no idea?
Do you know?
And neither do I.
Cool.
Of course not. But here's my point. If I say I believe in life after death, you would say, that's an irrational position, Dinesh, because...
No, I would say, what's the evidence for it?
What's the evidence for it? And I would say, I don't have any evidence for it, and neither do you, but...
But I'm not believing it.
Right. But it is, and this is the key point, it is in the nature of the subject that no empirical evidence could settle the question, because death is the termination of experience. And therefore, for you to demand evidence in a domain where evidence is unavailable is the height of foolishness.
So when you say death is the termination of experience, it sounds like you're arguing that there is no after death.
I'm arguing that our natural life, I mean, I think the religious believer is fully on board with this, is complete. Our natural life in this world will completely, irrevocably come to an end with death. And so in the empirical world that we live in, yes, there is not going to be evidence, nor will there be evidence in the future, that settles the question of what happens after natural experience ends. And the question about whether there is any, let's remove the Christian context. Look at the Hindu context. The Hindu context is that there's a life after death, right? It's a natural life, but it's not in this domain. There's a world behind the world, and that natural life will occur there. But we have no access to it because we live in the empirical world that is, according to Hinduism, something of an illusion. Leaving aside the doctrinal parts of it, all I'm getting at is this. Here's a point where you are demanding that I settle the issue on the basis of an empirical evidence that is never forthcoming. And yet, you agreed with me at the beginning, this is one of the questions that all intelligent people think about. It's relevant to their life because the answer to it, even if we don't know it, determines how we should live today. And all I'm trying to get you to admit is that since you don't know any more than I do, it is the same leap of faith that I'm taking to say that there is, that you're taking to say that there isn't, because you don't have 1 ounce of evidence any more than I do. One way or the other.
Give me a round of applause. That's outstanding. Because after an hour and so sitting here and having explained this over and over again, you managed to get my position exactly wrong. Because I'm not asking you to settle it.
Do you believe in life after death?
I do not believe that there is life after death.
Perfect. So your position and
hang
mine,
on. Okay. That is not the same as I believe there is no life after death. I'm saying, we both sat here and said we don't know what.
Okay, and I'm saying
and you're saying I believe there's something afterward.
Okay, but you're missing my point.
And I'm saying
my
I
point
don't believe that.
Right, and I'm saying I do, and my position is not in any iota less rational than yours.
Yes, it absolutely
is,
because you are accepting something and acknowledging that you have no evidence for it, and I am not accepting that something because there is no evidence. We agree there's no evidence, and you are saying you are rational to accept it despite the absence of evidence, and I'm saying you're not, which is why I don't accept it.
But to demand evidence, in the opening page of the Critique of Pure Reason, Kant says, many of us profess to be apostles of reason, but never once do we step back and ask this question, what is it that reason can actually know? In other words, we live in a world where reason has the ability to arbitrate certain questions, and on other questions, reason is, in a sense, completely deaf. It has nothing to say at all. And you admitted, for example, that if you were a Greek in the 5th century BC, your reason, in the empirical sense, would have nothing to say about the world beyond the observational world. Your reason is, in a sense, silent.
I have to go to the 5th century.
Okay, or today. But here's my point.
I accept whatever the data show, and I cannot go beyond that and claim that I'm reasonable.
Okay,
I can go beyond it. You clearly have. But I don't get to claim that I'm reasonable by saying, you and I have no evidence of what happens tomorrow, but I believe this.
Okay, well, let's take a secular example to test this proposition.
Okay.
I take 2 guys, let's just call them A and B, you and me, and let's just say that I say, I believe that there is life on other planets.
Okay.
You say, to match this, I don't.
No.
Right?
That's.
You say.
What do I say? I don't know. What's the evidence to support your belief?
Okay, so you say, I don't know if there's life on other planets, and I don't either.
Okay.
And I don't either.
But you believe it. So my next question is, what is the evidence that causes you to believe this?
Okay, so now I might say something like, well, the reason I believe it is we have an unimaginably vast universe. We might even be living in an infinite universe. Life as we know it, we are on one tiny speck of this universe. And life as we know it has developed by various causes, natural causes in the universe. What is the actual likelihood that this event, remotely improbable though it might be, and we can't say what the probability of it is, but let's just say it's 1 in 100 million. But we live in a universe that's vastly bigger than that. So what are the odds that this combination of attributes called human beings exists nowhere else in this vast universe? Not just human beings that are like us, but life of any sort at all. What's the probability of that? And let's say I think that that's improbable for the reasons I've just outlined, and therefore I believe it. I don't know it. If you ask me to produce an alien, I can't. But I would argue my belief is in no way irrational. Now, you might say, I'm going to wait until the alien walks on stage, and then I'll believe it. Or because your reason for disbelief may require much higher degrees of certainty than mine are. But I would argue, in me believing it and you not believing it or awaiting the evidence, this is a fake pomposity that comes out of just saying, because I don't know for sure, therefore somehow my belief is more rational than Dinesh's, even though Dinesh has all kinds of good reasons for believing what he does. Of course, if empirical evidence shows up, I'll be as open as you to pay attention to it. But I'm not in some epistemological second-class status because I believe something for which I have my own reasons, even though there's not empirical proof.
Great. So the example that you gave, first of all, at some point, somebody can go back through this video and find the number of times that he says what my position is likely to be versus how many times I've tried to even attempt what your position is. I actually ask. So if you're just going to set up straw men, it's going to be really easy for me to knock them down.
No, I mean, I'm sorry.
Every time you do that, you say, you could say this. And here's the thing, the examples that you're talking about, we live in this vast universe, what are the likelihoods, what are the odds,
right.
You know, all this stuff. Great, great questions. And there are things that we can address with data. But the belief that results from that, is not, I believe, the justified belief from that is not, I believe there is life outside of Earth, or intelligent life outside of Earth, we'll stick with that. The warranted belief is, I believe that there is a likelihood, consistent with the data, of life outside of that. That's different than this is the case, okay?
I agree with that.
Sure, and this is what I'm saying. It's the example that you're giving is fine. The summation is perhaps sloppy in the sense that we're not distinguishing between I believe there's life outside of Earth versus I believe that the data show that there's a likelihood of this, because my response to that is to say, I think that that is a good estimation of the data that we have. And by the way, I think we can go further because we can look at something like the Drake equation, which will evaluate those things about what the probability is, and also considering the likelihood of when technologies get so advanced, are they more likely to destroy themselves or die from not paying attention to climate change or whatever. Sorry.
Well, no,
But hang on. But when we do that, I strive to be as careful as I can with what I say, to not overreach, to not pretend that, I pretend to read minds on stage, but not to pretend I can read minds in this stuff. And also say, I should have a discrete position that is clear, based on the evidence, and if that current position is the evidence does not warrant a position, so there may be plenty of good evidence to suggest that life probably in some form occurs throughout the galaxy. We have found the building blocks of life out in space from exploration. So it would seem likely that possibly there is life, whether it's intelligent life, what's possible, who knows outside there. That's one thing. But to say, I believe there is intelligent extraterrestrial life, just based on the likelihood that we're not necessarily alone, it doesn't rise to that level. It's about being consistent with the data.
I'll try to illuminate the point by pivoting into politics, because I think that
sometimes
when we talk about God and religion, we establish sort of special distinctions and categories that are not normal in everyday life. So I'm going to throw out a bunch of beliefs.
Okay.
I believe it's likely that Trump will be reelected.
I do too.
I believe that if Bernie were elected, the day after, the stock market would take a severe hit.
A more severe hit than it has in the last couple of days?
Probably. Because Bernie would be a walking virus for 4 years.
I don't believe that, but that doesn't mean that I'm convinced you're wrong.
Correct. So what I'm getting at here is, now again, I'm making these statements of I believe that if Trump is reelected, the market will do well over 4 years. But when I say these things, I'm stating beliefs anchored in my knowledge of politics. There's no empirical fact that I'm leaving out. And it would mean no objection to these beliefs for you to say to me somehow, Dinesh, my position on this is actually rather Jesuitical. I draw a distinction between warranted belief and beliefs that are ultimately don't have sufficient warrant. I would say we're talking about the future, Matt. None of us knows, I grant that. In that sense, it resembles life after death. We're plugging in all the data we have, and we're making a judgment about something that affects our life, just like life after death does. We have to act upon it because we have investments and portfolios. We have to cast our own vote. So we're going to make decisions about the future based on what we think is going to happen. My belief is in no way irrational because I cannot have either certitude about it or I don't have the kind of empirical evidence that would enable me, in some senses, to declare the belief warranted.
No,
it is warranted.
So, first of all, here we go again. I don't disagree. The thing is that you have beliefs about what's likely to happen in the economic and political realm, and you base it on actual data. I have no objection to that at all. But this, I think, gets to the heart of where and how you and I are dramatically different. Not just in epistemology and what may or may not warrant believing in something without evidence, because I can't imagine both acknowledging, I have no evidence, but I believe it anyway. That's not the same thing as what we're talking about now. You have a lot of evidence. You have market research. You have other information. You know what's likely to happen. You know where the majority of people are, what they're looking forward to. Here's the marked difference between the two of us. At every instance tonight, when we got to something that was potentially political or that was about policy, you went to money. Where are they spending their money? Are they building this on the coast? What are the markets going to do? What is this going to do? I don't give a rat's ass about money. I give a rat's ass about human beings. And as a humanist, I'm looking at how the world can be better with policies that lift people up. And I'm not talking about, I have no problem with Bernie. I voted for him before. I'm not a Bernie or buster. I'm not a Bernie bro. Matter of fact, they annoy the crap out of me. And yet I will be supporting probably almost certainly whoever the Democratic nominee is for a number of reasons. But I think the big one is I have a focus that is on human beings and doing whatever we can to lift people up and not to make rich people richer or to make markets just better so that we can say we made markets better. Because if the market goes nuclear and just it's not like we're not already the wealthiest country as it is, but if we all got, if we all got wealthier, if the United States market just went through the roof, I don't think we've lifted all boats. I think the gap in income, the gap in wealth, the gap in value of human beings is widening, and I don't think focusing on the market is the fix for that.
Okay. First of all, in the 2 or 3 times that I've cited markets, my purpose in citing them was as mechanisms of information. In other words, a market is a sign of how seriously people with money who have to put their money on the line take a piece of data, right? So I'm not using the market as the market is always right. I'm simply using the market as if people really thought this was going to happen, they would start moving their cash. And that's just a fact about people.
Sure,
right?
I have agreed.
Okay.
If somebody really thought this is what the market was going to do, that's where they'd move their cash.
Exactly.
But what they think about the truth has no bearing on what the truth is. Just like the number of people who believe something, how strongly they believe it, whether they're going to, that's not a thing.
Now, you threw this contrast up between, you mentioned the issue of inequality.
Yeah.
And you said you don't care about markets, you care about people.
I was being hyperbolic.
Hyperbolic, but let's zoom into that a little bit.
It's not like you throw it out.
Of course, but what I was going to say is this: the reason, and I agree, by the way, we have more inequality now than we had, for example, in the 1970s. Mm-hmm. And it is true also that CEOs and entrepreneurs today make a lot more money as a multiple, let's say, of the average worker than they did in the 70s. The reason for that, I think, is because CEOs in the 70s didn't do a whole lot. If you were a CEO of Hewlett-Packard or Ford Motor Company, by and large, your job is organizational. You're an administrator. You say, I'll open a new plant over here, I'll do this over there. The entrepreneurs who have made gargantuan amounts of cash, I would mention, the obvious ones, even Bloomberg, but certainly Jeff Bezos, certainly Steve Jobs. The reason that they got so rich is precisely because they have augmented human welfare to such a gargantuan degree. Everybody who people didn't even, normally we think of markets as responding, supply response to demand. But as far as I know, there's not one person in the world who wrote Steve Jobs and goes, you know what, take an ordinary phone, figure out how it can take photos, let's figure out how it can do email, texting, put all these features, and then get rid of the stylus, use your finger. Here's what I'm getting at. Apple built the phone before we knew we couldn't live without it.
Sure.
And everybody who put money...
I can, though, because I'm on Android.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. But what I'm getting at is everybody who made these people like Bezos and Jobs so rich did it happily by waiting in long lines in the Apple store because of great boosts in human welfare that they were able to create. So I would argue we're living in an entrepreneurial boom. Now, the last time this happened is in the era that progressives called the Gilded Age, but the Gilded Age is also the age of the telegraph, the car, the airplane. So that was actually the biggest communication revolution of all time. We're living through the second biggest one. And all I'm getting at is these are huge amounts of human welfare that have been created by entrepreneurs for which they're being rewarded voluntarily by people who are happy to pay $300 to get a phone. So where does the social injustice come from?
Oh, okay.
Who is Steve Jobs ripped off?
How many phones does Steve actually manufacture?
A lot.
0. Steve Jobs never manufactured a phone in his life.
Well, Apple contracts, so what?
I'm in agreement with you. Entrepreneurs, by all means.
I mean, how many cars did Henry Ford himself personally make?
Yep.
I agree.
The thing
it was
is,
done by the assembly line.
If we're gonna determine how much, the invention itself is important. And there are certainly entrepreneurs who are as self-made as possible. However, that's not the sum total of wealth. And it doesn't mean that if I invent something and then have 25,000 employees, some of which I don't give a particularly good living wage to, manufacture those phones so that I can make as much money as possible off of my invention, that I'm actually doing something that is in the best benefit of society or that is boosting society.
And you get to decide that. You, a magician,
sure I do.
Sitting here, decide, here's a voluntary transaction. Well, let's elaborate the example so we can see capitalism in its pure form. Let's just say everyone in this audience has $10. So we live in a socialist utopia. We all have $10, okay? And then you stand up and do a magic trick, and you say, I'll do this magic trick if some of you would agree to pay me $1. Okay? And let's just say the 25 people in the audience said, we'll give you $1. So everybody else clears the room, you do the magic trick, they give you $1. Our perfect equality is now interrupted by inequality, right?
Wait, what's the inequality? Because in that example,
hold on. So
I manufactured 100% of the magic myself.
Correct. But here's the point. The point is that, well, you might have an assistant and you bought equipment and you might have bought that at cheap prices and so on. We'll leave all that aside. The main point is that the guy who gave you the $1 thought your magic trick must be worth at least $1.
Yes, but I'm not complaining about the person who willingly gives Apple money for their phone.
Okay,
and I'm not, by the way, I'm not ragging on Apple or the iPhone or any of that.
Right.
I'm saying, yes, there are entrepreneurs, and yes, there are people who justifiably go from nothing to immense wealth. I'm not objecting to wealth. I'm not advocating for an absolute equality where everybody gets $10 and that's all you're ever going to get.
No, but you're stepping aside. Let's take Walmart. The ordinary guy who works in Walmart at the cash register makes $25,000 a year. That's the average pay at Walmart for a cash register guy. The managers at Walmart make about $200 grand. Mm-hmm. Now, the family that owns Walmart makes a killing, as you know. Here's my question. Who are you? These are people who voluntarily show up for work. They could go work at Target. They choose to work at Walmart. They could be at the cashier at Vaughn's or at Kroger's. They want to be at Walmart. They take the best job they have. There's an agreement between them and Walmart about how much to be paid. They should be paid for. All I'm saying is, where do you get to waltz in and say things like baseball players make too much? And
I didn't say that.
okay, or that Apple should be paying more money to its managers because Steve Jobs made more than they did.
It's not because Steve Jobs made more than basically you're saying, where do I get off coming in when these people voluntarily work?
Right.
And so that if we can get them to work for $1.50 an hour so that they have to work 5 jobs and
But pause here. Let's check the language. What do you mean by get them?
I just let you talk on and on about it.
Okay, go ahead.
You're suggesting that who am I to say that it's a bad move for us to pay some people so little to pay a cash register worker $25,000 a year? I can tell you who I am to say that. I am someone who may end up in that position, but I'm also someone who may have family members in that position, who may have friends in that position. I'm also somebody who lives and works in a society that benefits from them, and I benefit from them staying healthy and productive in society. It's not to pretend that the massive wealth disparity is all down to somebody had a really good idea and other people agreed to work for a pittance, and that's just fine. It may be true that some people had a good idea and some people work for a pittance, but that doesn't mean it's just fine. It doesn't mean it leads to a better society. It doesn't mean that people can afford health care. And if they can't afford health care, then guess what? They're potentially getting me sick. If they can't, this is why the government steps in to suggest that you need to vaccinate your kids, because vaccines don't frickin' cause autism. They protect and save lives. I know you didn't say that.
Yeah.
This is something I would trumpet. And there are people out there who can't have vaccines, who depend on herd immunity. And similarly, they need the person who's checking them out, handling their money, giving them back their change, that when they cough in their hand and hand it back to them, that they at least have the same opportunities that healthcare should be a basic human right. And if it's not, then we definitely have to pay people more. The number one cause of bankruptcy in the United States.
The issue of healthcare is worth focusing on for a moment, because to me, the problem of healthcare is really simple.
This is where we talk about Trump.
I didn't say the solution. I didn't say the solution.
Yeah, no.
I said the problem. The problem of healthcare can be summarized in this way. The guy who receives the service is not only not paying for it, but he has no idea what it costs. It never occurs to him or her to ask what it costs. And this crucial fact is known by every provider of healthcare who recognizes that a third man, not present here, is paying for it. And it's going to be very easy to screw that guy because he's not here. And so we will be sending him a bill, which could be as gargantuan as we like, because the guy getting the service is never going to show the slightest interest in the social cost being borne by that third guy. Let's call him the taxpayer. So it's a rip-off scheme, engineered ultimately, and everything would work like healthcare if we allowed it to. You said healthcare is a right. Well, I would say eating is a right. I have a right to eat. I shouldn't starve. I live in a prosperous country. So let's say I were to tell you, all right, you have a right to food. When you go to Vaughn's to fill your cart, just take what you think you need. And go to the counter, and then they'll just check you out. And so you look at the milk, and milk was, normally it's $2.50, and you buy 2 cartons. You say, I'll buy 10, because I'm not paying. So you fill up your cart. You show up at the counter. Now, here's the important point. Your behavior is completely understandable. You're taking as much as you can. The guy behind the counter, by which I mean the management, they realize that the guy in the line is not paying. So they realize milk doesn't have to cost $2.50. It could cost $25. Why? Because that guy's not going to ask, and he's not going to care. And so, as long as we get to shaft some third guy who's going to be paying for it, we're going to jack up the prices. And what I'm trying to say is that that's in all the areas where we want entitlements, that's the scam that we've been subjected to. Colleges. Why do you think my daughter went to Dartmouth? It cost me $63.
Because you did.
Because I did. Yes.
If you ask the easy questions, I got to take them because I know I'm going to get them right.
Yes, that's an easy one. But why does college, in an age where technology should make educational delivery services easier, in an age where colleges already have gigantic endowments, why these high bills? And the answer is really simple. The guy who's walking in the door is not paying. The college knows he's got a $10,000 Pell Grant. He's got all these loans, people willing to put him. So what we do is, even though inflation is 0% or 1%, we're going to increase our fees 20% every year for the past 30 years. Why? Because we are conspiring with the student and his family to screw the third man who's not here. So what I'm trying to get at is that...
Hang on. Hang on.
You are, exactly. And so either you are aware of this and will be voting for Trump, or you're a happy sucker who wants to pay even more, because he is okay with this collective rip-off scheme.
Yeah.
But if the guy who got the services was paying our healthcare, let's think of it this way. Let's say the government were to say, all right, the people that you're worried about who go bankrupt, they do that because of catastrophic health situations, right? Catastrophic health situations are, I need a heart surgery, I need a new lung, and this is going to cost $100,000, I don't have $100,000. What I'm saying is we could insure the entire American population against catastrophic events, kind of like hurricanes and so on, except in this case disease, and allow people to pay, at least people who are not poor people on Medicaid, pay their routine health care bills.
Wait, are you okay with Medicaid?
I'm okay with Medicaid for the poor who can't afford it, yes.
Socialist?
No, it's not socialist.
No, I know. It's just
I'm a safety netist.
I'm just waiting.
Yeah.
There's a couple points I have to address.
Okay, so the point I'm trying to make is, in an American healthcare system where we paid our routine healthcare bills, and the government insured us against catastrophic illness, you would magically begin to see healthcare prices plummet. You go to the doctor, he goes, I'm going to run 7 tests. You're like, really, 7 tests? Just because I have a cold and a sore throat? What are the 7 tests? Why do I need 7 tests? Suddenly the guy next door would be offering 4 tests and half the price. And I'd walk across the street because I'm paying. If the government gave us a $10,000 healthcare voucher and said to you, listen, if you can spend it all on healthcare, but if you only spend $1,000, you can pocket the other 9. Notice the tremendous behavioral change that would sweep across this country. Suddenly people would demand to know what healthcare should cost, and it would change the system. So that's all I'm saying. You're fighting a caricature, whereas I'm saying there are better ways to run these things and deliver the safety net we want. And I think Trump represents that. It's not obvious he does, but that's what he does.
I would agree.
Hey, Matt, we have time for your response here.
Yeah, I got to respond to this.
We'll have to wrap up after that.
Yeah, because, so wow, I just lost like half my train of thought right there. As soon as we mentioned Trump, it just happens every time. Okay, so there are things about the system that I'm in complete agree with you. I'm not denying the facts. There are certain things about what you said where you're talking about the guy going in for services is not paying for it. The unfortunate fact is that there are guys who are going in who are paying for it directly because of problems with insurance and other things. It's not always just the insurance. Now, the prices, I agree with you on the economics of how this ends up happening and how they end up raising. The problem is that there are also guys who aren't paying for it because they can't afford it, they don't have insurance, they can't get it. And the example that you came up with of going into the grocery store and taking what you need, first of all, we could have a conversation about food, but I'm not going to go in for 3 root canals just because they're free. I'm not going to go in to have 15 gallbladders removed just because I'm not paying.
Let's pause right there.
So
I agree with those examples, but they're misleading examples.
No,
they're not
your
typical.
example was monumentally misleading to suggest that it's somehow the problem that if we start giving people health care, that they're going to necessarily take advantage of it, even though we know human behavior will have people take advantage of it, not in the way of let me grab as much milk as I can. That was my problem with the example. There are ways to fix the system to lower the prices so that we're not, because, by the way, the insurance companies are not getting screwed. They're making money. And so the guy who goes in who's not paying for it, it's not the insurance guy that's getting screwed, it's everybody else. And the other thing is, if the doctor tells me I need 7 tests, and this doctor tells me I need 4 tests, and I'm not a doctor, what if one of those 3 tests is what I actually need? This is the problem because we have people who are okay, yeah, there's people who are lazy thinkers, but generally, I don't have time to become an expert on everything.
No, you don't.
And so I have to rely on experts. And so if the doctor says I need 7 tests, going to the guy that's got 4 tests doesn't mean I've done anything to improve the likelihood that I'm going to be healthy. It just means I saved a couple dollars. And if the focus is on getting me healthy, and we change the way the health system works so that people can go in and get whatever tests the medical community feel are necessary to best diagnose their thing, to best diagnose their issue, that's what we should be aiming for. I'm not proposing any solution. I'm not an economist. I don't necessarily buy into what individuals are saying. I'm just saying if we're going to use examples, let's put the blame where it should be. Let's put the responsibility where it should be. It's not somebody coming in to screw over their insurance company because they're in pain. And the insurance company is going to pass on that cost to all of us. So the real scam, from my perspective, and I fully acknowledge that I could be monumentally wrong here, is that you want to call it a scam in that there's a conspiracy amongst the medical community to scam the insurance community out of as much money as they can. And my view is that it's a scam in the sense that we've convinced people that healthcare needs to be expensive and that it's not something that people should have access to. And if we just point to this is the scam, the true scam is when we make it so that there are people who are dying for treatable things. Because the person who goes in to get their flu shot protects you and me too.
Of course.
And it helps us to have a healthier society. It's not 10 gallons of milk. And by the way, there are people who need probably 10 gallons of milk. They have way more kids than I'm ever going to have. I'm never going to have kids. And once upon a time, I had this notion of, why the hell should my tax dollars go to somebody else's kids going through school?
Yeah, but that's not what I'm saying.
But they should go to that because those kids are part of my community. They're going to be the ones that are working. They're going to be the ones that are curing whatever cancer I end up with in 20 years. It's worth it, even though I don't have kids, to provide and contribute to the society that I benefit from, which I don't think you deny.
I don't deny that at all.
That was me preaching. That's something I don't think he denies.
Right. So we shouldn't knock straw men here. The scam of healthcare.
Hold my beer.
The scam of healthcare, at least Obamacare, was a scam between the government and the insurance companies against the American people. And here's what I mean. Obama went to the healthcare companies, which he knew would oppose Obamacare because it involved greater federal control. And Obama basically said, listen, guys, I'm going to give you the greatest profit windfall in your history. Why? I'm going to force every living American to buy health insurance. It's not optional. It's kind of like if I were to force every American to buy broccoli. The broccoli industry would be orgasmic with delight. So you are going to be making money hand and foot because there are a lot of people, young people particularly, who may not even need insurance. They're perfectly healthy. They can make a decision for themselves about whether they want it and what kind of insurance they want. I'm going to shove it down their throat whether they want to or not. In exchange for this profit windfall, I want you to lobby for Obamacare. I want you to fund my campaign. So we will go into this together. And so all the insurance companies, if you notice, were all for Obamacare, running ads for Obamacare. Why? Because Obamacare was a scam perpetrated between the government and the industry, not the first time in history, by the way, on the American people. That's point one. Point two, the vast majority of our healthcare budget goes on older people. Not surprisingly, that's when you need the most healthcare. But that's when your root canal example completely breaks down. Because anybody who is in the healthcare industry or works in a hospice or even works in a hospital as a nurse dealing with old people recognizes that we have a massive problem in our society, and it may be more unique to Western society, of loneliness. Loneliness. Old people, by and large, don't live with their kids. They don't see their grandkids. So because of loneliness, healthcare becomes a form of counseling, of therapy. I need this, I need that.
So first of all, I'm in favor of counseling and therapy, especially for the elderly.
No, but I'm just saying it is an empirical fact, and you're all about empirical facts in the world. It's an empirical fact that the demand for healthcare in the elderly community is huge. And a lot of it, and some of us may know this from personal example, that people like to see the doctor because because the doctor is, first of all, one of the few people who takes a direct personal interest in them, will spend by and large as much time as they want with the doctor because he's billing.
I get it.
So all I'm getting at is this: it's not like a root canal. You and I hate to see the doctor, we hate to see the dentist, we would never go for any reason other than we are being dragged there by our spouse or whatever. But I'm saying there are lots of people who like going to the doctor, who like to actually discuss their ailments, who think they have more ailments than they actually have.
If you can show, if you can show that this is a significant contributor to healthcare prices, I'll buy you a steak dinner.
Okay. If I can show you, okay.
I think that it's good to end on that. That's a good deal.
Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
Thank you.
I went to the Ripley Aquarium today. You guys been to there here in Toronto? My wife and I go to lots of aquariums, and we enjoy them. And it prompted a lot of questions that I thought might get us to talk a little bit more about evolution, about the public understanding of evolution, and what the roadblocks to that understanding might be, if that's...
Great. I'm glad you say aquariums, not aquaria, by the way, here. We're speaking English, not Latin here.
Oh, see, and I could steal a joke from Judah Friedlander right now, but I won't, about English. I keep missing my thing. So we were at the Ripley Aquariums, and we, of course, saw many wonderful animals there. And if that, for my wife and I, prompts a discussion about what we used to believe, or whether or not, because I can't recall if I always accepted. I know I was taught about evolution in school, but I can't recall if I always accepted it. It seemed to always be colored with this idea that there was a God in there monkeying around somewhere. Is there any realistic probability that any thinking agent could have been monkeying around in the process based on what we know at this point?
No. I have to be careful here because I was once being interviewed on television by a dreadful man whose name has mercifully escaped me. And I didn't realize that he was a sort of plant for intelligent design. And he asked me whether I could think of any what's the best scenario I could think of for life on this planet being intelligently designed. And so I thought, well, I'll give him the best shot, which is directed panspermia, the idea that Francis Crick and Leslie Orgel put out, which was that some alien civilization in a distant planet wanted to preserve their form of life. Perhaps they were going extinct or something of that sort. So they put bacteria of their form of life in the nose cone of a spaceship and sent it off into space, and it landed here and started life here. Now, I said, of course, I don't for a moment believe that, but you've asked me what's the best possibility for life to be designed in this by an alien. And he said, wait a minute. Richard Dawkins believes in little green men. And this has dogged me ever since. And I regularly get on Twitter, this is the guy who believes in aliens seeding life on this planet and so on.
This is something we've spoken about before, where it seems that there are some people who are going to either intentionally misunderstand or misrepresent what you've said, what anybody said, or they are so horribly confused that they don't seem to understand the basics of the English language. Now, I know that many of them are from the United States, and we've kind of butchered the English language. But as I walked around the aquariums today, and I made that note too, that there were multiples. My wife mentioned something to me that you see just at the aquariums a broad diversity of life. And I can understand how someone who hasn't been trained and taught about natural selection and the process and the length of time involved could look at this and just say, I give up. I don't understand. It has to be magic. Somebody has to have done it. We should be teaching this. I know there are schools in the United States that don't, even though they're supposed to. Apart from just saying this needs to be the curriculum, what can we as a community do to encourage the sort of teaching and training on evolutionary theory that we need?
I think I give up is actually quite a respectable response, because it is astounding how complicated life is and how beautiful it is, how diverse it is, and how it looks designed. And so I could well imagine people saying, I give up. However, to say it must have been created, I mean, that's just illogical, because it's no more easy to explain the origin of a creator than it is to explain the origin of the complexity of life itself. It's a total and complete non-explanation. So before Darwin came along, it would have been perfectly respectable to say, I give up. It's incredibly complicated. There must be an explanation, but I can't think of it. And then Darwin came along and did think of it. But to say, therefore, it must have been designed is a total and complete cop-out. It doesn't explain anything.
It's actually contradictory. If you say, I give up, it must have been designed, then you haven't given up.
Yeah.
You've offered an explanation.
Exactly.
And you don't even care if it's true.
Exactly. So you asked me, what can we do to teach it? Well, you can write lots of books, as I've done. But then, of course, they've got to read them, and which is more of a problem. You can do television, I suppose. I've done a bit of that as well. It is very difficult to get across. I mean, one of the problems is the sheer time involved. Nobody can grasp the immensity of time that geology allows, in which evolution has happened. It is absolutely colossal. And so all our intuitions about the rate at which evolution might go let us down. We can't really understand how you could go from one species to another, let alone from a microbe to mammalian life. So getting across the sheer time scale is one thing. And there are various analogies, you're probably familiar with them, lots of them. One that I rather like is the one where you stretch your arm out. I didn't invent this, somebody else did. And you say the middle of your throat, the middle of my tie here, is the origin of life. And the tip of my finger is the present. And the time involved, you've got, the dinosaurs didn't come until about there. So way near the present. The Homo sapiens arrived at about my fingernail there. And the whole of human history, the whole of recorded history, the Egyptians and the Babylonians and the Persians and the Jews and the Greeks and the Romans, and all of human recorded history flies away in the dust from one stroke of the nail file. So we're accustomed to thinking of human history as long. We think in the mists of time back to the ancient Greeks, back to the ancient Egyptians. We think so long ago. It's nothing. It's just, as somebody else said, it's just before the stroke of midnight on the clock face of the geological time.
Yeah, there's a couple difficulties there. Not only our inability to properly grasp the timescales, but also our ego and our sense of self-importance. And how it seems strange that everything we know about humans could vanish in that analogous
yes.
stroke of a nail.
I mean, another analogy, I can't remember, it might have been Mark Twain who suggested the layer of paint on top of the Eiffel Tower. That's humanity. But the timescale involved is one thing. Another point you have to get across is that it is not chance. There are an awful lot of people who think they can simply dismiss evolution because it's a theory of chance. Well, any fool can see it can't possibly be a theory of chance. I mean, chance couldn't possibly give rise to the beauty, the elegance, the sheer designedness, the apparent designedness of living things. It cannot be that. The whole enterprise is to get away from random chance and to substitute something else. And Darwinian natural selection is the only substitute that has ever been proposed that could work.
The idea that there maybe there's chance involved in when and how a mutation occurs, or there may be chance involved in which weather storm might separate someone. But in the broad scheme, this is physical law acting on matter, following, not prescribed by an intelligence, but following the natural order.
Yes, there has to be chance, of course, in mutation and the weather and things like that. But the driving force towards the illusion of design, the beauty of the design of an eye or a wing or a foot or a heart, and the diversity of life, the driving force is non-random natural selection.
And I always wanted to ask you, there are people who grasp things more clearly at different ages. And I know young kids who are thrilled to learn good science and are fascinated with dinosaurs. And Darwinian natural selection just makes sense to them. It's like the first time you hear it, it's, well, of course that's the case. For others, it seems to be a little more difficult, either based on their upbringing, I don't know what all the factors might be. But when you see a fish that is demonstrating amphibian-like qualities, it's coming up onto land and it has flippers that are close to fin, there are people, or close to feet, there are people who would look at that and say, wow, I get it, I get how
yes,
this...
Yeah.
And there are others, like one of my wife's relatives, looked at an example of that. One of my relatives would do this too, so I'm not just beating up on her family. But she looked at this and she said, isn't it wonderful what God can create?
Yeah. Those fish are lovely because they're doing much more recently. They've re-evolved what our ancient ancestors did in the Devonian era. And so they come out of the water, they walk around, they jump, they even climb trees. It's wonderful to see these fish. They have various names like frogfish and things like that.
But I always just presume that you, as a young boy, just immediately got this.
No, I didn't. I think it was my father who first explained natural selection to me, and I understood it, but I didn't think it was a big enough theory to account for the elegance of life. It was only later that I apprehended that.
And it's going to be a different answer for everybody, but do you know what it was that made the change in you from, okay, that's interesting, I don't quite get it, to, oh my gosh, this is a profound statement that people aren't grasping?
I don't remember that, but it is a profound statement, and it has to be in a way because it took so long for humanity to get it. I mean, it took till the middle of the 19th century, and I've always been baffled by why, in a way, people like Newton and Hume and Aristotle didn't get it, because it is actually a very simple idea. It's not like relativity or quantum theory. It's not profoundly difficult, but it's, I suppose, profoundly counterintuitive. I think, as you've suggested, Matt, it's kind of, you almost can't believe that something so complicated and beautiful as life could possibly come into being by such a simple idea as the non-random survival of random variation. So I think that may be why it took until the middle of the 19th century for Darwin and Wallace independently to get it. And I expect they had resistance to it when they first thought of it.
And how fortunate are we that it's become sufficiently understood that now school children can, grasp this and have a good understanding of it. I think one of the reasons it seems so strange to me, I agree with you, that it seems like someone should have thought of this earlier, because we had domesticated animals, we domesticated crops,
yes.
We had been doing the things that nature does.
Exactly, and this was one of the main points Darwin made. Darwin used domesticated animals as his sort of introductory argument. He said, look at how powerful selection is, look at how we've managed to change rock doves into all the various breeds of pigeons, look how we managed to change flowers, wild roses into domestic roses. Wolves have become dogs of all these different breeds that are totally unlike wolves, and yet they've been transformed from the wolf in just a matter of centuries. So what Darwin did was say, look what can be done by artificial selection. Now all you need do is that mental flip that says, you don't need a breeder, you don't need a human breeder to come along and choose the dogs to breed from. Nature will do that for you. So the power of artificial selection is harnessed in a slightly different way by nature, and nature is the breeder that produces all of life.
There's a confusing array of creationist models. There are the people who think that the world was created in 7 literal days and that these represent ages. I can understand the people who, I don't understand why they think the Earth is 6,000 to 10,000 years old now. That's an untenable position. But if that's what they believe, I can understand why understanding evolution would be more difficult for them, because they don't even accept that that time is there. But I'm more baffled by the apologists and creationists who think, oh, of course, the universe is 13.7 billion years old, the Earth's 4.5 billion, but that's still not enough time when we have the evidence.
Yeah, there are people like that. There was a nice story told by J.B.S. Haldane, the great British geneticist, one of the founders of the neo-Darwinian synthesis. And after a lecture, a lady stood up and asked him a question and put exactly this point. She said, Professor Haldane, I simply can't believe that there's been enough time, even given billions of years, to go from a single-celled ancestor to something like me, a multicellular creature, trillions of cells with the heart and lungs and brain and kidneys and bones and things. Just doesn't make sense. Madam, you did it yourself, and it only took you 9 months. To which, of course, she could have retorted, yes, but that in that 9 months the process was supervised by DNA, or she would have called it genes in those days. And that, of course, is correct. And what evolution does, what natural selection does, is to choose those genes that supervise the embryological process that does that amazing trick in 9 months.
So in this process, one of the key aspects that we come up against is transitional forms, and people have different views of what that means. So a creationist might say, oh, you haven't found any transitional forms, or you haven't found a missing link. And for years, when I'm asked this question on the show, well, first of all, I point out that that you're calling into the atheist experience, and I'm not a biologist, and if you maybe you're talking to the wrong guy about this. But I had always responded that everything is a transitional form, that all of us are a transition between our ancestors and our progeny. And this, I don't know that this has the impact on others that it had on me, because they seem to be looking at it backwards. Backwards, it's a little easier to say, oh, this is clearly a transition.
Yes, I mean, everything is potentially a transition. Not everything actually is, but potentially it is. Michael Shermer makes rather a nice point, which is that when there's a gap in the fossil record, which there is in quite a number of places, because fossilization is quite a rare event, so that we have this gap, and they say, there's a gap. And then somebody finds a fossil right in the middle of the gap, which is a transitional form. Now we've got 2 gaps.
And then they told 2 friends, and they told 2 friends, and so on. It's interesting to me that so much emphasis, I think, as people were battling against this idea in the modern era, because we're trying to teach it in schools, and of course there are religious people objecting, this idea of a missing link kept coming up.
Well, the missing link was in Victorian times, that meant the missing link between apes and humans, and there were no fossils, no hominid fossils in Darwin's time. Darwin looked at the modern anatomy of chimpanzees and gorillas and correctly inferred that we are African apes, that we evolved in Africa. And since that time, of course, there have been lots and lots of fossils discovered in South Africa, in East Africa, and even North Africa. So we have lots and lots of links. They're not missing anymore. They're missing on the chimpanzee side of the divide, because you have a common ancestor which lived about 6 million years ago, and then it branched and went down one side towards chimpanzees and bonobos, which branched again there, and then the other side went down to humans. And we've got plenty of fossils down the human line, so there's no dearth of links there. They're no longer missing. There aren't any fossils down the chimpanzee line, and that's regrettable. It may be because they're forest dwellers and it's more difficult to fossilize in forest conditions. But there are plenty of missing links, no longer missing.
But you can't know. You weren't there.
Yeah. Yes. How do you deal with that kind of thing? Yes, of course. And one analogy that I like to use to that is to say a detective comes upon the scene of a crime after it's been committed, more or less by definition, and works out what happened. Sherlock Holmes, Hercule Poirot. They look at fingerprints, they look at footprints, they look at all the cues that are available around, there's a window open or the window closed or whatever it might be, and you work out what happened by looking at the clues. That's sort of what we do. But the difference is, whereas Sherlock Holmes or Hercule Poirot had a limited number of clues, we have millions and millions and millions of clues. We have fossils, we have the geographical distribution of animals and plants on islands and continents of the world. They're distributed in exactly the places they should be distributed if evolution had taken place. We look at fossils, we look at comparative molecular sequencing. You can sequence the DNA or the proteins of any creature you like, animal or plant, and you can find genes that are clearly the same gene, but with differences in the details. And so you can literally count the number of discrepancies between a human and a possum, or a human and a beetle. It doesn't matter what it is. You can find a gene where it's obviously the same gene, and you can literally count the number of letter discrepancies between them. And you plot it all out, and you find a beautiful hierarchical tree, a beautiful pedigree. It's got to be a pedigree. And so that's what you can do with molecular data. That's sort of what Darwin himself was able to do with bones and comparative anatomy. And that's persuasive enough, goodness knows. But with molecules, it's even more persuasive. So you don't have to have been there. I mean, the evidence is just mountainously high.
I think this ties back a lot into different views of knowledge, where when it's convenient, they would like there to be certainty. And I'm always happy to point out that they believe in Jesus, and they weren't there when he was crucified as well. So clearly, we can infer some things and come to reasonable conclusions. When we talk about science, it's a couple of the beautiful things about science is that it's self-correcting, and yet the creationists will just constantly point to, oh, here's an anomaly, here's an error, here's a mistake, here's a hoax, as if they could disprove evolution and all of a sudden their creation model wins. And to me, it was, even if we find out tomorrow that everything we understood about natural selection were wrong, that still wouldn't lend any credence to it.
That's right. No, I mean, you have two hypotheses, A and B, and A has a lot going for it, and B has nothing whatever going for it. So, and then you find a single slight discrepancy. Something went wrong with A, as you say, a hoax, Piltdown man, whatever it is. Right, that's it for A. Must be B. And that's the level of logic we have to deal with.
Oh, you have an alibi. Oh, the butler did it then. Yes, we're done.
Exactly, yes, exactly.
So one of the aspects of this is that we have a model that is testable and a model that makes predictions. For example, we predicted, based on all of our understanding, where to go dig in order to find something like Tiktaalik. What, and this is, you can feel free to make a face and scoff because it's what I did when I thought of the question. What would creationists have to do, potentially, to turn their proposition into a testable claim at all?
I cannot think of what they could do, unfortunately. It would be nice if can you think of anything? I mean,
no, that's...
Yeah.
I'm asking you.
I mean, they can up the ante on finding difficulties for evolution. I mean, Darwin wrote a chapter in The Origin of Species called Organs of Extreme Complexity, and he took things like the eye and the heart, and he showed how, although on the face of it, it seems almost too difficult to explain, nevertheless you can explain it. You don't actually need to. I mean, if somebody comes to me and says, I bet you can't explain the elbow joint of the lesser spotted weasel frog. And I'd say, well, actually, I've never heard of the lesser spotted weasel frog, and so I can't explain it. Right, that's it. You can't explain it. God must have done it. The proper answer is no, I don't know how to explain that, but let's do a bit of research on it. Let's go to work on it. Let's examine. Let's go and find some weasel frogs and examine them and dissect them and see how they behave, and we'll see if we can do it. But even if we fail, that doesn't mean that the alternative theory B is the right one. It could be that we just aren't clever enough to think of the alternative. I've satirized the argument as the argument from personal incredulity. You say, I can't understand how this could have happened, therefore God must have done it. But that's the negative thing. That's trying to find flaws in evolution. You've asked me what testable hypothesis could they put forward? What experiment could they do, say? I used to think that something like God coming down out of the clouds and bellowing in a great, loud Paul Robeson voice, I created everything. That would be moderately convincing, but I still... I still would actually fall back on Hume on miracles and say, isn't it actually more probable that I'm hallucinating or being hoaxed by some clever conjurer like that? Perhaps an alien conjurer from outer space.
Yeah. This is, technology sufficiently advanced is indistinguishable from magic. How the hell can I tell the difference? And this is why I changed the answer I gave about what would change my mind to I have no idea.
Yes, quite.
But if there is a God, he knows, and he hasn't done it, so the hell with him.
Mm.
But the God voice, maybe if he just said, I created the platypus, because that's a confusing creature for many people.
Well, when the first platypus was sent to London for examination, it was thought to be a hoax. It was thought to be somebody stitched together a duck's bill and
P.T. Barnum created the platypus right after the Fiji mermaid.
Yeah.
I'm going to shift topics just a little bit, because we talked before about the world we're living in, about the information that people get and how it is almost being curated for them by social media, that you get spoon-fed things. But I want to touch on a different aspect of this, and that is reaching conclusions based on headlines only.
Oh, yeah.
Have you seen what... Not only do we live in a world where headlines are already sensationalized to draw your attention, but I find over and over again, people will read the headline and not the article, not the content, certainly not any references, and just broadcast on social media.
They do, that's right, and I think this is one of the reasons why science has a problem, a public relations problem, because so often a headline will appear in a tabloid newspaper which will say something like, X causes cancer, scientists show. And then next week, the same X cures cancer, scientists show. And so the headlines obviously contradict each other, but the details may not. It could be that X both causes and cures cancer. Maybe it has a U-shaped dose-response curve, so that if you're plotting the effect of the amount of X there and the effect on cancer there, there's a U-shaped curve, and if you're on that part of the U, it has a positive effect on cancer. That part of the curve, it has a negative effect, and so it does both cause and cure. The contradictory headlines, though, will lead people to say, oh, well, scientists just contradict themselves, so we can't believe science anymore. And that's very sad. And I think that obviously journalists bear some blame for that, but also scientists who not publish, but announce their results prematurely and in a sort of half-baked way, so that it's almost meat and drink to journalists wishing to pick up the story. So I think that is a serious problem, and scientists need to think about how to handle that.
I think there's so much concern that people don't value science and people aren't sufficiently science educated that some scientists are like, oh, we need to get this out here and let's do it in a way that's exciting. So I've seen headlines that science has proved that we are living in a simulation, and then recently that we are not living in a simulation. And if you actually dig in on what the papers say, they say neither of those. Just this week, even a day or so ago, getting outside the realm of science, I saw a headline that was, Pope allows debates on married priests. And people read the headline and their immediate assumption is, oh, the Catholic Church, maybe they're coming around and they're going to allow priests to marry. And that has absolutely nothing to do with what was being discussed. This has happened several times before, that the Episcopalian priests who were married, the Catholic Church would like to lure them in to be priests and allow them to stay married. They just can't have sex anymore.
Not with women anyway.
Yeah, depending on how long you've been married, maybe it's not a problem. I don't know. But this is a marketing strategy. This is, hey, the Catholic Church is losing out to Protestants in the Amazon region. We're not really going to change Catholicism, but we'll change parts of Catholicism in the Amazon region just so that we can reach more people.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
But they're not coming around. They're not coming around on sex at all.
No. So the headline is misleading. Quite right. Yes.
I wish they would come around on sex.
Yes.
That's not just funny. I find it bizarre that this one particular church has perhaps more sexual hang-ups than any other. They're going to prohibit the very thing that one would argue perhaps makes us human, the desires that we have, the interaction, the stuff that has produced who we are. Nope, can't have anything to do with that.
Yeah.
While they hide rapists.
Yeah.
I think they have a duty to do better, but sermon over for this. Something happened today that we spoke about briefly. I found out the news, and we don't have a lot of information, but there were a couple of questions that I had where I wanted to get your perspective. For those who aren't aware, just outside of San Antonio today, in a small town, someone pulled out an automatic weapon and killed 27 people in a Baptist church, the First Baptist Church of this town. We don't yet know what the motivation is. The individual who did this was killed. Hypothetically, if we were to discover that this was some prominent member of a local atheist community who had decided to target a church, how would you respond to this shooting?
These things are so appalling. I don't think I want to get into hypotheticals like that. I think we don't know what happened. And my immediate reaction is to be obviously horrified, and to feel this person is surely going to be insane, and every country has its lunatics, and the difference is that in the United States there are so many guns around that lunatics can get hold of guns. And so I almost don't want to ask what the motive is, because I don't think such an appalling act has a thing you could call a motive anyway. This is just a nut who has managed to get hold of a gun, and it's going to go on and on happening as long as guns are so readily available in the United States. And so I think the only lesson I would wish to draw from it is, for goodness sake, United States, sort out your gun problem.
I think it's like a vivid candle. Like, you know, you see something, you see a
And I certainly echo a great deal of the sentiment there. The reason I was kind of hoping to get to a hypothetical is because invariably we don't tend to find that this is the case. And there's everything inside of me wants to say, oh yeah, that's such an unlikely possibility that we just shouldn't even bother with it. But I would like to think that the broader secular humanist community would very quickly and easily just denounce all forms of violence and violence threats along these lines to show that we're in a different headspace than, for example, if it was a rival church or something along those lines. You may be correct about whether or not he was, or what his mental capabilities were. But the reason it struck me was I had a debate, with the debate that we spoke about the other night. The preacher who knows nothing about evolution was talking about banging sticks and rocks together to get puppies. And he's reported that since the debate's been posted, he's received death threats and violence threats. And I immediately posted on Facebook a statement saying that, if it's anybody who's a fan or a follower of mine, go the fuck away. You are part of the problem. I don't need you. I don't want you advocating for violence and other stuff. I'm not sure I believe his claim, but I wanted to make a distinction between how we are going to respond to violent acts, because there's nothing within atheism or secularism. There's no ideology that would encourage someone to.
No, of course not. I mean, that's absolutely right. And if it was a follower of ISIS, then we could say he probably isn't insane. I mean, if it was a follower of ISIS doing something like this, then it's done because he thinks it's the righteous thing to do. He thinks he's doing the will of his God. He thinks he's going to earn a place in heaven, in paradise, because he has slain some infidels and gone to a martyr's heaven or whatever it is. So there is a perfectly logical progression going from certain kinds of religious belief to these horrible acts of mass murder. There simply is not a logical progression that goes from atheism to doing any such thing. And so if it incidentally happened to be somebody whose philosophical position, insofar as such a person could have a philosophical position, was atheism, it would be utterly irrelevant. This will just be a sick individual who has a gun. So that, although it's possible to formulate a logical progression from religious belief of a certain kind to violent murder, there is no logical progression that goes from atheism to violent murder. How could there be?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I've got one more question topic I want to hit real quick. So for those of you who had questions, if you can quietly, without disturbing people, start moving out to there. We'll get to questions pretty soon. But I've heard that you're working on another book. And I know that everybody here will want to hear about it.
Okay. I've started work on a book which my tentative title is Atheism for Children. No. I rather suspect that it may not end up with that title. It will be that content, but it may not be that title. The word children is a problem because many children prefer not to be called children, especially as this is actually aimed at kind of 12, 13, 14-year-olds, so it's more like atheism for young adults, atheism for teenagers. I don't want it to sound as though it's indoctrinating, which would be another reason not to call it that. Another suggestion that I've had made to me is, Mum, I think I'm an atheist. Anyway, I've written about 5 chapters in a very tentative draft, and the first one is about how many, many gods there are, and so it's not clear why the particular god that the child has been brought up in is the right one. And then there's quite a lot on evolution, because I think that's one of them. I mean, the lure of creationism is quite strong. There's one on the good book and how utterly appalling it actually is, how dreadful. And I've said before that the God of the Old Testament is the most unpleasant character in all fiction. And so it documents that. I plan a chapter on miracles, perhaps a chapter on prayer, a chapter on why we don't need God to be good. And it'll be illustrated. It'll be rather along the same lines as the children's book I wrote a few years ago called The Magic of Reality. It'll be the same style as that, but more of a kind of young person's version of the God delusion.
And it wasn't clear about this, and I will catch heat for this later. So the microphones are set up. We want people to line up on the outside so we're not blocking anybody's view, and then one at a time we'll have you walk up to either microphone. I'm assuming that the chapter on miracles is a look into miraculous claims and not just like a list of actual miracles, because that would be a very short chapter.
Yes. Sure, yes.
Perhaps just, miracles, and then just say none known, next chapter.
That'd be good, yeah.
I find that interesting, both the topic and the target, and I'm glad that you pointed out that this is something very different from indoctrination. This is about giving material to people who are coming of age and realizing they don't believe the things that other people believe or that they've been taught. I recall I was a believer for way too many years. Almost embarrassing how long it took me to figure this shit out. But everybody finds it in their own time, and so I keep running across young people, teenagers.
Yeah.
And they're facing, hey, how do I tell my family, or should I tell my family, and how do I deal with my family? Should I do a big coming out thing, or should this be more organic? And I'm always just impressed that they've put way more thought into this at an earlier age than I ever did. I was so busy focusing on what the church wanted me to do and being in an insulated environment where, I'd never heard of Thomas Paine. I didn't know that much about, the science you were taught in school, sure, but beyond that, I'm just impressed at the way the world is changing thanks to you, thanks to the various media outlets, thanks to the internet, where I don't know if we have more young atheists than ever, but it certainly feels that way.
Well, I think we do in America and in Western Europe. I wish I could say the same of the Islamic world. I think things are even moving in the right direction there. I'm rather fond of quoting the fact that there's a bootleg copy of The God Delusion in Arabic, which for which I get no royalties. And it's downloadable as a PDF. And what's rather nice is that it has been downloaded 13 million times.
I think if it's downloaded 1 million more times, it will be as worn as a Grateful Dead concert recording. But can we have the house lights up just a little bit so we can maybe see the folks on the microphones a little bit? We'll start on this side. Whoever's at the front, come on over, state your name if you're comfortable with that, and ask your question.
Okay, it works.
It works.
Oh, okay. Hi, Professor Richard. Just because you just mentioned about the God Delusion in Arabic, I was living in the Middle East, and my friend got a copy of the God Delusion. His name was Muhammad, and he was one of the biggest reasons why I'm atheist today. And it's just phenomenal to just believe how your impact just would reach all the way to the other side of the world with your book.
Which country is that?
Well, we live in Qatar, so.
I'm going to Qatar in a couple of months' time.
Oh.
Yeah.
I was wishing to get a copy of your signing the God Delusion to bring it to him.
So you have a friend called Mohammed, and he told. I didn't quite get the full story.
So my friend, his name is Mohammed, and he read the book called God Delusion, and basically from that book he got basically it was the basis for him to convert to atheism.
Yeah.
And, it was big influence on my ideas.
Did he read it in English or Arabic?
I believe he read it in English, actually.
Okay. Well, that's very good to hear. Thank you very much.
Yeah. I wanted to ask a question. I know
Yes,
I
please,
said
go
a
ahead.
paragraph in the beginning.
Yeah.
I'm about to hang up, but you're so nice. Just go ahead and do the question.
I guess I've asked Sir Sam Harris in the previous event about free will, because I don't believe in free will and he doesn't believe in it either, and it sort of put me in a place where I feel like depressed about life in a way, that I feel like I don't have control over my ability to change my life, because my genetics are sort of determines everything that is gonna happen to my life. So it feels like there's like little to do with how much I can change about my life if my IQ is constant and my genetics are also sort of.
So what's your question?
My question is, I guess I'm questioning how, I guess, your views on free will and how genetics affect people's ability to sort of control their life.
I hate the free will question. I usually resort to Christopher Hitchens' answer to the question, do you have free will? Christopher Hitchens' answer to the question, do you have free will? I have no choice. I don't think you should feel distressed about it. I mean, I think that probably the consensus of scientists today would be, yes, everything we do is determined. No need to drag genes in, by the way. I mean, that genes are no more deterministic than anything else. I mean, just any sort of antecedent physical cause may determine, does determine what you do. But the illusion of free will is so powerful that you live your life as though you have free will. We all do. So cheer up.
And I will, I'll throw in a quick addendum that I am a compatibilist a la Dennett, and Sam Harris and I were arguing free will the other night, and I'm sure we will again. And when we come to some sort of agreement that I think will benefit other people, maybe he'll share that. Yes, sir.
Hi, Professor Dawkins. Thank you for a lifetime of everything. I just want you to complete the punchline to my favorite joke ever. Are you ready? Why are there so many old people in church?
You've read my quotation. It was an Australian friend who asked this question, why are there so many old people in church? And his answer was, cramming for the final?
Oh, that wasn't the question?
No.
You're cheating.
This has been 11, so you took forever. I'm going to be real quick. This has been 11, and I really want to start a bit of a fight. I've seen you on your atheist experience, aren't really convinced in the design of evolution, that a polar bear is designed for its niche in that environment. I've seen you argue against that.
Sorry, who are you talking to?
An atheist, to Matt, and I want you to convince him that design is
I have
real.
no idea what you're talking about.
I've seen you hang up on people, say it's not designed, it's not, and...
No, it's not designed. If by design you are talking about an intentional going forward with a purpose.
It doesn't have to be intentional. It can be designed.
This is
design
semantic.
is intentional. No. Here's the thing. This is really easy. Design is intentional. The appearance of design need not be.
Do you agree with that, Richard?
Well, I think what you're thinking of is that Dan Dennett has redefined the word design to include unconscious design, and so it's just semantics. You can define design as being deliberate, intentional design, or you can define design as looking as though it's been designed in that sense, beautifully arranged so that everything works. Dennett's definition is that, and he wants us to all change our usage, our meaning of the word design, and that is a semantic thing. Words are our servants, not our master.
Yeah, we just don't disagree on this at all, and we don't disagree on the fact that we don't need to be prescriptivists with language as long as we're communicating a topic. Yes, from this side, please.
Hello, thank you both for coming, and out.
Yeah.
My question is regarding several days ago we had festivities for Halloween. My friend went as Gaddafi, and I thought that was pretty scary, but the scariest thing, in my opinion, is alienation in society, best described with the scream of Edward Munch. And I ask you, Richard and Matt, to comment whether, as scientists, we are alienating ourselves. I mean, my family is more concerned with whether I earn a living than whether I fulfill my happiness of botany. And Pythagoras was in a ancient civilization where they were looked at as elite and away from and separate from and distinct from society. And I believe that when I introduce myself, describe what I do, I like to introduce myself as a naturalist. I study nature. That's what I'm passionate about. And by describing myself as a scientist, I believe I alienate myself from them because they don't understand what a scientist is.
It's not sexy and lauded the way it used to be, is kind of what you're saying?
Yeah.
Well, that's their problem. I mean, you're doing the right thing.
Thank
you.
Yeah.
Okay, this is a question for Professor Dawkins. You have an amazing video that's on YouTube that's been around for decades, I imagine. It's about how the eye has been able to evolve. And until I've seen that video, I did not comprehend how it's possible for that to happen. And I understand now how the eye could evolve. But now I have another question regards metamorphosis. That seems like such an unbelievable type of process for an egg to form into a caterpillar. That caterpillar wraps itself up in a cocoon, liquefies, and comes out like a beautiful angel with wings. Can you give us any kind of insight into how evolution can have done that?
Ladies and gentlemen, the argument from personal incredulity. The lesser spotted weasel frog.
Which, by the way, you just made up that name, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a,
I was going to go back to my amphibian.
Okay, I mean, it is a very, very beautiful problem. Thank you for bringing it up. I mean, a caterpillar and a butterfly are two totally different kinds of animal, but they have the same genome, and one turns into the other. And as you say, I mean, the caterpillar feeds on plants, and it's an eating machine. It's a machine for building up the sheer amount of goods, the amount of stuff in the caterpillar. And then the caterpillar more or less dissolves internally and uses the material that is built up in all this eating of plants, uses the material to build a butterfly or a moth, which is purely almost entirely a nectar feeding machine, and the nectar is just aviation fuel. It's a winged carrier of gametes, of sperms or eggs. And so it's the reproductive phase. And as you say, it is a very strange thing that's happened, that natural selection could favor using the same genome two entirely different ways of life. A vegetarian feeding machine, and then an aerial nectar-eating reproduction machine. It's happened. Natural selection works on the same genes or different genes to produce these two different ways of life. I don't think I can do anything really to dispel your natural incredulity. I prefer to call it wonder. It is wonderful. And it's a very extreme example, and I love it. I mean, but I don't think I can really answer your incredulity. Yeah.
I've always kind of wondered about that as well. You know, nature's found a number of different solutions to different problems, and when you look at the egg to larva, is it that is that process with the chrysalis and the butterfly, is it really that much different than other methods, or are we seeing a strange line where the early stage actually does some function, And the later stage doesn't.
Yes, I mean, it's less extreme in other creatures where the animal, I mean, you have to grow from an egg to an adult, and so you go through a number of stages. The thing that's special about caterpillars is that they go out into the world, and they live a life as a vegetarian. They do a completely different kind of ecology from the, they behave like an adult.
So it'd be different from, far different from maggots to flies, even
Well,
though they're in the world.
not that different actually, but a kind of more extreme, I suppose. I mean, there are some rather remarkable, axolotls a good example, where the larval stage, I mean, as you know, tadpoles have a different way of life from frogs, and in axolotls, the tadpole stage has its own way of life, and then it becomes reproductively mature as a tadpole, and never reaches the adult stage at all, the adult salamander stage at all. And Julian Huxley brilliantly took axolotls and injected thyroid hormone in them, and managed to turn them into the salamander that nobody had ever seen. So that what happened in evolution is it used to be a tadpole which had a different way of life from the adult salamander. And then it developed sexual maturity at the tadpole stage, and simply cut off the end of the life history. There was a rather popular theory by a man called Garstang, and it may still be right, that we ourselves did that in our ancient ancestry. We are related, as you may know, to sea squirts, to tunicates. Tunicates sit on the ocean floor, and they're just sort of bags of seawater that they filter seawater. But the larva of a tunicate looks like a tadpole. And Garstang's theory was that we are descended from the larvae of tunicates, and we've cut off the sessile, sitting on the bottom of the sea, doing nothing stage of our life history.
Now we sit on the couch.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Evening, Professor Dawkins and Matt. Thanks so much for a terrific discussion.
Thank you.
I'm going to caveat this question by saying that perhaps I haven't been as attentive to your remarks on this topic as I might have been, so forgive me if it's a bit of a redundant question. But your arguments against the attacks on science from the so-called religious right are pretty well documented. But the sort of dual assault from the left, both from Islam and also the identitarian left, so the blank slatists, the gender is a social construct types. My question is, A, did you anticipate that attack coming? And B, how do we challenge it?
Well, I don't think I would make any... Yeah, it's difficult. I find the whole left-right continuum thing problematic anyway, but you're absolutely right that there is an attack on science from people who are often called left, often intellectuals in non-scientific subjects who take the view that perhaps something like opinion is more important than evidence. We're all entitled to our opinions. Everything's a social construct. Even science is a social construct. Scientists claim to be objective and to study evidence objectively and logically, but actually they're pushing some kind of political agenda. I think it is pernicious. I believe strongly in objective truth. I believe that we need to study truth and understand truth and work out what the facts of the universe are. One reason is simply that it's useful. You build planes and cars and ships and spaceships and things on scientific principles. They work. Science works. But also science is beautiful. It's actually wonderful. It's elegant, fascinating to immerse yourself in what we so far know and to work on what we don't yet know, which is also very exciting. It's an entirely worthwhile form of life, and I deplore tendencies to denigrate science and somehow make it subordinate to what I see as rather petty human concerns.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here, Professor Dawkins. Do you think that because of, for example, the abundance of certain elements in the universe and the characteristics of certain elements and the laws of physics and biochemistry, etc., if we were to find life on another planet, that it would be quite similar to life on Earth? Or do you think it could be quite different? Do you think it necessarily needs to be carbon-based? Do you think water is important to life? Do you think if life evolved on another planet, that it would be based on natural selection?
Yes, I'm fascinated by this question. I've talked to chemists about it, and the consensus seems to be, yes, it's got to be carbon. Whatever else, carbon seems to be the only element which has the necessary capacity to form these macromolecules and things that you need. So I think it's got to be carbon. The other extreme, you might say, has it got to be really similar to us? Will there be legs and eyes and wings and brains and things like that? And that's much more problematical. We do have a certain amount of very indirect evidence from life on this planet, because we see convergent evolution on this planet. We see, starting from different beginnings, lineages of evolution converging on the same endpoint. You see this spectacularly in the mammal fauna of Australia, for example. When the dinosaurs went extinct 65 million years ago, the mammals, after a while, took over. But they took over separately in various continents of the world, in Australia, in South America, in Africa, and in Eurasia, and also islands like Madagascar. The parallels that you see in these different places suggest that evolution has considerable power to push lineages in the same direction. So in Australia you have marsupial, they're all marsupials. You have marsupial flying squirrels, marsupial wolves, the Tasmanian wolf, marsupial rabbits, marsupial mice, marsupial moles. In South America, there was a similar radiation of mammals where you get convergence. And this suggests that natural selection is powerful enough to make things happen in similar ways. But on another planet, however, and you could also make an argument like something like an eye is such a useful thing to have. On any planet which has light, well, it's pretty much got to have light, there's got to be a source of energy, but where there's not a sort of thick fog, where light can travel in straight lines, then you're probably going to get eyes, and eyes have evolved so many times on this planet independently. So I think you could predict that kind of thing. But the conditions on other planets are going to be so different. The gravitational field can be much weaker or much stronger, and we already know from the laws of physics, you can predict that in a planet that has a much weaker gravitational field, the whole fabric of skeletons is going to be different. You'll have large animals built like spiders with long, thin legs. On a planet with a much stronger gravitational field, you could have mouse-sized animals built like a rhinoceros with huge, great tree trunk, well, not huge, but I mean thick tree trunk limbs. You can do a fair bit by applying knowledge of physics to predict the kind of differences that you might expect to find on different planets. As for wildly different biochemistries, I've always wanted to persuade a biochemist to come up with a completely different hypothetical biochemistry. Do we have to have DNA? Probably not. Do we have to have protein? Possibly yes, because protein has this extraordinary capacity to be catalytic for an enormous variety of chemical reactions based upon its capacity to fold itself up into three-dimensional forms, which determine its catalytic properties. So I think my prediction would be probably yes to protein, probably no to DNA, but definitely yes, I think, to something equivalent to DNA. A digital genetic system, digital because it has to be very accurate, probably one-dimensional, it could be two-dimensional, a two-dimensional matrix rather than a one-dimensional string, unlikely to be a three-dimensional gene because three-dimensional gene cannot be easily read. You can make sort of inferences like this. Would there be sex? No particular reason to think that, but it's worth talking about. Would there be nervous systems, something equivalent to a nervous system? It seems probable, but would it be neurons like we have? No reason to think so. I love this kind of speculation, but it obviously is speculation, but it can be informed speculation. Thank you very much for the question.
Thank you.
Hello. This is less about science or philosophy and more about you, Professor Dawkins. A while ago, you used to put the videos of the YouTuber Jacqueline Glenn on your website. Whatever really happened to that? You've recently stopped doing that.
Have I? I mean, it's not a conscious decision. I just don't happen to have become aware of them for some reason. So it's not a conscious decision. I think she's great.
All right, and also my most of my family is very Christian, very like Protestant. And I'm an atheist. I was wondering how I could, if you have any idea, like tips on how I kind of let them down softly.
It's difficult, isn't it? I think I'm biased in favor of the full frontal approach, but I realize it's difficult, and it depends entirely on your relationship with your family, and which of course I don't know. But good luck with it anyway.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Hi. First of all, thank you to both for coming out. You guys are huge role models. So my question is for Richard. So this is an issue that been intriguing me for the past year as a psychologist. Ever since Dr. Jordan Peterson refused to refer to students by their preferred gender pronouns. So my question, Professor Doc, in modern times, our university schools are teaching that gender is a social concept that's independent of biology, and that there can in fact many types of genders, pangender and agender, transgender, among many others. So as an evolutionary biologist, there's postmodernist.
Well, when I hear the word postmodern, I reach for my revolver. If somebody wishes to call themselves a different gender from their biological one, then that's their privilege, and I'm happy to go along with calling them that. It's a semantic issue whether they really are. I mean, you can define the sex of somebody by their chromosomes, by their genitals, by their those are the two main ways. Or you can define it by their preference, and so according to one definition, a person may be female. According to another definition, which would be the biological definition, they'd be male, or vice versa. So I don't get worked up about it.
So and I'll jump in for a minute on this, because this gets back to what we were talking about prescriptivism in language. And one of the things I push for is to make sure that we are honestly evaluating what somebody else has to say. So even the people who you may disagree with, or somebody may disagree with, who are talking about gender as a social construct, they have been pretty specific in the language that there's a distinction between gender identity, gender expression, and in no case are they denying the physical facts about biological sex. They are talking about the roles that we take in society, the language around it, the pronouns, the him, her thing, that is a construct of ours. It's not like language was handed down from a god. And so this idea that one can associate an identity with a gender construct, a norm in society, that men are this way and women are this way, which is, it's the pink and blue thing for boys and girls. Used to be reversed. And boys were pink and the girls were blue. The roles that we've developed, some of that is through the natural process of evolution, where you had the hunter-gatherers and you had the going out there and hunting, and certainly there are differences genetically and physiologically between genetic males and genetic females. But when they're talking about gender as a social construct, all they are saying is, I'm identifying with this particular role in society. I think the language is getting in the way, and the people who are equating sex and gender are being prescriptivist about language, and the people who are not equating those are saying, hey, we don't have a better way to talk about this yet, and we're working towards better ways to talk about it.
Thank you.
I have a question for both of you. I think, Matt, you've left out a little bit. Since both of you have been so enormously successful as popularizers of science, for those of us who'd like...
Well, one of us has popularized science, not me.
You know where I'm going with this a little bit. Okay, so for those of us, like myself, who would like to follow in your footsteps, what advice would you have? And wouldn't mind talking about science writing in particular. I think that I and a lot of other people would love to hear what you might have to say.
Oh, I hate the advice question. But since you ask about writing, I suppose I can try and say a little bit about that. Well, obviously, when you're writing about science or anything, you put yourself in the position of the reader, and that seems obviously enough, but many people don't. So, how could the reader misunderstand this? Read it through looking at it from the point of view of a different person. How would she misunderstand that? How would he misunderstand that? What can I do to make it clearer? I can see an obvious way in which that could be mistaken, so I'll change that word there. Read it through often and often and often, imagining yourself to be a different person. I don't like dumbing down. I prefer to, I like a quotation from Einstein, everything should be as simple as possible, but no simpler. So don't dumb down. I was once at a conference on science communication, and I was inveighing against dumbing down. And a man got up in the audience, as I thought, with a sort of warm glow in his white male heart, and said, "Don't you think dumbing down is necessary to bring women and minorities to science?" So don't dumb down, and I would even take that to the point of, don't be afraid of using the perfect English word, even if it's not a very familiar one. Dictionaries exist, and don't be. I'm never afraid of driving my reader to the dictionary.
Thank you very much.
So I'll chime in with half a moment here for an answer. My answer is pretty much the same as his, only without the book writing portion. If you had any idea how much time I spend obsessing and toiling over, I want to evaluate an argument, I want to do it fairly. So for me, the keys that I give is not so much dumbing down. Make sure you understand things, ask lots of questions, but the biggest key is to actually give a shit about what kind of world you live in. I care about people's beliefs because they inform their actions, and when I found out that I was wrong about things, I wanted to find ways of helping other people who were potentially wrong, and if it turns out that I'm still wrong, I'm open to that being exposed as well. So the same thing, whereas he's rereading it to find every way it could go wrong. This is the same thing I did, in software QA that I'm doing with logical arguments and debate. By the time I walk on a debate stage or step on the show, I have discussed this topic with myself and with several other people countless times, which is why I turn the show into a game to kind of see how quickly I can figure out where they're going. But yes.
I'm Mohammed Shaban. I think I tweet this time. Not sure if you remember me. But my question was, one of the major insights of Sir Isaac Newton was that the laws of physics could be generalized to celestial phenomena.
To what phenomena?
Celestial phenomena.
Celestial?
Yes.
Yes.
Sorry. I was wondering, when it comes to applying the same scenario to the laws of evolution and the laws of biology, many schools of thought and many thinkers, evolutionary biology thinkers, have pointed out the fact that there seems to be a lot of historical contingencies that kind of shape the pathways of evolution. For instance, if you go back to the Burgess Shale in British Columbia, and there's 25 different anatomical body plans. Out of those 25 different anatomical body plans, due to historical contingencies that have happened, only 4 have managed to survive, leave modern descendants, including the descendants of vertebrates. So I was wondering, if you actually, that kind of argument goes, if you actually rerun the evolution backwards and go back millions forward, the likelihood that it would give rise to humans would be null or zero.
What's the question?
Oh, so my question is,
yeah.
Do you think that kind of likelihood is kind of exaggerated in the sense that you wouldn't be able to generalize those evolution?
Yeah, it's very similar to the question that the woman asked earlier. The thought experiment of running evolution, starting from the beginning and then running it again and again, that was invented by Stuart Kauffman. It's a good thought experiment. He said, imagine you could rerun evolution 1,000 times. How many times would you expect to get this? How many times would you expect to get that? Sort of think statistically about the probability of getting the same. And the extreme question would be, as you say, would we get something like humans? There are those who say you would. There's a paleontologist, Simon Conway Morris, who's one of the people who's actually worked mainly on the Burgess Shale, which you refer to. Conway Morris believes that you would get humans. And he's very keen on convergent evolution, which I mentioned before. At least if not exactly humans, I mean upright walking bipeds with eyes looking forward and big brains and hands, that kind of thing. And he makes a good case, and I think you can make a good case for that. The whole poetry of the Burgess Shale, I think, has been exaggerated. I think Stephen Gould's book on it is actually a terrible book. He has this sort of, well, actually, his book is not so terrible as the people who've taken from it the wrong message. Sort of poetic message that in the Cambrian you had this sort of wild, frenzied dance of experimenting with new body plans, and since the Cambrian, the spring has dried up, and we no longer get new major phyla. You only get new lesser taxa. I've compared this argument to a gardener looking at a tree, an old tree, and saying, "Isn't it funny? This tree hasn't produced any new major big branches for years. All it produces is little twigs at the end." I mean, it's a silly argument. Of course you hadn't produced any new major branches, because major branches happen a long time ago. That's the whole point about major branches. And so what happened in the Cambrian explosion was, of course, that there was the same kind of evolution that you get today, and some of the diversity that we see in the Cambrian has survived, and others of it hasn't. So I think the poetry of the Cambrian explosion and the sort of wild, frenzied dance of evolutionary experimentation with new phyla popping up every few minutes. I'm exaggerating, of course. is not helpful. It has misled a generation of people.
We've got about 8 minutes left. I'm going to try to get to some more questions fairly quickly. We'll do our best.
Okay. What's been lovely about this evening is hearing about your thoughts and doing some of that. But one of the things I'm particularly interested in is thinking about where you are now as a thinker and where you're going. And towards that end, my question is, what are the questions that are dominating your thoughts these days on any sphere, political, social, scientific, and what questions or thoughts are helping you to unpack?
Well, I mean, I've retired now. So I'm in a way, I'm looking at science from the sidelines. I would love to see somebody solve the riddle of the origin of life. That would be fascinating, because we don't really know anything about that yet. I find the progress of molecular genetics fascinating. It's quite extraordinary how genetics has become a branch of information technology, and how it's just like computers. I love it. I don't do it myself, but I'm fascinated by it. You ask about what are occupying my thoughts in the non-scientific field. I don't know that I can answer that. I mean, I could be terribly personal, but I'm damned if I'm going to.
Yes. From this side over here.
Thank you for coming here tonight, Mr. Dawkins. You continue to be an inspiration as a budding zoologist. And I was wondering, were there any questions in zoology or evolutionary biology that you feel we've had a good or satisfactory answer to in your life?
Do you mean that I myself have?
Well, the questions that you've had that you or others in the field have done work that has produced an answer that you are happy with.
Well, I think there's, I mean, I won't speak about myself, but I think that there's great progress going on in the field of sexual selection, which hasn't been mentioned tonight. It's Darwin's other theory, and I think it's a very powerful idea to explain a great deal about life, not just peacocks and things like that, but possibly even humans. And I think it's an interesting idea that has been pushed mainly by Geoffrey Miller, that a lot of human evolution is driven by sexual selection. Darwin himself thought that, and Miller has brought it up to date. And I think the idea that, for example, the evolution of the human brain, which has been such a spectacular feature of human evolution in the last 2 or 3 million years, could the driving force have been sexual selection? Could it be that braininess is sexy, braininess is attractive? Both ways, by the way. Miller makes the point, it's pretty well got to be both ways. It's not like a peacock's tail, where the peacock that has the brilliant tail and the peahen doesn't. In the case of humans, the big brain is the same in both sexes, and so it's rather a nice thought that it might be that braininess is sexy, going both ways. So I think there's a lot of work going on in sexual selection, and I think, although I haven't been personally involved in it very much, I'd say that.
Yes. By the way, there's a soundbite there if anybody wants to grab it, where he had said "sexy" going both ways. Just in case. Hey, Matt.
Hey, Matt. How's it going? I wanted to first thanks both for coming. Like that's my place to thank you. Anyway, I wanted to ask a question that's a little bit about evolution, a little bit about atheism, because that seems to sort of be split on stage. I can't help but get over the feeling that humans just carry this terrible evolutionary baggage that drives us towards religion. Not that it's impossible to get out or that there's like, this God-shaped hole in people's hearts, but this idea that, humans on this savannah had to be afraid of a shadow because it might be a predator, basically hyperactive agency detect. I'm wondering, what are your thoughts on that? Is there really sort of an evolutionary force driving people to make the wrong decision all the time? And if so, how do you deal with that?
Well, I like the. I think the shadow theory is a good one. I think the idea that because what you don't understand, what you don't know, could be dangerous, and there's a kind of asymmetry that if you assume that it's not dangerous, then you get eaten. But so it's probably best to make the pessimistic assumption, and this generalizes to seeing agency wherever you look. So it's not enough just to see for the rain to come. There's an agent that sent it. The rain god sent it. The sun god, the rain god, the river god, and that seems to me to be plausible. That's not in itself a theory of the survival value of religion. For that, I think I prefer to think in terms of survival value of sort of psychological predispositions which might have led to religion. Are we driven to believe daft things? In a sense, I mean, I can see a case for that.
Well, we know that getting to the wrong having a wrong belief can lead to something beneficial, at least in the short term.
Yes, we know that. I mean,
and maybe in evolutionary time, religion, we're still in the short term.
I mean, we self-deceive. There's a lovely, Robert Trivers has written a book on self-deception, and there's psychological evidence that more than 50% of, everybody thinks they're in the top 50% of intelligence or driving ability or good looks or which of course can't be true, and it's arguable that natural selection has built in a kind of optimism more than it should.
There's a partial answer to this that I talked about in the past, so I won't go through the whole thing again, where I said prayer works, in the sense that if you're trapped in a cave-in and you pray, your chances of getting rescued increase, not because there's a God there, but because the act of praying may calm you down, you use less oxygen, you extend the amount of time that you can be there. So that's what I mean about a wrong idea potentially having short-term benefits. I would like to think, though I can't in any way demonstrate that it's true, but having the correct belief would not only provide that benefit, but not for the short term, for the long term. Understanding that calming down, I just don't necessarily know that psychologically knowing that if you're calm and breathe easy is enough to make you do it. I would hope so. Yeah.
Hey there. Long-time listener, first-time caller. My question's about
what?
A subjective experience and objective experience. No, a lot of our.
So you're talking extremely fast.
Sorry, a lot of our experiences are obviously subjective.
You're still talking extremely fast.
The way we observe, there's subjectivity to it. We don't see the entire truth of something. We only see parts of it because our senses are limited. Sometimes it seems that since there's so many different subjective viewpoints, that it's very difficult to ever find an objective truth, and potentially maybe impossible. I was just wondering your thoughts on that. Is empirical measurement, is it difficult given that all that we can experience is subjective?
But if that were right, wouldn't science not work? I mean, the fact is science works rather well, doesn't it?
The fact that you have a subjective experience or assessment of something doesn't change whether the something your experience is also can be evaluated objectively. This is why science relies on independent verification and repetition and these sorts of things, so that my view of truth is that truth is that which comports with reality. Now, you can fundamentally say, I have no way of ever knowing truth, and you can go down the road of hard solipsism, that I'm the only brain here, and you guys are figments of my imagination, which would make my imagination more impressive than anything I could have imagined.
Right.
But the denial of that the fact that we have subjective assessments does not mean that we cannot have a reasonable evaluation of what would be objectively real.
And what about the sort of maybe potentially quantum physical?
But that's a second question, and we're almost out of time. And also, I'm not going down any quantum paths this evening. Yes.
Hi there. Thank you for both being here. With the centenary of the Russian Revolution, well, here, having that in context, my question is there a direct link between human incapacity to live without a god and the rise of a dictatorship that aims to exploit that need?
Is there a
rise of a dictatorship in a socialist society, post-revolutionary society?
What was the correlation again with?
That aims to exploit the need to live without a god in a secular society.
I just didn't get that at all.
Yeah, I'm not sure I follow the question either. Can you just do the question one more time?
So after the Bolsheviks came to power, one of the first tenets that they used, the separation of church and state, finally in Russia, and ended up what we know as the Soviet experience now. So my question is there a need, inherent need in human society to have a god? You cannot live without God.
Is there a need to have a god?
Yes.
Yeah, I see. I don't think there is. I'm not quite sure what the link is with the Russian Revolution. I certainly don't think there's a need to have a god, because plenty of us get along very well without one.
I wonder if the purpose of the question was, correct me if I'm not paraphrasing this, but because government institutionalized atheism went so poorly,
right? Yes.
Is it the case that we then need a god to not go so poorly?
And 140 million people going along.
No. The fact that, so what happened in Russia, there's nothing about atheism that necessarily leads to any conclusion. Basically, the Russians built a new religion of the leader and this opposition to organized religion. I would rather build a society based on reason, secular humanism. I don't see how secular humanism could lead to anything like the problems that we experience there.
So is socialism the new religion?
I don't need any religion, new or old, but
you could define a religion as something that a lot of people believe in. And in that sense, both socialism and Nazism could be called religions. Or you could define a religion as a belief in supernatural, in which case those are not. But certainly, both Stalin and Hitler cultivated a kind of religion in that they more or less, I mean, Hitler had grace said to him at the beginning of meals, and Stalin had people more or less praying to him. Oh, great Joseph Stalin, we bless you for this, that, and the other. And using more or less the cadences of the Lord's Prayer. So you can, once again, it comes down to what we've been talking about before, is the flexibility of language and the fact that language is our servant, not our master. You can define a religion as an ideology that lots of people believe in and that they're prepared to die for and kill for, in which case both Nazism and socialism would count, and so would nationalism. Or you can define a religion as belief in the supernatural, in which case those are not.
Yeah. And my apologies. Thank you. This is going to be the
quick question. Quick question, Professor Dawkins. What's your favorite Nightwish song?
What? He wanted to know your favorite Nightwish song, but yeah, we don't need it. Go ahead. Last question of the evening. Thank you for waiting.
Well, I've been working to fight air pollution and global warming as my career, and it seems to me that over the last decades there's been sort of steady progress in education and so forth, until maybe I'm misperceiving, but maybe the last 5 years it feels like things have started to go backwards in terms of what's happening in the US with EPA and regulations, or with what's happening in terms of, I guess, anti-science sentiment, like it was said on the left and on the right.
Certainly gone backwards in the last 10 months.
Well, I was trying to avoid the political
I won't
color to
avoid.
my
I won't
question.
avoid it. Trump fucked the EPA.
Yeah, okay. Right, so, yes. So I guess, since both of you have spent your careers fighting against the forces of unreason, how do you stay hopeful that will eventually prevail? Especially when you see numbers like growing religion worldwide, even though maybe in North America the trend is more encouraging. How do you stay hopeful that we'll ultimately succeed?
What makes you think I do feel hopeful?
Fair enough.
Well, I mean, I sort of do because I think that if you look over the long course of history, it's all, in general, moving in a positive direction. The problem with climate change is that it may be too late. I mean, it may be that we've already gone too far. The Trump disaster I regard as just temporary. I mean, I wouldn't worry about that. It's just he'll be gone and forgotten. But whether global warming will ever.
And on that note, about how we stay positive, I think there's a lot to be optimistic about. I agree with Richard's answer. And, Travis has walked out. I was getting ready to thank everyone and thank Richard, but you're doing that.
Hey, everybody. I just wanted to come out and thank Richard and Matt so much for coming to Toronto for this evening. Have you guys enjoyed the talk?
I thought it would be nice if we started with something quick and easy and simple, like God. In particular, I don't believe there is one, and I have no idea what your thoughts are on it.
You mean on the fact that you don't believe there is one?
I mean just about the subject in general, but I'm happy to hear your thoughts on about what I don't think is, well, maybe.
Well, it's a complicated problem, and I don't think that we take it with due seriousness. I specifically don't think that the celebrity atheist types, who I actually have a fair bit of respect for, by the way, take it with due seriousness. So I don't think that they take it with due seriousness from a biological perspective or a phenomenological perspective or a literary perspective or a metaphoric perspective. That'll do for starters. I've become convinced that the fundamental presuppositions of our very functional cultures, or Western cultures say, are nested immovably in a metaphorical substrate. And that when you enter that metaphorical substrate, you're in the domain of religious phenomenology. And I think that not only can you derive that conclusion as a consequence of deep philosophical thought and literary analysis, but that if you know enough about brain function, you'll also come to the same conclusion. I think you come to the same conclusion as well if you look at the evolution of religious cognition from the perspective of an evolutionary biologist and not from the position of an evolutionary biologist whose head is addled by the belief that most of human morality was established in the 500 years since the Enlightenment. So that's a start, I guess.
Except, and so you have to bear with me, because I'm from Texas.
That's okay. I'm from Alberta, It's bigger than Texas, just as bad.
Yeah. So the curious thing for me is all of that applies, seemingly, if I'm understanding it, to religious thought, religious tradition, the value of religious identity to individuals. And I don't see that any of it relates to whether or not there is a God or whether or not there's sufficient reason to believe there's a God, which is my sticking point. I'm fully fine with the idea, we'll try and get through this without like raucous applause, but hey, at least I got one.
Yeah, you don't never complain about raucous applause.
Because that's a sticking point for me. I have no problem acknowledging that people derive value from their beliefs, whether or not they map to anything in reality, that they can be inspired and motivated, educated, and enlightened by poetry, prose, metaphor, allegory. But my concern is, having grown up a fundamentalist Southern Baptist, the people who I know and some of the people who are working to enact legislation on behalf of their beliefs are convinced that they have good reason to believe that there actually is a God, not just that it's useful to them.
Well, it's not that easy to distinguish between what's useful and what's real. So I think that distinction can be made, but it's a lot more difficult than people generally think. And I also think that there's no doubt that there are different levels of sophistication of religious belief. What I see happening in this sort of discussion, say frequently, and again, like I said, I have a fair bit of respect for the atheist types because they spend a lot of time thinking, and that's generally a good thing. I see most of their thinking, however, directed at the fundamentalist types, the fundamentalist Christian types, mostly of the American persuasion, who suffer from the somewhat understandable illusion that the biblical corpus has the same epistemological and ontological status as a scientific theory, when it clearly doesn't, right? I mean, if you're
Okay, now we're closer to the same page.
Okay,
yeah.
If you're a religious thinker, let's say, if you're a serious student of religious thought and a serious philosopher, one of the things you can't claim is that whatever story the Bible is telling is a scientific theory. And that's just self-evident. First of all, like, when was the first scientist? Descartes, Bacon, Newton? Maybe you could chase it back to the Greeks, but no farther than that. And so the idea that whatever the people who conjured up the Old Testament creation account were doing was something akin to scientific theorizing is a mistake that would only be made by people who don't know how to distinguish between different kinds of truth. And so the fundamentalists, I feel for the fundamentalists, because what they're trying to do, to give them credit, is to maintain a corpus of stories in which an ethos is based. That would be the Western ethos, in this case of Christianity, because they believe that the ethos is of extreme value. And I also believe that the ethos is of extreme value and that it is nested in those stories. And so they don't like to be confronted by the rationalist, atheist, evolutionary types because it blows the foundation of their ethos apart, and they feel that it's worth preserving. And I think, well, yeah, it is worth preserving. Now, that doesn't mean that there aren't philosophical problems associated with the manner in which they construct their arguments. But they're still worthy. But it doesn't address the issue. There's a deep issue here that we're not contending with. Here's an example. Maybe I'm wrong about this, but I don't think so. I just finished. Well, I thought about it a lot, and I do try to think about where I'm wrong, because I would like to figure out where I'm wrong, because then I wouldn't have to be wrong anymore, right? And being wrong is actually not a good thing. You fall into a pit if you're wrong.
And this is what I point out in the lecture on skepticism, since you didn't get to see the show, is that being wrong feels exactly like being right. Nobody runs around going, oh, I'm wrong, but I'm going to keep believing this. We all assume that we are correct about a great many things. And it's not so much that being wrong is the thing we're afraid of. I think that being exposed as wrong is the thing we're afraid of.
Well, we're also sometimes afraid of being wrong, because if you're wrong at a deep level, it can really hurt you.
Oh, I agree.
It can really take you apart. And so people don't like to be taken apart. Like if you're wrong about your wife, for example, that tends to be a very painful thing. And that's something that's worth pursuing to try to figure out why that is.
That's why I had the frying pan.
That should make you popular. Okay, so one of the issues that I have, and you can respond to this, is that let's say the celebrity atheist types, because I actually like that phrase, they don't seem to me to be contending with the real issues. They seem
what
to
are
be
the
going
real
at
issues?
Dostoevsky, he's a real issue. Tolstoy, he's a real issue. Carl Jung, 20 books and maybe 15 seminars, he's a real issue. Mircea Eliade. Like, there are some serious heavy hitters in the religious phenomenology domain. And my sense so far, I just finished reading all of Harris's books, for example, is he doesn't contend with them at all. And it's like, for me, that's like being an evolutionary biologist and not being aware of Darwin. It's actually a big problem. It's not something you can hand wave away. Jung was a mystic. It's like, sorry. He was about as smart as Friedrich Nietzsche.
I think this gets to basically the same point I was talking about before. The thing that you're objecting to, it seems, is that many of us don't want to address the aspects of religion that you find value in, because we're only focused on, perhaps as I'm talking in the show, from a scientific skepticism perspective of, are there valid and sound arguments that would lead one to conclude that a God exists? My answer to this so far seems to be no. And the apologists, the theologians, they keep presenting the arguments, the teleological arguments, moral arguments, and all these things. They have nothing to do with the phenomenology of religion. They have nothing to do with how this impacts people's lives. This is a question of, is it in fact the case? Is it consistent with reality that there is a God? And is it consistent with reality that there is good reason to believe there's a God? That is where the focus is primarily.
Yeah, and it's usually construed as a scientific issue.
Well, it's not so. I would never construe it as a scientific issue, because science can't confirm the supernatural. I mean, we are blocked until somebody demonstrates a mechanism by which we can explore and confirm the existence of the supernatural, and then confirm that it actually can impact the natural world. We're stuck, which is why science relies on methodological naturalism.
You seem to be able to do it with psychedelic drugs.
You seem to be able to do what with psychedelic drugs?
Well, everybody that takes them under reliable settings generally comes back and claims the presence of a mystical experience.
Yeah,
and that seems to be duplicatable and replicable across cultures, in labs, with multiple different substances, the chemical constituents of which are known very well. It's like, it's part of this religious phenomenology. And to me, that's just a set of facts. And we know that people have been using those substances to evoke mystical and religious experiences for, who knows, 150,000 years maybe. Sure. We can at least infer that. And we have no idea whatsoever how much of an effect the use of those substances has had on the metaphysical substrate of our culture. Like, so what constitutes scientific data here is by no means clear. Here's an example of this, for example. So,
well, before the example, yeah? As someone who's been high as a kite, I fully agree that people take drugs and report experiences that they describe as mystical or supernatural. Just like people report other experiences as if they were religious or ghosts or whatever. We have no way of confirming that something mystical or supernatural actually happened. What this is about the language.
Stops people from smoking.
Well, you can stop smoking without any sort of supernatural intervention.
No, not really.
You can't stop smoking without supernatural?
There aren't really any reliable chemical means for inducing smoking cessation. You can use a drug called bupropion. I think that's the one. It's whatever Wellbutrin is.
Is that supernatural?
No, you don't need a supernatural effect, but it doesn't work very well. But if you give people magic mushrooms, psilocybin, and they have a mystical experience, they have about an 85% chance of smoking cessation with one treatment. But that's kind of like evidence, you know. It's kind of like evidence.
It's evidence that you can take mushrooms and increase your chance of quitting smoking. But
no, it's not. It's indication that if you take mushrooms and you have a mystical experience, you'll stop smoking, because it doesn't work if you don't have the experience.
Take mushrooms and you have an experience that you describe as mystical, then you'll increase your chance of smoking. But that doesn't tell me whether or not there was something to this notion that they had an experience that was supernatural in any sense.
Well, it's not definitive evidence.
It's not evidence at all.
Oh, sure it is. Oh, sure it is.
No.
How is it? Wait a second. Wait a second. That's wrong.
Okay.
It is evidence. So, because look
no, he's right.
You want to speak.
Right.
You want to think through this skeptically. Okay. You have a pharmacological substance. It's psilocybin. You give it to people who are trying to quit smoking. The psilocybin doesn't directly have an impact on the smoking behavior. It has to elicit what's described subjectively as a mystical experience. And you can get physiological indicators of that mystical experience. And you might say, well, that's not enough to prove that it's a mystical experience, but you know, you're conscious and I accept that. It's like you accept all sorts of things without being able to demonstrate their validity on every possible objective, with every possible objective criteria. So don't get in too much of a hurry. It's a serious issue. If you give people psilocybin, for example, and they have a mystical experience, not only are they much more likely to quit smoking, which is really something, but they're also much less likely to suffer from death anxiety if they have cancer. Like, that's quite the thing. And not only that, if you test them a year later and they've had a mystical experience, which the majority of them regard as the most significant one, two, or three experiences of their life, including such things as getting married, their personalities are permanently altered in the direction of more openness to experience and more creativity by a standard deviation. Like, that's walloping effects. So we can't get too much in a hurry about dispensing with all that.
Skepticism, as I repeatedly point out in the show, is not about cynicism. It's not about debunking. And I'm not saying that there is no supernatural and that there is no mystical experience. What I'm saying is the thing that people subjectively describe as, I had an incredibly impactful mystical experience, whether it comes from taking a pharmaceutical, whether it comes from attending a revival church service or hearing a particular preacher, whether it comes from having a particularly impressive sexual experience, all of those things, that is the subjective description of that, which may be because of limitations in language, that they don't have any other. This is the language that infuses culture, so that we have to use that to describe it. But that doesn't in any way serve to confirm that there is any sort of supernatural realm or any sort of supernatural actor.
Well, it depends on how you define supernatural. Like, look, I get your point.
Okay.
And I'm not claiming that the phenomena of psilocybin intoxication is direct proof for the existence of God. I'm not saying that. I am saying
Although that'd be awesome.
Well, people do report personal experiences of that sort of thing. So it's not completely out of the realm of the experience. But it's also because of the problem of the border between the subjective and the objective. It's difficult to probe deeply enough to come up with anything definitive. You know, and I understand that that's a problem. But the supernatural issue, that's a different issue. Like, people are capable of entering different experiential realms where things are qualitatively different to them. The perceptions are different, the thoughts are different, their response to the world is different. They feel that they've died an ego death and transcended their normal mode of perception. Like, maybe that's not part of the supernatural, but then you're starting to define the supernatural pretty narrowly. Like,
no,
do you require miracle, like here and now? Something that defies the laws of physics? Or what's your definition of the supernatural?
So there is the natural world.
Yeah.
And then there are people who make claims that something is not part of the natural world, that it has some external supernatural origin. Those are the claims that I don't see how we can make any sort of epistemologically sound confirmation of. I'm fine with accepting that people have these experiences. I've been, I was, for many, many years, a fundamentalist Southern Baptist, and I remember standing in church and feeling what I would have described at the time as the Holy Ghost, sweeping through me. Now, many years later, I look back at that and I say, why did I describe this particular experience this way? It's a unique experience. It's of the same quality as something you might experience from a drug, or I've experienced similar things from music and drugs and sex. But they're not all exactly the same. And this is kind of the caveat that the believers, for any one of them, would use is, oh, the thing you're talking about, when you had awesome sex or you were on drugs, that's not the same as what I felt with the Holy Spirit. I felt all of them. The reason I would have said at the time that I had been filled with the Holy Spirit is because everybody around me was saying that too. It's not like I have any sort of any way to demonstrate a causal connection between a Holy Spirit and my experience. It was, I had an experience, and I, like everyone else around me, attributed it to the Holy Spirit.
What was the experience like?
Elation, euphoria. I don't think I ever had visions, but certainly it was an overwhelming sensation. You know, you get the goosebumps or hair on your head. And it was, and I remember fairly distinctly the first time I had a very similar experience outside of church, because it was from listening to secular music that my church would not have allowed. And then I began to look into things, you know, from far more of a psychological perspective of what type of impact specific music has on people.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, a friend of mine, we've had conversations about the cadence of particular preachers.
Mm-hmm,
Because a Southern Baptist minister will have a different cadence than a Pentecostal preacher, and they'll have a different cadence than somebody else, and I won't put on a performance to do them, but we have this intense curiosity as to are the successful preachers with those cadence in conjunction with the music, are they just tapping into some sort of psychological impact in our brain in order to make us pliable? In the same way that the elevator experiment, where you have everybody face the back of the elevator, and somebody walks in and they face the doors, and after a while, a lot of them become uncomfortable and turn around and face the back with everybody else for no reason. It's just compliance.
Well, you don't want those backward facers to attack you, you know.
It would be good. But if we're back to back, you know, I think, anyway.
Okay, so let me ask you a question about that. Okay, because I think this gets to the heart of some of these issues. So let's say that we can agree that throughout history and before, people were experiencing a set of transcendent emotions that can be evoked by music and dance and other forms of ritual and in a variety of other ways. But there's also a profound proclivity on the part of people, for one reason or another, to attribute those to some sort of supernatural agency.
Yes.
Now, okay, so I want to separate that from another line of thinking. Okay, so let's just leave that aside. So we could think of that as a theory about the origin of religious belief. The experience comes first. It comes along with an implicit hypothesis about supernatural actors behind the scenes eliciting these experiences. Okay, that's in marked distinction to other theories of religious derivation, like Freud's theory, for example, that religion is a defense against death anxiety, or Marx's theory that religion is the opiate of the masses. Right? It's a much more biological theory, the one we're putting forward.
Sure.
Okay, and it seems to me to be a much more credible theory, even though religious movements can be harnessed for economic purposes and for purposes of manipulation and all of that, obviously.
Yeah,
so,
I would think that there's any number of explanations I've heard for the origins of religion, and I find almost all of them plausible in different forms, except for the one that asserts that they come directly from a supernatural being.
Well, okay, so that's the one we're gonna pursue, though, because
that was funnier than I thought it was. I was just being honest.
Yeah, well, honesty is often funnier than people think it is.
Boy, don't I know.
So people can have these experiences, and they can be evoked in a variety of ways, and people often find them very valuable, at least in terms of their subjective report.
I agree.
And the psilocybin experiments and also the large-scale analysis of psychedelic drug users, by the way, also indicate that the use of such substances is generally associated with an increment in health rather than a decrement, which is quite interesting, right? It's not something you'd necessarily expect. So here's a question. Why in the world do the people who have these experiences have the proclivity to attribute them to supernatural sources, like to a divine source? Like, what's going on there? Why is that the case?
So best guess, and this is contrary, so the skepticism isn't about, hey, let's debunk this and come up with, but if we were going to go through potential plausible explanations, to me this is very similar to in the 40s and 50s when people were supposedly abducted by aliens or ran into aliens. They had descriptions of aliens that pretty much were varied and often matched the various monsters that you saw in the movies then. After 2001, or after Close Encounters of the Third Kind, almost all descriptions of aliens became the almond-headed, this. Mm-hmm. The narrative in the culture about what an alien was
converged.
Yeah. And people were, this is what I experienced. In the same way that people will, sometimes cameras will catch orbs, or a particular lighting effect in a house that is supposedly haunted will be perceived as a ghost, as a spiritual, humanoid form. When we, in some cases, can show that that's actually not the case. In other cases, we have no idea what they necessarily saw. But because what people understand about spirits and souls and ghosts is in the zeitgeist of how we think, it enters the consciousness as a plausible explanation, even if ultimately there's no such thing as
Yeah,
ghosts.
but that explains why they converge, but it doesn't explain why the initial impetus is the attribution of the experiences to something supernatural, like to something.
Oh.
See, fair enough.
I'm sure that I'm not convinced that necessarily the natural instinct is to apply it to something supernatural. I think it may be more the case that not only are we pattern recognition machines, but we're the descendants of people who, you know, how you see faces and everything.
Yeah, that's a good
pareidolia.
hypothesis. That's the,
And so you see faces, or you anticipate that there's something in the bush out to get you, and when you go and actually investigate and you find there's nothing in the bush out to get you, rather than assuming that you might have been mistaken, maybe it's a spirit.
Yeah, the social psychologists call that the hyperactive agency detector.
And the fact that we can be, you know, before we had a good understanding, we still don't have a good understanding of death and the mind and stuff. But if I'm standing here talking to you and I drop over dead, there's a clear, undeniable difference in me sitting here as an animated being and me laying there as no longer there. And so it seems a natural inference that something that about me has left. That doesn't mean that there's actually something about me, like a soul or whatever, that's left. You know, we don't tend to think the same thing when the radio stops working or the television stops working. It's not like the man in the TV has left. It's just off. But it seems that those sorts of natural...
I don't know if you want to use that analogy, because it suggests that whatever's in the TV is coming from an external source. And you're definitely not making that argument with regards to the soul.
Well, the TV station isn't in my living room, so there's at least some external source sending it to there.
Right, but that's exactly my point.
Yeah, that's all I was going for.
You can make a case that consciousness isn't exactly in your head either, even though it's localized there.
So why would I think consciousness is anywhere other than my head?
Well, how do you account for consciousness?
Well, I'm not sure that we can account for consciousness.
This is definitely true.
But
yes. See, and that's
I have
another
no reason to
well,
think that
that's
it's beyond, you know, what the brain produces. The fact that something's mysterious doesn't mean that, well, if something's mysterious...
Consciousness isn't just mysterious. It's like really mysterious. It's the most mysterious thing.
Okay, well,
right?
the fact
it's not like ordinary mysterious.
The fact that something is really mysterious to the point where I think you and I would agree that we don't have an explanation for it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, if there was something like that, we'll say that it's maybe consciousness. We agree we don't have an explanation, or at least a complete one for consciousness?
Or even a partial one.
Okay, sure.
It seems vaguely associated
consciousness
with the brain.
is really mysterious, and you and I have no explanation for it. As human beings, we're uncomfortable with saying, I don't know. This is something I'm trying to teach people to become more comfortable with, is to say, I don't know. And so when you ask me about consciousness, my answer is, I don't know. But for other people, they're so uncomfortable with I don't know that they posit an explanation that they cannot justify, something that's untestable and unfalsifiable, and that is that there's a ghost in the machine.
Hmm.
I can't make that leap because it is entirely speculation without support. It seems intuitively right because of how we view the world. And yet, I would rather say, I don't know, and then continue to explore it, because I worry that by asserting what the explanation is, you stop looking for the actual explanation.
Okay, so you made the case that part of the reason that we assume beings is because there's a being that seems lacking in death. And that was associated, I had asked the question about why people attribute their mystical experiences to supernatural beings. So we kind of went off on a little bit of a tangent there, but it was related. So we could say, well, your idea is something like people personify the soul for obvious reasons, and they also have a hyperactive agency detector, and so it's the combination of whatever mechanisms that produce that allow them to attribute supernatural personification to the source of mystical experiences. It's something like that. Yeah, okay. So let me ask you something. We'll get back to that, maybe.
That's fine.
Let me ask you something about consciousness. You tell me what you think about this, okay? All right, so this is how it looks to me. I mean, there's lots of ways of thinking about how people interact with the world. But I think this is how we treat ourselves and other people as we see them acting in the world. And so I would say it's indicative of our deepest belief, because I think belief is associated with action. So the way consciousness appears to me is that it's a faculty, let's say, that confronts possibility. we'd call that possibility, well, sometimes possibility, sometimes we call it potential, like your potential. Sometimes we call it the future. So I don't see us as driven deterministically like clocks, which is apparently, I think, although I've been accused of misunderstanding Sam Harris before, but I think that's the argument that he makes. I see us instead as agents confronting a landscape of possibility. And that what consciousness does is enable us to shape that possibility into actuality. And we do that with whatever it is that allows us to make decisions. I think that our legal system is basically predicated on the idea that that's true. I think that if you treat yourself that way, that works. I think if you treat other people as if that's their basic characteristic and perhaps their value, that you get along with them. And I think that if you organize your society on that presupposition, it appears to be functional. So what do you think about the idea of consciousness as confronting a landscape of possibility or potential? Is there something?
So I don't know that I have that much of an issue with anything in particular that you've said. There's a number of different ways to frame these things so that people can have a better grasp on it. One of the things I know people struggle with is, and we may have to get back to this in a minute, I don't necessarily want to dig in on it just a second, but I would love to talk about it. This idea that absent a God, there's no moral authority. This is a fear that many people have. And when you're talking about viewing consciousness as the way you describe consciousness is what I would probably call our agency.
Okay.
And while I don't think that we have libertarian free will, I'm on record as being a compatibilist along with Dan Dennett. But I also had another discussion recently, so I'm going to clarify it because of that discussion. I'm fine with the idea that we have a will, that we have desires, that we are an agent that is also capable of self-reflection to see what are the consequences of my action moving forward. To me, it does not matter if that is ultimately deterministic like clockwork, or if there was something that could trump determinism. Oh, I shouldn't have said Trump. I'm so sorry. If there was something that could actually overcome the deterministic view, that doesn't change to me the fact that you would be the agent responsible for your actions. Now, when my lawnmower acts up, I will sometimes anthropomorphically, cuss it out.
Yeah, it's hard to get rid of those vestiges of religious behavior.
But yeah, it is. Touche. I mean, although at least I got rid of them.
I haven't seen you interact with your lawnmower yet.
But at the end, I recognize that the lawnmower is not a thinking agent, that is not making decisions. And so that difference between there is where I would inject the sort of ideas about moral responsibility. Sam Harris and I had an argument in Chicago about free will, and I was pointing out that he could walk over and step off the end of the stage, or I could pick him up and carry him and drop him off the stage, and at the end, the effect would essentially be the same. But the conflict between those two is everything that I describe as will, whether you want to call it free or not. I think that's what we value. That's what we care about. I would be responsible for that action. I would be acting in opposition to what the other agent wanted. And I don't know that you have to.
And there would be something hypothetically wrong about that.
Yes.
Okay, good. So that's close.
We can get to the morality thing because I think the next question I had, unless you wanted to follow up on that, is a lot of, like I was saying earlier, it seems that you're talking a lot about, you haven't addressed the issue, and I'm not going to push back on it because I want to move on to some other stuff.
I'm getting there.
Of whether or not there is good reason to believe there actually is a God, as opposed to whether there are good reasons for people to believe that there actually is a God. Dan Dennett describes, there are people who believe, and then there are people who believe in belief, that there's value. And from what you said here and in some other comments, which I'm not going to saddle you with, I'm curious. Irrespective of whether there's a God, what is it that you fear we would lose if people stopped believing that there was a God or believing there was value in believing there was a God?
We'd lose the metaphoric substrate of our ethos, and we'd be lost.
And so I'm
I think Nietzsche
an
was right about
uneducated, so I really want to know, and I'm not being a dick. I want to know what you mean by metaphorical substrate, because saying we're going to lose it, so there's the idea. When I ask, what do you think we're going to lose? There's two things. One is there's something that you and I would both agree we should try to keep.
Yeah.
And there are other things that you and I might disagree on whether or not we should keep it. Because when people say to me, oh, if we go down the road with Dostoevsky, that, if there is no God, everything's permissible. First of all, I don't think that's remotely true, because I have...
He makes a pretty vicious case for it, beyond good and evil.
And despite the fact that it sounds monumentally arrogant, I think I can demolish that case in about 2 minutes with his secular morality lecture. Well,
I think the first part of that statement is right, but not the second one.
And we could find out. But the thing is, there would be two categories of things that you and others might be fearful we would lose, some of which I might agree we should definitely not lose these things.
Yeah.
Others I might be absolutely fine with losing.
Like that it's wrong to throw Sam Harris off a stage.
Yeah. I don't plan on doing that, but
well, we both
it did cross my mind at one point.
We both agreed that was probably wrong.
Yes.
So, okay, so that's good.
Probably.
Yeah.
See, I'm a situational ethicist, and so there might be situations. If the stage were on fire, throwing Sam off would be the best thing I could do for him. So what do you think? What do you think we're likely to lose? What bothers you? And when you say metaphorical substrate, I'm probably just monumentally ignorant, but I really don't think I have a good understanding of what you mean.
Well, there's levels of thought. I mean, every thought structure, let's say, every belief structure is multi-leveled, like a piece of music. And there's the word in a phrase, and then there's the phrase, and then there's the sentence, and then there's the paragraph, and then there's the sequence of paragraphs within which the paragraphs are uttered, and then there's a broader context of interpretation within which all of that is interpreted. And then there's our emotional and motivational similarity, and then there's our embodiment in the world. And all of those things are operative at all times when we're understanding one another. And as you move outside the realm of the linguistic, like the paragraph level, let's say, into the realm of the emotional and motivational and embodied, you also move into the metaphorical. And the metaphorical is structured in a particular way. And this is quite well documented, by the way. I mean, if you look at how the hemispheres interact, so the left hemisphere, broadly speaking, and I'm not oversimplifying this except that we don't have much time, is linguistic. But the linguistic utterances are understood in the context provided more by the right hemisphere, which is nonverbal, and which attends to things like the music of language. And so at the bottom of a linguistic structure, there's something that's extra-linguistic, and it tends to take form in metaphor and narrative and drama and that sort of thing. And the religious landscape is the narrative, metaphor, drama landscape. And if you disrupt it, then you blow apart the widest possible context within which the specific utterances are rendered comprehensible.
Okay, so I followed all that, shockingly. Anytime you were talking about science and hemispheres and all this other stuff, so when you're talking about the broader context, if we lose belief in a God, we lose that metaphorical substrate that is the broader context in which we evaluate these narratives.
Yeah, that really grinds them into our bodies, that makes them things we believe rather than just think.
Sure, but
see, you didn't
what
just
is it about
think,
the
you
narratives?
didn't just think that it was wrong to throw Sam off the stage.
God, Sam's going to be pissed when he hears it.
Yeah. Well, that's okay.
Well, so
see, there's a difference between thinking something and believing it, because to believe it, it has to be thought incarnated in some sense. It has to be embodied.
When I talk about it, belief is the state of being convinced that a proposition is true or likely true. It's everything that I try to do, I tend to view in the form of propositional reasoning. So when we talk about the narrative.
Yeah, that's a problem, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah, well, you can't reduce the world to a set of propositions.
Why not?
Oh. Look.
Show me something that is true in the
man.
world that is not a proposition. That
Like
you
an
cannot
explicit,
put in
statable proposition?
Something that is demonstrably true that I could not put in a proposition.
Oh, that's easy. You
Okay.
sure you want to go there?
I'm not afraid of anything.
Okay. Okay.
If I'm wrong, I want to know I'm wrong. But I'm trying to, for years I had this thing going where people would say, oh, and this is kind of what we're getting at from a different angle. I would say they would be afraid of what we would lose if we lost religion. And I basically said, demonstrate to me any benefit.
Oh, you'd lose art and poetry and drama and narrative and
Why?
story.
Are there no godless artists and poets?
Well, there are artists and poets who think they're godless.
So we might have crossed over into a problem area because
no doubt.
I don't actually, I can't draw for crap, although I do draw during the show. But one of the individuals who came to the show the other night handed me something that she had spent a great deal of time drawing. She's a wonderful artist. I'm very grateful to get it. And, you know, while I pretend to read minds on stage, I constantly acknowledge that I can't actually read minds. So I can't tell you whether or not she actually believes in a God, but I can tell you that I actually don't believe in a God, and I could write
But you act
poetry.
like you do.
Huh?
But you act like you do. That's why you didn't
I
want to throw
act
poor
like-
Sam off the stage.
No, now you're making a claim. Okay, so I'm telling you I don't believe there's a God, and your response to that is, I really do, because I have a moral sense, but my moral sense is utterly without any appeal to a God.
Explicitly.
Or implicitly.
Maybe.
The
That's not so obvious.
Okay, it's really
See, because
it's
you
easy.
regard Sam Harris as an implicitly valuable entity, because otherwise you'd just throw him off the stage. And then the question is, well, just exactly why is he an implicitly valuable entity?
I don't
What's
think
your metaphysics of that?
I don't think he's implicitly valuable in the sense, in the. I don't think he's implicitly valuable in the sense that the universe has implied that there's something explicit about it. For me, morality is far simpler than some people.
Now, wait,
make
you
it out
sounded
to be.
doubtful about that. You know that, like
Maybe you're the mind reader.
Well, maybe.
Because you've already suggested that despite me sitting here and having talked about this for decades, that I don't believe in God, that I actually do because I have a moral code. But my moral code, which I've
I was
talked
more
about,
specific. I said it was because you didn't want to throw Sam off the stage.
Yes,
it wasn't
but
just
you
that
didn't.
you had a moral code.
You didn't even attempt to ask me why I didn't throw Sam off the stage. Instead, you went to why do you think Sam has implicit value? Because it seems that in your narrative,
I'm willing
that's
to go
the
there.
only justification.
Well, maybe you were afraid of being punished.
I think you no.
Oh,
I think
okay.
you can have a perfectly acceptable foundation for secular morality, even if it fundamentally centers around selfishness. I'd rather not be thrown off the stage. It's in my best interest to encourage that sort of understanding in others, and therefore I will not throw him off the stage. I would rather not have my stuff stolen, and it's in my best interest to encourage others not to do that, so I will not steal stuff, and I will work with others to ensure that the people who steal stuff are punished. It is in a virtually pragmatic moral system.
Why do you think it's not in your best interest to have stuff stolen from you or to be thrown off the stage?
Why is it not in my best interest?
Yeah. No, you don't get to think, oh, that's self-evident. It's like nothing's self-evident to the skeptic. Let's keep that in mind.
Oh. Well, so...
Because if we're going to get skeptical here, we might as well go all the way to the bottom.
So for Sam and I, the foundations, and we're not the only ones, but I tend to reference Sam just because if I say this, then somebody will say, well, that's exactly what Sam Harris says, except that, I was given this lecture before he wrote his book. But his book is better than my lecture, so read his book. When I talk about this, I'm talking about well-being is the language that Sam uses.
Oh,
I don't.
Sad.
I don't care whether or not somebody else considers that morality. I would think at a minimum, would you and I agree that
that whole well-being thing, man, as a basis for a metaphysics, that's just a non-starter.
We're not basing metaphysics on it.
Sam is.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is, because he's out to maximize well-being.
You can take it up with Sam.
Well, okay, sorry. Do you think I'm wrong about that claim? That's what I understood from
I don't
reading
think Sam's
him.
saying anything metaphysical about it. I think so. Here's the thing: we are physical beings.
Well, it's his fundamental claim, so it's sort of at the basis of his ethic. And so he says, well, we should work to maximize people's well-being, or at least to. Well, he does a bit more than that, because he says we should minimize their suffering.
He's not maximize, minimize in this sense of simple consequentialism. Let me do this.
Okay.
We're physical beings in a physical universe, and the laws that dictate how things work in the universe, they are the ultimate arbiters of what is or isn't in our best interest, whether we know it or not. So, for example, so far as I can tell...
Then why do you need free will?
I don't think
why
we
do you
need
believe
free
in
will.
it then?
I-
Why do you attribute agency to things if the laws of the universe can
get to that one point?
Well, yeah, but there was a contradiction
Because
that was confusing me.
free will isn't relevant to this.
It is if the laws of the universe are what are dictating what's good for us.
No, because if you chop off my head, that is clearly not good for me. And it doesn't matter whether it was an act of free will or if it was my lawnmower.
It's clearly not good for you because you think you're valuable and worth preserving.
Yes.
Okay, that's the issue. Why do you think you're valuable and worth preserving?
Because I am the descendants of people who thought they were valuable and worth preserving, and the ones who didn't think that have killed themselves. But this is not a statement about... This is not a statement about intrinsic value.
I don't know. Yes, I think
No,
it is.
it's-
Okay, but I think it is.
Okay. The reason that we talk about this in terms of well-being is because irrespective of whether or not I care about well-being, there are facts about well-being.
Sure, let's hear them, man. Line those suckers up.
If you chop off my head, it's in contradiction to my well-being. I mean, but the point...
No, I wasn't willing to grant that, actually.
Okay.
I'm saying that's a metaphysical presupposition. You're just saying I have to accept that.
No, I'm not telling you at all what to accept.
Sure you are. You're saying that your death would be wrong.
I'm trying to explain what my position is.
Okay, but you said that wouldn't be in accordance with your well-being. Okay, that's a metaphysical statement or philosophical statement. It's not an obvious fact.
That
That's not
chopping
a
off somebody's
fact.
head is contrary to their well-being.
It depends on how you define well-being.
Sure.
Yeah, but it matters.
But if you define well-being as this glass of water, we're no longer talking about the same thing.
Well, you can define well-being. That's fine. That's what I'm waiting for.
This is what I'm... Well,
You can't do it. You can't define well-being. It's
well then
very,
why
very
should I try? I
difficult.
certainly can't do it if you keep telling me I can't do it.
Okay, sorry. Okay, I'll back off. There's a... Go ahead. I'm all ears.
So, the primary objection to mine and Sam's position that keeps coming back is, why should anybody care about well-being? And we both will acknowledge that this is, in fact, a subjective preference. There are people who are going to care about well-being, there are people who aren't. The second objection is that well-being is not clearly defined. Both of us have acknowledged this. It's not as if we're saying we have all the answers to how to go about living a better life. We're just saying that however we're going to define well-being, which is, I say you can start with a couple of foundations. You could start with death is preferable to life, but you don't get very far that way. And
Stop suffering.
Well, no, I'm saying you could start with death is preferable to life, but you don't get very far that way because those
You do. You stop suffering. You just die.
Yes.
Right, so you can start with the presupposition.
Except that when you're dead, you're not being, so there's no well-being.
No, well, that's... That's not necessarily the
If
case.
we're looking
because you
for the
could make
best
it-
things about our life, you can't say death is better.
Yeah, you can.
Well,
People
I
do
know
all
that
the
you
time.
can say it.
People do all the time. They do. No, look.
They can
I'm
express
not being
their
flippant
preference,
about
but their
this.
preference can be wrong. How can it possibly be better for your life if you're dead?
What if you, are a terminal burn victim with cancer?
So this is the point that I was getting to. I am perfectly fine with the idea that for certain instances, there may be occasions that death is preferable to an individual over life. But when we're speaking in broader terms, if we're talking about let's create the best society we can, let's create the best quality of life we can for people, death is not that across the board. That doesn't mean that there aren't individual exceptions. So the foundations that I started with, you could start with death is better than life, but blah, blah, blah. If you start with life is generally preferable to death, health is generally preferable to sickness, happiness is generally preferable to sadness, none of these are absolute locked in stone rules. From those things...
Okay, so if you start with them.
Yes, if you
So
start...
you're not skeptical about those claims?
Wow.
Well, I'm asking.
I came out and said that I wasn't going to be trying to straw man you left and right. And now every time I say something, you're like, oh, so you're not skeptical about that.
Well, I'm trying to
I haven't
No,
gotten to
sorry, I'm not trying to attack you. I'm trying to understand where your argument begins.
Well, it seems odd that you would come out with, so you're not skeptical about that.
Well, that's a
while
question.
I'm on my skepticism tour, while I'm in mid-sentence to describe that these are the general foundations that you start with.
Okay, that's what I was asking. Those are, okay, so, but what you're saying, if you're saying, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not trying to be difficult. You're saying that those are your starting positions. Those are the things that you accept.
I'm saying they can be.
Faith.
No.
Oh, you have a rationale for them.
Yes.
Let's hear it.
You already have. Life is generally preferable to death because we're talking about our life, and death is generally not in the interest of the living. It can be an exception. This is the point that I was getting to. So you could start with those foundations. You could start with any three that you found. You could pick three arbitrary foundations. And the one aspect that makes a secular moral system distinct from religious pronouncements and divine command theory and those sorts of things is that the secular moral system has as its goal the object of getting better at getting better, which means if you find out that one of your foundations is wrong or in conflict with something else, you can now change that. You could start with death as preferable to life, and then when you find out that it's not working that well, you change that foundation. I think that these foundations, based on the evidence of how people tend to live their lives and what they care about, are a good set of three. There could be better ones that somebody come up with. I'm open to revision on any of these at any time. But to say that I'm not skeptical about them is exactly the opposite of what I am. Because skepticism is about, I'm not going to accept something as true without good reason. And it's about being open to revision should there be evidence. If you and I agree that we care about a good life isn't very well defined. And we may have different ideas about what good life is. But if we could actually just sit here and take notes, I think that we'd come across maybe a handful of things that we would agree would make for a good life. If we take those and compare them to the foundations of a secular moral system like what I'm describing, we can determine non-subjectively whether or not the list we've come up with are consistently approachable from that foundation. And we can do that for religious morality as well. The analogy that I've used in the past is, for example, a game of chess. There's nothing about the universe that requires that we care about chess or care about the rules of chess. The rules of chess are arbitrary. Somebody made them up. We changed them. We added en passant. We added castling. We did things like that. We have the rules of chess. We don't always know what the best move is. But if the goal of the game is to win, or at a minimum, not lose, then we can analyze the moves with respect to the consequences and with respect to the goal of winning and determine which moves are better and which moves are worse. That is what a secular moral system does because it allows revision, whereas religious systems don't allow for revision. There's not a Bible 3.0. There's not a Quran 2.0. There's no new revelation from God to say, hey, I said all this stuff about slavery, now I'm opposed to it. Or, hey, I was really down on homosexuals, but now I'm okay with it. Hey, when I said that here's what caused diseases, or that you were unclean and shouldn't enter the temple, all those things are actually wrong. The germ theory of disease is right. And none of that's come out.
Well, there is kind of a Bible 2.0. That was the New Testament, right?
Well,
so that's not exactly right.
That is the update for the Christians, except that it's worse than the first one.
Well, that's not exactly the point. The point is there was an update. So,
well,
okay, so
in the update, it's not like Jesus came along and said, hey, in Exodus 21, where I was saying you could have slaves and beat them, we got that wrong, or you got that wrong. That correction's never given. That thing about, in Leviticus where we point out that women are worth 2/3 of that of a man, we got that wrong. None of that is corrected. In fact, the reason I say it got worse, although I didn't know we were going to go down the biblical route tonight, is that if you look at Jewish tradition, when you're dead, you sleep with your fathers. There's no real clear notion of an afterlife. And then with the introduction of the New Testament, what you get is infinite torture and punishment for finite crimes, which is immoral.
All right, so I don't want to go down that rabbit hole at the moment, although I'd be perfectly happy to do it, if we get there. Well,
because they want us to go to questions here in a minute.
Oh, okay. So I want to address the rule system that you're putting together.
Okay.
Okay, so I was talking to a friend of mine who's an AI engineer. He's a very smart guy, and we've been talking about the foundations of cognition.
Mm-hmm.
And you know that artificial intelligence systems don't run on rules. Right.
Well, some of them do.
Well,
and certainly they run on an operating system that is full of rules.
That's actually not relevant in this case.
But that's the physical
because they could
foundation.
operate on all sorts of different operating systems.
Well,
but okay, so
but
just hang on a second.
there's a foundation. The foundation I'm pointing to is the physical facts of the universe, and that would be roughly consistent with the hardware and the operating system that they're running on. But I'm sorry, I
Okay, well,
interrupted.
no.
Continue.
I mean, that's a reasonable objection too. But look, one of the things that happened and I think this is one of the problems with the we can generate a rational system of rules that can govern our behavior approach, is that since the 1980s, people have been trying to build rule-based expert systems that can do relatively simple things. Relatively simple. They're not that simple. Like basic medical diagnosis. They don't work. Rule-based systems don't work. You can't get them to operate intelligently, which is why machine learning came about to begin with. Because whatever machine learning is doing and allowing for predictions, it doesn't seem easily decomposable to a set of listable rules and a map of their interactions. The world doesn't seem to work that way. And I would say, back to the metaphysical substrate argument, you laid forward a set of propositions, and the reason I was perhaps inappropriately torturing you about them is because there's a metaphysic under them. There's something that's driving you to put those forward as reasonable. You say, well, they're self-evidently reasonable. See, my question is...
I didn't actually say it, but okay.
Well, it's something like that, because you said, well, reasonable people could agree on these three or something similar. It seems to me that what you're saying is that there's a set of finite axioms that reasonable people could conceivably agree on, from which you could generate a rule-based moral system. Have I got that wrong? I thought that's what you said.
It's curious because I didn't say that, but it's very close to something that I have said in the past, which is, for any given situation, there's a finite set of actions that a person could take. And some set of those actions are better than others with respect to whatever the goal is. If the goal is to continue a decent life or improve the quality of your life, some set of one or more actions that you could take in this instant produces results that are better in ways that we would agree they're better. Like throwing Sam off the stage. If we were in that situation,
there must be an unconscious fantasy going on here or something, eh? Because we keep returning to that.
And it's fun. But one of the possible actions of this set of actions would be for me to throw him off the stage. Another possible set of action would be for me to, shield him. It is clear, and you can say that I'm just saying it's self-evident, it is clear that one of those is going to be more in Sam's best interest, and perhaps even more in mine, than another. That's all we're saying. We're not pretending remotely that we have the answer to every possible scenario, just that we have the foundational tool set that allows us to come up with the right answers. And we do this in opposition.
Yeah, but you also think that you can do that with a set of rules.
So first
See,
of all...
I actually don't think that's technically tenable. I don't think there's any evidence for that.
I don't know why it wouldn't be.
Well, you can't build expert systems, for example.
Well, you can't say that you can't, because...
Well, we've tried for about 40 years with no success.
Gee, 40 years out of 13.7 billion, and we haven't cracked it yet, so it's impossible?
No. But 40 years of exponentially increasing computational power with
Partially.
No solution on the horizon except for AI.
So, and the latest AI thing, which I absolutely love because I'm a chess player, is the DeepMind AlphaZero thing that learned the entirety of what humans know about playing chess in 4 hours or so, and then beat the best previous chess computer. And people are saying, oh, it's the beginning of Skynet because now we have this sort of thinking. However, that method produced better results of letting it play itself with chess, giving it no opening book, giving it no history of chess, nothing.
Well, that's my point.
It didn't give it no rules. It gave it the rules of chess and the goal of the game.
Yes, but it didn't give it rules about how to play the game.
Correct.
Right, and that's because rule-based systems about how to play a game aren't optimal.
No.
That's why.
What happened is the AI took the rules of how to play the game and what the winning goal is, and it experimented and found the best ways to achieve that goal. And I think that's what human beings have done throughout the entirety of history. We're beings in a physical universe. We have the rules. The goal is to survive, and I would say the goal should be to thrive. Mm-hmm. And we are continually finding the best rules and the best methods. This exactly mirrors the moral system I'm talking about. The idea that there is someone on high telling the computer, don't play H4 as your first move, we threw that out because that's not the best way to find out things. Instead, we plopped the computer down just as we were plopped down in a universe when we gained consciousness and began interacting. And the computer, in the span of a few hours, discovered everything that humanity has discovered about chess. And now they are applying it to the sort of diagnostic things you were talking about. I think that that is directly analogous to what the best explanations of what human beings have done. And what happens, from my perspective, is that the thinking about morality is so difficult for some that it's just easier to say, this person told me, or this God told me, or this is the case. Because having to sit down and do the sort of life inventory to figure out, hey, what's best for us? I mean, even figuring out what the goal of the game is harder for some people, and so they accept and fall into these traps of like authoritarian models of this is what your goal is. And the thing that's probably frustrated me the most, which I talked about on a college campus last year, is if the government was running around dictating to people what their job was going to be, what their future was going to be, as some regimes have done, nobody would appreciate that. Nobody, almost nobody. I'm sure somebody would be, yes, oh, very happy, thank you. I couldn't figure out what to do. I'm glad I'm going to be, a brain surgeon, even though I don't know anything about it. But if the government was dictating things like that, there would be revolts. There have been revolts. And yet, curiously, when people think there's a God or a divine being or some cosmic consciousness or collective consciousness that has dictated a goal for them, they celebrate it. And that contradiction has bugged me for years.
Yeah, well, there's no doubt that systems of belief, let's say, including religious systems of belief, can devolve into a kind of totalitarian rigidity. I don't think you can necessarily lay that at the feet of religious belief. I mean, human systems...
No, I'm laying it all at humans.
Yeah, I mean, right, it's okay, so it's fine. It's a
I
broader
just view
phenomenon.
humans using religion in that way.
Yeah. So what do we do to close? Because I heard you said that we have to take questions.
Hey, we're going to take some questions. Because I could actually...
Sorry, I didn't mean to commandeer that. I was just curious about timing.
You could have just as easily said it, and I'd be happy for another 5 hours talking, but then they'd charge us a fortune, and all these people who have questions that are better than the ones I'm going to come up with. So there's microphones actually up, like, yes, where that guy, oh my gosh, he's lit up where we can see him. A couple quick notes about questions. And by the way, thank you, this has been great, and
thank you.
We'll talk some more. This is where I get to have a bit of fun. A couple notes about questions. For those of you who know, I do a live TV show where I can hang up on people, and if you think I can't hang up on you here, you are much mistaken. But I don't. I hope to never have to do that, and almost everybody's gone along. Questions end in a question mark, and the kind of questions we're looking for don't start with a dissertation or life story. So you can say your name if you'd like to. If you don't, that's fine. And then say who your question's for or both. And I will make a promise that I make every time and break, but I will try not to break it tonight, which is I will do my best to give shorter answers so that we can get to everybody who's asking questions. But they lit you up first, sir. Thank you. And the floor is yours for a moment.
All right. Thank you. I guess this question's mostly for Jordan Peterson. Just to hopefully enlighten a bit more what you mean by God. Do you think that if all humanity were to cease to exist, does God still exist?
I don't think I know how to answer that. It's just, the situation is too hypothetical. I mean, I can take a crack at some of it, but so human beings are characterized by consciousness and by self-consciousness, and the latter in particular seems to be something relatively unique. There's some vague evidence for self-consciousness of lower sorts in animals, but it's not very compelling. Some of them can recognize themselves in a mirror, but our self-consciousness is accompanied by elaborated imagistic and linguistic models of ourselves and that have been elaborated over large spans of time. There are lots of elements of being that would disappear if we disappeared. Now, and it isn't even obvious to what extent that's true, right? Because I don't really understand to what degree being itself is dependent on consciousness. Like the classic materialist Enlightenment view, which I would say is basically a 19th century view, something like that, is that if all consciousness was extinguished, the material substrate of the universe would continue unchanged. But I don't really buy that as an argument, because I think that the material substrate, I think that reality is some weird, I think that reality is an interaction between what we perceive of as the material substrate and consciousness itself. And so then when you destroy consciousness, you destroy reality. And what that leaves, I don't really understand, because it doesn't have any temporality in any obvious sense. It doesn't have any size in any obvious sense without the introduction of an invisible observer. So lots vanishes without human consciousness and self-consciousness. I don't know how to answer the question, does God vanish? Because that brings us back into the same problem that I was talking about earlier, is that it's not exactly easy to understand what people are talking about when they say God. You know, because when you ask the question, would God disappear? There's an assumption there that whatever God is understandable and boxable, like a simple concept, like a chair, and that we both share the same conception. And, you know, there's endless warnings in deep religious literature against understanding, against assuming that you understand what that term means, or sometimes even for using the term. So that's the best I'm going to be able to do with that question.
Thank you.
Hey there. So my question is about something that Matt said, but I'd actually like to get Dr. Peterson to address it first, if that's okay. So Matt, you said that some people are not willing to put in the work of developing sort of their own moral system, and they like turn to religion to free them from the burden of that thought. But doesn't it make sense on some level to view religion as like an archival system that holds truth? Like if we abandon that, are we not then just in a place where everyone is forced to invent their own morality for themselves throughout their life, and then like a baby born has to try to achieve that again? Like that
No.
seems like, from an operative level, just an impossible system to set up that would ever get you anywhere. So I'm just wondering how you would resolve that conflict.
That was Nietzsche's critique, essentially.
Well, I'm not trying to set up the system. I think the system's already set up. So my goal is not to rid the world of religion. That's just a fortunate side effect from my goals. My goal is to have the best understanding of reality that I can, and for other people to do so as well. Now, when I talk about religion, there are things within religious histories, within religious teachings that are passed down, which are true and good and useful. And there's no reason to think that any of those things would go away if we stopped believing in a God, because they are true and good and useful whether there is a God or not. If the thing that we're worried about is, and I've asked people before, and I apologize if anybody is bothered by this, but there are people who are like, oh, if you don't believe in a God, what keeps you from running around raping and killing people? And I was like, so if you became convinced today that your belief in God was unfounded and you were forced by reason to give it up, would you run around and start doing that? And there are people who will say yes, and I hopefully, optimistically don't believe them, but we know that there are people who do that. But the truth about what is good and useful is true whether a particular religion survives or not. And we don't lose that because children aren't born with an understanding of morality. They learn that. They are educated by their parents. They are taught. They explore the world. Everybody does, in fact, go through the effort of creating and understanding their own morality. It's just that we adopt things from figures around us who show evidence that they are smarter and understand this better as a shorthand. We ride on the shoulders of giants. The curious question is, and I ask this for people ostensibly who are Christian, who believe in both a God and a devil, is how did you decide that God was the good one and the devil was the evil one? Because the model is that, well, God wrote his moral code on your heart, and that's how you tell. But if that's the case, then whether or not, if the devil had written his moral code on your heart, you would be saying he was the good one. The truth is, you are using your internal, personal, subjective assessments to determine that God is the good one, or this religion is the right one, or the First Baptist Church got it right, or the Second Baptist Church got it right, or this is the preacher we should hire. This is what we do. And I don't see much value in worrying about, oh, is it all going to go away, when it's clear it doesn't, because secular individuals are no more immoral or criminal-minded than anybody else. In fact, there may be some cases to show that we're less.
But in this society, they are no more criminally minded. Like, we have a religious foundation, right? Like, I wouldn't go around like raping and pillaging if I abandoned God, but there were societies that did when they didn't have that structure. So how do you resolve that?
I'm not saying that religious authorities haven't been useful. It's just that what I hear from some people is that we should keep this because of that particular usefulness, because they fear what will happen otherwise, because what they've seen in the past. And I don't buy that, because that boils down to saying, I may not need religion, but you people do. And that is far too arrogant for me to ever adopt as a position.
Okay,
so
I don't want to take up too much time,
quick,
but did you want to speak
I
to
have
that?
a quick comment on riding around on the shoulders of giants, which was the central theme in Matt's answer. We ride around on the shoulder of giants, and the meta-giant is God. That's a very good way of thinking about it.
Except that I can identify.
We can think about that as, I don't care about the metaphysical implications of that. I don't have to care about that at the moment. But if you look at the evolution of the idea of God, for example, and I think this is particularly true with the evolution of the idea of Christ, is that we do ride around on the shoulders of giants, and the figure of Christ, psychologically speaking, is the giant among giants. It's a meta-giant, and it's a ritual model for emulation. And the ritual model is something like, pick up your damn suffering and bear it nobly, which is a metaphysical statement in some sense that lies at the bottom of the ethic even that Matt is presenting. And so it is deeply embedded in a religious substructure. And that's the metaphorical substructure that I was talking about that necessarily underlies these self-evident axiomatic rules, which are not by any means, as you point out, self-evident in the least. There's plenty of cultures that train their young men to be absolutely barbaric monsters, right? Warriors, killers, rapists, right? Bloodthirsty right to the core. Perfectly viable mode of being, arguably speaking, from the perspective of generating a set of axiomatic rules. Why is it not better to have 10,000 women than one? There's an evolutionary question for you. Well, reasonable people wouldn't do that. Oh yeah, right. Reasonable people. Yeah.
Thank you.
So if it's not clear, I can point to the giants. I can't point to the mega giant. And
It's because it's an abstraction.
Sure, but when you hold Christ up as a particular figure, the only information that I have about Jesus comes from the Bible. And rather than going through all of it again, because there's lots of people with questions, if you go to ironchariots.org, you will find a verse-by-verse deconstruction of the Sermon on the Mount, where I point out that Jesus gave some good advice and some crappy advice and some questionable advice, and that's not enough. And there's not a secular humanist organization or country on the planet that has ever produced as a good thing, an intentional good thing, rapists and murderers. So,
well, that's highly debatable. That's highly debatable.
Actually,
one
it's
of the things
absolutely true, because there's never been a secular humanist government on the planet.
I don't know. I think the Soviets were pretty secular.
No,
humanist.
Then,
I know
with all due apologies, you do not know the first thing about what secular humanism is. You should read the Secular Humanist Manifestos, because what happened in Russia and communist countries was an institution of a religious-like structure centered around an individual and forced atheism, none of which is consistent with humanism. None of it. And we can talk about this later, and I'll be happy to point you to this, because you can say that it was an atheist thing that went awry, but you can't call it secular humanism. It's just not there. There's no humanism in what was done there. But
I'm one of those who believes that there's no such thing as an atheistic thing or a non-religious thing. I was listening to your talk at Lafayette, Peterson, last night there, and you were talking about how all action is religious. So this conversation today, I think it's hit the same problem you hit with Rebecca Goldstein, you're going to hit with Sam Harris and June, which is I've never found a way to convey to an atheist that we all have an ideal. You can call it God, you can call it a transcendent ideal, call it an axiom, call it a presupposition. It's just very hard to communicate to them that implicitly or explicitly it's there, you're aiming for it, maybe it changes, maybe it doesn't, but it's that fundamental thing that guides your action. And my question would be, you keep, DILLAHUNTY did a very good job of saying pragmatically, okay, fair enough, the axioms could change, maybe we try these, try those, but there's always going to be an axiom. It's a transcendent thing because it's always changing, so we all have that. So again, the definition of God is just kind of useless, but maybe you want to explore why there is a partial definition of God that makes all actions religious, makes all ideals you're approaching for a form of God worship, whether you want to call it that or not. I hope that's coherent.
Well, Carl Jung had some very interesting comments about that. He said, psychologically, for all intents and purposes, your God is the highest value that you have. Right? It serves functionally as your deity. Now, you may not clothe it in a personified manner, although you tend to, because you tend to act it out and assume that other people should too. So it implicitly has a personified form. But if it performs all the functions of a deity, let's say, then it's importantly related in some sense to a deity. And I think that that's actually technically true if you look at how human cognitive structure works. I don't think it's escapable.
Does that make sense to you, Phil, or is that like, I don't feel I've ever
No,
been an
see,
atheist
when you
expressed
said
they
you have
understand
difficulty explaining this to atheists, I don't know what atheists you've been talking with, but I'm right on board, and I functionally understand and can agree with this. So secular humanism can easily be viewed as a religion. The U.S. Supreme Court has defined it in the sense of pursuit for ultimate answers to ultimate questions or things like that. But if you want to say that my God is truth or goodness or whatever thing, I'm fine with that in a poetic, even metaphorical sense. The problem is when you talk about if what you believe in fulfills all the roles of a deity, I think you're sidelining what a lot of the roles of a deity have played throughout the entirety of human history, because they're advocating, many of them, not all, most, I would say, are advocating for an actual thinking agent, supernatural, that is the creator and or sustainer of the universe. And nothing about my pursuit of truth or goodness or secular humanism fills that particular role. So already we are cherry-picking the aspects of God traditionally and saying, Matt has these particular aspects that I also attribute to God. And I agree. I just don't have the other ones, and those are the ones that I want justification for.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Yes, sir. You have to move up the mic, I believe. Can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Thank you.
So the question is for Matt. So why is the language of secular humanism, these values that you just espoused or talked about, why is that better than religious language? And then for Professor Peterson, why would religious language be better than those values?
Yeah, and I don't want to be overly pedantic about, I don't know that the language is necessarily better. The ideals of secular humanism have the goal of getting better. The foundation, if you read, and there's various versions of the Secular Humanist Manifesto, and I have disagreements with all of them, and but the nice thing is that there are revisions. Okay, this is one of the biggest benefits of a model, is how do you convince somebody that Christianity is right? Well, there's coercion, conversion, conquest. How do you
Example.
Sorry?
Example.
Okay.
That's an important one.
Okay. I'll have to think on that some more, because a lot of the things that people do that they think are exemplary or examples of Christianity, I don't think that they're in any way not necessarily tied to Christianity. Like it's not, there's nothing a Christian could do that is good that I couldn't also do. And so the example thing doesn't work. But with secular humanism, it is through debate, discussion, data, and convincing people. It's not like we're running around saying, we're going to conquer and install this here. We're not going to make a proclamation that we have the one true right answer. The position that secular humanism takes is, as far as we can tell, we get one life. If there's more, hey, bonus, show us, we'll be convinced. It seems that we are, as human beings, as agents, stuck here trying to figure out the best way to live this life. And so we must rely on ourselves and not make appeals to supernatural agents that we can't demonstrate or that don't seem to intervene on our behalf. And if they exist, they're free to come in and step up and tell us where we're doing it wrong. But for now, we're just going to try to do the best we can with what we have to make the world a better place. That's the foundation of secular humanism, not any proclamation that we've got it right.
So I would say that the primary religious language, insofar as there is such a thing, it's something I tried to detail in Maps of Meaning. This is the first book I wrote, a very complicated book. But religious propositions are, in some sense, abstracted generalizations about what being consists of and how to act in it. It's not the same thing as a set of hypotheses about material reality. And it's partly because in the religious domain, the moral imperative is primary, whereas in the empirical domain, the factual domain is primary, or the sensory domain is primary, something like that. So the question from the religious perspective is something like, how should we best construe the world if we wish to determine how to act properly within it? And the way that language has developed, it's developed as a consequence of an evolutionary process, both biological and cultural. And it's culminated in a set of stories, essentially, that have characters. The characters basically represent something like the permanently unknowable. And so that's the mystery that surrounds us all. And that would be associated, say, with the potential of the future and the potential in you. The part of being that's transcendent, right, that constantly escapes from your theorizing. That's the unknown. It's like unexplored territory for animals. And it's a permanent part of being. So there's unexplored territory, the unknown, and there's explored territory, culture, the known, and that's this room, and that's the cultural mores that unite us well enough so that we can all sit here and be peaceful while we're discussing difficult things. So that's the landscape, the religious landscape. That's yin and yang. That's chaos and order. Interestingly enough, it looks like it's to that landscape that our brain has adapted, because the right hemisphere looks like it's roughly responsible for processing chaos and the unknown, and the left hemisphere roughly responsible for processing the known and the familiar. And that's on good evidence. If you don't want to take my word for it, you can read Ian McGilchrist's book, The Master and His Emissary, which is quite masterful treatment of the neuropsychological literature. And so that's the religious domain, yin and yang, chaos and order. And it places human beings at the center of that. And the idea is that we're always confronted by what we understand and have to adapt to that, even in its tyrannical manifestation. And we're always faced with the permanent reality of the permanently incomprehensible that can burst into our life at any moment and disrupt it. That's reality. And then the religious question is, if that's reality, how do you orient yourself in relationship to those two permanent domains? And the answer to that is something like, pursue the instinct of meaning. Because it looks like meaning is the instinctive response, neuropsychologically grounded in the orienting reflex, I would say, which is a very primordial reflex to the unknown. Meaning is the response that orients us in that world. And so when we're engaged in a meaningful enterprise, it's a signal from the deepest elements of our biological being that we have the balance between what we know and makes us secure and what we don't know and have yet to explore properly sync. And that makes us secure, but not totalitarian, and engaged, but not terrified. And by staying on that midpoint of balance, that's Tao, by the way, that's the way from the Taoist perspective. By staying on that midpoint, we do what's best for us, what's best for our families, what's best for our community, and God only knows beyond that. We do all of that simultaneously, and we can tell that we're doing that. It speaks to us when we're doing that. And that's the deepest of religious instincts. And it's that capability to orient on that border between chaos and order that's exemplified in great mythological heroes like St. George, who goes out to slay the dragon, or Christ, who welcomes death, who embraces mortality and vulnerability and strives forward nonetheless. And there's nothing outside of the religious language that communicates that kind of grandeur. There's nothing that you can use to communicate to people who are in the direst of straits what's most important about life in the manner that will help set them straight and put their soul at peace. So that's the advantage of the religious language.
Yes, sir.
Well, thank you both for a very interesting and revealing exchange. My question is for you, Dr. Peterson. You alluded to an important distinction between someone who would actually be an atheist and someone who merely professes to be an atheist. You implied that Matt and others are not genuinely atheists. I'm curious why you think that. Is it just because we have sacred values, that everyone has sacred values? What, in your view, would a genuine atheist be like?
He'd be like Raskolnikov in Crime and Punishment. And I can't really come up with a better answer than that, because it's such a complicated question that that's the right answer. You know, I love that book. It's an amazing book, and it's a great thriller, by the way. If there are some of you, perhaps many of you, who haven't read it, you really should read it, because it might be the greatest novel ever written. I think you can make a case for that. It's unbelievably exciting once you get into it. And Raskolnikov, he plots the perfect murder. It's so interesting because Dostoevsky, the last thing Dostoevsky ever did was make a straw man out of his opponents, let's say. What Dostoevsky did in all of his great novels was make his enemies, let's say, or make each of the positions that he was trying to contend with as powerful and admirable as he possibly could. And since he was an absolutely spectacular genius, he could really do that. And so Raskolnikov plots a murder, and he murders this horrible woman, who's horrible according to everyone who knows her, who also has enslaved her rather mentally feeble niece, and who does nothing but make people miserable consciously all the time. And he does that in order to save his sister from a rather sophisticated form of prostitution, to save himself from starvation so that he can become a great lawyer and help people. Right? So Dostoevsky sets up the stage. Here is the perfect situation for a murder, and all of the rational choices point in that direction. And Raskolnikov, who's also sort of torturing himself, or sort of tortured because he's sort of hungry and not very well, not thinking very clearly, he undertakes the murder, and he gets away with it. And before he does it, he berates himself in what I would describe as the negative atheistic style. And he basically says, look, there is every rational reason to split this woman's skull with an axe. Look at all the good I would do. Look at all the well-being I would enhance. And so he does it. And then all hell breaks loose. And what Dostoevsky was Raskolnikov built himself up to the murder in part by laying out the rational case, but also by saying, well, there's no God. There's no metaphysical reason that's stopping me from committing this act. And there's all these reasons that appear perfectly rational, pushing me in that direction. Perhaps I'm nothing but a moral coward for failing to undertake it. So he does. But what he finds out is that he broke an inviolable moral rule, something that spoke to his own soul, so to speak. And the rest of the book basically involves his sequential post-traumatic unraveling. And the post-traumatic issue is very interesting because one of the things you do see happening with post-traumatic stress disorder is that it very often occurs in people who watch themselves do something of great malevolence. By their own admission, I'm not projecting this onto them. They've watched themselves they've stepped outside the ancient moral code unwittingly and conducted themselves in a manner they cannot reconcile themselves to, and they are permanently broken. So there are works like that, Crime and Punishment, first and foremost, I would say, that do a lovely job of elucidating in narrative form how these self-evident moral presuppositions are necessarily nested inside this broader narrative metaphorical substrate, and that you use your rationality divorced from that metaphorical substrate at your peril. And I believe that to be the case. I think that's an accurate psychological summation.
Thank you. I'm curious if Matt has any thoughts on the matter.
You think?
I have plenty.
So it's rather surprising, and I promise you I don't mean this to be insulting, because I definitely place you considerably higher than most of the apologists that I've engaged with. But there's a common theme from the apologists, and that is, you're not really an atheist because. Now, in Dr. Peterson's case, it's, you're not really an atheist because, in my mind, an atheist is someone who would be a murderer. And so I'm just, rather than saddle you with that, you just think you're an atheist, but really you're not. From other apologists, it's, you think you're an atheist, but you're not, because God's written his moral code on your heart. This is essentially, as far as I can tell, what was expressed in some way, that there's a moral foundation, a moral center that God has imbued people with, and that we all know this, or we all recognize it, or you're not really an atheist, or this is what an atheist would do. An atheist is somebody who doesn't believe there's a God. I am not convinced there's a God. That doesn't necessarily mean I'm convinced there are no gods, although that is a subset of, hey, I don't believe there's a God, and then there's a subset that is, I believe there are no gods. This is, as I've talked about previously, independent of whether or not I can be a moral being or do good things. This is independent from whether or not there's awe and wonder or purpose and meaning in my life. In much the same way that, previously they wanted to kind of say, oh, this is a secular humanist, regime that was just awful. Well, it wasn't secular humanism. There were atheist fans who wrote me that were like, oh man, I can't wait till you do this conversation with Jordan. And I was like, cool. And still, I hope that we have many more conversations as well, because just saying one thing that I find irritating is never going to be enough to get rid of me. But I asked them, great, I'm not that familiar with him. What is it about him that you like, and what are the concerns? And they came back with a bunch of things. None of them said anything about agreeing with views on religion. They seemed very confused on those things. And so the good news for them is that while he thinks atheists would be murderers, he doesn't actually think you're an atheist. And that is his way of getting around acknowledging things that conflict with his worldview. I don't get to decide who is or isn't a true Christian. I didn't even get to decide that when I was a believer. I definitely don't get to do it now. So if somebody tells me they're a Christian, I'm going to have to accept that. I have a model in my head of what that means. I have a model in my head of what it means to be a Muslim, but I'm willing for them to explain to me what their model is. I know people who identify as Christian atheists. They really love the stuff that Jesus said, but they don't actually believe there's God. Thomas Jefferson famously cut out the Jefferson Bible and removed every reference to the supernatural and miracles and things like that because he really admired the teachings of it. And sure, I think you could be a cultural Christian in that if you wanted to. It's strange to me that I'm not sitting here with somebody like Ray Comfort when I'm told you're not really an atheist because you're too good to be an atheist. And this is what atheists hear all the time when they come out. They've been sidelined because of religious privilege around the world for years. And then atheists come out to their family members or friends or people they've known for years, and they're like, "You're an atheist? How can that be? You're such a good person. I've known you all this time." It's because the mindset of what people have about what an atheist is has been poisoned by religious proclamations. We have been denigrated from the pulpit, and it has seeped into every aspect of culture, right up to the height of intellectual pursuits. And it's time for that to end. And I hate to tell you, you get the last question for us.
Oh, that's so much more pressure
Sorry.
than I can handle.
They're flagging me.
Okay. You want to talk more about consciousness or more about morality?
It's your question, man.
Yeah.
Okay. Morality? Yeah, all right, fine. So.
Yeah, because that'll be quick.
Yeah.
Not like consciousness would have been any quicker.
So, Matt, thanks so much for coming back to Toronto. Always great to hear you talk. Dr. Peterson, thanks for coming. You seem, Mr. Peterson, you seem sort of very willing to talk about how evolution and biological underpinnings can influence the meta-narrative down the road that, underpins our lives. But can't it also just be that evolution underpins morality without that extra step? Like, isn't it enough that the only animals that evolved are the ones that didn't die, and the only ones that evolved into a society are the ones that could live in a civilized society? Like, isn't it really clear that there are evolutionary underpinnings to morality, and that there are animals that display morality, and that it's not just humans? We're really good at it, but we're not the only ones.
Well, I would say certainly the last part of your statements are true, is that you can see what like morality in some sense is an emergent property of group interactions. It's more complicated than that, because it's group interactions across time. It's more complicated than that. You see the clear underpinnings of morality in animals. Sure. You're asking, does there have to be something metaphysical beyond that?
No, I'm saying what seems metaphysical to us is just because we're like really faulty analyzers of the real world, like the whole shadows in the grass, type 1 and, like false positives, false negatives. But like, why we wouldn't be a society if we were just naturally disposed to being immoral? Like, morality is entirely selfish. It's really good for me to be moral because my life's really good that way, and it makes me feel really good to be nice to other people. If it felt like shit to be nice to other people, I wouldn't do it.
Well, it
so
does
we evolved
sometimes.
to be moral. There's a reason it makes us feel good.
Well, okay. Look, I'm going to refer to Jung again. Jung did hypothesize that he talked a lot about the God image in human beings, which was distinct from God. And you could say, let's go back to the psychedelic issue. You could say that people can have intense mystical experiences, even intense mystical experiences of a deity directly, let's say, because that does happen, without that being construed as evidence for the existence of a deity, right? The religious instinct could be built so deep into us that we can't get outside it, even if it's just a materialistic instinct.
Well,
that
some
is
of
a
us can get
possibility.
outside it.
Mhm.
Like, I'm outside of it.
Let him finish, because we're out of time.
Well, and I don't really know how to distinguish between those things. I'm not even sure that you can distinguish between them. Now, do I have anything else to say about that in closing? No, I guess I don't. I mean, I tried to lay out these views, the answer to your question, in detail in my first book. It's about 600 pages long. And it's really, 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 really hard. But it does address what you're asking. And I don't think there's a real simpler way of doing it. I didn't find one.
I only have a couple things to add before we close this out. First of all, I have no idea how long my first book's going to be, but it won't be 600 pages. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Also, I don't think I have anything specific to tag on to your question, because I get the impression that we're likely on this similar pages, because I think that that the moral, cultural aspects of this are something that happen naturally. We observe in other primates senses of fairness. And the key cornerstones for morality, from my perspective, while I gave an outline for a secular moral system, the foundations of that are empathy and the desire to have a good life. And the last note is, one time when I was on LSD, I was staring at the wood grain on the bathroom door. I don't know why I was in the bathroom, but I was there. And from the wood grain on the bathroom door, an image formed. This is not a joke. It was a strawberry with an S on its chest, and a face and a cape. And Super Strawberry flew off that bathroom door and did a lap around my head before it smacked right into the door and became wood grain again. Coolest trip ever. And despite that, I don't think it points to the reality of Super Strawberry or his abilities. And because that was an incredibly unfair applause line to end the night with, I'd like to let Dr. Peterson give one last remark, and then we will thank you all and say goodnight. So if you have anything to add or close with on anything we've discussed this evening.
Well, I only have one thing to say. I mean, I'm very pleased, for what that's worth, that these sorts of discussions are taking place and that there's an avid public audience for them. It's like, great, you know? Yeah.
And on that note of complete agreement, thank you guys so much for coming out. We really appreciate it. I look forward to seeing you sometimes when we come back through. Cheers. Great job. Thank you. Thank you.
Please forgive me if I croak. It's because I've had a stroke. Basal ganglion on the right makes me walk as if I'm tight. So if I fall to croaks and squawking, Matt will have to do the talking.
And I think anybody who knows me knows that talking's not a problem. It's ceasing to talk is probably a bigger issue. Hello, Vancouver. Thank you so much for coming out. I know I have some friends here and some other people who've commented on stuff from the show. I'm thrilled to be here, and especially to be here with Richard. I almost forgot his name. It's been a really weird experience. Now, we first met 10 years ago, although there was no reason that Richard should remember it because he was touring promoting the God Delusion and came to Austin. And I had just got an Out campaign tattoo on my arm and happened to be with CFI and came up and showed him, and he rushed over to get his phone to take a picture of it to prove that it was the first Out campaign tattoo. So I know a bunch of other people went out and did it, but I got there first. I polled some people saying, hey, I'm going to have this opportunity. Are there questions you'd like to ask? And the one thing that came up that I wanted to ask about has absolutely nothing, or perhaps absolutely nothing to do with religion. And it is this idea that was in, I believe, your second book, The Extended Phenotype. And you've given explanations for it. When I look around the world at the general ignorance on science issues, and I'm as guilty as many other people, what is it, could you give a description of the extended phenotype, we're starting heavy, that also gets to what people really need to understand about it?
About the extended phenotype, we need to understand. Well, that takes a whole book to explain. That's why that's why I wrote it. Okay, let me have a go at explaining the extended phenotype. Phenotype means those things that a gene affects, and from a Darwinian point of view, those things that a gene affects which get it levered into the next generation. So my view of life is that it's all about genes manipulating the world to get into the next generation. The world, in this case, largely means the body in which the gene sits, but it doesn't have to mean that. So normally when we talk about the phenotypic expression of a gene, we mean the effect that it has on the body in which the gene sits, and the body in which the gene sits is the vehicle that carries the genes around, and if the body survives, the genes survive. At least if the body reproduces, the genes survive. It has to survive in order to reproduce first. So that's the ordinary meaning of phenotype. Extended phenotype means that the phenotype of a gene, those aspects of the phenotype which enable the gene to pass on to the next generation, do not have to be confined to the body itself. A good example would be a bird's nest. A bird's nest is quite clearly an adaptation for the genes to survive. It's not for the body to survive, for the genes to survive. Its shape, its color, everything about it may have Darwinian survival value, but it's not a part of the animal, of the bird's body. If you buy that, and you'd have to do the same thing for spider webs and beaver dams and things like that. If you buy that, then a parasite sitting in a host very often manipulates the behavior of the host in order that the parasite shall get passed on to its next stage in its life history. There's a lovely worm called the brain worm, a little fluke, which parasitizes ants. From the fluke's point of view, it needs the ant to get eaten by an ungulate, by a sheep, say. Normally, ants during the heat of the day of this species, the ants would go down into the ground. The fluke wants the ants to go up onto the tops of the grass stems where they're more likely to be eaten. So the fluke actually burrows into the brain of the ant and makes a lesion in the brain of the ant, which changes the behavior of the ant, so it goes up instead of down. That increases the chance that the fluke will be eaten by the sheep, and that's what the fluke wants, using the word wants in quotes, which of course you all understand what I mean by that. This is an adaptation by the fluke genes. The ant is the proximate manipulee, let's say, the proximate victim of manipulation of the fluke. You could call the ant's behavior, the change in the ant's behavior, as part of the extended phenotype of genes in the fluke. So in other words, genes in one animal can have extended phenotypic effects in another animal. Well, if you buy that, then a parasite doesn't have to be sitting in the host. A cuckoo, as you know, it's a bird that parasitizes other birds, makes them rear its young. Very, very sophisticated adaptations, highly sophisticated adaptations. The genes in the cuckoo are manipulating the behavior of the host, even though the host is not, even though the parasite's not actually inside the host. It's still extended phenotype. And if you buy that, then any kind of animal communication, bird song, singing from one end of a wood, influencing a female at the other end of the wood, that's extended phenotype too. So, well, that's the extended phenotype, and I haven't really had time to do it justice, so
sure.
You just have to go and read the book.
By all means, read the book. One of the reasons that I ask is because when we begin to talk about what we typically view genes as doing, and when we extend this to perhaps behaviors, the thing I wonder is how far can we extend it, and where do you draw a line? I mean, there's been a lot of talk about, the God gene and things like this. if we are our genes and they're dictating behavior, is it a stretch too far to suggest that the type of thinking that leads to religious thinking is also in our makeup, and how do you escape that?
Yes, it might be a stretch too far. I'm not sure about that. I mean, I think it's probably true to say that religiosity is influenced by genetics. And the kind of way you would test a claim of that kind would be perhaps to look at twin studies, to compare monozygotic, that's identical twins, with dizygotic ordinary twins. And if the characteristic you're interested in this case religiosity, is more likely to be shared by identical twins than fraternal twins, even if the identical twins are reared apart, which they sometimes are for accidental reasons, then we have evidence of genetic influence on variation. And there is some influence, not surprising. I mean, genes influence just about everything else, so there's no reason why they shouldn't influence religiosity. To be interesting in a Darwinian way, you would need to show that the genes engineer their survival by increasing the religiosity of the body in which they sit. Maybe they do, but that might be a bit of a stretch.
There are people who call the show frequently. I'd love to ask you why people call to ask me questions about science, but we know that you know, the most common answer that I've given when people are calling into the show to ask, hey, this disproves evolution, and I ask them, why the hell are you calling me, a non-scientist on a public access show? Why aren't you out seeking your Nobel Prize and publishing to get, you know?
That's a good point, yes.
I think it speaks volumes about their hypothesis, if it could even be called that they are calling to present it to me. But one of the questions that I got, which I have my thoughts on an answer, but as somebody who's not as versed in the science, I'm probably wrong. Have human beings trumped evolution? Or have we escaped natural selection? Have we, and I know I despise this idea of advancing so far to a point, but are we at a point where we control our own fates and natural selection is just out the window for us?
If we have, then that has nothing whatever to do with this disproving evolution. I mean, that's the important point to make. If that's what they're trying to say, then it just simply is illogical. There's no connection whatever. It is an interesting question. It does appear that we have largely removed ourselves from at least the cutting edge of natural selection. As far as survival is concerned, natural selection matters if it kills you before you have time to reproduce.
Right.
And in our civilization, it's rather... in our civilization, it's rather hard to die young. And so most people reach the age when they could reproduce. So we're no longer being selected for fleetness of foot, keenness of mind, keenness of sight, that kind of thing. Because with handicaps in any of those fields, you can still survive long enough to reproduce. So probably, if there is any natural selection going on in an interesting way, of course there is natural selection against diseases and things like that, but if the sort of interesting natural selection is going on, it's probably with respect to reproduction rather than survival. Not everybody has the same number of children. Some people have lots of children, some people have none. If there is genetic variation in the desire to have children, then that could be, that would by definition be natural selection in favor of something. Well, I don't know whether there is, but as I said before, there's genetic variation in most other things, so it would be a little bit surprising if there wasn't a genetic influence, a statistical genetic influence on the inclination to have children. Or it could be a statistical effect on incompetence in using contraceptives.
Oh, the Catholics are going to come after you for that one, because It's not incompetence. You're just not allowed to do that.
Actually, let me tell you a story about that. It's not, well, it's kind of about that. I was doing a television program, and I was sent out to to Kenya, to Nairobi, to the slums of Nairobi, to interview a prostitute, because there is evidence in Kenya of a genetic resistance to AIDS. And there are some prostitutes in Nairobi who are massively exposed to HIV, but who don't get AIDS. And this woman was one such. And she's being researched by actually a Canadian team of geneticists. So I was sent to interview her, and I said, how long have you been a prostitute? And she told me 20 years or 25 years, something like that. And I said, what's happened to all your friends who joined at the same, start at the same time? They're all dead, she said, of AIDS. So I said, well, why do you think you're not dead? And she said, well, God must be looking after me. So then I said, well then, why didn't God look after all your friends? And she said, well, I can't understand that, but I tell you this, she said, God loves condoms.
I want to go to Kenya and interview prostitutes too, but for completely different reasons. So one of the things that was curious to me is we come from very different backgrounds and fell into what we do for somewhat different reasons. I mean, you're one of the world's most eminent and popular scientists, and you have a passion for science education. And I'm just some redneck who was raised a Southern Baptist and figured out this shit makes no sense. And I've spent the time on the show doing what I can to try to have the conversations. You've done something that I haven't done and may never do, and that is you have an entire foundation dedicated to science and reason. And I want to make sure that there's an opportunity to talk about that. What has the foundation been doing, and the goals, so that people who weren't aware become aware.
Yes, after The God Delusion was published, I founded the Richard Dawkins Foundation for Reason and Science, both in Britain and America. I suppose mainly at first as a way in which I could give money in a charitable way, both in Britain and in America. It's difficult for a British taxpayer to give money to American charities. You can do it, but it's kind of hard, and you don't get the tax benefits. So I founded these two foundations. The British Foundation was mainly used as a kind of conduit to get money into America, where I thought it was more needed.
It's also, part of this is because, for whatever reasons, most of my fellow Americans, if I say something, they can blow it off. But if it has your accent, they pay attention to it a little bit more.
I was afraid it might be the other way around, actually. I once was unwise enough to reply to the Guardian request to give advice about 2 elections ago, American elections ago, and I gave advice about how nobody should vote for George W. Bush, and I got the most incredible lot of hate mail. You limey, stay out of our affairs, and to which my reply was, the American election affects the entire world, and I kind of resent the fact that we can't vote in it. But I feel
so do I.
I got off the point.
When I came through customs, the customs agent said, "Oh, you're going to be giving a talk tomorrow night." I said, "Yes." And I flew in Saturday, and she said, "So you're only here for Sunday, and then you fly home on Monday?" And I was like, "Yes." And this seemed to baffle her a little bit, so she wanted to repeat it. "So you're here for just one day to give a talk?" And I said, "Yes, but depending on the election results on Tuesday, I might be back the following weekend."
Anyway, I digressed. The American Foundation is the one that actually does most of the work, and it's now extremely flourishing, and it's just about to merge with the Center for Inquiry, which is a much larger, flourishing organization in America, and I think also in Canada. And between us, we're doing a lot of exciting things. One of them is the Openly Secular campaign. You're probably aware that in the United States, it's very, very hard for an atheist, or an open atheist, to become a member of Congress. In fact, there aren't any. Out of 535 members of Congress, not a single one admits to being an atheist, and that's a statistical nonsense. They've obviously got to be. Large numbers of them must be. I mean, they're all presumably reasonably well educated. And yet it doesn't seem to be possible to get elected if you're honest in this regard. So you've either got to be religious or a liar to get elected. So the Openly Secular campaign is a campaign to raise consciousness of Americans. I mustn't use that word, of United States citizens, to raise consciousness by making YouTube videos, getting celebrities to make little videos saying, I am openly secular. And we get ordinary people to say, I am openly secular, just nice people, sort of people you'd like, people you know. I'm not a devil with horns, I'm an ordinary person who you probably like, and I'm openly secular. So that's one of our campaigns. Another one is TIES, the Teacher Institute for Evolutionary Science. This is to teach middle school teachers how to teach evolution, because they get a lot of pushback, they get a lot of hostility from parents, from some of their children who refuse to listen, stop up their ears, or turn their chairs to face the wall when evolution is being discussed. I've heard stories of teachers who, as soon as they mention the word evolution, their pupils scream, no, 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 I don't believe that. Don't even listen. Well, you could imagine that if you're a teacher who perhaps doesn't have very much specialized knowledge, that's quite intimidating. And so, unless you're rather brave, you'd be likely to sort of shy away from teaching evolution for fear of getting that kind of pushback. So TIES is a campaign to help teachers by telling them how to respond, telling them how to teach evolution, giving them resources they can use, giving them a PowerPoint presentation, giving them lab materials, that kind of thing. It's enormously successful. It's run by a magnificent middle school teacher called Bertha Vasquez from Florida. And she has run a large number of workshops for other teachers, and they're enormously successful. The teachers love them. So that's one of the programs that I'm most keen on. And when we merge with CFI, the Center for Inquiry, we'll suddenly inherit a whole lot of other programs, which I'm also very excited about. So it is one of the main things that I occupy my time with now is the Richard Dawkins Foundation for Reason and Science, and now the Center for Inquiry.
And I'm hoping that, well, you can come down and visit me in Texas wherever you want, but there needs to be a focus in Texas in particular, and I don't want to spend all this time talking about my screwed up country, but Texas is the largest purchaser of school books, and it's a single adoption state. And so there is the constant battle going on with the State Board of Education, because they're not just deciding what students in Texas would learn. It would be tough to write off the entire state, even if that were the case, but the school books that are purchased for Texas get farmed out to other states as well. And I'm a big fan of the Texas Freedom Network, which constantly monitors what the State Board of Education is doing, and getting your organizations and theirs and others to work together. We've had some really, really close calls in Texas. And right before I started with the Atheist Experience, the atheist community of Austin had been in the school book hearings fighting some of the changes are incredibly bizarre, scrubbing different people from history. But every couple of years, it's a new course that comes up. So we do history, and then it's maths, and I said maths just for you.
Well, what do Canadians say?
Is it? There's no S here, right? I knew I loved you guys. But this fight that goes on it's bizarre, and it reflects what you and I deal with when we're dealing with religious individuals as well. And some of it, if not the majority of it, stems from religious individuals. When you have the head of the State Board of Education proudly saying there has to be somebody to stand up to these experts.
Yes. We get that in Britain too. You know about this awful thing called Brexit, which is a catastrophe. One of the leaders of the Brexit campaign, Michael Gove, who was then a cabinet minister, actually went out and said, mistrust experts. You are the experts here. Well, I'm afraid that's exactly what happened. And we had a vote from people who are manifestly not experts in the complicated, sophisticated economic question of whether Britain should leave the European Union. It is a major catastrophe. What's even worse is that now the government is trying to deny even the right of Parliament to decide the details of what Brexit should consist of. And the High Court has just ruled that Parliament should be involved, and they're now being threatened by people. You'd think you were in Trump's America. They're now being physically threatened. These judges are being physically threatened because they want to uphold the constitutional right of Parliament, not to reverse Brexit, but simply to decide on the details.
There's really only room for one person in Trump's America, so. But this issue of experts is something we spoke briefly about earlier. The average person is not going to develop an expertise in every area. You couldn't possibly. And so I'm often accused by people say, oh, well, you have faith too. You have faith in the scientists. And I continually point out that what I have is not faith. I have a particular definition of faith, that it's the excuse people give for believing something without a good reason. And I have confidence and trust that is proportional to my reasons and the expertise of individuals. But if somebody said, Richard Dawkins is the world's foremost expert on biology and everything that he says is true, and you become their expert, that is a massive influence that can be abused. And we see individuals going out and specifically getting degrees that they then ignore their teaching and serve as experts for the creationists. How can the average person know who they should rely on and how much?
That is very difficult, and you're perfectly right that certainly one of the leading so-called experts in the Discovery Institute, the so-called Discovery Institute in Seattle.
I'm waiting for their discovery.
Yeah. He's a Mooney, a follower of the Reverend Moon. And he actually said, Father, that's their word for the Reverend Moon, Father chose me to get a PhD in biology so that I could go out and preach against evolution. So you're entirely right there. But it's a serious question you raise, because you're perfectly right. We cannot all become experts in everything. I'm a biologist, and I'm manifestly not an expert in physics. So is it just faith when I accept the Big Bang, quantum theory? Not really, as for just the reason you give. It's not blind faith, it's reasoned faith. We know that the scientific method, the scientific enterprise, has checks and safeguards. We have refereeing papers, we have peer review, we have repetition of experiments which are controversial. If somebody publishes a paper which is an important finding, it will get replicated, it will get repeated, and if it's not repeated, then something's wrong. So we have the scientific method in place, which has been honed and developed over centuries to guard against self-deception, to increase to make it highly likely that the truth will eventually come out. It's not really faith. So we have a kind of trust in not so much the experts, but in we don't say that he's a Nobel Prize winner and therefore he must be right. We never say that.
Although Bob Dylan is right.
Yes, Bob Dylan. And I think that's rather a nice idea for the Nobel Prize for Literature. But don't you think it's high time a scientist got the Nobel Prize for Literature?
It's not just in the realm of science where we are going to struggle with this difficulty over who to trust. We see it in news reports as well. Which news station do you happen to listen to? That's going to dictate what you think the facts are. And it's bad enough for example, in the United States. I've had a bunch of arguments over the past week or so about politics, imagine that. And one of my longtime friends had made the comment of, oh, well, Hillary's getting ready to be indicted on 2 more issues, but I bet you wouldn't accept this particular Fox News source as credible. And he was right to assume that, but as it turns out, that source recanted, and now, as the news today, that they're not going to be indictments. And I'm waiting to see if this person acknowledges, okay, I made a horrible claim based on faulty information, and I'll retract it, because I don't see that retraction often. Instead, it's, yes, but she's still guilty of this, this, and this. Yeah. And if we have that issue in politics, and we have this issue when it comes to religion, and we have this issue when it comes to science, is it just we're all too damn lazy to do our homework, or is it our day-to-day lives are not consumed with matters of biology or matters of fact-finding on a political issue, and so it doesn't seem as important to us even when it should be that important?
I think in the case of news sources, there is the echo chamber effect has often been mentioned. People tend to tune into the television station that they agree with, and so they just get their views reinforced. I do want to come back, though, to the point that science is a bit different, because science has been tailored to put in place mechanisms for avoiding that kind of thing. Just take one example, the double-blind controlled trial, which is now so important in medical research. With the best will in the world, a scientist is in danger of subtle biases in experimental work. You don't mean to, you're desperately trying not to be biased, but it's extremely hard not to. If you're doing a medical trial, you're testing some new drug against a control. If you desperately want the drug to succeed, then your diagnosis of the patients who've had it may be slightly biased in favor of the drug rather than the control. Or you may be so conscientious that you're even biased in favor of the control. Either way, you want to avoid that kind of bias. So the double-blind control trial technique, where neither the doctor nor the patient nor any nurse who's administering the drug or the control knows which is which. This is secret, locked up in code numbers. It's locked up in a computer. Which is the control and which is the experimental drug is not known to any of those people until the experiment is finished, and only then is it unlocked from the computer. So that totally guards against bias of this kind. Science is full, modern science at least, is quite recent. I mean, not that long ago, that kind of safeguard was not in place. Now it is. So science is hedged about with safeguards against that kind of thing.
And it's, I've been accused of scientism, and perhaps I'm even guilty. I think probably the biggest frustration is that most individuals are going to get their information about science from news sources, and we live in a world where every sensationalized headline is the one that's going to get the attention. So it seems like every other day, science, which I'll put in air quotes, has found God or found this, and people don't often go beyond the headline even, let alone to find out what the sources are. And I liken this to what I saw I was a fundamentalist Christian for more than 25 years and thought that I was supposed to be a preacher. I read the Bible as a child, as a teenager, and then other times as an adult as well. And I remember as I was finding my way out of religion, even though that's not what it felt like at the time, I was studying with the goal of trying to find a way to convince my atheist roommate that he needed Jesus so that we could be in heaven together. And I would read what atheists on some occasion would have to say about the Bible, or what non-Christians would say about the Bible. And when I'd hear what they'd say, I'd say, oh, no, that's not right. I've read this, I've read it many times, I was in Sunday school, you're taking it out of context, you are missing some extra thing. And then I would find, the more I studied, the more I began to realize that no, it wasn't so much that non-believers were taking it out of context, I was putting it into a context that completely biased the way I read it. If, in fact, there is a God who is morally perfect, then when he orders the slaughter of the Midianites, well, that must have been a good thing. There's no way it was a bad thing. When he says that you can have slaves, there must have been some good reason for that. Certainly a morally perfect being, if slavery was actually wrong and this wasn't the case, so you make all these excuses. And I don't know that it's that different when we're talking religion or politics or just in general what we believe about the world we inhabit. Our biases impact everything. And I think the biggest fear I have is that, okay, I've discovered my biases that led me to these conclusions. So now I'm right. Now I'm free of bias, right? So I'm good. And then you find another one and another one. And I was a fan of professional wrestling, and so there's this idea of smarts and marks and then half smarts. And the same thing works in the con artist field and with magic. If you know how people are deceived, you exploit that. And as soon as you think you can't be deceived, you are doomed. You're the one who is now in this position where, I am the enlightened one. I'm not going to fall prey to that again. And that almost guarantees that you're going to fall prey to 10 other things because you've blinded yourself to the possibility that you could be fooled.
I'm very interested in the profession of magic in conjuring because it is a professional deceit, but it seems so much like a miracle that I sort of feel it ought to be a salutary lesson to people who are influenced by apparent miracles. I mean, when you think about what a great conjurer can do, I mean, turning water into wine would be child's play, wouldn't it?
Oh, yeah. Barry and Stuart do it, and they do it very well. So there's one thing that, kind of a side subject that I thought we'd talk about for a minute, and that's debates, because that's what I do. I live to debate. I will debate almost anybody, although there are some people who I won't debate again for reasons some of you probably already know. There's a couple of different issues here. There's a constant battle over should scientists be debating creationists. I think the general line is no, that it seems to elevate that. But we're in this position where, as bizarre as it feels to us, we represent a minority view. The overwhelming majority of people have some sort of God belief, and so we're in this constant struggle as this minority. How should we engage on those topics? Should it not be the scientists doing it? Is it so much theater that anybody who happens to be good at it should be doing it?
I'm fond of quoting Robert May, who was an Australian scientist working in Britain, who became very distinguished. He became the president of the Royal Society, which is the sort of most distinguished position you can hold as a scientist in Britain. And when he's invited to have a debate with a creationist, he says, "That would look great on your CV, not so good on mine." Which is one way of expressing the point you make about the elevation. I mean, having two chairs on a stage, one with a scientist and one with a creationist, it gives the audience the impression that there's a kind of equality to start off with, that there's really something here to debate about, which of course there isn't. There is no debate to be had. The downside to refusing to debate these people is that they then portray you as a coward, or they say, you know you'll lose the debate, so you don't want to do it.
Right.
I've even had somebody who I won't name use the empty chair ploy against me to actually invite me to have a debate with him. I refused. Actually, I refused. I already had a prior engagement in London at the time. So he put an empty chair on the stage to signify the fact that I wasn't there. I sort of feel it's one thing to exploit a scientist by using him. It's to use his absence seems to me to be. I wrote an article in The Guardian explaining why I wasn't going to debate with him. And I said, not only will I not be appearing on the stage in Oxford with this man, I will not be appearing in Birmingham, Edinburgh, Glasgow, Dublin, Bristol, and if time allows, Penzance, you know.
And out of deference to your desire to not name him, I won't name him either, but I will say that while this individual desperately wants to debate you, he is desperate to avoid debating me. And he refuses. We even tried to arrange an event where instead of doing a debate, the two of us would sit in chairs exactly like this and talk about our views. And no, there's no way that's going to happen. And that's fine, because you get to decide who you want to engage with, and so does he, and so did I. But he did something rather peculiar. After multiple refusals, he stated that the reason he wouldn't debate me is because I don't have a terminal degree in the relevant field, which is strange because we hadn't even chosen a topic yet. And if the topic were perhaps secular humanism, then I do have a terminal degree in secular humanism, because to my knowledge, there's not one. And I'm pretty sure most secular humanist organizations would gladly give me an honorary terminal degree in order to do the debate. And yet this person runs around desperate to debate scientists on issues in fields where he doesn't have a terminal degree. He's got a degree in philosophy, but he doesn't have a degree in astrophysics or biology. And so my suggestion would be to all of the godless heathen cohorts of mine who happen to have terminal degrees, stop agreeing to debate him and just say that he doesn't have a terminal degree in the field, and you're just using his own criteria to avoid debating him. So.
I've never heard the phrase terminal degree before. It sounds a bit ominous to me. Like,
and that's why I've avoided getting one. It was just terrifying. I know in a few minutes we're probably going to start taking questions from the audience, and I'll have you guys line up, because the two of us just asking questions isn't necessarily going to get to what some of you might want to hear. But there's a potential point of disagreement. Dun, dun, dun. And so I've said before that I've disagreed with everybody in the movement, including me, over and over again. But there's a question that I get that I know you've received as well. And it seems to be one of the most common questions people ask and what people want to hear most. And unless your answer has changed, I think we may give different answers. And so I wanted to explore that for a minute. On the issue of God, what would change your mind?
Well, I used to, and I still really, I think I do say that I, like any good scientist, I would change my mind if evidence came in. And I used to think it was obvious what that evidence would be. I mean, Jesus would return in clouds of glory, and there would be no question about it. And I suppose I would be convinced by that, but I'm somewhat. Really, it's by the conjuring again. How do I know that it's not a very clever trick put on by Penn and Teller or I mean, when you think of what you guys can do with just card tricks, I could imagine some gullible person being convinced of that's a miracle. Hume's criterion for a miracle, which is more probable that there really is a violation of the laws of physics, or that you've been deceived, or you're hallucinating, or you've gone mad, or you're dreaming. And it all comes down on the latter. So I'm not totally confident that I know what would convince me.
Yeah.
That's
fabulous. There's no disagreement. So I had heard, actually, I Imagine No Religion 5, I emceed an event, asked you and Lawrence Krauss questions. And this question had come up, and I've heard both of you give an answer. And I used to give the sort of glib answers of, voices and appearances in the sky or writing and those things. And I realized, the same thing, going back to Arthur C. Clarke, any sufficiently advanced technologies indistinguishable from magic. So glad I speak English, American English, partially. But the answer that I came up with, which is both honest and frustrates the crap out of theists, is I have no idea what would change my mind. I don't, and I find it a bit arrogant to presume that someone should think that I would have the capability of distinguishing a God from some amazingly advanced trickery. I don't know. But if you're right and there is a God, that God should know exactly what it should take to change my mind. And the fact that this God has not done this means that either this God doesn't exist or does not want me to know that he exists. Either way, not my problem. I think there's a bit more that we could talk about. If you guys would like to, there's microphones set up on either side. And if you have questions for either or both of us, please just step up and we'll try and alternate between microphones a bit. Did you have anything to...
Do we have the lights up?
Yes. Oh, we can see faces.
Yeah.
So I guess perhaps we'll start on this side. You got there first, you win.
Okay. Hi, this is Armin Navabi from Atheist Republic.
Hey. Yeah.
Thank you. I think you both have heard about Majid Nawaz and Ayaan Hirsi Ali recently being listed as anti-Muslim extremists by a law firm. And I was just wondering if you think, what are your comments about that? And also if you have any suggestions for how we could criticize Islam without being grouped with bigots and racists, and if you think we have made any progress on this in the past 10 years, because it seems like it's getting worse and worse, and we're just being grouped with these other people.
Yeah. So the Southern Poverty Law Center, which tracks hate groups and things, recently listed both Majid Nawaz and Ayaan Hirsi Ali as, I don't remember exactly what the category is, but labeled them as hate speech with regard to Islam. They're wrong, in my estimation. Is there hateful thought directed at Islam in general? Sure. It's weird when you get into the online community. Quite often, there are people who will do the hashtag #NotAllX. And on some occasions, they'll get mocked. Basically, if we make a generalized statement about some group, somebody will point out it doesn't qualify to every member of that group. Well, of course it doesn't. And this wasn't the presumption. But if there's a fair general criticism of the tenets of Islam or something from the Quran, or a regime that has power that is implementing their version of this, I don't get to decide what a true Muslim is and what a true Muslim is. I don't get to decide what a true Christian is. I don't even get to decide what a true atheist, skeptic, or humanist is. But I do know that saying, well, they're not all bad, is focusing on the people and not the doctrines. And if I focus instead on the doctrines and the actions that some people take, I'm being fair and honest. And if somebody wants to call me a racist for that, okay, fine, too bad. Because I'm not looking at this in terms of race. I'm looking at it in terms of, here's a doctrine, when implemented in this fashion,
is dangerous and harmful and counterproductive. There are great people in almost any religion I can think of. And my point is they could be better if they dumped the religious baggage. And there are bad people in every religion that I could name, and they would be way better if they dumped the religious baggage.
It's a curious thing that the evils of Islam, and I think that Islam is among the great evils of the world, the chief victims of it are actually Muslims themselves. They are the ones who are most likely to be persecuted, especially women. That's one point. Another point is the accusation of racism, as though Islam were a race, which of course it isn't. Ayaan Hirsi Ali and Majid Nawaz are struggling to actually reform Islam from within, to actually recognize that it doesn't have to be bad, and they should obviously be applauded. I think the worst thing of all is the way decent liberal people, our kind of people, give Islam a free pass, which they don't give to any other religion when it comes to things like the betrayal of women, the misogyny that is officially promulgated by Islam is revolting. And yet feminist thought in Western liberal democracies completely ignores that and more or less allows Islam to get away with the misogyny and all the other terrible things that they do. Because of this special treatment, which I suspect it maybe stems from the fear of being thought racist. So, to repeat, the chief victims of Islam are Muslims themselves, and Majid Nawaz and Ayaan Hirsi Ali are doing their best to help the victims of this unfortunate creed.
And there are great organizations working alongside Maryam Namazi's organization and Ex-Muslims of North America. If the chief complaint is not tied directly to what has been said, then that's just posturing. So I'll have people comment on various videos or whatever and say, oh, Matt might be good on the God issue, but he's terrible on this, or this, you know. And they'll use language that's obnoxious and annoying. But I ask them all the same question. What is my position that you disagree with, and why do you think it's wrong? Nobody's ever even gotten the first one right. Instead, they will saddle me with somebody else's position or something they heard or something that they have interpreted based on their own confusion about what's said. And if we can't get past, we've lost sight of nuance. And it's, if you sometimes say anything that is even vaguely in opposition to somebody's position, you become immediately the worst thing ever. And if we are going to shelter medieval, harmful, misogynistic thought as if, well, we can't criticize that because that would be racist, I don't know how you can possibly criticize anything at that point. Yes, sir.
Hi there. With a recent poll coming from Google saying that internet memes are now more popular than Jesus Christ, I was wondering, have we won? And if not, what's the defining factor that would say that atheists have won?
Well, did the Google poll say that atheist memes were, or
No,
just memes?
Just memes.
Yeah, because cats don't get us a win.
Well, Jesus Christ is a meme himself. I mean, memes simply are cultural, the equivalent of cultural genes. They're that which spreads through the culture by any means, whether it's by humans imitating other humans or radio jingles or that kind of thing. So I think you're using the word internet meme as, for a particular subset of memes, which are kind of rectangular spaces with some kind of words in. and that for some bizarre reason has come to be used as the only kind of meme. It's just one very little example of a special kind of meme. Some of them are quite funny.
And some of them are awful.
Yeah.
I hate bad arguments, and I hate bad arguments, especially when they come from people who are defending positions I hold, because I want the other side to have the bad arguments. And so when I see bad memes from atheist organizations, I look at this Bible contradiction, and it's not, okay, we can do a little better. And right before we get to this question, I want to say to all the people who are back here who are staring at the back of our heads, you don't know this, but for about 10 or 15 minutes before we started, I stood below you and I can see up and I stared at the back of your heads just to make it fair. Yes.
Hi, my name is Reese. I work at Science World. You guys should come visit if you're in town for the next couple days. Earlier you were saying that, which is true, that the large majority of the world has some kind of concept of God or some kind of belief in God. Also, the large majority of the world is very poor, and often these two things go together. What is atheism's role in addressing the poverty of the world and the ignorance that comes with it? That's not really their fault.
I mean, it's a demonstrable fact that there is this correlation you talk about. The research of Gregory Paul shows this both across European countries and across states in America, that poverty, lack of social welfare, lack of social security, that kind of thing, tends to go with religiosity. And people tend to lose their religion when they have security, welfare, that sort of thing. And Scandinavian countries have the most advanced welfare systems in the world, and they're the least theistic. Atheism's role, I mean, I don't see atheism as a political movement. To me, it's a philosophical position. But obviously, as a citizen, politically, I'm in favor of reducing poverty, reducing inequality, and from that, this research seems to suggest atheism will flow.
Yeah, and I agree with Richard. I think that certainly atheist communities are more than just about atheism, because we're people. But it's my humanism that makes me want to fight and eliminate poverty. And I try, when I'm deciding what I'm going to do, there's the think globally, act locally idea. I also try to think about what would the entire world be like if everybody did the thing that I want to do, and try to work along those lines. And so if everybody donated a little bit more, if everybody worked to encourage politicians to instill policies that reduced poverty and suffering, but there's also the limit of what can any individual do. Well, one of the things that individuals can do is vote, run for office, support the sort of policies that are going to put an end to this. A collection of atheists on Reddit can raise a bunch of money and do good, as we've seen, but they're not going to end poverty. And while we as atheists and those of us who are humanists certainly have an incentive to go there, it may be that we need to set aside our differences in other areas and work with people towards specific goals. And so, like the Reverend Barry Lynn is the CEO or the president of Americans United for Church-State Separation, and I adore him. I've shared the stage with him before, and I will again. And I will share a stage with him for church-state separation, and then argue with him tooth and nail over whether or not a God exists if he wants to. And I do the same thing. When I decide what charity I might actually donate to, my first question is not, hang on, is there a religion behind this? My first question is, are they actually doing good with the money? How much of my money is going to go to those issues? What efforts can I contribute besides money to help them out? And then I will compare, hey, is there a secular version of this? Which is why I love Foundation Beyond Belief and organizations that are working to improve secular charities. I would encourage everybody, if you're not familiar with Foundation Beyond Belief, to investigate that. There's also SHARE, I believe, which is Secular Humanists activists, I'm going to get the acronym wrong, but it's out there to do good and help people. And I'd like to see a lot more effort there. And there's always room. If you don't have the money to donate, which I was unemployed for 4 out of 10 years for a while there, you can donate your time. And you can show the world that instead of the view that they had of who atheists were, we actually are your neighbors, we are scientists, we are jackasses, we are the people who deliver your mail, and we actually care about other people. We care about what kind of world we live in, and that's the reason that we talk about religion, because we see religions, while certainly people do good in the name of their religion, there is a lot of harm, and it could be, as I was saying before, better without the baggage.
Thank you. Hi. Thanks for coming to Vancouver. I just finished reading a book by one of the murdered editors of Charlie Hebdo, and he talks about the problems with the word Islamophobia. So I'm wondering, what are your opinions on using that term, Islamophobia?
I think we've dealt with that in the previous question, haven't we? I mean, Islamophobia is an absurd word. It's a made-up word to describe this privileged position that Islam has in our society, and I do not think it's a word that should have currency.
And the only thing I'd add is I'm not overly concerned about the labels for things if they get in the way. I just released a video recently about the atheist label, the agnostic label, and things like that. At the end of the day, if Richard had called himself an atheist, and I said, oh, no, I don't want to call myself an atheist, but neither one of us believe in a God, and we're both working towards it, then if the label's in the way, then get rid of it. I don't think the label for atheist is necessarily in the way, but when there are attempts to label people as Islamophobes, merely to avoid having the discussion about what we should or shouldn't address and what are the limits, and is somebody going too far, and should we actually oppose certain things, if the label discussion is preventing that one, then that just needs to go away, because the other discussion is far more important.
I am phobic about beheading people, about whipping people, about apostasy being punished by death, women having their clitorises cut off. I'm phobic about all that. If you want to call that Islamophobia, do, but I prefer not to use the word.
Thank you both for coming. Mr. Dawkins, I've read most of your books, and I've been a big fan for several years, so it's good to see you here. My question is more about AI. I watched a TED Talk with Sam Harris, and I know you've been into computers for several years as well. Do you think we will ever achieve AI? And if so, would that AI ever become religious?
It's an interesting question. I'm not quite sure why it gets a laugh. AI meaning artificial intelligence?
Yes.
Why is that funny?
If I had to guess, I think they're anticipating an entertaining answer on whether or not AI would become religious.
Okay. Well, I think it's a fascinating topic, scientifically, philosophically, actually. The question of consciousness is deeply, deeply mysterious, and it may well be solved by AI research eventually. So I think that's very interesting. I now understand why there was laughter. I misheard it. I thought, I didn't hear the word religious. I thought you said pernicious. Which maybe, yeah.
It's a toss-up as to which one is more dangerous.
Exactly, yes. Well, you could program it to become anything, I suppose. So you could certainly, you could program a religious robot if you wanted to. Some of you may have read Douglas Adams's Dirk Gently's Holistic Detective Agency, where there's a character in it called the Electric Monk, which is a robot device, a machine you buy to do your believing for you. in the same way as you buy video recorders to do your television watching for you. Save you the trouble of watching it yourself. The electric monk does your believing for you. And the Mark II electric monk is capable of believing things they wouldn't believe in Salt Lake City. I suppose you could ask a sort of philosophically interesting question: would evolving artificial intelligence robots evolve towards religiosity in their own right without being programmed to do so? And I can't see how that would ever happen.
Although if they evolved to eventually believe that they had a creator, they'd actually be right.
Hello, Richard. I just want to first thank you for all the work you've done for evolutionary biology and public understanding of science. I first read your book when I was a young boy and growing up in Nashville, Tennessee, in an evangelical Christian family, and it really impacted my life for the better. So thank you so much. My question is, Richard, we know how difficult it could be for a gene to be eradicated from a gene pool, especially the gene is somewhat resistant to some of the antibacterial substance we're trying to use to eradicate. For example, like in the case of SARS, we often use quite aggressive measure to interrupt that. So in a meme of religion, when it often could be resistant to the supposed Q, that is logic, what kind of confidence could we have in eradicating those memes in a foreseeable future?
I only heard half that. What was it? What confidence is eradicating?
What confidence could we have for eradicating memes of religion when those memes seem to be resistant to logic, often, that is?
It's very difficult, isn't it? Yes. It does seem that people who are indoctrinated in childhood, at a sensitive age in childhood, have an almost total, can have an almost total resistance to logic. And I know of some examples of people highly educated in science, for example, who, because they've been indoctrinated as children into the belief that the world is young, they cannot accept, even when they see the evidence, even when they, at one level, understand the evidence. So there is extreme resistance, and I'm constantly impressed in a negative way by the tenacity of religious belief in the face of evidence and logic. It's one of the most pessimistic things, I think, about the human species, is that it is possible to indoctrinate children so thoroughly that they are immune to logic and reason. But I think it may only be a minority, and I think that what gives me more hope is that there are lots and lots of people who are perfectly open to reason and logic and science, but who just haven't been exposed to it. And therefore, if we try to expose them to it, try to give people the knowledge of science, that they will learn. I have a very encouraging story about a young man who came to Oxford. He was a young earth creationist. He came from, I think, somewhere in Washington State. And he believed the world was young and really didn't believe in evolution. He attended my course of lectures at Oxford in evolution. And the end of the last lecture, he came down to the front and thumped the desk with his fist and said, "Gee, this evolution, it really makes sense." And it was clear that he just never met it before. I mean, he'd been to university, he'd majored in biology, but it was left out of the curriculum, as if it was possible to leave it out of the curriculum in biology.
There are some people who may, in fact, be immune. How do you tell the difference between somebody who is and somebody who isn't?
I generally ask the question of what would change your mind, and if they say nothing, the conversation is over.
I almost agree. I've had people say nothing. That's an expression of their confidence level currently. Doesn't mean it's an expression of their confidence level after an actual conversation. The fear that I have, that I'd like to disabuse people of, is you're never going to talk people out of those things. Yes, you can. I have thousands upon thousands of emails of people who've changed their mind because of what we've done on the TV show or in debates or from Richard's books or the blogs and things like that. And I know he gets emails on this as well. People change their mind. We have to be vigilant in presenting good information to combat bad information. And with some people, it's going to stick. And with some people, it's not, or it's not now. Now, there could be a theist that has listened to the show, my show, and still hasn't changed their mind, and yet a friend of theirs comes up and says the same thing I've said, perhaps in a slightly different way, where they have some connection to them, and then their mind is changed. Until I can tell the difference between the person who will never change their mind and the person who might change their mind, I'm going to keep talking, assuming that they're both in the category of the people who can change their mind. Because that's the only way that you're going to make progress. If you begin with this assumption that this is a waste of time, well, that's entirely your prerogative. There are people who say, oh, you're never going to change people's minds. Well, you're probably not thinking like that. But those of us who do this for a living are going to keep working on it and keep being optimistic, because I want, seriously, my goal is to change the world. I don't think it's going to happen during my lifetime. I don't think it's going to happen on my own. I have tons of people helping in this effort. I am blessed with a great many intelligent colleagues that are working towards the same goal. But having a goal that I can't possibly reach, or probably can't reach, is not disheartening to me in the slightest, because I see constant and increasing progress. And when I read Steven Pinker's great book on the better angels of our nature, talking about we are living in the best of times. When I get emails from people, when I meet people out in the lobby at events who are, hey, I was a fundamentalist Christian, I was a Scientologist, I was a Buddhist, whatever, and because of things that you've done, I've now changed my mind. That's all I ever needed. And I told the story briefly. After a debate, there was a 12-year-old girl who came up and said that, her parents had let her explore different religious views, and after this debate, she was an atheist. And I would debate for another 10 years without changing a single mind, just in the hope of getting one more 12-year-old girl. It's good enough for me.
There are, we get lots and lots of such things. It's very, very heartening, the number of people who come up when I'm signing books, for example, time after time after time. They say they've changed their minds. It's very, very encouraging. One more encouraging thing, let me tell you. There is no legal Arabic translation of the God delusion, but there is an illicit, illegal Arabic translation of the God delusion, which can be downloaded as a PDF. And it has been downloaded 10 million times. One third of that, 3 million or so, has been downloaded in Saudi Arabia.
Wow. And by the way, I wanted to mention that it's the 10th anniversary of the God delusion. It's also the 40th anniversary of the selfish gene, which was essentially your introduction to the world. And while I was 7 at the time, I read it as soon as I could. Yes.
Professor Dawkins, welcome to Vancouver. It's been, I think it took 21 years to see you in person. So anyway, I've been a fan of your books since 1995, and Selfish Gene was the start. My question is about the God module. As you know, there have been some research done on the fact that, well, if it's a fact, that believing in God and superstitions is hardwired. I'm talking about the research that Michael Persinger did at Laurentian University, and you yourself actually tried the God helmet as well. So if that's the case, if it's hardwired, then I don't think any education can convince the people who are hardwired to believe in superstitions and God and gods. Then I don't think education can do any enlightenment for them to see the reality. And it seems like believing superstitions and God is an evolutionary tool for them to survive. the horrible life that we have in terms of survivalship, that they can rely on some sort of supreme source just to go through the hard time of whatever that is. And personally, I think that there is an offshoot in the evolution of human mind, and it's us, the atheists, who have the hard wire again to see the reality, to realize that there's no God, there's no creator as such. After, I would say, 20 years of the internet, information is free for everyone. I expected that by 2005 there would be no theist ever. All the information is out there. I can understand, I can see where we come from, 3.9 billion years of evolution on Earth. It's pretty easy to see. I see it, but it seems like 80 to 90% of people can't. If that's the case, that believing God is hardwired, why educate them about something that would be futile?
Yes, I think the phrase hardwired can be overdone and can be understood as being too rigid. I did submit to Michael Persinger's helmet. He's a Canadian researcher who puts a modified motorcycle helmet on your head and passes magnetic fields through your brain, and claims that in 80% of cases he can induce mystical or religious experiences. I was looking forward to this. I didn't expect to see God. I think I expected to sort of feel a strange oneness with the universe, that kind of thing. But I got nothing at all. This was done as an experiment by the BBC, and because it was television, there was only one control, and the control was a local vicar, and he also claimed to have no religious experience under the influence of the helmet. But Michael Persinger told me afterwards that whereas my EEG, my brainwave patterns, were exactly those of the 20% who don't get this experience, the vicar was a prime candidate. He was right in the middle of the 80% who do. But he was, his brainwaves indicated that he was struggling not to submit to this, and he was doing something like reciting the multiplication tables or something to try to shut it out. I think you're seduced by the phrase hardwired, because you take it to mean irrevocable, and so it does when it's normally used. I don't think anybody would really want to suggest that there's neurological evidence that it's hardwired in that sense. We've already discussed the perhaps minority of people who cannot be changed, but then we had this in the answer to the previous question, this more encouraging evidence that a lot of people do actually change their minds. Many of the activists in the atheist movement are actually ex-vicars, ex-priests, ex-preachers, and ex-fundamentalists like Matt.
Yeah, which is why I reject the premise. And actually, I'd like to see him put his helmet on all the members of the clergy project to see. Now you've got people who were ostensibly very religious for a great deal of time and are not now. Obviously, we can't go back in time and put the helmet on them beforehand. But yeah, I don't think that. Like I said, well, I'll just go back to my previous answer. I can't tell the difference between somebody who may be irrevocably religious and those who are able to see reason. But we really got to move on to another question.
The Clergy Project, by the way, is another initiative of the Richard Dawkins Foundation. It's to take preachers, pastors, vicars, rabbis, imams who have lost their faith, and there are lots of them. There are more than 500 of them in the Clergy Project now, and give them a website, a refuge where they can
There are actually more than 666 because I know the person who got that number.
Even better. So these are clergy people who've lost their faith and who are, in many cases, struggling on and carrying on preaching in church every Sunday. And they can go to the Clergy Project website and cry on each other's shoulders and discuss their predicament, because it is a predicament. I mean, they're stuck with this profession that they don't believe in. It's very difficult for them to leave, not only for financial reasons, but because they lose respect of the community and things like like that.
Sorry to interrupt. We have time for 3 more questions, Matt.
3 more questions. Number 1.
Thanks, gentlemen, for. Hello. Thanks
what was that
very much.
I did that at a debate and got in trouble for it.
I just wanted to say thanks to both you guys for sharing your time today. It's been 4 months on my skeptical journey, which has started at Hitchens and went to Dawkins and Dennett and Harris and eventually Dillahunty. So
you're moving downhill, is that?
No, I know. No, you jumped there. You jumped there. So yeah, it's kind of a special night for me. And Richard, I don't know if you did this on purpose or not, but those socks just ironically remind me of Christmas. I just had to mention that.
Remind me of who?
Christmas.
Oh, Christmas, right.
But the question that I had was, in your experience, which God and subsequent argument have you encountered that you find the most challenging to refute?
I think literally none.
And I would say the deistic God, because it is so poorly defined, it is untestable, unfalsifiable, it is a nothing. And how do you, I mean, at least some of the other religions are trying to identify and label their God in a way where we can say, this contradicts, this is in conflict with nature and everything else. The deistic God, my thing is, why would anybody believe that? What possible justification could you have for believing, there's something, but I don't know what it is? I mean, aren't you at that point claiming to detect the undetectable, or at least be able to reason yourself to, well, I just can't believe that there's nothing, so there must be something. That it is as useless a concept to me as the word spirituality, which is tossed around. I'm not religious, but I'm spiritual. This is spiritual. What the hell does that mean? And you talk about whether or not you put on the God helmet and you have a mystical spiritual experience. I don't even know if I would have one if I would use any of those words to describe it. Maybe I'll put the helmet on and I'll finally understand what spiritual means. But for now, it's gobbledygook. Yes.
Hi, good evening to both of you. My name is Madhvi. I'm here on behalf of what we call SAHA, South Asian Humanist Association. After 12 years of struggling to keep my thoughts to myself, I recently, a few years ago, have come out and started to voice my opinions, my views. And I've made, most of my friends they're there in my life, but they don't like me anymore. I've been fondly labeled atheist terrorist, and I've been told that I'm bombarding them with atheism, and it's too intense for them. So they like me, but they don't want it. If I don't talk about atheism, I'm included. But if I talk about atheism or humanism, I'm not. So, and my husband tells me, maybe you're overdoing it. If you want to keep any friends, maybe you don't want to do it as much. So I'm torn between my desire to talk about it, express my views, and keeping these friends that have been in my life for over 20 years. And what boggles my mind is 95% of them are all doctors and practicing professionals with 2-3 university degrees. And I'm not able to get to them. Like you answered, you said, where do I stop? Do I stop or do I keep talking? Not caring about whether I'm accepted.
So do they talk to you about their religious views?
I'm born in a Hindu family. All my Hindu friends send me, we have like a million festivals every year, and I get 300 or so from different WhatsApp groups and Facebook, different religious messages. And I post one related to atheism or humanism or a non-religious post. I'm an enemy.
Sorry, what was that?
I'm like I'm so elated here looking at all these people. I'm like, I want to make friends with everybody.
Do. Motley, this is everybody. Everybody, this is Motley. You guys can exchange numbers, friend each other on Facebook. So I'm a big, the standard joke is that I don't make outgoing calls on the show and I don't go knocking door to door saying, hey, have you stopped believing in Jesus yet? I can help. I engage in conversations with the people who want to. Now, my Facebook page, my social media, of course I'm going to talk about this stuff. Anybody who is disinterested in that can piss off. But I don't want to minimize the impact of losing people who have been in your social structure for years. And this is something that we deal with all the time. I get email from people who've been ostracized from their families and have lost their friends. This is one of the reasons why there are a lot of atheist organizations creating good landing places. Sunday Assembly, Oasis. Now, they get labeled as like atheist church. They're not that, and church is a necessarily Protestant term, but now I'm being pedantic. What they are attempts for secular people to say, no, religion, you don't get to co-opt this aspect of humanity and claim it as yours. We are social creatures, we want to interact. And my friend and co-host Jen Peoples has said repeatedly, you're family if you act like family. And so on some occasions, as unfortunate as it is, you may need to build a new family and a new group. And that is what humanist organizations and Sunday Assembly and Oasis and these, they're trying to do. Let's build better ways for people to network so that you don't feel like you're alone. I get email all the time saying, I'm the only atheist in my town. No, you're not. You're not even, unless you're the only person in your town. And maybe not even then, if you have like multiple personalities. But I go back to V.S. Ramachandran's research on hemispherectomies, but I'm glad you're here, and please talk to the people around here. And I'm sure, is there anybody here who's a member of a secular organization in Vancouver who would like to help build networks with other people like her that would want to be here? Just interact.
I'm a member of Vancouver Atheist Republic. I think some of my friends are here.
Yes. Unfortunately, I never ended a relationship with somebody after I gave up my religion. They were always the ones to end it with me, and it hurt, and it hurt, and it hurt, and then I was like, hang on, I actually want people to like me for who I am, and if you being a part of my life is conditioned on me accepting what you believe, or not challenging what you believe, or not being allowed to speak about who I am and what I think, I don't need you in my life as much as I thought I did. And it hurts, but sometimes that's the case.
I said that.
I think it is one of the most pernicious aspects of religion that it has the power to divide families and divide people from their friends. And I regularly am greatly saddened by getting letters from people exactly like you say, who say, how can I do this? My parents disown me, or I'm making my parents miserable, and so I suppose there are other things that can do that, but religion has the almost unique power to sever people from the people they love, and it's one of the most wicked things about religion, that it can do that.
And we have what I guess is the last question from this side. Thank you so much.
First of all, thank you very much for your time, both of you. And just a quick response to Matt. You said you're not sure whether you would ever manage to change the world. I would submit that both of you certainly have, and for the better, and thank you very much for it.
Thank you. That's a really good way of taking the pressure off having the last question, so good job.
My question is mostly to Richard. In my time at UBC and hearing from my friends at other universities around the world, I've noticed that the climate on campuses has gotten significantly more toxic and more difficult to navigate, to have a free and open discussion about many topics. And drawing on your experience as chair for the public understanding of science, what are specific policies, notions, ideas, ways in which universities as institutions specifically can work to improve public discussion, airing of ideas, and a campus culture that is conducive to the public understanding of science and the general improvement of the illumination of mankind, to give it a lofty title?
Universities need to rediscover what universities are all about, which is a forum for discussion, civilized discussion of intellectual issues, and not to become, well, I mean, I think the most distressing examples of what's going wrong is the university where I first taught, University of California at Berkeley, the home of the free speech movement, which in recent times has been also the home of disinviting people because there's a fear that they might offend somebody. Well, you go to university in order to be exposed to things that might offend you. That's what you're there for. You're not there to be... So I think universities should revert to what universities are for, and to hell with safe spaces and Play-Doh and... Grow up, in other words. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a celebration of science and reason. Please put your hands together for Matt Dillahunty and Sam Harris.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wow.
Thanks for coming out.
Thanks. I can see those people right there because there's a little light drift there. Everybody else, you might as well not even be here. Oh, wait, I can hear you. That's good. Briefly, to kind of tell you what's been happening, we've done a number of these events, and tonight's just the two of us, and we'll talk about that a bit. But we got feedback from various events, and a lot of people wanted more Q&A. So we're going to talk for a bit, and then we'll take a lot more questions probably than we have at some others. And just to preempt this, when we get to the questions end in a question mark and don't begin with your life story or dissertation. And for those of you who are familiar with me from the TV show, famously hanging up on people, if you think I can't hang up on you live, you are mistaken. We are in control of the microphones. And but we're really thrilled that you're all here. I wish I could see you just slightly better, but we'll make do. Sam, how are you today?
I'm good. This has been a long day, so we will, I think many of you probably know that there's some controversy shadowing this event now, and so I wanted to deal with that up front. Lawrence Krauss, as many of you know, was supposed to be here, and an article in BuzzFeed came out yesterday making a wide range of allegations against him, all under the rubric of sexual harassment. And after a lot of conversation, we all decided mutually that it would be better if he didn't share the stage with us tonight. And I want to I want you to understand how we came to that decision and what it means, because it should not signify to you that we are taking a position with respect to the truth of those allegations. I think this is a very serious business. We have a colleague and a friend and a person with a very serious and much cherished scientific reputation under assault now. And if you've read that BuzzFeed article, you'll see that there's a wide range of allegations, some of which, if true, are fairly grave, and some of which seem fairly spurious. And there's very little effort in that article to delineate the differences there. And Matt, you and I will go on to just talk about even more generically the implications of that in the Me Too movement. But I just wanted to say that the decision came down to this. If Lawrence were here, he would want to deny all of those allegations. He would certainly say that that article was filled with lies. And then we would be forced to try to change the subject and have a conversation about physics or whatever else, under the shadow of what I think would almost be, certainly for most of you, or certainly many of you, the total inadequacy of that opening statement. And I didn't, that seemed to risk being a farce. I feel that Matt and I have built enough credibility with all of you as an audience that I didn't want to subject you to a farce where you're just basically waiting for the Q&A session to get down to brass tacks with Lawrence. And I didn't think Lawrence should be forced to respond to this news cycle, and even worse, this Twitter cycle, where he has to have his statement about this tonight because this event had to be on the calendar. Yeah. I think he absolutely has to respond at some point to these allegations. And if there's someone he needs to sue, or if there's someone he needs to apologize to, or both, he has to come to terms with whatever is true there and whatever he needs to say. And I just didn't think he should be forced to do it tonight, and I didn't think we should be forced to try to avoid the elephant in the room once it was present. So in any case, when the Q&A starts, we'll be happy to take questions insofar as the questions are relevant for us. But I think you and I should just talk more generically about this moment, because we have a situation where, so just to look at, we were talking about this backstage, just to look at Twitter, in response to this, I see things like, Sam Harris has never said anything about the Me Too movement, so he must be totally against it. And it's been 4 hours, where neither Matt nor Sam has commented on Lawrence Krauss, so they're totally culpable, right? So it's like there's a frenzy to all of this that we all collectively have to step back from. So I think,
on the 4-hour thing.
Yeah,
that was me, and that was incredibly frustrating, because what happened was I woke up yesterday. There were several people who sent me links to the article, then some people called. I grabbed my bags, I jumped on a plane, I flew from Austin to Phoenix. I landed and I checked social media, and the first thing I saw was, Matt has gone dark on social media. And I was, it's been 5 hours, and 3 of that was on a plane. Now, I love the modern world where you have quick and easy access to everything, but we're getting to the point where, we want responses, and you need to address this right now. And my answer is, hey, I was on a plane. But even if I wasn't, maybe I was in the hospital, maybe I was sitting in my recliner, maybe I was sleeping, maybe I don't check social media every 10 seconds, or maybe I was aware of all this, which is the case, and I wanted time to think and formulate a reasonable response rather than just being reactionary and feeding the fire.
So let's try to find our way through a reasonable response to the larger issue, sure. Because there are a few things here. So I think this is something I have said before at my event with Ben Shapiro a month or so ago in the Q&A. I was asked about this, and my default is certainly to see these situations through the eyes of a woman. So my default is to believe women here. If a guy is creepy, the onus is on him. And when there are differences of opinion there, that's my bias. And I actually do think it's a bias because it blinds me to those occasions where we really are in a gray area, where there are legitimate differences of perception, where we're talking about bad flirting or misreading of social cues. And we're not talking about a kind of malignant attitude toward women, and we're certainly not talking about anything like rape. And so I think, generically, just to be on the record about all this, I think it's, the Me Too moment is long overdue with respect to shining the light on people like Harvey Weinstein, right? I mean, I think it's fantastic, and people, Harvey Weinstein himself and people like him belong in prison. I mean, we're talking about criminal conduct that was enabled by vast numbers of sycophantic people for reasons that are very difficult to understand. But there's a continuum there. We have, and what's damaging at this moment is that the Me Too movement is showing itself liable to wrap up people like Harvey Weinstein and Garrison Keillor and Aziz Ansari in the same sentence, right? As though there are no gradations between, in the Ansari case, until more information is in, it just seems like a bad and awkward date. And that is being lumped literally in the same sentence with something that is clearly rape, and then there's everything in between. So we have, if people are unwilling to make those distinctions, we've completely lost our ethical mooring, and there are people who are unwilling to make those distinctions. There are people who just want to burn it all down, and so in that respect, I think we have to be very careful and very fair and actually focus on details. The details always matter in cases like this.
And I can empathize with the people who might want to burn it all down, even if I disagree with burning it all down. My default is to, similarly, if somebody tells me something about something they experienced, and it doesn't just have to be scenarios like this, if somebody tells me they saw an angel or they had a ghost visit them, I believe that they are honestly trying to relay their perception of that experience. That does not mean that I believe that they actually saw a ghost. It does not mean that I've reached a conclusion about who was in the wrong in this particular scenario. And when we talk about human interactions when it comes to human sexuality, I'm often bad about, reading the right cues. I tend to default on the side of nobody wants to sleep with me. That's my general assumption. It keeps me out of trouble, which is why there's not an article for me. But I believe people in general, and so I can hear two people tell me, hey, this was incredibly inappropriate, and the other person says, oh, well, what? This is news to me. I thought this, and I believe that they're both accurately trying to portray things, and we may not ever be able to get to the truth. And there are people who I think glibly say, well, innocent until proven guilty and tell the police. And okay, let's not be ridiculous. Virtually none of these things are ever going to be taken to law enforcement, nor is there anything law enforcement can do about them. Innocent until proven guilty, yes, that's a great standard in a court of law. But when we're going looking for a restaurant, we go to the Yelp reviews. That's the anecdotal evidence from people. And if there's a bad Yelp review, some people might not read further than, oh, it got 2 stars, we're not going there. Well, if it's the only review, what if that's, the long-lost relative who got their recipes stolen? And so we tend to look at this restaurant and say, okay, well, there's an aggregate here, and it's like 2.5 stars on average, and there's 700 reviews. So we don't even need to waste time reading those reviews. And you may be correct. That may be the right way to do it. But if you just see a handful of these and it's, oh, the food was great, but the service was terrible. Well, if I've got more time, but I really want good food, maybe I should go there anyway. I think it's funny that we have trained people for the fastest possible responses and expect people to look at the situation and immediately go, this person's guilty, or when the truth is probably not quite that. I'll save my personal impressions on the specifics of the case, but I worry not so much about the people who are advocating for the Me Too movement. I'm a fan of, in general, of the Me Too movement, or the hashtag and what it's done. Because as I said, I can empathize with the people who are experiencing frustration. We have had a society where victims of sexual assault have been placed in a position where they are incredibly uncomfortable and unlikely to ever come forward. And that sits there and it stews, and it stews, and it stews, and then it explodes, as we've seen. And the problem with that sort of explosion is that there's potentially a lot of collateral damage. And I'm not saying who is or isn't collateral damage, but I can empathize with that frustration. And for me, once upon a time, we knew from statistical analysis that false accusations of sexual assault were incredibly unlikely because there were so many more that happened that were never reported. And now we're building a system where there are likely to be more accusations, which just by default increases the number of false accusations or questionable areas.
Yeah. Also, when you add the variable of anonymity, a lot of these accusations are anonymous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And when we build a situation like that, the question is, are we doing good? Are we making a world where more people can come forward? Yes. And there's going to be some bad that comes along with that. So I'm incredibly encouraged by the fact that people are speaking up, by they're saying enough is enough. And yet I recognize that this comes with negatives as well. And I think that my frustration right now is with the people who either don't want to recognize potential negatives, or the people who say, it doesn't matter if there's negatives, you know, because we've suffered too long, we've taken too much, and now we're going to do this. And I can empathize with that frustration, but, and not to spin off into this, but the school shooting recently, immediately there were these people saying, oh, well, there were 17 school shootings in 2018. No, there weren't. Not by any reasonable standard is that an accurate fact. Snopes did an investigation. They came up with 7. I looked at their list of 7, and I think there's maybe 3 that qualify as what most people think of when you hear school shooting. Someone went into a school and opened fire. 1 is too many. Why would you ever have to feel the need to engage in hyperbole and exaggerate the facts when all you've done is you've provided ammunition to people like Ben Shapiro, I saw, to say, oh, the liberal left, they're lying about the statistics of shooting. And he's not completely wrong.
Yeah.
And we may see some of the same things in the Me Too movement, but I don't want to in any way, I want to do everything I can to empower victims to speak up and to change the world around them and deal with the additional damage and confusion that comes along with it.
Yeah.
I don't not pretend I have an answer. But.
Yeah, well, and we totally agree there, but we have to balance that with what we're seeing on social media now and in journalism and in organs of often pseudo-journalism like BuzzFeed. I mean, so like there were so many tells in this article of bad faith, right? And again, this is not to close the door or not to judge the veracity of any specific accusation, but for instance, one of the things that was listed as a reason to inculpate Lawrence was that he had favorably retweeted this article by Claire Berlinski,
right.
the Warlock Hunt, right? Which I encourage you to read this article. This is a very serious article by a serious woman journalist who's a very fine writer, who I've invited to have on my podcast. We haven't scheduled that yet, but where she is just in a way that does not at all discount the gravity of real sexual harassment, to say nothing of real sexual assault. She worries out loud in as eloquent way as possible about this overreach and about what seemed to be at the time of her writing a kind of an attitude of moral panic around this issue. Lawrence, I retweeted that article, right? But dozens and dozens of smart people retweeted that article because it was so well written.
I didn't.
Yeah, and this is one piece of evidence, as to his criminality. And there were many other things in the BuzzFeed article that we could talk about that should alert you to the fact that this was a broader attack on not just Lawrence, but it was motivated by an attack on the atheist community. I mean, I didn't even notice this until someone pointed it out. I'm attacked by Link in that article because, because they linked to this hatchet job that Glenn Greenwald once did on me, seeming to show that I'm a bigot against Muslims. There were ulterior motives that get weaponized here, and again, we're all now part of this information feeding frenzy on social media, and we have to be circumspect in the way we consume this kind of information, and that's not to discount the fact that where there's smoke, there's fire is often a good heuristic, right? It is often true, and that's why we so often rely on it. But if you want to go looking for smoke about me with respect to the variable of bigotry, right, racism, right, you put in my name and racist, you'll find all the people who mistook my criticism of the doctrine of Islam for racism, right? And for all I know, there are 20,000 blogs that have made that claim about me. So it's an outrageous and defamatory claim that I can virtually do nothing about, but to point out that it's outrageous and defamatory and deeply illogical when I make common cause with reformist Muslims and former Muslims who like Ayaan Hirsi Ali and Majid Nawaz all the time, and at in many cases personal risk. So try to get racism and bigotry out of that. It makes no sense. But still, it will be there for the rest of my life, and that's the. It's getting harder and harder to parse all of these facts, and there has to be some kind of assumption of basic goodwill and patience and a kind of attitude of charity working in the background. Otherwise, we're just going to get siloed into our echo chambers, and everything gets politicized.
Yeah, I had similar feelings going through the article that there seemed a very clear motivation, putting skeptic in quotes and in making skepticism and atheism as if they were one thing and one community and all this other stuff. Right. It was clear it was a hit piece, and this was the individual that they were going to use. That doesn't say anything about whether or not the accusations are accurate and in keeping with where there's smoke, there's fire. I think at a minimum, I'd like to see a statement, some contrition, some sort of recognition of what's going on. But I wonder, in the broader scheme, we're talking about the bubbles that we form and the hit pieces that are out on you. There are no hit pieces on me. Nobody's ever said anything negative about me, ever. Don't even go look. Please, don't go look. Oh, wait, the ethical vegans did. Damn it. But, we're moving so fast. And the internet has been a wonderful resource. One of my favorite kind of quotes is that the internet is where religions go to die. And it may also be where the next round of religions are born, so exercise some caution. But we constantly get in the state of, well, which sources do you trust? And this is the same whether you're talking about science stuff or political stuff. And so then we create organizations like PolitiFact or whatever, choose your poison. And the reason I say choose your poison is because, here's a fact-checking organization that's left-leaning, and here's a fact-checking organization that's right-leaning. How is that possible? That two fact-checking organizations still come out of this, and then when we find out that these are both corrupt, we come up with a new one, and then this cycle continues. Are we actually just stuck with this massive access to information to where we are essentially building generations that might not ever have reasonable access to the truth just because all of the fake news can be spun up to appear as truth? Everyone can be put in a lab coat now. Everyone can appear to have credentials. Everyone can fake data that nobody has time to investigate.
I feel that the fake news meme, the fact that this concept of fake news has been, again, weaponized against real news is incredibly destabilizing. I mean, we are living in a world where many people seem to think that there is no difference between the Washington Post and the New York Times and the Economist and the Atlantic and something like Breitbart or something like BuzzFeed or something like Alternate, right, or Salon, right? And clearly there's a spectrum of journalistic integrity. It's not to say that the New York Times doesn't make glaring mistakes. It does, and it makes, in line with its political bias, it makes predictable mistakes, right? So it will make left-leaning mistakes more readily than right-leaning mistakes, but still the incentives are such that it is a serious source of fact-checking and journalism, and we have to support those differences. And the fact that we now have not to get derailed by Trump, but we have a president who will call the best news we have fake news, and we'll sit down with Alex Jones for an hour and tell him he's doing amazing work. Right?
I have a hypothesis about Breitbart, by the way. So Bloomberg has always been viewed as generally respectable by me and many people I know. And I think that, but nobody ever watches it, pays attention, so they just knew it was the one with the B. And then when Breitbart came out, they just assumed they were the same thing, and that's where it got its credibility from.
Yes. Somehow I don't think that explains it.
I'm not completely convinced, but
it is the fact that confirmation bias and the fact that our epistemology, just the totality of our fact-checking and reality testing and truth claim forming is now hostage to politics in this way, left and right. I mean, some of the most egregious violations now are on the left, and that's why so many of us who are liberal spend a lot of time. I mean, I certainly spend too much time criticizing the right and criticizing Trump in particular. I think I've exhausted the patience of everyone, even the people who agree with me, in terms of how often I touch the topic of Trump. But I do spend as much time worrying about the excesses on the left, because the left is where we have to get this right? The place where the primacy of free speech is never lost sight of, and tolerance of diversity is a norm we never want to lose touch with. That is just being nullified by this kind of moral panic on the left. If you told me that tomorrow at a university someone would be deplatformed and anyone who showed up to hear that talk would be spat upon by an angry mob, I could predict with probably 99% confidence that was a leftist phenomenon, or that the people in that crowd were as far to the left politically as we find. And that is a cancer that we have to find some way of combating at this point.
it's a bizarre twist, I think, from what my original perceptions were. As an outspoken atheist, skeptic, humanist, I have traveled around to universities, I've debated in churches, and I've engaged with people who are awful, like genuinely awful people in debates. And I don't normally sum up the whole of somebody's character and say they're awful. Even when Billy Graham died the other day, I wasn't glad that he was dead because he was an enemy. I was happy that he was no longer alive to poison minds because what he believes is the enemy.
Right.
But I don't even, perhaps with regard to a level of influence, I might put Billy Graham up there in that awful category. But there are people who are genuinely just, like, I can't stand to be, Seth Andrews is a piece of crap, okay?
I don't even know who that is.
Thank you.
Yes.
Applaud if you saw the debate with me and Cy. Yeah. Cy is an annoying presuppositionalist who doesn't even know what he's talking about and genuinely has a problem with women and respect and all sorts of stuff. Not worth your time, ever.
Okay, well,
you're welcome.
Just saved me some time that I don't have.
But so recently we announced, actually both of us are doing events with Jordan Peterson.
Right.
Mine's in April in Toronto. And the first thing somebody was like, oh, why are you giving that Jordan Peterson guy a platform? And I'm like, okay, well, if you'd have said that 3 years ago when nobody knew who the hell he was, it would be, you know, okay, now I'm basically debating some YouTuber. But he already has a platform. I'm not giving him anything. What I'm doing is going up and having a conversation where I challenge the things that we disagree on. And that, to me, is exactly what should happen. And so when I hear about, oh, we don't want that at our campus, there are subjects and individuals where I can completely understand why campuses wouldn't want that person there. And in my view is that the students at the campuses are the customers, and the university has to make a decision. And if that's what is decided as this is not acceptable at our university, fine. And you'll reap the repercussions of that. I don't necessarily think that a university or a church or any place that's not just like a public venue owes someone a podium. On the other hand, I am also an advocate that the solution to bad speech and bad ideas is better speech and better ideas, and challenging them and not punching them or spitting on them or doing whatever you can, breaking microphones or whatever. It's just, I could never do that. And it frustrates me that people don't understand that the protections of free speech to come and say things that are unpopular are the very things that they depend on when they want me to come speak at their university, when they want you to come speak. And it becomes this cliquish, how are we going to decide who gets to speak? Well, let them all speak.
Yeah.
Sometimes the audience isn't going to show up.
Also, well, there are different occasions too, because a speech at a university is different from inviting someone onto your podcast to have a conversation. And there's kind of an uncanny valley here, which I haven't sorted out what I think about it. But if a person is sufficiently bad, you can talk to, it's fine to talk to them, and you're just kind of going to the mode of being an anthropologist. You're just interested in this evil person.
You're just giving him enough rope.
But no one in your audience would say you've given a platform to Charles Manson or Ted Bundy, or like if you can get an interview with a serial killer, well, why not do it? It's an interesting conversation to have, right?
You just won my wife's heart.
Yeah.
She's fascinated with serial killers and the interviews with them. And
right. So I mean, I've often thought like it would be interesting to sit down with the Unabomber and have a conversation, right? Because he's probably nuts, but he also is smart and nuts, and he has all of these weird ideas, which I mean, perhaps you recall his manifesto. Many people have put sections of that in blog posts or in books, leaving off the author or putting the author. You don't find out the author's name until you've turned the page. And there are stretches that it can seem quite reasonable, especially given how it anticipates some of the problems we've had with technology. So, in any case, if I sat down with Ted Kaczynski, I would not have to spend any time signaling to my audience that I disapprove of what he's done, right? You know, we're going to spend the first half hour here talking about just how bad it is to send bombs in the mail trying to kill innocent strangers. But if the person isn't nearly that bad, if they're just somebody who has shady views, then the onus is on you, the interviewer, to spend a lot of time describing just how repugnant you consider their views to be. And it's a real challenge because we all know people who get the balance wrong and get penalized for just who they were willing to talk to. And I've made some, I've been public about this. There's some people who have said, I see no reason to have on my podcast, but even though many people online say they want me to talk to them, because I don't actually consider them kind of morally serious interlocutors, but it's
Is that why you haven't
it's a
had
hard
me on
balance
yet?
to find. What was that?
I said, is that why you haven't had me on yet?
No, you've been on. You perhaps weren't aware of it, but
it is frustrating.
I've used your audio on my podcast.
Wow.
You've been on there.
It is frustrating, though, because one of the things I despise is the very idea that I need to use a disclaimer all the time. So I think people get frustrated, but I know I do. The following views expressed do not represent blah, 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 blah. That shouldn't be required. And the mere fact that I'm having a conversation with someone who I would suspect most people would realize I disagree with, I may ask questions in order to elicit responses so that I can actually do a better job of pointing out where there are problems there. But merely asking the questions and allowing them to answer is on occasion being viewed as me giving them, you let that theist talk way too much.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but if he's saying dumb things, I trust that the audience is smart enough to get that, and we've exposed a problem with his epistemology, a problem with how he's going to go about making decisions.
Right.
I don't want to do disclaimers. This is a disclaimer for the future. There's a couple of things I wanted to see if we wanted to touch on real quick before we got to questions. One of them, since we're in Phoenix, Arizona. Hello, Cleveland. Yeah, I'll take the cheap applause when I can get it. This hit the news today. The Satanic Temple is suing Scottsdale, Arizona. Today, the 23rd of February, 2018, the Satanic Temple has filed a lawsuit against the city of Clarksdale, Arizona, alleging religious discrimination following the city's refusal to allow TST to participate in a policy that claims to allow any religious denomination to deliver invocations prior to public city council meetings. This is not the first time this has happened. I don't think it'd be the last. As somebody who thinks the Satanic Temple and Satanism is a really stupid name for what they're actually advocating.
What are they actually advocating?
Atheism, reason.
But are they not into Aleister Crowley and
So no, there's Crowley's version of Satanism, then there's LaVeyan Satanism. And by the way, if you're a Satanist, don't send me an email correcting all the things I'm getting ready to say. Okay? Just correct the Wikipedia pages and stuff like that. But by and large, and I've said this probably 13, 14 years ago when it might have still scared me a little bit, I tend to really strongly agree with a great many things that the Satanists are saying and doing.
Yeah.
And now I find them to be some of the best advocates for church-state separation and religious freedom.
Right. Well, you have the beard.
Yes, I'm a little bit evil. But the thing is, if you have prayer in schools, if you have bad ideas of people are coming in and sharing the gospel or passing out religious tracts, and the atheists complain about it, nothing happens. But if the Satanists come in and say, we'd like to pass out our tracts as well, all of a sudden all those tracts disappear. All of a sudden this policy of we're going to allow equal time for all religions goes away. And now we can get back to actually teaching kids how to think.
Yeah. Well, all right. You've now thrown in your lot with the Satanists. That will be good on social media.
And I'm actually pretty good with that, all things considered. Considering who I sometimes get associated with, I'll go with Satanists for a while. Bad name though. I don't think the name does them justice. It seems to be more of a shock tactic thing.
It's it falls in the category of a kind of like a Sokol style hoax, which I think is very useful if done correctly.
Yeah, but don't tell them that, because if you say that this is a Sokol style hoax, they'll point out that no, they have a long-standing tradition and history and blah blah blah, and they're serious.
Right.
All right, for my own edification, I love to play chess. I'm awful at it because I don't play enough in practice. Mm-hmm. But there was a news story that I saw recently. Google and DeepMind did an AlphaGo project where they created a computer AI that plays Go.
Yeah.
And then they created one called AlphaZero that plays chess. And the interesting thing for me is...
And Go. It played Go as well, yeah.
Well, it's the same kind of base AI from the company, but AlphaZero was the chess entity, as far as I know. Doesn't matter.
No, as far as I know, it actually, so the breakthrough here is that it used to be that the best chess-playing computer in the world was hard-coded just to play chess. It couldn't play tic-tac-toe, it couldn't play anything else. DeepMind has found algorithms that are kind of game independent. And
yeah, we're getting there.
Yeah, okay, so go ahead.
Yeah. So here's the cool thing for me. They didn't give it a history of games. They didn't give it an opening book. They gave it the rules of chess, let it play itself, and in 4 hours it had learned everything that humans and every other chess computer had ever learned about chess and demolished the best chess computer on the planet.
Yeah. Yeah. So when
It's
just
Skynet.
you think about this, that we have continuously been developing the better chess computers for decades, and some 20 years ago, the computers got better than people, and now we have an algorithm that, from zero, being completely agnostic as to just what the game is, in a matter of 4 hours, recapitulated all of human and computer knowledge and bested it. And this is, and it did the same for Go, by the way.
Yeah.
And that's, and Go is something that, Go is I don't play Go, but Go is a more complex game than chess. And there are many computer scientists who felt that Go was not going to be conquered for at least another decade. And not only did they conquer it with AlphaGo, with AlphaZero, they conquered it from scratch in a way that no one had anticipated. So it's.
I think when they moved to chess, the idea was that perhaps if chess was solvable, which we don't know, checkers is and has been solved, that maybe AlphaGo or AlphaZero would be able to actually solve chess. That didn't happen for the game theory geeks in the room. But now we have this new style of AI, which Google and DeepMind are optimistic that we can use this in medical research, because all the prior chess computers had been trained based on what humans thought about chess. Let's give it the history. Let's give it a history of our moves. Let's kind of impose it with theory about what's stronger and what's better. This one taught itself. And setting aside the concerns about the computers coming to take over the world, which I don't have any fear of, I will gladly serve my computer overlord. Want that on record, because this stuff lives forever. Now we have an AI that can teach itself. And in the realm of medical research, protein folding, things like that, if we get the baggage of how we have viewed the problems out of the way, is there a greater likelihood that this sort of AI is going to not only reach solutions, but reach them far quicker than we could ever hope to?
Well, I think that's the case. I think where emulating the way humans solve problems is good, we should do that, and we're tempted to do that. But yeah, I mean, in the search space of solutions to problems, there's just no reason to think that we are naturally the best at any one of these things that interests us to size. It's just we're not. By matter of evolution, we have not evolved to understand reality in the abstract or at any scale beyond what is just, apes like ourselves can get our hands around. There's something radically counterintuitive about the way the world is when you get to the very small or the very big or the very old or the very fast. And we have terrible intuitions about probability. We don't aggregate vast amounts of data well. And yeah, so insofar as we build AI that can do this, I think it's very reasonable to expect that we will build AI that will do it very differently than we do it, and it will do it better as a result.
I'm glad you mentioned intuition, because as somebody who's at least studied the game, not ending up very good at it, it strikes me that when I watch grandmasters assess a position, that there appears to be an intuition about the position of, I can throw all these possible moves out of the way immediately with no thought, and I can focus on these likely candidates. And I don't know for sure if it's fair to actually call that intuition, or if that is just an application of inductive reasoning where they have trained themselves over so many years to not to intuit, but to recognize which things. How much, I wonder if what AlphaZero does is, it's clearly not merely deep calculation. Would it qualify as intuition? Would it qualify as one of the foundational things that we tend to view as human or as a higher consciousness capability?
Well, I don't think anyone would attribute consciousness to it. And what we call intuition is an act of cognition that we can't really inspect, right? You can't, it is a moment where you cognitively pull yourself up by your bootstraps and just know that something seems so. So like if you say that, take a mathematical intuition that 2 + 2 = 4, or that if A is bigger than B and B is bigger than C, well then A is bigger than C. The transitive property.
Right.
That just seems right, and you can't make it seem otherwise. And yet you can't break down that any further. It's just that there's an intuition that fits. So from the perspective of consciousness, intuition is always this, it presents itself as a kind of black box. And there we have other intuitions that allow us to sometimes get beneath other intuitions and correct for, we have bad intuitions that we correct for with other intuitions. But when you find the building blocks of cognition and understanding and can't reduce them any further, we're tempted to say, well, that's just a matter of intuition. And we learn, you can learn intuitions. You learn, as you say in chess, not knowing how to play chess, you don't have any intuition about what you should be doing. But once you're good, you can begin to ignore all these possible moves that a novice would consider, because you know at a glance they're not worth taking. And so much of common sense is that, and again, this exists in every domain we care about. It exists socially, it exists athletically, it's just, there's in every intellectual domain, and most of what getting good at anything is a matter of making what first required conscious deliberative thought and a kind of an explicit understanding of what you should do, and pushing that back to regions of the brain where the lights aren't on, right? So you just don't know how you do it anymore. You're not even a good teacher of the thing you spent all this time learning how to do. You just know how to do it. Whether it's how to hit a golf ball or ride a bike, or
we end up mislabeling it muscle memory and things like that.
But it does feel that way. And one reason why it is muscle memory rather than just memory is, if you take something like riding a bike, you can't. So presumably all of us, or most of us, know how to ride a bike in this room, and you have every reason to believe that if presented with a bike right now, you'd be able to get on it and start riding. But you can't look inside yourself and know that's the case until you do it, right? It's not like semantic memory. You can't remember, if I asked you, what city are we in, or what's the capital of California, or these are things that you could recall and bring to consciousness. But your ability to ride a bike is not something you can inspect without doing it. And so if you happen to have forgotten how to ride a bike, unbeknownst to you, you can't know that until someone presents you with a bike and you have no idea what to do with it. And so one piece of confusion here is that we have this word memory, which is a concept of memory, which is not a unitary thing. There are many different types of memory that have almost no real estate in common at the level of the brain.
Yeah, and the frustrations experienced with kind of the malleability of memory. I've actually lost money to one of my roommates over something, many times, but over something really ridiculous, because I was convinced that I remembered something accurately and did not. It was the name of a brand of mustard. That's how ridiculous we get. No, it's not Goldens, it's Glutens.
Well, I hope you don't make that mistake again.
Yeah, that will never happen again. We're going to have people line up for questions in a few minutes, but one other thing, this has been kind of there's many different areas and arenas in which I have conversations about religion. Most of them tend to deal with philosophical arguments or attempts to provide evidence. But there's an area that seems to exist in many different religions, or at least the most popular ones, which I think is, I've said before that the religious concept of the soul is the single most obviously dead topic that religions could ever raise, and yet it is at the foundation of all of them.
Dead as in debunked
As in-
by what we know about the mind?
What we know about the mind, about what we know about ourselves, about identity, that there's no reason to think that anything that makes me me could or should survive death merely by looking at traumatized brains. And
Right.
I remember a talk years ago from V.S. Ramachandran about split brain patients and how essentially you end up with, because of epilepsy or something, you split the corpus callosum, right?
Yeah.
And you end up with essentially two distinct personalities that communicate independently. And in this case study that he was doing, one side, which controlled the mouth and could speak, is that right or left?
Left.
See?
In most cases.
PhD neuroscience.
If you're right-handed, you're very likely you have a 95% chance that your language is on the left. If you're left-handed, it's more like 75%. But
Yeah, so the left side could talk and the right side could speak, communicate using the left arm.
Yeah. And there's some people. The cases that are really startling with split brain research is where there's enough language on the right so that you get really independent records of belief and desire. And so there was a classic case where this was actually a kid who was having grand mal seizures, was asked what he wanted to be when he grew up, and the articulate verbal left hemisphere said, I think, a draftsman, and I think these first experiments were in the early 60s, I think, and simultaneously his left hand was spelling out with letter cards, race car driver. And so this is the consequence of dividing, as you said, the corpus callosum that unites the two hemispheres of the brain.
The example, the case study that he had, one side was an atheist and the other side was a Christian.
Yeah.
And when I first heard it, Sam and I have very, very similar views on morality. As a matter of fact, if you ever care to hear what I think about morality, you can either watch my lecture on it or you can read his book, and you'll get pretty close to the same area. But when I heard this, there was something you had said about the peculiar math with the soul when it comes to twinning, about twins being reabsorbed. And it struck me when I was listening to Ramachandran talk about this patient, that the same math applies with the soul. Did this person get two souls? Does it have two halves of soul? One of them's now damned.
Yeah, one's going to go to hell, yeah.
And this led to the thought of, okay, then you watch a movie like Memento, or any other good movie about damaging a brain. What if the day that I became an atheist, I actually got hit on the head and don't remember? And so now there's a Christian soul desperately trying to get this body to serve Jesus, and the body says no.
Yeah. Well, that's one of the consequences of, I write about this briefly in my book, Waking Up, but one of the consequences of the logic of these split brain experiments, which again there's very little diversity of opinion about what these experiments mean. But consciousness and subjectivity is divisible when you at the level of the brain. You divide these white matter tracks, or cut the white matter tracks that unite the cortex, left and right, and you get these separate, independent islands of consciousness. But even in normal brains, you have the additional problem that there's no way the corpus callosum perfectly shares information across the hemispheres. So to some degree, we have to be divided most of the time or all of the time anyway. So there's this additional question of whether there are islands of conscious life, if there are areas where there's something that it's like to be you or to be your brain, that you, whoever you feel you are to be at this moment, don't know about. And so in the stark case of a split brain patient, you really do have this kind of, especially when language is not, when the right hemisphere is not articulate, you have this kind of silent subject just sort of waiting around, watching what the articulate left hemisphere says, and then occasionally revolting against it. I mean, there's bizarre cases where the left hemisphere is trying to dress itself, and the right hemisphere is trying to undress itself, or With the left arm, he's hugging his wife, but with the right arm, he's strangling her. You can have a starkly divided consciousness, and you do, and Ramachandran brings this up a lot, you do get a quasi-Freudian picture of the neurological detail, where it's quite possible that the unconscious, it's plausible to think that the unconscious is in many respects conscious, or differently conscious, and that is just downright weird.
I think it is weird, and you know, I said that as a joke about, you know, that day I got hit on the head, but we know that personalities, preferences, memories, all of the things that we package together to say, this is me, we know that all of these things can be changed through damage to the brain.
Yeah.
And that puts us in a situation where if we were to imagine that there was a soul that was good, that was saved, that was Christian or whatever, and yet it can't be the ghost in that machine because of damage. So now there's a physical body that is presenting itself as a completely different person. If we know that's possible, then how do we tell the difference between an individual who has this soul in congruence with the body? And if that's the case, if it's possible for a physical body to do all of the things that we attributed to the soul, essentially, if I'm fighting the soul on all these things or dismissing it, then my body, absent a soul, can do all of those things. Then what room left is there to presume a soul at all?
Well, the other problem with the soul, which has been pointed out for at least a couple hundred years, is that if it is immaterial, its interaction with the physics of things is genuinely mysterious. The idea that you could have something it clearly has to be integrated with the brain, given that it manages to accomplish speech and behavior. But that integration makes no sense. And as you say, this idea that you can selectively damage parts of the brain which really do lead to loss of function. You can lose your ability to recognize people, or to speak, or to understand basic concepts. This picture of a soul that will survive death is a picture of an intelligence that's losing none of those capacities. It's just kind of witnessing the loss of those capacities, and then will float off the brain at death. And we know that's not the way minds work. I mean, anyone who has lost any capacity knows that it's not a matter of you being, silently perfectly intact, wondering why the body's not working. No, you lose. You've lost this thing. If you can't remember, just think of what it's like not to remember somebody's name, right? If you're trying to think of that person's name, you know their name, but you can't. It's the tip of the tongue phenomenon. It's not like your soul's in there with the name saying, why won't he say the name? No, the subject, don't know the name, right? And
that's going to be a video on YouTube next week, I'm sure. If you guys want to, please, there's microphones out there that bring the lights up. You can start lining up for questions. I'm going to hit this because religions have made countless claims, and my view is that the religions that have survived are the ones that have managed to either make claims that are ultimately unfalsifiable, or somehow kind of do post hoc rationalizations that make excuses for those things. And so, but there are areas where religions have made claims about physical facts about reality that we've clearly debunked. We know the Earth isn't 6,000 to 10,000 years old, right. Things like that. But for those that are tied to a soul and an afterlife, I really think that this is a foundation upon which they're going to struggle, or that they at least should struggle if there's any intellectual honesty at all to try to rehabilitate their views. Are there any likely falsifiable views coming from religion that you think we have either recently kind of debunked or on the verge of potentially showing that this generalized claim from religion is likely to be disproved by scientific findings in the near future?
Well, I think the claim that prayer works has been adequately debunked.
Yeah.
And it's a very, and it's a big deal, right? That is, I mean, you know better than I, but that is at the core of what counts as a religious worldview. And if you, I think, I mean, just the way people keep score and allow God to get away with all his mischief, and never.
God answers all prayers. Sometimes he says no.
Yeah.
Maybe God's flipping a coin.
That should be fishy, but it is very easy to test. And as you know, at one point it was tested and found not to work.
Or to work in the negative in the case.
Yeah, well, there was a case where people actually got worse, although one presumes that's not a malicious God. That was just an anomaly.
People with anxiety over knowing they were being prayed for. All right, we're going to do questions. I'm going to start on my right. If you're comfortable doing it, you can say your name. If the question's for Sam or for me or for both of us. But remember, they end in a question mark. They are relatively short. They are not dissertations. Everybody got it? Because there's a lot of people with questions, and I want to try to get to as many as we can. Yes, sir?
All right, Matt. Well, I'm Jay Etchings, and I was going to start with my life story, but we'll put that on hold.
We'll get a drink later.
So this is a question for Sam. On Wednesday night in Denver, when you were speaking with Robin, you said two things that I thought were somewhat in conflict. You said, I have no religious attachment to the Second Amendment, but then you also admitted that in a previous discussion, your mind had been changed about the potential outcomes of the 2016 election. So you were essentially admitting that there was corruption in the government, or there could be problems with the government, but then you're also saying that you had no attachment to the Second Amendment. Could you more clearly define that?
I don't see the connection between those two things, though. Are you saying that one would be attached to the Second Amendment as a way of reserving the right to defend yourself against a bad government? Is that the?
Well, that's the way it's defined, right? I mean, that's the way the
Yeah, I mean, so I just think we've outgrown that construal of the Second Amendment, and that's not my argument for gun ownership, insofar as I have one, is not that someday you, in the worst case scenario, will be able to defend yourself against the full might of a deranged American military. Right. I mean, if the Navy SEALs come for you with their guns, you've got a problem. And no matter how many AR-15s you have stockpiled.
Yeah.
So, and I just thought, I think the case for, again, this does actually come back to seeing the world through a woman's eyes in many respects. I mean, if you look at the case for gun ownership for me is a woman living alone with a young child, and someone kicks in her door in the middle of the night. What technology do you want her to have a legal right to have to defend herself, right? And if you say nothing, she should just have a kitchen knife or a baseball bat or a golf club, or she should just dial 911. That's not where I come out ethically. I think she should have more than that, and the price we pay as a society for allowing people to own guns is ethically focused for me on that case. Now, this all goes out the window the moment we have a non-lethal alternative to a gun that has all the defensive characteristics of a gun. So once you get something that I've kind of euphemistically or comically called a super taser, once you have a taser that really works just like a gun, but's non-lethal, then I think we should absolutely get rid of the Second Amendment. I think we would want this non-lethal alternative that works just as well as a gun, and I think that one day that will come. But I think that this piece of NRA propaganda is true. It doesn't make it less true that it's NRA propaganda. Guns are an equalizer. A gun is the only weapon you can put in someone's hand that generally nullifies the difference between size and strength and athleticism and all the rest. And I feel that law-abiding people, should have a right to equalize that difference, given the reality of violence. So, yeah.
Hi, my name.
One second. I like to talk a lot. No, Sam and I actually never discussed this particular issue.
No.
His answer is pretty much the same as my wife's answer, and I am pretty much on board with that at all. I don't feel the need to own a gun, but also I was in the military. I grew up in a farm area. I don't have the fear of it that some other people do, and yet I absolutely advocate for the best regulations that we can. I don't want to have to praise Trump for potentially getting rid of bump stocks. I've actually fired AR-15s with bump stocks before. I'm in favor of banning them, although I think you're much less likely to hit anything that you're actually aiming at in that situation. I don't want to have to praise him for that, but I think in honesty, if it goes through that way, I would have to. And that I find that kind of frustrating. I'm rethinking so many of my positions in the light of who I don't like, but yes, we have to.
Yeah.
Yes, sir?
My name is Vikram. My question is for both of you. During my first 2 years at UCLA, the atmosphere of the social sciences were that of truth and free speech, but these last 2 years, the atmosphere has devolved to post-truth and correct speech, and this has bled out to the rest of the campus. My question to you all is, A, do you believe that the social sciences are the cause of this problem? And B, if you were the chancellor of a university like UCLA, what would you do to restore free speech and truth? Thank you.
Yeah, well, I think it is. It's largely the epicenter of the problem. I think it's what postmodernism has done to the social sciences. But I think it is. Yeah, there's certain departments that are worse than others. But it is. I think it's been well diagnosed by people like Jonathan Haidt and the work he's done at the Heterodox Academy. And I mean, so these are academics who are sensitized to this issue. And it's ideology that is in some cases not even, it doesn't even have the pretense of trying to get at what's true. It's trying to broadcast a message that is to which people need to conform, and it has much of the structure of a religion. There's apostasy, there's blasphemy, there's excommunication. There's, to take one case that many of you have probably heard of, there was a philosopher, Rebecca Tuvel, I believe her name was, who wrote a gender studies paper about, she just was speculating, so the fact that you can be transgender, she found philosophically interesting, given that it's, now we have this moment where transgenderism is kind of universally celebrated. I mean, it's acknowledged to be kind of a new kind of norm, and this was the moment where where Caitlyn Jenner was being celebrated, but at the same moment there was this woman whose name is now escaping me, who claimed to be transracial, right? Rebecca Dolezal, is that her name? She was white by, I think, any reasonable definition, or it was at least the definition of her parents. Her parents claimed she was white, and yet she claimed to be black. And so Rebecca wrote this paper trying to just asking the question, if transgenderism is a real phenomenon, why can't transracialism be a real phenomenon? And she was just hurled from the ramparts of academia for this. I mean, her own thesis advisors, and I mean, it was just pure savagery what happened to her, and this had the character of her transgressing a kind of taboo. I mean, she touched a third rail of discourse that she didn't know existed, and all pretense of rational discussion even went out the window. I mean, there were people who were throwing her under the bus who admitted they hadn't even read her paper, but just the mere rumors of the paper was enough to destroy her reputation in their eyes. So, yeah, I think it's a problem, and we need it. The administrations have to just have an explicit policy. I mean, I think the University of Chicago came out very strongly in favor of free speech and not deplatforming people. And I think all the universities have to get on the same page on this.
I'm not as quick to dismiss postmodernism as Sam and some others, because I don't know what the hell it is. When I talk to people and they complain about it, I can never get a cohesive definition of postmodernism that's consistent across all the detractors. I think there's a lot of problems with labels, and I've mentioned this before, so I won't go on a full story here, but we use labels as shorthand. It makes it easier for us to communicate, but that's only true to the extent that the people we're talking to have the same understanding of the words and labels that we use. And we are desperate to put people in buckets and put ideas in buckets. And so the example that I've used before is I've identified as a feminist. What's that mean? Well, it depends on who you talk to. Oh, that can't be. Feminist has to be this. Well, that's what somebody said. What's the feminist position on pornography? Well, it depends entirely on which feminist you talk to. There are feminists as Sansara Taylor, Tasliman Azrian, who will view pornography as a vile exploitation of women. And yet we have other feminists. Nobody's going to deny, really, apart from internal arguments, that any of these women are feminists, like Greta Christina, who's edited porn magazines and worked as a sex worker. These labels are only as good as we allow them to be. And so when we start talking about, and I'm not going to get off on the transgender, transracial, blah, 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 what's happening is, I saw this in the election. I have friends. I did not vote for Trump. I don't think that's going to come as any surprise. But I have friends who did. And I talked to them about it. Yes, I blocked some people on Facebook in the heat of the moment. But eventually, I talked to some people about it. And what one of them told me is that I'm not a racist, and yet every time I would say anything in favor potentially of Trump or opposed to Hillary or Bernie or whoever, I just got called a racist. And that's because there are a couple different connotations of racist. There's not only implicit racism, there's explicit racism. There's the definition of racism as bigotry based on a genetic trait such as race, or a social construct, race being a social construct. And so if people are calling you or saying that you're a racist because in their view, race is a social construct, and they are talking about implicit racism, essentially saying you are endorsing policies that have a disproportionate effect on minorities. That's what they mean by racism. And yet when you hear the word racist, you hear you are a member of the KKK, there can be no communication because you're talking about two different things with the same label. We are in a transition period on some of these as we change the way we talk about things. I don't think it's always good, but I also don't think it's always bad. As we clarify our language, I think we're going to get to better understanding of things. That's going to change how we talk about some things. Yet, when it comes to the campus issues, I'm in favor of free speech, and I'm in favor of letting the universities and the students decide what kind of campus they want. And if it turns out they want a campus that nobody wants to go to, they'll deal with those consequences.
Yeah. Welcome to Evergreen.
Yes, sir.
Oh, can you please scoot that forward? Sorry about that. Thank you. Hi guys, my name is Charlie Gentry, and I live here in Phoenix, Arizona. My question is for both of you. In regards to the last several years on all the school shootings, and not necessarily the issue on Second Amendment rights and gun owners' rights, but on the issue of where do we stop talking about the guns that were used and start talking about the mental health issues of the kids using the guns?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Again, this is an area where you can see the gaffes and the errors pile up on the left side of the political spectrum. I mean, this is where some of the right-wing caricatures of the New York Times turn out to be true, because I've read editorials where basically everything said about guns and ballistics is wrong, and it's unfortunate. But there are relevant differences between guns, but they just don't tend to be the differences that you hear discussed in the media when people become most alarmed in the aftermath of a school shooting. So when you hear about people who can't tell the difference between an automatic and a semi-automatic gun, right, that's, you know, the conversation it's just not about the actual issue. But I've moved a little bit on this question of, you know, whether we should ban AR-15s, because one, just for purely pragmatic political purposes, I think it would be, it comes at very little cost to what I care about to say, yes, let's ban AR-15s. Right now, I know a lot of people love their AR-15s and they're fun to shoot, but the reality is that it has such political significance that it's worth considering doing, and then we would find that all of the real work is still ahead of us to deal with the reality of gun violence, because it really is a matter of handguns killing most people most of the time. But there are differences. But I mean, the Vegas shooting was as deadly as it was absolutely because of the guns that man had in the hotel. What's scary about rifles of any sort is their accuracy and lethality at distance, right? And so most school shootings would still have been just as deadly had they been accomplished with handguns. But these distance shootings are really enabled massively by rifles, and rifles like AR-15s. And so it does matter, but it rarely matters when most people on CNN say it matters. And that's the problem with our conversation.
I think I hate bad arguments. I hate them most when they come from positions or defending positions that I agree with or think are correct. And there's a lot of bad arguments in the talks about guns. Oh, who needs a gun? Well, it's not about need. In this case, it's about preference and about rights. Oh, well, you got to be 21 to buy a beer. Why can't you buy an AR-15 younger? Well, a lot of people think that's a potentially good argument. I think it's awful, because I think you're providing ammunition to the people who don't want to fix the problem. I think you're providing ammunition to the NRA, because it's pretty easy to point out that the prevalence of alcohol and allowing people underage to drink beer has consistently throughout history done more harm than the weapons have. And so I think you're not really building on a good foundation, which is why I get back to what I said earlier, where we don't need to exaggerate, we don't need bad arguments. We need to point out that one is too many from the standpoint of what we should tolerate as parents, as friends and family members, and that what we want is real, sensible action. And if you do this, you don't, at least when groups like the NRA come forward to say that they're trying to take away your guns and blah, 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 that's not the case. Or they're making bad arguments. No, that's not the case. Address what we actually said. And what we've actually said, or what I've actually said, is that I don't like the fact that I live in a world where there's at least some likelihood that somebody's going to get hold of a massive weapon of war and go slaughter a bunch of innocent children. It may be an unfortunate consequence of the way we've traditionally done things, but that doesn't mean that we can't change, and it doesn't mean that change means taking away everybody's rights, engaging in fear-mongering, and supporting good action with bad arguments. It drives me nuts.
And just quickly on the mental health issue, I think background checks and real licensing and real training required to get a gun is part of the solution. I think it's crazy to me that you should have to go through some significant steps to get a driver's license, but no such steps to get a gun. So we have to figure out what should be required to get access to that technology. So.
Yeah, maybe just stop letting Walmart sell them and we'll fix the problem. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Hey, my name is Hank, and thank you both for being here tonight. My question is also about mental health, and I'd like to know if you have any thoughts, or if you could describe what you think best case scenario, what the best step change improvement might look like in mental health treatment.
Well, I would really only have a kind of hand-waving answer, because I'm not really close to that field. I mean, I have no clinical experience, so, but it is just a fact that everything that ails us as far as mental health is at some basic level a matter of neurophysiology. And insofar as we get better drugs and better treatments, there's every reason to think that we will alleviate very real forms of human suffering more and more. And on some level, it's a matter of getting lucky, because I mean the problem with drugs is that the receptor sites that get targeted by any drug are in many cases everywhere in the body, and so you have the spectrum of effects that you don't intend. You have the side effects that you don't want when you're delivering the relevant molecule to the area you actually want to modulate. And that distribution is it really is a matter of luck. And so you have to go out beyond, to no longer be captive of that kind of molecular happenstance. We'd have to find other ways of targeting specific areas in the brain insofar as we understand what they're doing. And I'm hopeful that will come more and more. But at some level it is, the mind is what the brain is doing. And again, leaving aside the fact that consciousness itself really is a mystery. We don't know at what level it arises and what its neural correlates actually are. But virtually everything we can reasonably care about in terms of our experience is a matter of having a healthy brain that is functioning the way we want it to. And I think it's a very good thing that the stigma around mental health and treatments for it is, in an incremental way, it's lifting. And
that was actually what I was going to add. I have less experience in the clinical, but we've got to remove
ultimately
the stigma.
it will lift. And I mean, it hasn't lifted entirely because the treatments are still so coarse. But once you really have a treatment that works, I mean, once you had an antidepressant that everyone recognized was all upside and no downside, well then, curing depression would be and treating your depression would be as uncontroversial as, fixing a broken leg. Of course you're going to fix a broken leg. And we're just not there because there's something rather cherished about the mind we think about as opposed to the brain. I mean, so mental illness is unlike physical illness. But again, that's more of a matter of our not understanding it well enough and not understanding the mechanisms. And insofar as we understand the mechanisms, I think treating these things will be much more straightforward, and the stigma will be gone.
But that's actually tied to, I don't think it's, and I'm not saying you said this, but I don't think it's in any way ridiculous for us to put a primacy on the brain, because that's where we're talking about identity. And so my view, and I don't have any clinical expertise, but it's about removing the stigma so that people are more willing to seek out help. And I've run across people who are terrified of going to see someone because they're afraid that they'll be prescribed drugs that will fundamentally turn them into someone they're not.
Right.
And this perception of who you are and what would change about who you are, I think is really inhibiting some people from seeking out the help that could benefit them. And one of the individuals, I talked to him and I said, go anyway, and if they put you on drugs that you don't like or that cause problems, that can be changed. But it may turn out that the you that you are on these drugs is the you that you've been looking for and may be beneficial, maybe not. Yes, sir?
Yeah, my question is, we've all been given certain talents in life, and we've all been given certain disadvantages. And it's obvious to me when I talk to another person that for any talent or any disadvantage I've obtained in this world, there are countless ones that I can never understand. So with a worldview that's based on reason and empirical evidence and tends to shy away from personal experience, how do we better control for our own biases and our own impression of the world to try to understand someone else's circumstance more clearly and get to the bottom of issues that we can never understand through personal experience?
Yeah, well, that really is the challenge, and that is why education is good, and reading good books is good, and talking to smart people or hearing smart people talk is good. I mean, listening to lectures, and you are, in some sense, making your mind and gathering tools of cognition and correcting for your blind spots the more you do that. And I think to do that consciously in a way to correct for some of these well-understood biases, like confirmation bias, is just a good filter to have on the whole project, because you know you're going to be wrong a lot, and you should want to discover, rather than discover the reasons why you're right, or the reasons why you should think exactly what you thought yesterday. You should become interested in the ways you might be wrong, and I mean they're just cues to this that you should find interesting. It's just when you find very smart people who you agree with on so many things suddenly broadcast an opinion to you that you don't agree with, that should be interesting rather than something you despise, right? Whether or not you, in the end, you agree with them, this as someone who broadcasts lots of opinions and has public conversations, I see this come back to me in one or two ways. Like guns is the perfect example. You know, I said many things that my readers agreed with for many years, and then I said this one thing about guns in this blog post, The Riddle of the Gun, and some significant percentage of my audience was just blindsided by it, right? So, just the eruption of ill will that I got from I don't know what percentage it was, but it was a lot, was fairly startling, and yet there was virtually never an argument. It was not that they were finding fault with my argument. They just hated that this opinion came along with all the other opinions they agreed with, and so I'm trying to be more sensitive to that in myself when I see someone who I think is clearly smart and I agree with in many areas, and then all of a sudden they hit me with this other point of view that is counter to the one that I've been holding all this time. That, rather than harm my perception of who they are intellectually, the first move I want to make is to be interested, and that I think that doesn't come by default for most of us most of the time.
Okay,
I can't hear that.
Oh, sorry.
There we go.
Hi, Sam, Matt. I'm Stefan.
Hi.
My question is towards the future. Something like Star Trek. It seems there's a future answer for something like racism, sexism, when the most obvious visual information you get about a person is the color of the uniform they're wearing. That tells you what part of the crew they are, what good function in the ship they offer. Have you given any thought to what we as individuals or on the society level can do to practice to encourage a rewiring of what would be a negative feedback loop to looking at obvious visual information of people, getting a sense of other versus friend, which served us when we were an older species, and get us closer to looking at people and what they offer us instead of their difference, so that we can get closer towards a Star Trek future that I would like to live in?
I can give you my favorite example of me doing exactly this. I host the Atheist Experience TV show. I have for 14 some odd years. And I had always had this idea of a specific way to do the show, but I didn't quite know how to work it in. And in order to raise money for Camp Quest, I agreed to do the show in drag. And I didn't half step. I went all out, and you know, it was shaved and manicure, pedicure, nails and bra and dress, and I shaved, which I will never do again, because even at 48 I look 12, because I look like a baby pretty soon. There was no hair there. Anyway, and a wig. And the one thing I didn't do was put on any affected voice or anything else. It was just me sitting there taking calls just as I would any other week, in order to make the point that someone's arguments and the things that they are expressing are not in any way affected by what clothes they're wearing, the color of their hair, the color of their skin, who they're sleeping with, where they're partying, none of that. And I love seeing things like that done. I love people who challenge popular culture's perceptions about who we should be. Because while I could certainly see arguments towards a dull, gray, homogeneous society, I value individuals, because that's where the sparks of inspiration come from. That's where art comes from. And I think that, without giving any more specifics about what we could do, I think that we'll probably do a good job at preserving some of that, if for no other reason than we just probably aren't likely to enjoy being told what to do, what to wear, who to be. We rebel against those things. And if we ever get to a point where human society stops rebelling against that at some level, that's when I would worry. But I'm not worried now.
And to some degree, it's happening online anyway. When you think of how you relate to people online on social media, I mean, anonymity aside, you often have no idea what anyone looks like, and it really is just the quality of their ideas. And I mean, for better or worse, because they're people, they're people who, if you could see them, you would realize you didn't have to take them seriously, right? I mean, they would be broadcasting other social cues. It's like and so it does cut both ways, and many conspiracy theories, I'm sure, are manufactured by obviously disreputable people in their underpants, just blogging away. And if you could see them.
Are you suggesting that 10 people with tinfoil hats can't make sense?
So I mean, there's a lot of that, and everything has the same stature when it's behind a blog or behind a tweet, but it's having this beneficial effect of just canceling those surface features as well, and just good ideas can come to the fore.
Hi, thank you both for being here. My name is Jessie. I have a question primarily for Sam. It's regarding Vipassana meditation or mindfulness. Specifically regarding accepting physical or mental discomfort, in my case stemming from having anxiety and suffering from panic attacks. Anyone who suffers from that, I think, would agree that these are highly negative experiences. And it's eluded me as far as how to try to not avoid these feelings or these events. With mindfulness meditation, there's often talk about trying to not avoid these negative feelings and just kind of accepting things as they come. Can you touch on how to balance that acceptance of discomfort, whether it be physical, mental, maybe even just your socioeconomical status? Because I feel like it's beneficial if you're in a bad situation in your life to want to better yourself or, feel happy or be in a better position. So I'd just like your input on how to balance that.
Yeah, well, I should point out the obvious fact that you just stood up in front of thousands of people and asked a perfectly coherent question. And honestly, you're already way ahead of all the people who can't do that, right?
I'm extremely nervous.
Yeah, but you've already won, right? I mean, because you've just functioned with this feeling, and it had no implication. So, mindfulness aside, the way to get over that problem, insofar as it's a problem, is just to keep doing exactly what you just did. And because I had the exact same experience around public speaking, and I was very uptight and nervous around doing it until I just started doing it. And mindfulness was part of the remedy, but it wasn't a sufficient remedy. I mean, you can actually get over your fear of, in this case, public speaking, without knowing anything about mindfulness, by just doing it and having good experiences doing it, and you can just get over it. What is magical about mindfulness as an ability is that it becomes this recognition that consciousness, that in you which is just aware of what you're experiencing, that just the thing that is noticing, in this case, anxiety or any other sensory or interoceptive experience, that thing, consciousness, isn't fundamentally changed by the experience. So it's like the thing that's aware of joy is the same as the thing that's aware of anxiety. And if you can connect to that, and again, mindfulness meditation is the technique of connecting to that. It's not thinking about this conceptually. It's just actually noticing experience systematically enough without trying to change it, so that you begin to just fall back into this position of just witnessing the flow of experience. The more you do that, the more you can truly be equanimous with whatever is happening. That it's not a matter of getting rid of the feeling of anxiety. It's not a matter of even, forcing your way through it. It's just, it has no implication. It suddenly becomes equalized with everything else you could be experiencing, and it has. I mean, the analogy I occasionally use is it becomes like a pain in the knee, or indigestion, right? It doesn't say anything about who you are really, right? So if you're feeling this anxiety and you feel like, God, I wish I didn't feel this way. Why am I such an anxious person? That's not the same thing you do when you just feel an unpleasant sensation in your knee. If you're standing there asking a question, the knee pain isn't the thing that is at the core of your being that you're ashamed of or embarrassed of or want to change so desperately. And any experience can have that status. Even experiences that are, seem more durable than anxiety or less situation dependent, something like depression or grief, or you can get perspective on all of them, and you begin to notice that however bad something is, it's always changing. There's just this, there's a half-life to every experience, and you can become patient enough to let things arise and pass away, and there's an immense amount of freedom that comes with that, because then you can actually just, then you can be at peace before your life changes, before you get the thing you desire or solve the problem that you need to solve. You can actually, the emergency can go away, and you can just then do the intelligent things you need to do to produce the changes in your life you actually want. And so there's two tracks. It matters what you do and what you practice. Like when you want to ask a question, standing up and actually doing it, that's a crucial difference. But all the while, you can become more and more aware of just being willing to experience whatever is just arising and not view it as a problem. So I hope that helped.
Hi, my name is Brandon. I didn't anticipate asking a question tonight, but your dialogue at the beginning of the program triggered me to ask your views, and your meaning both of you or either of you, your views on the phenomenon that seems to be created by search engine algorithms, social media ecosystems that tend to reinforce political views through the information that they feed the receiver. Meaning, if I'm right-leaning, I tend to receive right-leaning information, which fortifies my views and therefore attributes to more division in society. Is there a solution to that as you see it, or is this something we should just settle into for the long term? We're going to be living with it.
Well, I think it's a huge problem, and it's largely, if not entirely, the result of the ad-based digital economy. It is when you think about, in particular, something like Facebook, there's an arms race to capture human attention, and it is entirely driven by the need to sell ads against our attention. And Facebook, largely, Google has done this as well, but Facebook and Google are most of the problem. Twitter hasn't really figured out how to monetize itself. They have realized that showing you the thing, they're just tuning the algorithm to give you more of what you clicked on yesterday. So insofar as that's the thing that is a matter of you just confirming your bias or being outraged by the same thing, they're just trying to game attention. They're trying to keep you on your news feed for 3% longer each day. And I had a long podcast with Tristan Harris about this. He's among a few other people, he's been very publicly sounding the alarm about this. And this is something we have to figure out how to re-incentivize and change. And I think the dependency on ads is most of the problem, certainly when you're talking about something like Facebook and Google.
In a way, it ties to the same question that we ask about getting people to be more skeptical, to think more critically, to evaluate their religion or whatever their biases are, because religions have created an echo chamber, and we've done this online now as well in the sense that we're talking about. For me, the solution is twofold. Individuals have to become aware and then they have to care, which is why on the show I'll ask people what they believe and why, but also the big issue is, do you care about whether or not what you believe is true, or are you okay with just believing it because it's comforting and the people around you believe it, etc.? And if you can get people to recognize that they should, can, and do care about truth, you can get them to start to develop the tools that allow them to have a closer approximation of truth, even if I'm not going to get into it with any philosophy guys on whether or not we can actually get to truth. But we can encourage people to care whether the internal model of reality that they have is accurate to the reality they live in. Because it's not always. As a matter of fact, we know we're frequently wrong. So the same solutions that we're trying to push with regard to advocating skepticism, critical thinking, being willing to say, I don't know. Let's stop teaching kids in school that I don't know should be a terrifying response instead of a response that's deserving of applause, because that's the only way you get to the answer. If you already know, why would you look for the answer? So saying I don't know is the first step towards that. Getting them to care and making them aware of the problem. Letting people know, hey, you may not realize just how much of a bubble you're in. And I've said before, if you're not blocking 2 or 3 people a day, you're probably in a bubble. Although, yes, I realize there's a contradiction there, but joke fun. Yes, sir.
All right, my name's Andy, and I have
By the way, Andy gets the last question. Well, we'll try and do one more if it's quick.
Okay, I'll try to be quick then. I have 2 young daughters, which emotionally informs my question, and I would ask, we're all aware of the things that could go terribly wrong, nuclear war, climate change, etc., rampaging AI. Are you generally optimistic or pessimistic for the next 100 to 1,000 years? And if so, what are the specific reasons for your pessimism or optimism?
Yeah, that's not a short question. Sam, cover the next 100 years for us.
Well, if the next 100 years go well, I'm optimistic about the next 1,000. I think there's reason to believe that we have a bottleneck here that we have to get through successfully. And so this is not, I don't think this is a very controversial opinion. It just seems like this next century is a century we have to get our heads straight for. Otherwise, things can really run off the rails. I don't really think of myself as an optimist or a pessimist, though. I think I tend to focus on, I'm about to do an event with Steve Pinker, who's, as you may know, has published now 2 super optimistic books, but just kind of aggregating all the data of human progress. And I think, I haven't read his new book yet, but I will do that next week. But insofar as I know his thesis, I agree with it. I mean, there's no question that we are the luckiest generation that has, all the generations currently alive, 7 billion of us. This is the best moment to live in human history. There's no question, right? I mean, you just have to read a little bit of history to know how awful the past has been, by and large. There's just no reason for nostalgia for any, even for 5 years ago, really.
Well,
no, I mean, again, we can go read Steve's book, but it's like all the major trends are going in the right direction, and this is true for even the poorest people on Earth. Now, there are local problems, there are civil wars and that erupt, but the flip side of that, or an additional fact, is that our ability to make sweeping changes to our lives through technology is only increasing. And so that the scope of our possible errors are getting larger and larger. And just to take one fact, which was, is increasingly true and was not at all true a generation ago, our dependency on the internet, right? The fact that if the internet goes down, if there's a successful cyber attack on our society, most of what we care about is vulnerable, right? Now, that wasn't true 30 years ago. And so there's enough data both for extreme pessimism and extreme optimism, and I think those have to run on simultaneous tracks for us. But I don't tend to view myself through either lens exclusively.
I pretty much agree, and I'm pretty optimistic. And by the way, I have cats at home, so if the internet goes down, I can make my own videos. I apologize for making you wait, but they've told me we have to wrap it up, and that was the last question. Thank you guys so much. I will speak for both of us briefly that we are thrilled to be here and thrilled that you came out. Sam's going to be signing books at some point out there. Is that what we're doing?
Yes.
And,
thank you all for coming.
we
Sorry
hope to come
about the
back.
hiccup and the change of program, but
thank you.
We adapted. Well done. Hold hands. Sorry.
Thank you. My We had a brief discussion about labels, about how do I, is this the British neoconservative intellectual talking head proponent of a think tank who's has his thoughts on Islam and immigration and all this, and you know, is an author of 4 books, soon to be 5, I think.
Yeah.
And that led to some concern about labels that I think we share in many areas.
By the way, in Britain, if you introduce somebody as an intellectual, it's death. Nothing that kills something more.
I have no fear of being introduced like that anywhere.
Yeah, no, I am concerned about labels these days because we were talking before about the nature of the internet and that nobody expected it to go this way of like unbelievable vitriol and rage and sort of grasping for short-term explanations for people. And yeah, political labels and indeed some religious labels become really unhelpful because they become a sort of way to not listen to somebody in advance. You know, some of it can be useful, obviously, but by this stage, I kind of feel most political labels are a real problem.
I wonder how much of it is maybe. I don't necessarily want to label people as excessively lazy or frustrated, but I think that has to be a part of it where everything is a label. Every word we use is a label for some concept, and so we use this to communicate, and we're generally pretty good at it in the sense that we're not falling apart at the roots of civilization. We're able to, you understand me, I understand you, even though I don't have that particular accent. We've sorted it out a little bit. But when we talk about the labels that we put on broader concepts, what I find happens quite often is they're either used as a way to dismiss without any actual substantive conversation, or they're used as a shorthand where you just assume the people you're talking to have the same understanding of the label that you do.
Right.
And that's not necessarily the case.
No, and I don't want to labor the point, but transatlantic, it's not a consistent language about politics. Where I'm from, liberal means something different from what it means here, for instance. And there's all sorts of words like that don't travel. But no, I mean, I think that generally the problem of labels has been accentuated by social media, which has all sorts of advantages, has some serious drawbacks. And the main drawback, I mentioned this to Matt earlier, is that people who do the sort of things we do used to craft what we said and what we wrote in order to make sure, among other things, that an honest critic couldn't misunderstand us. And the strange thing about the era of social media and the internet is that you end up having to craft what you say and write in order to try to make sure that a dishonest critic also can't misrepresent you. It's an almost impossible task, but one we're obviously trying to find our way through.
It's when it comes to the sorting out which are the honest critics and which are the dishonest critics, I find that's actually getting more difficult as well, because while I pretend to read minds on stage, I can't actually read minds. And so if somebody comes after something I've said on Twitter or Facebook or whatever, I have to spend a great deal of time before I even decide if I'm going to respond or how I'm going to respond. Is this individual confused? Have I not crafted my message clearly enough? Or is there some way I could reword the message to rehabilitate this individual? Or are they one of the dishonest ones, the people who are sometimes labeled the outrage brigade by my friend Seth? They're just never going to be happy no matter what you say, because you didn't say it exactly the way they wanted to in the time frame they wanted.
Yeah, what I get is you didn't say it all in the 60 seconds we gave you, which, if you're dealing with the meaning of life or something, it's often hard to hit that moment.
Yes. It's in the debates that I've often had with religious apologists, there's something called the Gish Gallop, which is named after Duane Gish, where the apologist will present 20 things that are wrong,
right?
Each of which would take you an hour to 10 hours to properly rebut. Yes. And then whichever ones you don't address, when it's their turn to speak next, they'll say, my opponent failed to address points 3, 4, 7, and therefore I win.
Yeah. Well, the Times of London the other day reported on this Flat Earth Society that's now booming, at least booming to the extent that Flat Earth Societies can for the time being. But I mean, they had I don't know, they had a conference the other day in London, and they got like 300 flat earthers who all had these points about like the horizon, no one had actually been to it. How do you know? And there was some amazing. Then they had T-shirts and things. You know, they obviously want people to know they're flat earthers and how dim they are. But you know, we weren't expecting that. We weren't expecting the Flat Earth Society to get a boom in the foreseeable future, and yet there they are.
I can remember years ago, and I don't know how many people here have watched a lot of episodes of The Atheist Experience, but there was an episode where I basically said, well, nobody believes in the Greek gods anymore. And that was a mistake because the emails came in. It didn't come pouring in, they trickled in, but it was still...
What did they say?
They said, oh, you're wrong. I actually still do believe in the Greek gods. And I was like, oh, that's a good joke. And then they were clearly offended and outraged that I would dismiss this as a joke. And so I had a brief conversation with one of them, and it's not worth repeating. But to be fair, it encouraged me to exercise more caution in making, grandiose claims of nobody believes this anymore. Oh, somebody does.
You sort of hope that they're in a terrible internecine war with people who still worship the Roman gods. You know, they just go at it late at night.
Yes. I've done much the same thing with Christian apologists on occasion. There was an event where I had done a video about slavery, and every Christian apologist has a different pathway to try to rehabilitate the Bible's position on slavery. And so I was standing there with 4 of them, and they were all trying to rehabilitate this in a different way.
Right.
And so it was perfect because I just said, you 4 sort it out. When you figure out what the right answer is from God, come back and I'll address that one. Because until you do, I don't see any reason to address 4 different answers from God. Why hasn't he cleared this up already?
Yeah. Were there any plausible arguments from them?
I don't know. I never heard back from them after they... I suspect that there was not agreement.
At least they'd all agreed it was bad. And they were trying
to... You would hope so, but you would be mistaken.
Really?
Because there are people who go down that road that say that once upon a time it was perfectly moral and acceptable. And also that because ultimately it was in the benefit of those who were enslaved because they now had access to the true religion that they didn't have access to before.
Right. God, it's a hell of a way to get it, isn't it? It's the worst route there.
Yeah, salvation at gunpoint, I guess, kind of. There's one question that I was asked to ask you, so I might get that out of the way because it might tie into a few things. An internet friend of mine wanted me to ask why you encouraged atheists in Great Britain to go to church last Christmas.
Good question. We go straight into the deeps. Well, obviously Britain, where I'm from, and Europe more generally, the situation with religion is different from the situation you have here. I mean, there are all sorts of differences, all sorts of similarities, but we don't have in Britain a kind of any form of strong Christianity that I see as being any threat in the public sphere. I mean, our bishops are all basically on the verge of atheism, as far as I can see. If you get a bishop in Britain, I mean, the hardest thing to do for them is to affirm what was their creed. You know, it's filled with sort of God, as it were. You know, So we have the sort of doubting bishop as a sort of perpetual part of the comedy of British life. And so we don't have that assertive form of religion which can still exist here, and in certain states is very strong. And I think it's partly, I write a bit about this quite a bit in this recent book. I think that we are in a very strange place in Europe, in Britain, in our relation to faith. And for all sorts of reasons, of which we can get into, we are in this situation that a wonderful French philosopher called Chantal Delsol described as being in the situation that Icarus would have been in if he'd survived the fall. That is, that by the time that the Cold War finishes in Europe, we've dreamed all of these religious dreams and they've all crashed. We've dreamed all of these political dreams, including two big ones in the 20th century that turned out to be global nightmares. So that by the time the last of those falls, we are on the ground, wounded, burnt, singed, badly bruised, and rather amazed to find that we're still here, with this big question that then comes up, which is, what do we do? And again, I mean, this doesn't apply in quite the same way in this country as I see it.
Which I think may be one of the reasons why this kind of question goes up, but I want to let you get through it.
But I suppose one of the things I feel, and I know a lot of people now in Europe from the political left, right, center ground, atheists, non-atheists, and so on, who are starting to worry. And I suppose the worry, for me, condenses into this, which is the increasing fear that the Enlightenment didn't go very deep or very wide or very far, and that it turns out not to be cherished by all that many people, and that what might come down the road might be so much worse. I put it no stronger for now than the nervousness. And since this is a situation we're in, I mean, I'm an atheist, I have been for many years. I don't believe in the little claims of the Bible or anything else. But I do recognize something which in Europe, at any rate, I see and I'm concerned about, which is what I regard as a vacuum. And one of the only interim answers I've been able to put forward is to say, we can accept the fact that we're atheists, we can accept the fact that we don't believe in literal truth and so on, and yet have to find a way to remind ourselves and each other of how we got to where we are. Because there's a whole set of things which I and others start to worry about. And one of the few ways I've found to try to explain this is to say that includes in engaging in parts of your past which you no longer believe in, at the very least to know how you got to where you are now. So I didn't say in that piece that people should go to church and praise the risen Lord, but to say to them, at least engage in the thing that got you to the place you are now, and know how it happened. Let me put it another way very quickly. One of the most striking things, there's a British rabbi called Jonathan Sachs, who has some position here in New York as well. Some years ago I said to him, a slightly impertinent question, but I said, Rabbi Sachs, I know quite a lot of your congregation in London, and how can I put this, but they all seem to be atheists, or at least a lot of them. And without missing a beat, he said, oh, most of them, I'd have thought. And I said, and you could see I was sort of slightly thrown, and I said, well, what do you take from that? And he replied rabbinically with a non-answer. He said, this year 98% of British Jews will be celebrating the holidays. And this is just an interesting way through a bit of this, it seems to me. Accepting the realities of where we are, but not casting people into it, particularly the people you and I both know and have come across, who find the position, once they arrive there, of atheism to be a very lonely place. And I just, as I say, it's not an answer to the whole thing, but as an interim thing, to say at least remain engaged in all of this idea and all of this past, engage with it.
I think I might understand what some of the confusion and concern is, and I suspected some of this is differences on either side of the pond. And for me, not having grown up in Britain, suffocated by Church of England, and its largely atheistic irrelevancy. I find it strange that you're talking to a rabbi who says that 98% of Jews are going to be celebrating the holidays. I'm assuming he's talking about Christmas.
Oh, no, he's talking about the Jewish holidays.
He's talking about the Jewish holidays. And yet, we know that, I think studies have shown that 50% of Jews in Israel are secular.
Sure.
And Reform Judaism doesn't require any belief in a God. So
sure.
we often make a mistake of talking about religion as if it's one thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's absolutely false, because Judaism, even in its varieties, is already very different. The Reform Judaism that doesn't require a belief in a God, and so you get a rabbi that's not surprised that his congregation is largely atheist, and then you get conservative and Hasidic Jews that I doubt very many of those are atheists, and then you have the various varieties of Christianity, and one of the questions that's come up quite often is, why is the view of religion in the UK so much different from the way it is in the States? And I've often heard it put forward that this is an issue of a free market, where in the UK, because you have a state religion, there was no competition to draw people in, and the United States, we had freedom of religion, and so they're in competition to market.
Yes, I mean, let me give an example of that. Everybody in the UK lives technically in a parish. And that means that the priest in that parish could, even if you were a non-believer, be responsible for your spiritual well-being, for your funeral, for instance. Now, of course, that doesn't mean that everyone automatically gets a Church of England funeral, but it means that the default position is that the state church would be there. Whereas I think if you were a Catholic, for instance, if you were an atheist and you died, your local Catholic church would not stake any claim for your religious rights. So there is yes, it has done something strange like that. The other thing is just that, who knows, it's just a lot more advanced in Europe for good and ill, but that they say that, well, the southern Mediterranean states, Italy, Catholic Church is very strong still, Spain, very strong. So, you have to draw up these distinctions within it. But basically in the Protestant parts of Europe, yeah, there's very little. They some time ago, I think, became basically the Green Party at prayer. They explain how important it is to tackle global warming and so on, which is all good, but it's not saying to people, you have to affirm the creed, otherwise you're going to hell.
I heard good things about Spain in the last few years, pulling away from the church and instituting a far more secular government.
Yeah.
To the point where I joked that if my country became a theocracy, I'd go to Spain, because at least I had 2 years of high school Spanish, which sets me up better.
The country that is most striking in is Ireland. I first went to Ireland, I did my first book in the late 90s, 2000. And then Ireland was still a very, very, it's the most oppressively religious country in Europe I'd been to. The Catholic Church had such a grip. Today, I don't think you could find a more secular country. It's really fascinating, and it's one thing in particular, which is a clerical abuse scandal, which has just turned the Irish people, understandably, against the whole thing. And, to the extent that a bishop now stands up and makes a moral pronouncement, and the Irish public want to do the opposite. In fact, the Catholic Church, I can't remember what was in the abortion debate or the gay marriage. Yes, they sat out the gay marriage debate, basically, because they knew that if they came out against, the public vote in the referendum would be even bigger for gay marriage.
And the scandals, they go deep there. They're not just dealing with pederasts and child rapists. This was theft of children from unwed mothers and workhouses and just...
and in living memory.
Yeah.
No, it's an extraordinary thing, but to see a society shift that fast in 18 years or so is a remarkable thing.
Which kind of sticks a pin in what everybody who knows me knows I've been waiting to object to. If the fear is we're losing something, so as a stopgap measure, go back to what got you here. I might have a slight issue with going back to what got us here if the place we are is that we're bleeding and bloody on the ground after the fall. But one of the things that the secular community in the United States has been doing, for the longest time, atheism in the United States was a bunch of guys that looked like me complaining about how much religion sucked and congratulating themselves for, getting the right answer to what I think is literally the easiest question: do I have enough reason to believe this? But as we move forward, and the percentage of the population that identify as nones, the NONEs, no religious preference and no religious identity, we've started to do things like, well, actually Sunday Assembly, I think, started in Britain, but it's here as well, an oasis, and we're building landing places that are founded on principles of secular humanism, which can serve as one potential moral and virtue guiding principle, but also create places for people to land when they find their way out of religion.
Sure.
And I'm happy to tell people, I go to church not for the reasons that you're suggesting, but I go to church more often than people would guess, because on the TV show, I want to make sure that I am not strawmanning religious views.
Do you ever get surprised when you do that?
Not anymore.
No.
There's been a massive change from when I was younger. I mean, I went to a Southern Baptist church primarily. I would occasionally go to Pentecostal churches because they had better concerts. And they would have the Christian rock bands of Petra and Carmen and stuff, and they'd all come to those churches. So I liked those.
The very words Christian rock band just make me kind of come goose pimply.
I feel the same way when I hear Christian magician, but that's another story. But growing up in those kinds of churches, I want to make sure that I'm not only relying on the version of Christianity that I grew up with, and that I'm not relying on something from 30 years ago.
Yeah.
So I will go to some of the churches. The mega churches, even most of the people I grew up with who were religious would look at most of the modern mega churches and say, well, that's not Christianity.
Right.
Now, I don't get to say what is or isn't Christianity. That's for them to decide. But it is very much, you don't get dressed up in your Sunday best anymore. You go in jeans and a t-shirt, and you're singing rock songs that have been perhaps mildly converted to be a little bit more about a God. That some atheist on LSD wrote this song for the secular world, and the church has managed to co-opt it, and they've co-opted the slogans from everything. You'll have T-shirts of the McDonald's shirts, and they'll twist the McDonald's logo to be about Jesus and all this stuff.
How do they do that?
It is.
What?
So Seth Andrews, everybody love Seth? Yes. He hosts the Thinking Atheist podcast. He has a video up specifically going through the various things that Christian organizations steal. They twist it around.
How do they get Jesus out of McDonald's?
Does anybody remember the specific one from McDonald's? I don't know, but there was
Wow.
They take Mountain Dew logos, everything, and just turn it into this. It is very much a marketing thing, and I don't want to ever say that somebody's being disingenuous about their beliefs.
Sure.
But when we talk about, hey, maybe we've lost something, I don't think that I could ever send people to church for that reason, and it may just be a difference in the type of church that we're talking about.
Yeah, it may be. I mean, as I said, I don't want to overemphasize it, but I mean, there are tiny, tiny pockets where what I'm saying is not the case. The island in the Outer Hebrides that my father comes from, there are about 30 different sects of Presbyterianism, within about a square mile of each other. And they're a bit watered down, but not that much. But otherwise, as I say, it's fascinating to me because I've been doing this for 20 years or so, and I've just noticed that the entire discussion on ethics, for instance, if you go to the BBC or something and you have a discussion on ethics, 15 years ago, you'd always have a bishop, purple robe, big cross, and so on. And now they just don't go for those guys. And when they do, those guys don't have much to add, it seems. I mean, you can, regret or otherwise, I don't particularly, but you can see they just don't know how to find a way into the discussions we're now having.
And this is something I've actually been kind of standing in opposition to here, because you'll watch the news and there will be some member of the clergy on to comment on seemingly everything. I'm exaggerating slightly, but there'll be a political discussion and you'll have to get, the minister's view of it. And it happens in the local communities as well as, the national news. I remember a CNN brief piece, but it stuck in my mind forever because the banner behind them was, "Why do atheists inspire such hatred?" Of course, I immediately point out the question is flawed because it presumes that we're the ones inspiring this, rather than why is hatred directed at atheists? Because then it could be our fault or their fault or a combination. So asking the wrong questions is probably one of the biggest problems in the world right now. But they had a panel on to discuss it. How many atheists were on that panel? None.
Really?
Not one. 2 Christians and a Jew to explain to the world that atheists were just really bad at PR, and that we didn't have any morals to live by.
My sense is, by the way, and again, I mean this is a positive, my sense even in this country is that a lot of the religious leaders, they don't quite want to tell you what they really believe, which is a step in the right direction. And my impression still is that most of them know that the culture has shifted or is shifting significantly enough that they know that some of the things they might believe or might have claimed 20 years ago have become total landmines for them.
So here's what we'll do. You come down to Austin, we'll take a drive to San Antonio, and you can listen to John Hagee, who runs one of the biggest churches in the United States, talk about how nasty atheists are, and if they don't like God's country, they can get out of the United States, boy.
He must be about the only one who hasn't been caught with a rent boy. Haven't they all, almost all? And I notice any, and late friend Christopher Hitchens used to have a great riff on this, that whenever you saw any of them holding forth on moral issues, you just make a note, and before you knew it, you'd find they'd maxed out the credit card trying to pay some rent boy,
The scandals are
almost consistent rule.
So
I'm amazed Hagee, I don't know what the laws of defamation are like in this country, but I'm amazed Hagee is already not.
Yeah, well, and he's just one of many examples. There's some that are, and this is another problem with the internet. There's a pastor, I'm not even going to bother saying his name, because he's already gotten too much publicity. Tiny, tiny church. And yet broadcasts over the internet, which gets him all kind of attention, mostly from atheists who want to just say, "Oh my gosh, this guy is terrible." I don't know what percentage of church-going Christians actually care what this guy says, but he's awful with regard to women and everything else. But when we, clearly there's going to be differences. I wonder if how much of the differences that we're seeing are actually related to differences in culture. Because I have some rather troubling questions related to culture. And as you've spoken a lot about issues related to multiculturalism, I figured maybe we could address some of that, because what does it mean to say British culture, Western culture? Is there even enough uniformity of value for that to be a meaningful phrase? And what is it that we should be worried about losing if that's diluted?
Yeah, that's a huge one. We're all trying to think about this at the moment. And there are versions of it that sound nicer than others. Some are horrific. We have this big discussion now, what is our culture, what is Britishness, and every country in Europe is having that discussion, and I hear it here, I hear it in Canada, sort of constant self-examination. There's nothing wrong with that in a way, although it can cause what I regard as being a kind of breakdown. I mean, if you said to any individual all the time, who are you, what are you, you'd end up on the couch quite fast. And I think it might be the same for societies. If you just keep asking what you are rather than just getting on with it, you can kind of instigate an increased nervousness.
I think my instinct is to not care.
Right.
I'm happy to adopt whatever labels apply to me and to explain what those labels are, but there's nothing about me. This actually bothered my wife a little bit when I said so, because she's a little more, she cares a lot more about her heritage and her history and the people from,
Right.
you know, the Appalachian Mountain, or the Smoky Mountains and things like that, and what those people have gone through. And I don't want to be just dismissive of history, but, you know, one of my ancestors was the preacher who was the founder of one of the first 3 Baptist churches that became the Southern Baptist Convention. And apart from it being novel, I don't care about that.
Right.
But there are also people in my past and cultural ties I could make that I would be, that I don't view as negatives.
Right.
But they're not me.
No, but there's another French philosopher, Alain Finkielkraut, who recently said in an interview something I was very struck by. He said, we in France used to think that what we had was worth taking around and giving to the rest of the world. And then we retreated from that idea. And he said, now we're in a position of thinking, can we at least still have it for ourselves? And I was struck by that because, again, it might be a thing of, you know, depending where you are and what you've seen, but I given some of the things that France has gone through in recent years, some of which I write about in the book, you know, multiple really terrible terrorist attacks and assassinations and so on, I can see why they are getting nervous and wanting to address some very fundamental principles. You know, is what we have in the secular French state, which allows for religion, but, you know, now is dealing with new problems, is it all vulnerable? And I know a lot of people who feel it is. And I suppose another thing, I mean, I spend a lot of my life as a journalist traveling, not just, you know, across this country and North America and across all of Europe, but the Middle East, the Far East, and Africa, and so on. And there is a definite feeling you get in certain places of, well, I don't want to force my own view of my own society on this, but this is very different, and it reminds you, therefore, that what you have is unusual. And I suppose that at different times, people become more aware of how, gotta be careful how you say this, but how lucky we may be in this country and in the country I'm from, for instance, that we're even within this discussion and freely able to have it and so on, and that some things down the road might stop that being the case. So I think that there are moments when societies become kind of febrile like that. Let me give an example. I mean, if any of you have ever been mugged or seen something terrible on the street, you know,
We're in New York.
So it changes the way you look at people for quite some time afterwards, and maybe forever.
Yes.
If you've seen anything really brutal in the middle of a sophisticated, cultivated place, it will fundamentally change the way you look at everything afterwards and the way you look at people. And, you know, this is the case with conflict zones, war zones I've been in. You know, it's not just that you come back from those places thinking, my God, I've got an idea of how lucky we are to have this settlement we have, but also why people who are from such places have put it this way, have one less layer of skin than everyone else and feel certain things early. And that's the case in certain countries in the West at the moment, and that's partly what this book is about, that certain countries, France being one, are really reevaluating some of this because they are seeing futures that they want to avoid.
I can see that. First of all, I recognize that, you know, there are people who are going to have experiences that are going to change the way they view things. That doesn't change whether or not their view is accurate.
Sure.
But when it comes to this idea that we need to protect our culture, whatever it is, from some other culture, that just doesn't seem to resonate with me for any reason, because maybe it's because I'm you know, the standard generic privileged white American dude who doesn't care that much about his past, but I view things in terms of there are right answers and wrong answers to how to do things. and different views of what was right and wrong have existed in different cultures.
Sure.
But we know that some of them were wrong. You know, and I don't think either one of us is remotely a moral relativist.
Sure.
That is the thing that I want to hold to. What I view as the value of secular humanism, the value of basic freedoms. If I have a town and a bunch of people start moving to my town and they're bringing their cultural stuff, I don't have any fear that they're going to kill off my culture, because anything that's worth value to me, I'm going to protect anyway. And I advocate for the freedom for them to engage in and support and value their culture, right up to the extent that it impedes on the secular, reasonable, scientific founded, laws and things.
It's
like that.
a boundary beating.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got to beat these boundaries quite hard, allow a lot to go on within it. But yes, and once certain lines are crossed, you've got to take a stronger view on it. That, by the way, I mean, I hark on about it. It may not be of much interest, but this is why France obsesses me, because within 1 year, they had the massacre at Charlie Hebdo, most satirical, secular, atheist paper. They had the massacre of most of the staff of that magazine, and also a priest beheaded at the altar in Rouen as he was saying Mass. If that extremity of things can happen in a culture in quite a short space of time, that is the sort of thing that would return you to the fundamental questions. And as I say, one of the fundamental questions all the time is what we have the sort of natural default position of humankind, or is it a pretty unusual thing caused by quite unusual factors? And I, at any rate, take the second view, and therefore think that from the secular tradition and others, you've got to be aware of it, at the very least, to make sure you don't piss it away.
I think one of the things that this is another difference from two sides of the pond, and we talked about this very briefly, is that people will contact me on the show and say, "Oh, you spend all your time talking about Christianity. That's all you talk about, Christianity. Why would you do that?" Because it's a call-in show, and that's what people are calling in about. First of all, it's also my background. Well, you don't talk to us about Islam at all. And I was like, well, actually, we have many, many times, and there are occasionally Muslim callers. There's one of them who I'm fairly sure I made cry, even though that wasn't my intent. But we address those things, and yet the thing that I keep trying to point out to people is that while I might agree that when it comes to religions worldwide, Islam might be the single most dangerous ideas and be the greatest risk worldwide, but that doesn't mean it's the greatest risk in the United States or in Texas or in Austin. And you've spoken a great deal about Islam, and I think that there are different things going on in the UK that we don't see here. I mean, Muslims in the United States, I mean, apart from the general fear that has been instilled in everybody, which I think is at least exaggerated for us, but I couldn't say that for everybody. There are Muslims in Dearborn that are, drinking and getting tattoos, and they've been their version of Islam has been poisoned, probably for the good, by the secular and perhaps even Christian culture that they're surrounded with.
I once was with a pretty devout Muslim friend, and he'd been fasting for Ramadan, and he broke the fast with me in a pub with a pint of beer, which I thought was a happy meshing of cultures.
And so when we see these changes, and granted, I don't know, and you're free to tell us what we don't know about how things are much more in conflict with regard to people trying to impose their version of Sharia law in conflict with UK laws. And
yeah, there is some of that, and some of it's exaggerated, but a lot of it is real and is there. And I mean, I give the example of the de facto blasphemy law that now exists across Europe. I mean, it's not just Charlie Hebdo. Quite a number of colleagues and friends have been shot at in recent years for blaspheming Islam, and that's in 21st century Europe, and it's it's something which I, at any rate, and a number of other people refuse to shut up about because we think it's intolerable that that should be the situation. And the oddity of that is that, you know, if there were to be anyone who decided to kill Michael Palin tomorrow because of the life of Brian, I strongly urge this is not something I think should happen.
Yes.
But if that were to happen, the whole culture, everything would turn on whoever did that. There would be no ifing and butting. There'd be no kind of, well, you've got to understand the offense he caused. You know, we'd just be saying no. And that isn't the case with this other religion in this situation, partly because people are worried about allegations of bigotry, partly because they're worried that, you know, it's kind of punching down, and one of the motifs of the time on this, and that you might be upsetting a beleaguered minority and so on. But a third of UK Muslims polled after the Charlie Hebdo attacks said that they had some sympathy with the attackers. A third. You know, I happen to be gay, and you know, I'm not delighted by some of the attitudes you can still hear from churches here about homosexuality, but you know, in my own country, there was a poll in 2009 that found among British Muslims, 0% thought that you should be tolerant towards homosexuality. And a poll taken 2 years ago found that the majority of British Muslims wanted being gay to be made illegal now. So that's the sort of thing where you just start to worry. Okay, we've seen this off from one direction. What if it comes in another? And what if it benefits and gains from the fact that people are basically not primed to deal with it anymore?
There's a documentary on Netflix, because I watch tons of documentaries on Netflix, especially when I'm on the road, and it's called Welcome to Leith, and it is about a bunch of Nazis or neo-Nazis who moved to a town somewhere in, I don't know, Wyoming, Montana, someplace, and essentially tried to take it over.
Right.
And it's really eye-opening because it makes you wonder, well, what would happen if they tried to do this in my town? Now, it would take a lot of them to take over, you know, Austin or New York or whatever, but in a small town, if you had a massive group of people show up with a particularly dangerous ideology, such that they could actually take over the city council, that they would become the dominant voting bloc.
Right.
What protections do you have?
Right.
In this case, I'm interested in we're looking at exploring this as a project. There are a number of towns that have been taken over by religious ideologies. There are towns that are almost exclusively Mormon or Hasidic Jew. And I have concerns about the constitutional rights of the individuals who live in those towns.
Sure.
Because in the States, the default is, oh, well, that, you know, you really can't have any power. You know, because we've got the Constitution and it's there to protect us. And as a reminder, you can in fact run for office anywhere in the United States if you're an atheist. Please stop spreading around that thing of my state constitution says you must believe. Yes, that was all settled by the Supreme Court in the 50s and then fought a couple other times as well. But you can run for office. But we had to fight it in court just to show what the Constitution says. And if they could take over a town, I get why people are terrified of that. Wouldn't it be a more practical solution? I don't know how this applies in the UK, but to just make sure that our laws are such that people can exercise their religious freedom, but they can't, you know, there's the old joke about the Constitution, two wolves and a sheep are arguing over what's for dinner. And the Constitution, or the democracy, is what allows them all to vote, and the Constitution is what guarantees that the sheep's not going to be dinner. And it seems that we can enforce those ideas so that people can have their preferred culture, provided it can coexist with the surroundings.
Yeah, the moment that's what we're really struggling with across Europe at the moment, is to work out where the moments are where you tread over the rights of others in a way that's unacceptable, and also then what you do about it. Because this is, it's a dialogue of the demented at the moment, where the society says, there are some things we really strongly believe in, and if you don't believe in them, well, please do. It's not very assertively made. There's a sort of, well, what happens if I don't? Well, please do. There's no follow-up.
It starts to look like war and conflict and physical violence ends up being inevitable if you can't come to a reasonable...
Yes, and some people do fear that's the case. I don't take as apocalyptic a view as that, but there's a long way for this to run, and it doesn't all go in a good direction.
I know that I have probably 50,042 questions left for you, so we'll have to continue another time. But I've also noticed that it's been shockingly almost an hour, even though it feels like 20 minutes.
Can I ask a question?
You can.
You
may.
I spent, sorry to walk into your Q&A time, but I've spent part of this morning watching your event with Jordan Peterson a couple of days ago. I'm doing some events with him in London coming up. And I was fascinated by it. And I just wondered if you had any thoughts about it that I might have missed. Has anyone here seen it? Well, probably quite a few people, yeah. It's an amazing conversation, I think. And
I put out a video on my Atheist Debates channel, giving most of my thoughts to it. I am still confused and more than a little irritated.
Right.
Because I know that he had conversations with Sam Harris, and the first one was awful and painful because they couldn't come to some understanding about what truth was.
Yeah.
And for me, truth is that which comports with reality. Done. Or at least that's the truth I care about. Once we start talking about, oh, well, it's true for me, or it's true in a metaphorical sense, I realize that you can inspire people and even educate them with analogies and stories and things, but I care about whether something's really true. There's a gentleman that messaged me on Twitter, and he's written a big piece about this thing that I did with Jordan because he thinks I'm just monumentally wrong about what people actually believe about the existence of God. And he's like, most people, who believe that God exists don't actually believe that God exists. And I just think that's monumentally arrogant and dismissive. How dare you? I mean, there are probably people who have a metaphorical view of God that's fine for them, that they believe in, but I know what I grew up with. I know what's popular and evangelical and fundamentalist. If you go up to them and say, you don't actually believe that there's a God, you'll find out fairly quickly that they are at least willing to defend the idea that they do.
They might even thump you for Jesus.
They might, yeah. Punch me in my fat face for Jesus. That was one of my favorite threats. But when I look back at the discussion, there were things that I loved about it in the sense that we were, it's frustrating to me that I can sometimes have conversations with people I disagree with much more easily than I can with, for example, some of my friends on the left who've decided that because I'm not willing to punch people for saying things that are awful, that I'm a Nazi sympathizer and will go out of their way to say this.
Right.
So it's frustrating because I disagree with, I don't think Jordan values skepticism. He kind of scoffed at it under his breath. And I wish I would have addressed that more. I think that's the biggest regret from the conversation that I have. But I was happy with that we didn't spend a whole bunch of time talking about truth, except that it concerns me that with the fuzziness of how he talks about it, that maybe every single objection I had can be dismissed by saying, well, he didn't mean that true in reality. When he says, you can't quit smoking without a mystical experience, that atheists would actually be murderers.
The reference to crime and punishment.
Yes.
That was very interesting, yeah.
I'm still not convinced of what he believes about the reality that we, as far as I can tell, share. But to say that Soviet Russia was a secular humanist...
I could see that was a bit that really got on your tits.
It did. Because you can say it's atheist, and I'll agree all day long. And it was all, you could also say that it was, you could try to make an argument that it was because of atheism, but you can't really get anywhere from atheism to therefore we should kill people and have this particular side. You might as well start with his mustache and say, mustachioed dictators are awful.
Yeah, I thought it was fascinating, and it was really interesting the points at which you really were clearly at loggerheads. One was that issue. A thought occurred to me though that Jordan clearly has a pretty bleak, you might say, realistic view of human nature and what it does when it's unleashed, and I share some of that. But it's possible that was one of the things that was playing out underneath that claim of his, which is, you sometimes see this, by the way, among very conservative people, that they come to quite rigid feelings about things because they actually themselves intuit where they might go unleashed. And that seemed to me to be sort of abundantly there in what he was saying. And I find his attitude towards religion fascinating. He reminds me of the philosopher Roger Scruton a bit, because Scruton, I think he's written a lot about religion, but I think that if you really dug down and you said to him, for instance, do you believe in the physical resurrection? He would want to not answer that question.
And that's what
I think
does.
that's where Jordan is as well. And I'm not putting any views onto him that I think are dishonest, but I think that he has a real fear of saying something which he thinks would cause damage in a way if he did it.
Well, that's the one question that I asked him that I had prepared ahead of time based on what I knew, and that was, what is it that you fear we will lose if people give up a belief in a God? And he started with, well, we'll lose the narrative, the metaphorical substrate of the narrative, blah, blah, blah. But that doesn't tell me anything, because it doesn't tell me what of the narrative is of value that we're losing.
Right.
And then when I pressed on that, he just said art, as if there's not... Well, the problem is that I could say there's tons of art from atheists, except that he also doesn't seem to think there are any atheists.
Right.
He thinks everyone is religious and that people are just professing atheism, but they've made... None of this meshes with... Certainly it reminds me when I'm in debates with Christian apologists and they say, oh, you're not really an atheist, you actually are just publicly denying that you exist, you believe in a God. Or you actually know that a God exists. And that comes from, I did a debate with Seth Andrews, who's a presuppositionalist, and that's his big thing. We all know that God exists, including you. You're just lying or whatever. And he's mocked for it. And yet in reality, Jordan did exactly the same thing, essentially saying, all you atheists are professing atheists, that a real atheist would be a cold-blooded killer who would rationalize and justify this way. You can't have a moral foundation that is secular. And he tried to use AI. Anyway, I don't want to go through the whole evening, but it was essentially the same thing I get from unschooled, uneducated apologists on behalf of a much more strict view of religion. And that's why earlier, you may be right about what he's afraid of, and I tried to get to what he's afraid of. But when you were talking about suggesting that we may have lost something and encouraging people to go back to church for that, I didn't know how similar those things were. I think there's a difference.
I'm slightly towards his direction. Some of that. I don't want to belabor this, but just one example. A little while ago, after a talk, a young man, a student, came over to ask a question afterwards, and he said, this was a real warning flash, you'll know this. He said, I don't understand why you don't talk about IQ differentials.
Because you're Douglas Murray and not Charles Murray?
Yes, exactly. And there's no relation. But he said, I don't understand why you don't talk about IQ differentials. An interesting subject that might be. It's not a specialism of mine, and so on. But it's also something more than that. And you often find this in conversations with people. You unearth something you thought or were worried about, which you just hadn't found the right way of addressing. And I was sort of trying to dodge this young guy, because to me it's a little bit like somebody coming over to me and saying, why don't you ever talk about the Jews? You sort of moving swiftly on, but this young man who said this to me, I was sort of struck because he kept pushing at this, and I realized that I had a number of reasons for wanting to dodge this, and not just it wasn't my specialism, but I ended up saying to him that, look, you may want to keep delving into that and so on, but I said, first of all, I'm just not sure what you can do about that. And secondly, I said to him, I finally realized what it was. I said, I just would feel nervous about a future in which people were really interested in IQ difference and where we lost a sense of, in a religious or atheistic sense, the sanctity of the individual. And it clarified for me that sometimes you see how a pile-up can happen, and you didn't realize that was why you didn't want anything to do with it. But that was the case with this young man, I'm sure.
There's people who press on a number of issues. I'm exactly with you. One of the reasons that I'm advocating so much in this year and more than the past, I'm an atheist, but I'm also a secular humanist, and I also value human life and human dignity. And as somebody who was given IQ tests as a kid and had specific things done to me as a result of those scores, I know people with IQs higher than mine who are boneheadedly stupid, and people who have incredibly low IQs who are brilliant at things. And I care more about what people believe, because the beliefs inform the actions, and mostly I care about whether or not those beliefs are reasonable. Because I want to make sure that, I've said I want to believe as many true things and as few false things as possible. That's me cribbing Hume in a more hip fashion. But it's true, and you have to have both parts of that. And it seems to me that anytime we start trying to quantify the value of people, doing math with souls, doing the collateral damage math, doing the what's your IQ, how many Twitter followers do you have, all of these things distract from whether or not what this person has said is reasonable and accurate.
And you always get to that position that any avid reader will always be confronted by at some point, which is that somebody you know who's never read a book can be the loveliest person you know.
That's not a discouragement from reading, by the way.
No. Or indeed buying books.
Especially as we have the Strange Death of Europe. On that note, I want to we're going to go ahead and move on to some questions from you guys, because you guys may have way better questions than I was going to come up with at all. But thank you so much for doing this, and we'll get some questions here from folks. There are microphones up at either one of these. And I think they'll bring, I don't know what the lighting change is going to be, but you can come up to the mics. A couple of reminders. After we're done with the Q&A, Douglas will be out to sign books, and I'll be out to shake hands because I don't have a book to sign yet. But also, questions end in a question mark, and they don't begin with your life story or your dissertation. Those who are familiar with me from the atheist experience know that I will hang up on people, and if you think I can't do it live from the stage, you are mistaken. But we'll start here with you, sir, if you can. You don't have to say your name, but who the question's for, or both, or whatever.
My name is Alex. Question is open to both, but somewhat more focused to Mr. Murray. In your book, you refer a lot to the dichotomy of identities between Eastern Europe and Western Europe. My family is from Eastern Europe, from Romania, where we have a very deep relationship to perhaps not being particularly observant in religion, but being Eastern Orthodox. Many of our saints fall into very much this idea of protecting Europe from the Ottoman attack, for which we, for hundreds of years, were both subject to, 500 years, and fought against. And it's this new type of narrative that we do speak about. I'd like to get some more impressions on not only how you see that as a potential solution. You speak specifically about Slovakia and Poland, I reckon. Poland is doing a little bit different thing right now at the moment with their history. But if you see a solution in this sort of not necessarily virulent nationalism that we experience in the 90s in places like Yugoslavia, but rather, do you see as a corrective model in Western European identities by saying, as you say, sort of revisit the paths that you've developed from potentially in a church?
That's a very interesting question. Basically, for this book, I mean, as well as traveling for some years to a lot of the countries that people have been fleeing from, both as asylum seekers and as economic migrants, I'd also spent recent years traveling across the continent from north to south, east to west, meeting a lot of migrants, for instance, who just come off the boats, the Greek and Italian islands, speaking to a lot of refugees, migrants, and so on, and following the conversations all the way up to the chancelleries of Europe. And yes, you're right. I mean, I came to the decision that the recognition fairly early on that there was a totally different view in the former Eastern European countries and the Western European countries. And look, I mean, this could all get very messy. I have no doubt about that, and I'm aware of what in some of these countries not very distant history has been, and we're always walking on precipices of some kind. My view is that the reason why they have a totally different view towards mass migration and other related issues is because not only they had a history for hundreds of years fighting with the Ottoman Empire, pushing them back from the gates of Vienna and much more, but because of what I think of as the 20th century issue. I mean, we in Britain, like you in America, we never had the Nazis in our country. They made it to the Channel Islands in the UK, but we didn't see populations rounded up and sent to the death camps. And
you did see a lot of bombs, though.
We saw a lot of bombs, it's true. And these things do remain in the memory for a long time, and rightly so. And my view is that Eastern Europe learnt one of the worst things imaginable, which is that you can have your entire country and your culture destroyed from one direction, and just as you think you might get above the surface and breathe, it gets totally destroyed from another direction. I mean, to have lived under fascism and communism in the space of a few decades, and to have only come out of it quite recently, is bound to have an effect on you that is different from your view of the world if you were born and brought up in New Jersey. It's going to affect it, and I suppose the thing it comes down to for me is this: is that. And I am, broadly in agreement with what some of the countries in Eastern Europe have done in recent years in this regard. I think they know what I think was being a very important lesson, which is to be careful with your present and to be careful with your future, and not to carry out experiments on your country that you don't know how they'll turn out. Just to be careful with your future, because you don't know. You could screw it all up in new ways. And in Western Europe, there's a lot of things we're coming across which we never expected to come across because we hadn't planned, and it didn't mean any of it to happen. And I think in Eastern Europe they have a different view. So I just say that it's not an argument for people being illiberal or being anti-democratic or anything like it. I think people should be very careful, because this is, for most people, the only vessel they have to live in. And if it's screwed up, you've screwed up the only thing they've got. So be careful. This doesn't seem to me to be a very extreme position, but sadly it's regarded by some as being so. But I, at any rate, still hold to it.
Yeah, and for clarity, because I've heard you talk about this before, you're not anti-immigration.
No.
You are...
I'm anti-totally unbounded and unrestricted and uncontrolled people walking in, just flowing in on boats without anyone knowing who they are, by, as happened in 2015, the millions. And I've seen the strain it puts on societies. I've seen the strain it puts on the liberals. And it's going to be very difficult.
And I'm curious. Thank you for your question, by the way.
Yeah, thank you very much. And also, I'm deeply honored to have gotten a ticket to be here tonight. And
well, likewise. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm a little bit of I don't even know what the right word is. From a pragmatic standpoint, I understand there are nations and borders, and there are good practical reasons to make sure that we're not just, having wide open borders that anybody can cross and we don't know what's going on and where all this. On the other hand, in the purely impractical utopian sense, I have no actual objection to a one world government, a one planet community where we are about human beings. I don't think we're anywhere near that as far as, but I don't see a problem, and maybe this comes from I don't have some cherished culture that I'm trying to protect any more than I'm trying to protect humanity. And I don't know if there's any practical way to get there. But I could certainly envision, and I don't mean just to go down like the Star Trek route, but a system where you don't have the border.
Yeah, but I mean, I spend a fair amount of time in this country, and one of the things I have observed is that not absolutely everybody is happy with your current president. Imagine if you were trying to elect a world leader in a borderless world, and who you might get.
Well,
you would actually get President Xi for life.
Yes, and I would actually, so I am a fan of other voting principles, a ranked voting system, and I'm a fan of other modes of...
So you're in favor of a rigged voting system?
Ranked.
Oh, ranked.
Where you rank your potential candidates.
Thank God for that.
So that you...
It was an important thing to clarify.
Yeah. but also, I like the idea of a council with checks and balances. I like the way our constitutional system works with checks and balances, but I don't think you need a president. And actually, in many places, the leader isn't the leader.
Sure.
And so I think there's a number of options. Anyway, I don't want to delve off into fantasy land. Was there somebody over here? I can't see you. Yes.
Hi.
Hi.
Mr. Murray, in one of your discussions with Sam Harris, he expressed skepticism about you talking to Stefan Molyneux because of his sort of fetishism of IQ differences.
Yeah.
And I was wondering if you had any thoughts about that, about if you think there are limits on who you're willing to engage with or who you think it's appropriate to speak with.
Yeah. I love that question, actually. Thank you. There are people that I won't share a stage with again. There are two, at least, Ray Comfort and Seth Andrews, that I've talked about publicly. There are probably people that I would not share a stage with because my view on this is that I share stage all the time with people that I vehemently disagree with, and I share stage from time to time with people that I somewhat disagree with. I mean, we're going to disagree on some stuff. I think that the counter to bad ideas and bad information is good ideas and better information. And I think that if an idea is bad and seems to be increasing in popularity, that it's almost a moral obligation to address it. And so I'm in favor of the conversations. There were people who didn't like the fact that I sat down with Jordan. There were people who didn't like the fact that I sat down with you. And that said, there are also cases where I have no need to sit down with somebody. For example, Richard Spencer. Now, he's a white nationalist, white supremacist, neo-Nazi, whatever label he's willing to use. I can get up and speak about human rights and equality without having to have him on stage to do it. And I can also fairly and honestly address the things that he said publicly without ever mentioning him and counter that. If it turns out that those ideas become popular and they're starting to increase, then maybe it is a good idea for me or for someone to get up and share a stage and let's show the world.
Yeah.
I have a lot more confidence in let's put the information out there and have the discussions. I have a lot more confidence in the general public's ability to figure out what's going on. That's often shaken. The flat earthers, the people who are part of various what I consider cults or quasi-cults of personality. With regard to some people, it's incredibly frustrating. But I've gotten pretty good at dealing with frustrating things. And it's not like I'm not going to say there aren't any limits, but the limits are based on the potential good that it can do versus the potential harm of leaving it alone.
I I couldn't agree more. That specific one, Sam picked me up on, I think I said at the time, it's pretty much the same view now. You have a conversation with somebody, it all seems to be pretty normal. They throw something in that isn't your thing, which I've had to find out a bit more about since, but I sort of ducked that. And Sam quite rightly noticed that I ducked it, because I just thought, well, why is he doing that? And now I'm a bit wiser about, as I say, the sort of warning sirens that go off about certain subjects. But I'm a great fan of promiscuous conversation, and there's one example I'd give in the UK. There's a guy called Anjem Chowdhury, who was a very prominent, led a tiny number of British Muslims, but a really very, very vehement and violent group. And 10 years ago or so, I was challenged to a debate by a student society in London with him, and I said I'd do it, and it turned out to be a front group and things, and there ended up being a kind of riot in the London streets, and the police asked me not to come, but I said, hell, it's my capital city, I'll come. In fact, not only did they duff up a colleague, but the police got there in time to get me out. But the bit we did have in the street was very, very helpful. Firstly, because I got him to say something I'd always thought he thought, and he said it in public. And secondly, that on the basis of that event, the terrorist group which he was leading was shut down by the British government, finally. And I know that the security services and the police were taking photos, and that in the 1 year after it, by about a year after that occasion, at least half a dozen of the people who were in front of me with Anjem Chowdhury had been sent to prison for trying to kill people. And I was very pleased that this event had smoked them out, and they'd appeared in public, and they shouted vile stuff at me and so on. It wasn't very pleasant to have 100 jihadis against me in the street, but it turned out to do an immense amount of good. And we met on subsequent occasions in slightly more studio-like environments. And again, you could show up what he thought, and just the fact that he just wasn't somebody engaging in normal dialogue. He was somebody who had a bunch of people behind him who he was encouraging to blow people up and assassinate them in Britain and around the world. And I'm very glad that he's now in prison. Not the only one of my enemies who's now in prison, incidentally, but that's another story.
And that's why I'm not his enemy. Yes, sir.
Hi, I'm Chris. I'll give this to either of you. Let me just first say that if you're looking for an example of a community to study where a fringe group has basically taken over the entire civil government, Curious Joel here in New York State would be an excellent example.
That's one of the towns I was talking about for filming for the documentary.
The question is, we seem to have moved as a country, our country, from healthy skepticism, where you withhold acceptance of an assertion absent being presented with or finding appropriate evidence, to unhealthy skepticism, where you reject basically any assertion that doesn't meet your existing framework of biases.
I have to interrupt you right there, just because I'm doing the Magic and Skepticism tour, and I will never call those healthy and unhealthy skepticism. One of them is skepticism, and the other one is cynicism, and they're different.
Fair enough. But then the cynicism is reinforced by the fact that people gravitate to TV channels, the blogs, the social structures that reinforce their belief structure. How do you challenge that? How do we as a country get back to a situation where reasonable, healthy skepticism is an appropriate way to make decisions?
Let me give you one example, if I may, which has been much on my mind recently. Russia. Okay. I've written a lot on foreign policy and international affairs, but Russia happens not to be a specialism of mine, but I'm interested in it. I have quite a lot of friends involved. And something remarkable has happened in recent years. There was a time in the last decade when it was really very hard to alert people to Vladimir Putin's nefarious activities. People didn't really care that much. They poisoned somebody on the sushi shop opposite where I was living at the time, but it was like, oh, well, that's the Russians. And so it was sort of hard to wake people up about that subject, about kleptocracy in Russia. And then we got to this weird stage where absolutely everything that happened that some people didn't like was blamed on Russia. Now it's really hard to persuade people that Russia is doing anything. They either say that it is controlling the entire world, every single plebiscite, every vote is organized by the Russians and so on, or they just believe that the FSB and its sister organizations are just sort of sitting around throwing paper darts at a wall somewhere in Moscow. And it's very, very hard to find people in between these two places who are willing to pay any attention to specific things that the Russians are doing and have been doing. So that when, for instance, sorry to be local about this, but when in this charming cathedral city of Salisbury, a former Russian spy and his daughter are attempted assassination with a really specific nerve agent. People are like, well, it could have been the British government. Oh yeah, the British government's very keen to poison people in cathedral cities with nerve agents. Yeah, they're always doing that.
But if they wanted to blame it on the Russians, that'd be a perfect way to do it.
Yeah, exactly. It's the sort of, it looks like a false flag, And I didn't, as I say, and I'm not a Russia expert, so I don't have time to look at every single issue of it. I'm just aware that we're losing the reasonable place in which a reasonable discussion would be had, and that's just on one issue.
I think the best thing about this is that whatever the solution is, it's already started in part because we're now more aware and talking about, this question comes up almost everywhere we go, or at least me, I'm assuming everybody's concerned about this, or at least a good chunk of people are. And as that concern increases, you'll get people who start to recognize, hey, yeah, the algorithms on Facebook are feeding me all the shit that I want.
Right.
And all the stuff that I clicked on that I liked, and this isn't necessarily true. Or I've been only watching Fox News, or only watching MSNBC, or only watching CNN. I watch all of them.
Yes.
One of them to laugh at. And be terrified by, because, I like horror movies. I think the fact that we're becoming aware of this is, for me, a positive sign. There is no easy solution. There are probably people who are going to go to their grave. I've said before that people would ask, how long is it going to be before, religion goes away? And I was like, as sad as it is, I think a generation or two might have to die off because there are some people who just aren't going to change their mind. I think that some of that's going to be true for misinformation about politics and political regimes, misinformation about cultural phenomenon and people's preferences, how they override facts. But the fact that we're talking about it is step one. I'm not going to be able to give you a solution at all. I took a test, this is so sad. I took a test on Facebook that was kind of like, how insulated are you? And I figured, okay, this will tell me how much of a bubble I'm in on Facebook, which was silly of me because it was just another Facebook click thing. And it had questions about movies and politics and all kinds of things. It was wide-ranging, and I'm not an expert at that sort of polling at all, but I'm also not clueless. I'm pretty sure it wouldn't have mattered what I would have clicked. It told me that I was in the least bubbly area of anybody, the percentile that they tested. And that's when I stopped clicking on any sort of poll stuff like that. The other thing is, I joked one time, the solution is to delete Facebook, but I think the solution may be to reset Facebook, dump all your friends, dump all your history about it. You don't get to do this, by the way. Facebook would actually need to do this. And it's not just Facebook, it happens everywhere. But I think sometimes, people worry about the reset. Well, this isn't like I'm resetting my life. This is resetting, my online presence. This shouldn't be that much more traumatic than changing my email address, which for a lot of people, I've had the same one for 15 years or so. But talking about it is a start, and people caring about it enough to see that there is a problem that we should work towards a solution for. That's step two. Apart from that, I can't tell you, which was the short answer I should have given at the start of this.
Oh, hello, good night.
Hi.
I'm a fan from Brazil. It's a great pleasure to see you both in person. My question is in regard to Jordan Peterson, especially because he's being so prominent in the media on YouTube. His book is one of the best sellers worldwide. He's giving a lot of talks. And although I admire Mr. Peterson's views in many issues, when it comes to religion, it's quite disturbing for me, for being an atheist and everything. And I would like to hear both of you opinion on the question, is, you know, since Jordan Peterson is so influential, because he believes in God and he has these religious beliefs, is this a threat to the skeptical movement way of thinking?
Is it a threat to the skeptical movement? No, I think, well, all right, this is going to be glib and rude, but at least it's honest. I don't think it's skeptics that are actually agreeing with Jordan, or at least not people who are applying skepticism. The thing is, skepticism is essentially, as the last gentleman said, withholding your assent to an idea. It is, I am not convinced and will not be convinced until there's sufficient evidence to warrant that. That's it. It's not saying this is nonsense. I don't run around, in many cases, there's a line that Richard used that's from somebody else, and I'm going to butcher it, but it was something about your idea isn't even wrong. That it's so muddled and confused that it isn't even wrong. Essentially, it's incoherent and unfalsifiable. I don't know how big of a threat this is. What I've been trying to do, I did the event, and I know Douglas is going to do some events. Sam's done. I think Sam's got like 3 or 4 events with him. And hopefully over the course of those, we can get to some clarity about, sometimes I'm not convinced I even remotely understand what he's advocating for, because I'll be honest, I don't care about metaphorical truths at all. I care about reality. Now, as I mentioned before, I'm fine with the idea that you can inspire people through this stuff. But I can't tell you how much of a danger it is to anything, because there are fans who've written me who say, oh, I'm a big fan of yours and I'm a big fan of Jordan Peterson's. I couldn't wait for you guys to sit down and talk. And I wasn't familiar with Jordan, so I kept saying, what is it about him or his ideas that you are a fan of? And most of them didn't answer. There were a couple that answered with something that I still didn't grasp, and one of them was pretty much, I just like the way he talks about stuff, and he's really good on psychology. And I'm not here to psychoanalyze him or get in his head, but based on what he said, I don't know how much danger there is. It may be that this is a softening of religion. It may be a completely different type of reform. I just wish that I have a difficult time looking at someone who's an apologist about something that's unclear. Because if a word can mean anything to anybody, then it means nothing. And so if you say, I believe in God, and you and everybody else have a completely different, God is real, and you have different definitions of God and is and real, I don't know where you go from there.
Yeah, I agree with some of that. Look,
then you're partially right.
And I'm partially right. I think that he's done several things, and he's doing several things which are very important. I don't know if one's allowed to still quote Woody Allen, but let me just try. Some years ago, Woody Allen gave an interview in which he was asked about whether he minded not having gone to university, and he said he had, because although he'd spent his life reading, and amazingly wide reader and a wide knowledge, he said he felt that like a bridge, he had that bit and he had that bit, but what he hadn't ever got was that. And I knew exactly what he meant. Like, I don't have the arc that you can get if you studied the whole of whether it's literature or law or whatever. You know how you get to there because you came from it and you know the whole route over the bridge. My view is that a lot of young people, which is who Jordan's mainly speaking to, I think, are people who just, they don't know, like what is this tradition or this civilization or this culture or this art or this philosophy or any of it. They've been, maybe it's worse if they've been to university these days, but everything's been deconstructed. They're told there is no core idea, no core curriculum, all this sort of thing. Everything's going to be taken in its own context. And the world is befuddling to them because it's been presented as more befuddling even than it is. And he's trying to give these people, and I think pretty successfully is, an idea of what that whole bridge might be. And the second thing I'll just say very quickly is that he is speaking to a thing which I've written about quite a lot as well, which is this sense, again, I don't want to bang on about the Europe aspect of this, but a German philosopher, Jürgen Habermas, who I quote in my book, wrote what for me was a very important essay some years ago called The Awareness of What's Missing, where he writes about a friend's funeral who is an atheist who leaves instruction that there is to be a funeral in a church. There's no amen to be said, and there are to be no priests in robes. And Habermas, in basically his most coherent work, in my view, sums this up as the fact that he says his friend has recognized the loss of faith and has also recognized that we have not yet come up with anything that remotely goes into its place. Now, lots of atheists say we don't want to fill that place. We don't want to come up with new religions or replacements for religion and so on, fine. But that there is a vacuum there, I think, has to be recognized. And my own view is that there is a deep, deep longing that people will have with or without religious answers. And that to pretend that that is not there is a very big mistake, whether you're a believer or a non-believer. And he appears to be speaking to those deeps. And I, at any rate, think that that is a great service. I have disagreements with some of the ways in which he answers that. But this, a final thought, I mean, this is, all the time, there's an interpretation of what's happened with atheism over the last couple of decades, which is that, broadly speaking, in the 2000s, people were so worried about, among other things, post 9/11 and so on and so forth, that it had a great run at running straight at the thing. Did a terrific job, Hitch and others, amazing thing, but that we are in something that is following that success at the moment, by which I mean that running at the target worked to some considerable degree. But there are a set of questions now which we have to be engaged in, which are slightly further down the road. And I think he's involved in that territory as much as or more than anyone. And I'd see no other plausible people at the moment.
I think I agree with you that he's filling a gap that some people experience. I just don't agree that there's necessarily a gap, because I'm happy with taking the good wherever I find it, including within religious doctrines, and getting rid of the bad. And so the concerns that people have about the vacuum portion, everyone that I've been presented with, I have, at least for me, and it may not apply for everybody else, I don't see a vacuum there.
Right.
I have a perfectly acceptable moral foundation absent religion. I think that, and as a matter of fact, not only do I think that the vacuum is something that religions have created, but amplified. They've done a disservice to people in how they deal with death by not acknowledging that it's an inevitable part of life, that if you realize or are convinced that this is the only life you know you're going to get, you might treat people differently the first time around rather than thinking you could make up for it. It was said once that religions poison you and then offer you the cure, and I think that it's more accurate to say, and I've said this before, that religions convince you that you're poisoned and then offer you the homeopathic remedy. And it turns out that there was no poison, that you weren't a bad fallen creature, that you aren't that are your fears about death or loneliness or whatever, these are just the facts of the universe. The universe doesn't care about us, so we have to care about us. And that's where secular humanism comes in. So I agree that atheism doesn't offer anything to fill those gaps, but secular humanism does. But I also agree that there are plenty of people who aren't going to accept that, and he may be filling a gap. And on that front, I'm a little worried, not that the gap is being filled by something that is terrible or particularly dangerous, but I see some things that are cult-like, and there are people who almost view him as a messianic figure. They don't know what to do with their life, but he can tell them.
Sure, but look, that can happen to a range of people.
Sure.
I mean, I remember at the end of his life, Hitch was concerned about the fact that some people, I mean, I remember there were people like who asked Christopher to officiate at their weddings.
Yeah.
I mean, that is a nightmare. You know, and I mean, obviously, it started to worry him. It would worry anyone. I'm not having a bloody wedding.
I did 2 weddings. I'll never do another.
No, I mean, it's so I mean, I wouldn't blame Jordan for that. It can come towards anyone who is presenting a comprehensive, deeply thought through, even if they're slightly wrong, you think at times, but a coherent explanation of what we're doing. And I mean, I've sensed this for years, that young people in particular is like, what are we doing?
Well, I'm not blaming him for it.
Sure.
I'm just talking about the effect that I see.
Got time for another?
Yes.
Hi, Douglas.
Hi.
I know you talked about your rejection of labels. I do think you have some conservative views, even by U.S. standards. Sure. As someone who's center-left, though, I find myself largely agreeing with many of them, and even the few I don't, it makes me pause for a moment. Voices like yours, I think, are surprisingly rare, particularly on the right in media today. And I think part of it is just intellectuals and more articulate folks do not want to risk having to break through the nuance of why they're not xenophobic or racist or hold bad views, and they'd rather not volunteer that information, leaving more extreme voices to fill that gap. So you talked about bridging divides and getting out of the bubble. How do you achieve that if maybe one side has a steeper price to pay for expressing their views than another?
Good question. I broadly think that all this has been made infinitely worse by social media, which is one of the reasons why I don't engage on it. As said to Matt before, I mean, I wouldn't go out into the street and invite people to shout names at me, and then, like, if I didn't hear properly, go over to them and ask them to do it clearer. And in the same way, I don't seek out the sort of mad burlesque of the debate, or what passes for debate on social media. But it's clearly exacerbated because people on, I think, all political sides are increasingly behaving like trolls. So, I mean, you see it all the time. I mean, take abortion. I've got pretty typical European views about abortion. Okay, but when you hear people talking about abortion as if, there was one like shout your abortion a little while ago, like, at least concede this is a really important moral question, which we have to think about seriously, and you might come to one decision, either or the other. We might be pro-choice like me, but don't just try to piss off people who are pro-life. I think pro-life, by the way, I don't like the saying, it's like the other side is pro-death, but anyhow. But you see this all over the place at the moment, on almost every issue. It's like, the people I Lena Dunham says this, so I'm going to say this. Donald Trump said this, so I'm going to run this way. And it's just clearing out all the mainstream. I gave the example of Russia, but I mean, you could do it on almost anything. People that seem to be forming political views, not because they've reasoned themselves into them, but because they want to piss off people they hate. And I just think we have to find a way to do better than this. And it comes back to this thing about not making claims about your opponents that are just demonstrably untrue. I mean, I have this with Sam. Like, somebody said that a conversation Sam Harris and I had was like Nazism or something. Like, you gotta be the most fucking ignorant person in the world to think that Sam Harris, the West Coast yoga-doing, meditating liberal, is a jackbooted Nazi, okay? And I make no claim about myself, but you gotta know nothing to say that. You gotta have not seen anything, or been anywhere, or read anything. Unless what you're trying to do is to clear out the decent liberal ground, okay? And that's what some people are trying to do. I see it all the time at the moment. It's like, we want to get rid of the voices who are plausible, so we'll make totally illegitimate claims about them being Nazis, fascists, white supremacists, and so on, in the hope that we'll throw enough mud at them that they're no longer in the debate. I say, again, you have no imagination of where this goes. Because if you've heard people, this is another thing we've all seen all the time. When the mainstream media can run roughshod over somebody's entire life and career, and you see it happen, you become very doubting about the next times you see it happen with people who you don't know about. And one of my things about this is that if you've heard 99 people illegitimately described as Nazis, it's highly likely that you won't believe the 100th time somebody calls somebody a Nazi, and it's possible the 100th time it's a proper Nazi. I saw this once in London, I won't go on. I saw this once in London at a debate where a really stupid person I knew was sitting beside me in a debate, and somebody stood up and asked a question. And another friend of mine, who was a Labour MP at the time, said, "It's the Nazi lady." Okay. It was somebody who I won't name, but a friend of David Irving's, this person he pointed to. I read a piece by this really stupid person in the Telegraph 2 days later saying, "It's appalling. Everyone's calling each other Nazis these days when they disagree." No, she is a Nazi. She actually is a Nazi. But it was like, she'd heard it so many times that she didn't believe it when somebody said, "Oh no, that's the well-known Nazi." And that's sort of where we are. And it worries the hell out of me. I mean, the continent I'm from, we've got some Nazis around, okay? They're like, a Golden Dawn in Greece is about as thuggish a fascist street movement as you can get in 21st century Europe. If you claim that there's basically no difference between Golden Dawn and Sam Harris,
I think the only thing I'll I'm tempted to add nothing, but there's one thing that ties to your question, and no offense to Douglas, but I heard him do it, we all do it. But I keep cautioning people against it anyway, even though I'm prone to it, so it's worth getting out there. Argue honestly and stop pretending that you can read people's minds.
yes.
When I'm as pro-choice as you are going to find, I've debated it, I will call the other side anti-choice, and I will demolish their views that I think are actually harmful. But my wife and some of her friends had previously said, the anti-choice people, they just want to control women's bodies, they just want to control sex, they just want to punish women for having a vagina, a uterus, sorry. Boy, I can't believe I got that wrong.
It's not my area.
Yeah. Cheers. And I said, don't do that. What you should do is say exactly what the truth is, which these individuals want to implement policies that would have the effect of controlling sex and making women slaves to their biology, et cetera. That doesn't have to be their motivation. Their motivation could be, we want to make sure that every living thing lives forever. And if you misrepresent what their actual motivation is, they get to dismiss you immediately. In the same way that when Jordan Peterson or somebody tells me that I don't actually not believe a God exists, I get to dismiss them because I know me enough to know that they're wrong about that. And so if you stop pretending you can read people's minds and stop pretending you know what their motivations are, and instead talk about what they're actually doing and the consequences of those actions, I think you will get a lot farther.
There's a lady there.
Thank you.
Yes.
Hi, Sarah. I'd just like to say I'm Jewish. I do believe in God, but I don't think that God it discriminates against atheists because He made you guys for a reason. Then number two, I would like to address the you bring up the blitz, circuitously or obliquely. I would like to ask, first of all, as an atheist who speaks on religion regularly, weekly, do you find that that's a substitute for ministry? Your family is very strong in ministry. And number two, if you did not have your ministry, what would you have a passion for that kept you going? And what would you do as a vocation?
Is this for me? Because
I think so. You first.
For you and for you.
I was going to say I didn't bring up the blitz at all.
You, I know that your father was a Presbyterian minister. Yes.
Not a minister, no.
He was, but you were.
He was a congregant.
Okay, I didn't know it.
Sure.
There was your Wikipedia is incorrect.
Yeah, not for the first time.
Yes.
The short version is I'd have a passion for all the same things that I have a passion for. As far as I can tell, I mean, obviously I can't rewind the clock and remove my religious upbringing and everything else. I'd probably have a passion for much the same things I do, for learning and educating and magic and my hobbies. But the values that I have, the interesting thing for me was when I found my way out of the religious beliefs, I had to take an inventory of my entire life and why I believed what I believed. Hey, if previously killing people was wrong because God said so, well, does that mean I can kill people? It turns out, really easy answer, no. And there are good reasons. I'd rather not die, you'd rather not die. It's probably in our best interest to make sure we discourage that sort of thing. So you can have completely pragmatic, even selfish reasons to reach those conclusions. So what about psychopaths? Well, I mean, you don't get to point to the exception. They're not going to have a reason whether there's a God or not. The better question is, why did God make psychopaths? But I would...
That's a question for psychology, whether he did or not.
Well, so anyway, I would have a passion for much of the same things. My passion isn't let me destroy religion across the world. It is to, and because I'm not saying there is no God and religions are wrong, I'm saying I'm not convinced there is a God, and every time throughout history somebody's tried to argue for one, it's been logically fallacious and without evidential support.
Personal faith without judgment is not support?
Sorry?
Personal faith without judgment of others is not support?
Personal faith without judgment of...
The person who just asked the question about religion dying out, it reminds me an awful lot of Oprah's idea about, a bunch of old white people have to die out before the racism is gone. It's a bit of a eugenic solution.
It's not eugenics. I'm just saying that we're going to have to wait. I'm saying it's going to take time, that there are some people who... But
what if it never dies because people like me teach our children?
Well, it may never die. Matter of fact, I don't think that it will die. I think it'll just be diminished to the point where it's no more relevant than flat earthers. But
I mean, maybe I could just chip in to say that I don't spend all my time arguing about religion or telling people to drop their faith or anything like that.
True.
But I mean, you asked what else one would do, and I, at any rate, feel rather resentful about this. Not towards you, but I feel rather resentful about the amount of time I have to spend on this. Having been brought up in the Christian tradition, and I mean, I don't hate it, I don't loathe it, far from it. But I resent the fact that, having broadly speaking managed to see the church's role in society reduced to the position which I think it should be in, I feel resentful that now in the 21st century I have to spend so much time reading hadith and so on. And I think of all the things I would do, and it answers your question. What I would be doing is doing what I did from the beginning, before this all diverted me, which would be concentrating on my first love, which was literature and art, and writing about that. And the only reason I don't get so much time to do that is because I don't think that the conditions for that to continue to be done are satisfactorily safe at the moment.
So
but the moment
that Hashem and Allah are the same thing?
I believe in what?
Do you believe that Hashem and Allah are the same God? Because you just talked about hadith and not about, say, Talmud.
Well, no, because, I mean, I can assure you, madam, that if people were chopping off people's heads in my country and citing the Talmud, I'd be reading a lot more of the Talmud and of Jewish law, and I'd be engaging myself far more in that. It's just that, you know, in the last year, it's been multiple times that people have, for instance, walked across London Bridge slashing at women's throats, shouting, "This is for Allah." So I find myself unable to spend as much time on poetry as I'd like. But, you know, it's a frustration I have, which I hope to get over someday. So when you start being able to read essays from me on literature rather more, you'll know the world's safe.
Not all believers, hashtag.
Do we have time for one more? And then...
Actually, that has to be the last question, they're telling me. So thank you, and thank everybody else. Thank you guys so much for coming out tonight.
Thank you. That was a great pleasure. Thank you, man.
Thank you very much.
That was a great pleasure.
Round of applause for Douglas and Pangburn Philosophy for putting this on. We'll see you out there somewhere.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
I did a debate a couple weeks ago against a preacher who seemed to have not only no understanding of science, but no appreciation for it, didn't care if he was fairly representing it. As a matter of fact, I think there's a chance you might have stood up and accosted him at some point, because he literally stood in front of me and said, "Oh, that evolution stuff, it's not like anybody's ever banged sticks and rocks together and got a puppy." He said this twice during the debate. The first time, we're in a debate structure, so I'm trying not to interrupt. You know, I need to follow the rules of the debate. And the second time, I just halted and jumped right in, and I was like, "You're right, that's never happened, and no scientist has ever portrayed anything like that happening." And luckily, we were in high school, and the students seemed to get it. But how do we work past not only just willful scientific ignorance, but this, we seem to have built communities where we haven't instilled any appreciation for it or any appreciation to treat it reasonably. Let's just throw up a straw man and call it nonsense.
I don't often quote Tony Blair, but he said, education, education, education. There is staggering ignorance of what evolution is all about. And, hello?
I think we're living in a simulation right now, and it's failing us. So, Richard, what do you do with this underlying misunderstanding of the role of randomness in evolution? Can you inoculate us against that problem?
Mutation is random, only in one sense, actually. Mutation is random only in the sense that it's not directed towards improvement, specifically. It's non-random in other senses. Natural selection is quintessentially non-random. That's exactly what natural selection is. Anybody who thinks that you could possibly explain the beauty and the elegance of living things by some kind of random process would be stark raving bonkers. Anybody who thinks that we think that has got to be stark raving bonkers. Of course it's not random. The whole point of the scientific enterprise in this case is to find an escape from randomness, is to find a solution to the problem of how you get these staggeringly non-random things which are living creatures out of the laws of physics. And that's what we're about. I mean, to explain that by postulating a creator, now that is in almost resorting to randomness. That's saying that complexity, non-randomness is another word for complexity, comes into being spontaneously by sheer luck. God just happened to be there. What natural selection, what evolution does, is to explain how you get there from simple beginnings, which are easy to understand, and how you work up gradually up a kind of ramp of improvement until you get to complexity. That's the whole point. We're trying to escape from randomness, and natural selection is the only escape that anybody has ever suggested that will work.
You know, it strikes me, you know, I was thrilled that the students, this was in a public high school, although I believe it was a charter school, because it's going to be unlikely that
a regular state-sponsored public school is going to invite me in to debate a preacher, although it was a debate class. But I was inspired that the students seemed to catch on to what was going on, so at least I'm a little optimistic that they were reasonably educated on the subject. But how do we deal with adults, this minister? He's not going to go back to school. He's not going to pay any attention to us. And yet
What did
he's
he
speaking.
actually say? I didn't quite hear the final word of what he said.
He portrayed evolution as if scientists were saying that you bang sticks and rocks together and you get a puppy. That sort of ridiculous over the top. That's going to be a meme, that face right there.
I'm just lost for words.
Although, truth be told, the details of procreation are almost that strange. I mean, if you've ever had a child, and I mean, it could not be more alien. If we watched a horror movie, and this is how the aliens produced their offspring, it could not be made stranger than it is. That was not an anti-sex tirade, by the way. That was just...
If anyone thinks that the great majority of scientists are so utterly idiotic and naive that they think that that the way you get life is by banging sticks together and stones together, I mean, doesn't it give him pause to think that actually the vast majority of scientists have a fully coherent theory that fills library shelves of volumes of books about it? If it was that simple, if we're just banging sticks together, that's not the way it would work.
But what do you do with the underlying improbability of the whole process getting started in the first place? This 747, tornado going through a junkyard and assembling a fully working 747 argument.
The first step, the origin of the first self-replicating molecule, the origin of the first gene, that was a necessary first step before natural selection could get started. And that is a step that nobody has yet solved. There are quite a lot of theories about it. We may never know for certain, because it happened a very long time ago. We know the kind of thing that must have happened. And that is a big barrier. That is one of the main questions that remains. Once that's happened, that was a fairly simple start. Once that's happened, then the whole panoply of life, the whole branching, complexifying beauty of life then gets going. We do need a theory of the origin of life. But once that starts, then everything else follows with great logic and persuasiveness.
And of course, until we get to the point where we have a good understanding, then the answer that we should give is we don't know yet, rather than pretending that we do and that there's some, godlike governing force.
Exactly. I mean, scientists are yeah. I mean, we like to say we don't know because that gives us something to do.
It's incredibly good job security for the curious. One of the things that troubled me is all of us have dealt with religious-minded individuals in debate-type formats. Here's a preacher who knew nothing, and it was proudly on display. And there's a part of me that says, should this individual be allowed to speak to children at all? And yet I have to defend this idea of freedom of expression, that people get to share their ideas. And that puts us in a place where we're constantly in a battle of ideas. How badly informed should somebody be before we just stop paying attention to them and work on the people who perhaps are reachable?
Well, the problem in that case is that the preacher represents, in the U.S., 35%, 45%, depending on what his convictions are, of the population. So it's not, you can ignore the preacher, but you can't ignore the fact that a significant minority, and on some questions a majority of Americans hold just patently absurd ideas. So it's the ideas that really matter.
He knew nothing, but he was proud of knowing nothing, it sounds to me. Well, a lot of us are ignorant of lots of things. I mean, I'm ignorant of very many things, and I'm sure you are as well. But we don't
I've never heard it
pontificate.
put so nicely.
We don't. But we admit when we're ignorant, and we don't try to pontificate about things of which we know nothing. Whereas he was doing exactly that.
In a way, it wasn't so much that I don't think he thinks he's ignorant. I don't think he's proud of his ignorance. I think he thinks he's convinced he has the right answer, and that we are all engaged in a scientific fairy tale. So there's like an extra layer of smug superiority over the top of it, where he gets to dismiss the work of countless scientists that have taught us the best current understanding of the diversity of life, and he gets to shrug it off with sticks and rocks.
Well,
And-
if we ever have to convene gatherings like this in hell, we'll know we did something wrong.
I'm pretty sure a part of that was in hell, but I maintain my composure.
I mean, that really is the thing. That's what completely changes the equation. The moment you believe you are certain, or even just have very good reason to believe, that this life is just a way station on the way to some eternity that you could get very, very wrong or very, very right, depending on what you believe. It just is that being your master algorithm, that makes a mockery of every pretense to human knowledge, no matter how technologically useful it is, no matter if it doesn't matter if we cure cancer with some future biology, and prayer has never worked for that. If you believe in heaven and hell, that really governs everything, it seems. So.
In a way, I don't think I mind his believing what he believes. What I mind is his thinking we believe what he thinks we believe.
Yes.
Because how could anybody be so stupid as to think that you can...
He simultaneously presented a straw man of evolution and evolutionary scientists and anybody who fell into that, I accept the reality. I'm going to straw man you all with sticks and rocks. Now, we can laugh at it, and, if you feel like laughing at it some more, by all means. There's been lots of discussion about how best to engage on these. How much, for lack of a better phrase, how big of an asshole should you be? How much pushback should there be? How seriously should you take them? And quite frequently, someone will come up and present the idea that there are sophisticated theologians, that this preacher that I had a debate with is in one category, and some other academic, erudite theologians are in another category. Is that the case?
Well, there are sophisticated theologians who accept evolution, of course, and have no problem with that. And so our argument with them is a quite separate argument. I have met sophisticated theologians who believe pretty astonishing things, like believing literally that Jesus turned water into wine. And I thought sophisticated theologians had written all that stuff off and said, oh no, that's just metaphor, that's just a nice story, we don't really believe that anymore. But I have spoken to very, very highly qualified, sophisticated theologians, highly educated. They accept evolution totally, but yet they think Jesus turned water into wine and walked on water and rose from the dead and was born of a virgin. All very unscientific ideas, and still they call themselves sophisticated theologians.
Well, first we should acknowledge that sophistication is better insofar as it means moderation and less of a commitment to the most dangerous ideas. But my problem with so-called sophisticated theology is that no one ever admits where the sophistication is coming from. It's coming from a loss of faith in specific doctrines. I mean, it's getting hammered into them from the outside. So it's coming from science and a modern conception of ethics, a universal conception of human rights, a sense of how unseemly it is to think that anyone, by virtue of being born in the wrong place, is going to spend eternity in hell just because they didn't happen to hear the good word from their parents. So they lose their purchase on those dogmas, and yet they retain this conviction that Jesus was born of a virgin or was resurrected and will be coming back. And those are just it's a God of the gaps argument in certain cases, but there's just certain questions where science hasn't yet closed the door to belief, and so they're putting all of their chips on those questions.
We might have slightly different views of what a sophisticated theologian is, which is probably a testament to how it's actually not sophisticated theology, but obfuscated theology. Because when I hear someone say, oh, you take calls on the atheist experience and you get people who couldn't present a reasonable argument at all, why don't you take on real sophisticated theologians? And my answer is always, tell them to call in, here's the phone number, they can call in whatever week they want. And they'll say, well, but here's this, academic who's presented this particular version of the ontological argument, the moral argument. And it's, you've got Ray Comfort, the banana man, on one hand, and they pretend that there's something superior with regard to argumentation on the other. And the many years I've been hosting the show and doing debates, what I find is what gets labeled as sophisticated theology is the exact same thing. It's not like the arguments of these sophisticated theologians are any more sound than the arguments of Ray Comfort. It's just that they're better speakers.
They're actually less sound in one way, in that they don't. So the belief system is still anchored to a belief in revelation. They're still fixated on the texts, but they have ignored much of what seems untenable in the texts, and they don't have an argument about why that's okay. Because if God wrote any of these books, and nowhere in the book does God say, well, you could ignore the first half because now I'm getting to the good part. It's all God's words. It's actually a less principled position than fundamentalism. And that's why it's always, in my view, unstable in the face of fundamentalism, because the fundamentalist is always on the side of, or always has the advantage of saying, listen, I'm going to read the whole book, I'm going to take the most plausible interpretation of it, I'm going to read every word as literally as possible, and that always begins to fixate on more divisive, more doctrinaire, more irrational ideas.
At least with a fundamentalist, you know what you're arguing against.
Yeah.
You're not arguing against a wet sponge.
No, it seems perverse to say it, but there's actually more integrity to the most fundamentalist position, because there's simply one irrational move, which is the belief that this book is perfect in every word. But the moment you believe that, well, then it is in fact rational to try to connect all the dots as reasonably as possible.
But sometimes they really don't say anything. They say something like, well, God is the ground of all being.
Right.
Or God is the essence of isness, or something.
Well, I have a soft spot for that kind of
yes.
I mean, I don't like the God, the theistic version of it, but and this is perhaps the only argument I can adduce in favor of so-called sophisticated theology, which is there's an experience that people have, Christian contemplatives, say, or really contemplatives in any tradition, and have had for millennia, which does provoke those sorts of noises from people. I mean, the problem is you get far enough into any of these contemplative traditions, and everyone begins to sound like a Buddhist, and then if you're in the 14th century in Christendom, the Inquisition shows up at your door, as they did to Meister Eckhart, who happily died of natural causes just in time. But there's an experience that people have of losing their sense of self, say, and feeling at one with the universe or the world, or having some kind of ethical, just a full ethical reboot of their hard drive where they feel love that they didn't know was possible, right? A kind of self-transcending love.
Yeah, I'd enjoy that, I think.
Yeah, well, yeah, so...
I'm not sure I would.
We can help.
And I'm not sure that it's a good... What is it that's a good thing about losing one's sense of self?
That's a big question. Well, when you look at just the mechanics of your own suffering, when you look at just what self-concern gets you psychologically, you can begin to feel that most of your suffering is not directly tied to bad things happening. It's tied to this whole just machinery of self-concern, the anxiety about the future and regret about the past and worries about what people said of you or think of you or will think of you, and there's so much of our neurosis is taking place just in the conversation we're having with ourselves, and that's all predicated on the legitimacy of this starting point of feeling like there's a self riding around in the head who is carried through from one moment to the next in life. That you are the same person you were yesterday. So the thing that embarrassed you yesterday that you're now remembering and now feels terrible, that it's the psychological continuity there and the durable continuity that seems to mandate that you suffer over precisely the thing that you were suffering over yesterday, because you are that same self carried through moment to moment. And
just have everybody watch Frozen and you can just let it go.
Right, well, yes.
Because I think the sense of self is actually something that's incredibly valuable, that, we have a preservation motivation, we have a desire to understand the world that we inhabit. That is, it may even be the case, as I've argued and others have, that there's no such thing as altruism in a true sense, but that you could have altruism from a purely selfish standpoint and still do good.
Yeah, but I wouldn't call it, that begins to play with the boundaries of the, quote, self. So if the moment you begin to feel that your selfishness extends to everyone being happy, right, because you actually care about everyone, right, and you feel better when you see people smiling rather than, weeping. If you extend the circle of your self-concern to everyone, well then, that's not normal selfishness. That's sainthood in a.
If I'm doing it because I feel good when people smile, that doesn't mean I necessarily care about them. It means I might care about that good feeling that I get.
Yeah, except it's the I get part is vulnerable to inspection. The sense that there's an I who's appropriating that in every moment is. It's just it's a project which can be accomplished in a moment, or you can fail to accomplish it after many years of looking. But there's the sense that there is it's useful to define what we mean by self, because most people don't feel identical to their bodies. So when I say the self doesn't exist, I'm not saying that people don't exist. I'm not saying that nobody's here and this is all an illusion. But there are contemplative and religious and spiritual traditions that can sound like they're saying something very much like that. But I'm saying that the sense that we all have of being a subject in the head, riding around in the body as though it were a kind of vehicle, right? Because this really is most people's starting point. They don't feel truly coterminous with their bodies. They feel like they're in their head and that their hands are down there in some sense. And that sense of being a subject in the head is vulnerable to inspection. You can lose that sense. And on one level, you can just be identified with your body. That is actually progress in this, in this course of self examination, because simply to feel like a body in the world is different from the way most people feel. Most people are kind of, and this is what we're running into. Most people are common sense dualists. They feel like the mind can't possibly be identical to the brain. The mind is something altogether different, and it just feels like it's in the head as there's a sort of locus of attention that's emanating from the head, but this body is a machine that can malfunction, and it's changing over time. It's clearly not what I am, and I am probably a soul then. I'm probably spirit. I can probably drift off the brain at death, and that sense is, I think, and all the ways in which that sense can be played with by fasting or prayer or meditation or psychedelics or getting crazy ideas that you find emotionally very animating. The sort of adventures you can have in dualism are part of the problem here, because you...
Adventures in Dualism should be the title of your next book.
Right, yeah.
I didn't know if you want to jump in on that at
I
all.
have nothing to contribute, no.
Yeah. I sit here and I listen to this, and I think there's like a 4-hour fascinating for me conversation. You might not think so much, because I have no problem with the idea that the mind is the brain. But I know that there are people who do.
But it doesn't feel that way.
I know it doesn't feel that way. And I don't know that it's necessary, and I don't know what the right path is. I don't know that for example, losing this sense of self could be a great thing.
Well,
or
one thing
not.
I would add is that you lose it all the time because it actually isn't there. I mean, you are losing it all the time.
How can you lose something that's not there?
Because because it always seems there retrospectively, but when you're really paying attention to something, when you're so-called lost in your work, or you're lost in some athletic task, or you're just lost in thought. Like you're thinking about something and you're not aware that you're thinking. That we're constant. This sense of our own kind of central presence in our heads is constantly being undercut by attention being diverted to something out in the world or to some experience, and you can become increasingly sensitive to how it's being interrupted.
I would love to get to the truth, and I love the fact we're on the pursuit, but irrespective of what the truth is, Richard, something like consciousness, which we still, some would say we understand and some would say we don't. I think we don't. But what would be the evolutionary advantage in the process by which we get to consciousness as we have it, as we seem to have it, that might distinguish us from other animals?
It's a big mystery, because you could build an animal which did all the sophisticated things animals have to do, hunting for food, avoiding predators, looking for mates, doing everything that an animal has to do in order to survive and propagate its genes. And I don't think it would have to be conscious at all. Right? I think it could all be done in the way that a computer would do it. I mean, when you talk to Siri or Alexa, they sound conscious, but you know they're not. And for an animal to survive with a nervous system, it doesn't, it seems to me, need to be conscious. And I'm very glad I'm conscious, and I'm pretty sure you are as well. I mean, I think other people. I'm not a solipsist, but I do find it a bit of a mystery why we have consciousness at all.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, I think it's, as I wrote somewhere, it's the one thing in this universe that can't be an illusion, including the universe. I mean, this universe could be a simulation on some alien hard drive.
I think Descartes said something similar.
Yeah. Although I got 40 emails last week that says we've proved that that's not true, and I don't necessarily buy those emails either.
Yes, that's exactly what the simulators would say if you were. But I mean, consciousness as just the felt sense that something is going on, the fact that there's an experiential quality, whatever this is, whether you're a brain in a vat, whether you're in the matrix, whether consciousness is being produced by information processing in your head, as seems reasonable to believe. Consciousness is always the first fact before any other facts can be discussed. And it's also the most important thing in the universe. It's the only thing that makes, at least in my view, it's the only thing that makes the universe important. The fact that the lights are on, the fact that it's possible for the lights to be on. If we knew that this universe, if you told me there's a universe somewhere that's got stars and planets, but it's got the constants of nature are tuned just a little awry so that conscious life is impossible, that is a deeply uninteresting universe, and consciousness is the only ground for any moral dimension to our lives too. And yet, I'm with you in feeling that it's not clear that it does anything, and it's not clear that it would be, it's not clear how it would be selected for, because I mean, if you just look at your own experience, everything that you're conscious of, anything that you seem to be consciously deciding, or any place where it seems that consciousness is necessary to integrate information behaviorally, to have a complex goal, say for someone to say to you, well, you should really get to the Orpheum Theater at 8 o'clock to hear this talk. For that to become a behavioral plan, let's just say that is in fact something that can only be done consciously in apes like ourselves. Still, it's not clear why, well, as you said, it's not clear that that should be the only way that it gets accomplished, and we could easily build robots, one presumes, that could do these things without it being something that it's like to be those robots. But even in our own case, if consciousness really is just what it is at the level of our neurophysiology, it's only effective in virtue of what it is at the level of neurophysiology. So the fact that there's a subjective side to it doesn't matter. I mean, the fact that you're having this experience now, which again is the most important thing in anyone's life, the experience side of it is not what is actually behaviorally effective if in fact consciousness has the other face, which is its neurophysiology and its information processing dynamics.
Nicholas Humphrey suggested that one of the most important things we have to do is to second guess other people. We swim through a sea of a social sea. We have to make our way through very, very complicated relationships with other people, and we have to second guess what they're going to do. All the time we're having to predict how this other person is going to react. And so he postulates what he calls the inner eye, which is looking inwards to yourself as an aid to second guessing what the other person might do. You need this extra sense organ to help you to predict the behavior of the other person. I still don't think that does it.
Somehow I wouldn't have been as surprised by the last presidential election if I was doing that correctly.
Yeah, and I was here before the election and predicted that there was no way Trump could win. And as somebody who occasionally pretends to read minds and make predictions for a living, boy, was that a mistake. I think what Richard's talking about is something that I've heard elsewhere is the intentional stance. What if it's the case that consciousness, which gives rise to this sense of self, in a way that goes beyond mere self-reflection and consideration, leads us to connections with other people? And this is what provides the evolutionary benefit. But it also leads to something else that I thought we'd talk about, which is tribalism. Our lives as individuals become merged obviously with our family. We have this immediate connection to our family, and then we extend this, and we extend the definition of family, and we begin to form tribes. And there was a time and a place where that may have been the best thing. Is it the case that, I mean, obviously these could all be side effects of just what happened, and I would think that I'd be okay with the idea that consciousness and tribalism and everything are side effects of what happened. You know, there doesn't have to be a guiding hand. But in the process, viewing it from natural selection, what were the benefits of tribalism, and have we actually outgrown them, or are we maybe taking a step back?
Well, if I'm not mistaken, Richard, I think altruism, the evolutionary rationale for altruism really only makes sense in a tribal context. So that like one of the silver linings of internecine tribal conflict was that in-group altruism got selected for. I don't know if there's any recent work on that, but that was my reading of things some decades ago. Now, that's not to say that we're stuck with tribalism as the only rationale for altruism, but in terms of how apes like ourselves became as altruistic as we are, it's thought that competition among tribes was the basis
Well,
for
I
that.
suppose a Darwinian view of altruism would go back to a time when we lived in small tribal groups. And there were two things about living in these small groups. One was that you were completely surrounded by kin, cousins, second cousins, siblings, nephews and nieces, and so on. And so there would have been a Darwinian incentive to altruism towards anybody you meet, because anybody you meet is a member of your own village, your own tribe, your own clan. And the second thing, the other Darwinian engine, motor of altruism is reciprocation. And reciprocation depends, or largely depends, upon encountering the same individual again and again.
Yeah.
And that again happens within the village, within the band, within the tribe. So there would have been a selection pressure in favor of within-group altruism and out-group hostility, xenophobia. So we can expect that there should be this tendency to despise the out-group and to be altruistic and cooperative with the familiar in-group. And that could be defined as people you've known all your life, people you were brought up with, people who look like you. There are all sorts of ways in which the rule of thumb for how to behave could have latched on. And it's a pretty depressing outlook when we've moved out of our tribal past and moved into big cities where we're no longer in small tribal groups. But we still have the same rules of thumb which work, and that is a good thing. We have a rule of thumb that says just, in general, be nice to anybody, empathize with anybody, because in the distant past, anybody would have been defined as your own tribe, your own clan, your own kin group, your own reciprocation group.
So I wonder if it's to our benefit to, there's a couple of potential ways to go there. One is to get everybody to realize that everybody still is part of our clan, that we are one human clan. I don't know, I don't have the magic solution to end the various divisions, but the others, maybe to get people to recognize that they can be a part of a number of different clans that overlap. This is how we build societies.
Right.
You know, I care more about my immediate family than I do my neighborhood, but I care more about my neighborhood than I do, you know, the broader world. But I can't diminish my caring for things outside my scope to zero, because we know that we have an impact on each other, even at great distances.
Peter Singer wrote a book called The Expanding Circle, in which he starts out by talking about this in-group, kin group, and then talks about the altruism broadening itself out to wider and wider and wider groups. And he would like that to include non-human animals as well. That psychologically we can extend our tribal loyalty to all sentient beings.
Yeah.
There were some folks out front with pictures of both of you actually lobbying for something along those lines.
Oh yeah,
which was nice.
No, I think Singer's heuristic is the right one. That moral progress is generally synonymous with expanding the circle of moral concern to not just your family, not just your society, not just your race, not just your nation, but just outward, and to the point where ultimately you're concerned about the suffering of conscious creatures insofar as they can suffer. So it's not just humans, and it's if we discovered that pigs suffered much more than cows, well, then it would be appropriate to be more concerned about pigs than cows. And it's just that we actually care about the experience of conscious systems.
So as we do this, it seems to me that there's an issue that we probably will talk about here. No surprise to anybody, we're all pretty much politically on the left. We are godless heathens, we are atheists, we are secularists, and so are you, most of you, a good chunk. And the atheist community, the secular communities at large, have been growing leaps and bounds. The nuns are one of the fastest growing demographics. And because of that, on occasion, there is infighting. And I kept reminding people as I'd go out and talk, try to listen charitably, try to mirror what people are saying, try to see nuance, but also recognize that these are natural growing pains, that it may in fact be viewed as a good thing that there are little divisions, because at one time the atheist community wasn't big enough to be able to afford risking any division the same way we did with tribes. But this idea of I'm concerned and there's a circle that radiates out produces, to me, a problem where someone else's circle is different, but they view me as if my circle should be the same. This fallacy of relative privation, that the thing that's most important or the greatest risk for them should also be the greatest risk and importance for me. And I can tell you that while, Islam may be the motherlode of bad ideas and the greatest threat to freedom worldwide, it's not necessarily the greatest threat in my living room or in my neighborhood or even in Austin, Texas. How, and you guys have both experienced this, as have I, where someone on the left in the atheist movement has a mission, this is my pet thing, and anybody who doesn't fall completely in line with that gets labeled as if they're an enemy rather than that they're just not as pure an ally as they might be. How do we start, or do we start? Do we just allow the divisions to continue, or do we start building bridges and talking about this issue that what's important to you is important to me too, but it may not be as important to me because I'm dealing with this?
I think you put that very well, and I mean, it's sort of ridiculous in a way that somebody can't see that just because different people concentrate on different things, that doesn't mean that we don't think everything's important. I mean, exactly the point you've made. There are lots of different issues around which we can tackle. Some of us are interested in one, some of us are interested in the other. We don't have to despise people just because they're preoccupied with a different one from us.
But I think you're also talking about disagreements in the atheist community.
Yeah.
So what I'm hearing, or what I've noticed among atheists that concerns me is really seems like the consequence of identity politics on the left bleeding into the atheist community, or insofar as the atheist community skews left, it inherits a lot of the very liberal and in many cases regressive convictions of people on the left who think that to criticize Islam is tantamount to racism, say, and they don't really think too clearly about that, or that the only reason why, as an atheist, you could be more concerned about Islam than Anglicanism, say, that has to be at some level of an expression of your own hostility and xenophobia toward Arabs or people from the Middle East.
Yeah, why do you guys hate brown people so much?
Exactly.
This is the sort of oversimplification. I remember it goes back, why do you hate the troops and all these other things that were done in a humorous sense, and now they're being done in a serious sense because you two aren't as ideologically pure as I am, or you're not as ideologically pure as Sam,
But it's not just a difference of emphasis. It is to put it charitably, a difference of opinion about what it means to focus on, in this case, on Islam. But in my view, it's complete confusion about the nature of the focus and what it is that would cause someone like me or Richard to be more worried about jihadism than what the Scientologists are up to or the Mormons.
You shouldn't have said that.
I mean, I'm worried about many things, but I'm worried about some things more than others, and I accept that you might be worried about other things more than others, and they're all important.
We're also just confused by the label of atheism. That's why I think atheism is not always the best construct here. If you're, rather than think of promulgating atheism, just think of opposing dangerous, bad ideas. And And that will of necessity put you in opposition to many, many, many religious ideas, but some religious ideas aren't all that dangerous, or they're not all that well subscribed, or you barely encounter them ever, right? And so you can't really prioritize those. I am tending to prioritize the ones that are showing up in the news every day and are clearly, absolutely, just there can be no doubt about this, and yet there seems to be doubt everywhere. They're clearly the proximate cause of some of the most horrific human behavior, and it is behavior that would not happen for another reason. I mean, this is another source of confusion. People think that the world is just filled with bad people who would do bad things anyway, and they're just finding religion as a pretext, right? So the Christian scientist who is not giving insulin to her diabetic daughter, would do something equally crazy anyway without religion. That there's no reason to think that, and
that's spot on, absolutely right.
And by the way, if you guys, we're probably pretty close to maybe bringing the house lights up a little bit and lining up to begin questions as we kind of talk about this. But what you're saying, I agree. It would be just like saying that somehow or another, the people who hate homosexuals just managed to all be part of the Westboro Baptist Church, rather than the Westboro Baptist Church cultivated these ideas. Yes. Somehow or another, when we were putting labels on things earlier, it was in the United States. It's not all Republicans are racists or are white supremacists, but pretty much all white supremacists align themselves with the Republican Party. So it would be silly to think that there's not something there that at least waters these ideas and maybe nourishes them as well.
Yeah. And the people tell us ad nauseum these are the reasons why they're doing these things. They're not hiding their motives. So it takes a heroic act of self-deception and willful ignorance to say, despite everything these people are saying, despite the fact that they can point to the passage in the book that justifies the behavior is coming from some other source entirely that has nothing to do with how they're accountable.
The suggestion that these are just evil people who will find a way to let their evilness come out, and if it's not religion, it's something else. They're not that evil. They're righteous people. They think they're righteous. They think they're doing good. They think they're doing the will of their God. And they think they're going to go to heaven for it. They don't think they're evil.
Well, worse than that, they're actually not evil.
Yes.
In those cases, because they're just wrong.
Yes.
Right? And
you're quite right.
So I think we're at the time where we can start lining up for questions, and until the lights come up and people start taking their places, I'll kind of ramble on this point just a bit more, and that is that I think we can talk about the origins of religion, but I'm more concerned with how religion spread, which is why what I focus on, I don't necessarily go after a specific religion all the time. And of course, I'll get the email that says, why are you afraid to go after Islam? Screw you, I've made Muslims cry on my show, at least one. But I want to get to the crux of where these bad ideas are coming from, which is why I'm constantly advocating for skepticism, critical thinking, encouraging humanism. Because if you build the sort of communities that allow people to not feel alone and yet encourage decency and reasonableness, I think you will have a platform that could rival what religions have done, because they co-opt families. They not only take people who are fearful of things already, and give them the sort of belief that they can get rid of their fears, but they actually encourage fictional fears that only they can cure in order to build their sense of community. It's the line which I've said many times, that people would say, that religion poisons you and then offers you the cure, but I think it's worse than that. Religion convinces you you're poisoned when you're not, and then offers you the homeopathic remedy. But if we can't get people past the fear, the one question I get asked, or one of the questions I get asked most frequently is, when you replace religion, when you get rid of religion, if you were to have the fantasy world that you want, Matt, and there's no more rationality, there's no more religion, what do you replace it with in order to give people hope?
Science, art, poetry, music, love, sex.
On that note, especially with sex in the mix there, I think we're good to go for questions. And it's still a little difficult for us to see folks up here. I'm going to start on the right. If you could, questions, by the way. Hey, this is, oh, now I can see. This is where I get to be like the asshole that I am on the TV show. Thank you. And that is, I will hang up on your ass in a heartbeat if I have to. Questions in and a question mark. They don't start with a dissertation or your life story. If you have a question for the full panel, if you have a question for all of us, we will do our best to be succinct. If you have a question for a specific person, just say so. And please just start with your name. We may not remember it, but we'll try. Please, sir.
Hey, I'm David.
Hi, David.
And my question is for Sam. All right, so my goal is to get you to nuance your opinion on free will. So in each moment, we have a neurophysical chemical moment, which is our neurons, our body, etc., and a moment within consciousness phenomena. Now, there is a kind of next universe canyon between what a neurophysical chemical moment is and what a moment of consciousness is in phenomena. So, within consciousness, we experience freedom. For example, I can decide to put my hand to the right instead of to the left. So,
well, that's where we disagree, but okay.
As you said,
and this is sounding like a dissertation. I will tell you this.
Consciousness is the...
I will tell you this, and then you got to get to a question. Sam and I are doing 3 more events over the next couple of months, and free will will be something that we at least discuss in private, because I think I've got a nail in the coffin for this, but
okay.
Get to the question.
So Sam, you say consciousness is the only thing we can be sure of. So because we have an experience within consciousness, which is next universe different from a neurophysical chemical moment, because we experience freedom in consciousness, hand here as opposed to there, do we have to take this feeling of freedom seriously?
There we go.
Okay, well, this is what's especially seditious about my argument against free will, because most people think we have this experience of freedom, and the trouble is it's very hard to map that onto the mere causality we see in the universe, and that's the mystery of free will. But when I look closely at my own experience, I don't see evidence of freedom. So for instance, my experience of answering this question now, of hearing myself speak, like my struggling to get to the end of this sentence, and my ability to do it or not do it based on the neurochemistry, my uncertainty about whether it is yet a grammatically complete sentence, the little stumble you just heard in my mouth on that last word.
Forget the sentence.
Okay. No, but
decide to put your hand
no. Absolutely everything in my experience is compatible with the absence of free will. And if you to take your example of deciding to move my right hand or my left, I could deliberate about this for a year, and if I went back, no matter how many times I went back and forth, and no matter, I could write a dissertation about why it should be the right, and then at the last second say, fuck it, I'm an existentialist. And the proximate cause of that most voluntary behavior would in every case be mysterious, subjectively mysterious. It would be pushed to the fore, and I, as the conscious witness of the process, would be a spectator. I would witness the final efficacious product of neurophysiology. And why it was one thing rather than the other, why it came at precisely that moment and not a moment before, why I just said this last sentence and didn't stop 20 seconds ago, all of that is mysterious.
But
no,
would you?
Well, I mean,
no, you're done. That's for Julie.
Someone, well,
reality and consciousness.
There's a ton of people in line, and we're not going to do a debate. I'm going to move
This
over.
may come up again because this is a concern of many people. But thank you
you
for
can
your question.
rest easy in the sense that I am a la Dennett, a compatibilist who disagrees with Sam and thinks he's actually a compatibilist. He just doesn't know it. But we'll tackle that some other day. Yes, sir.
Hi, this is Armin Navabi from Atheist Republic.
Hey,
hi.
I can recognize you.
Sam mentioned that, I don't know if he still thinks that, but atheist is a word that shouldn't even exist. Just like the word non-golfer. But if golf was forced on us, wouldn't it make sense for us to have a word like non-golfer, for non-golfers to find each other and unite against people that are pushing golf on us? And And you mentioned, well, we should fight all bad ideas, but some people want to focus on animal rights, some people want to focus on racism, some people want to focus on God. Isn't it, if our passion is to fight one bad idea and God is the biggest of all bad ideas, doesn't it make sense for us to have a label, to have the atheist experience, American Atheists or Atheist Republic as ways to find each other and make a movement out of it?
Well, it's not that it's a mystery as to why we have the label. I mean, I understand that people find it to be a political necessity, or might find it to be a political necessity. I just don't, and I see a downside to it. And this is a place where I think Richard and I may disagree as a matter of strategy or tactics. I just see it as ultimately, I mean, yes, it is a shocking fact that not believing in God and being public about that disbelief is more or less a deal breaker politically, at least in the United States. I don't know about in Canada. That's totally unacceptable, and we should marshal some kind of political response to that, because the people who don't believe in God are, it's not an accident, some of the most informed and intelligent people in any society, because they're just following the evidence. So the fact that that's stigmatized is a problem, and it's a political problem, but I just think you can fight for science, you can fight for evidence, you can fight for reason, you can fight for logical coherence, you can fight for all of these things without ever labeling yourself. And I just have this fundamental distrust of identity politics at this point, and I don't think we win by forming our own identity.
Thank you.
My name is Barry. This is a question I'm directing at Sam and Matt, because we've already got a pretty good sense of what Richard thinks of it from his book, Unweaving the Rainbow. The question is, do you feel that it is inevitable that the humanities will be hostile to the sciences? And if so, you might not agree with that, but if so, excuse me, if so, what can be done about it? Why and what can be done about it?
I don't necessarily think that there's any reason to suppose that there's a necessary hostility. I'd like to think that the more we understand the universe, the better information we have across the board, that this would improve both the sciences and the humanities.
Yeah, I mean, there's this famous notion of the two cultures that is, I think we're in the process of outgrowing. I think more and more a love of science. I mean, now I'm talking among well-educated people who are not being indoctrinated into one or another religious cult. But there's a love of science among people who are not themselves scientists is more and more contagious, and it's just a myth. I mean, I'm sure you can find some scientists who don't care about the rest of culture and would disparage the humanities, but for the most part, scientists they love art and music and fiction as much as anyone else. They just don't love intellectual pretension and scientific ignorance and the marriage of those two. So it's really what postmodernism did to our intellectual lives, where you had some part of every university committed to the idea that there's no such thing as truth. Yeah. And that drove a wedge, and I think we're still recovering from that. But there is no boundary between. I mean, it just comes down to not pretending to know things you don't know. So,
Amen.
Was Shakespeare Francis Bacon? Probably not, but I don't know, right? So it's not. Why pretend to know for sure that he was Francis Bacon when the evidence is non-existent? That's a question of history. That's a question of, I guess, for scholars of literature. It's also a question of biology, really. Like which ape wrote those plays? So there is no real boundary between, in my view, between science and valid claims in the humanities and even journalism. I mean, we're just having a fact-based discussion about the world.
And I'll kind of leverage this to go back and add an addendum to your response to Armin, where he had mentioned that, why not go after God because God is the biggest, most pervasive bad idea. I'm not sure that's the case. It may be that the most pervasive bad idea is that you are a reasonable judge of reality. That may be the foundational, that we all assume that, oh, well, I wasn't fooled by this and I wasn't fooled by that, so I surely am not being fooled by this other thing, and yet we are. The second you think you're not being fooled, it's already too late. Yes?
Hi, my name is Robin Boostrom, and thrilled to be here tonight. So in your book, Waking Up, Sam, and this question is directed to you, you touched upon the usefulness of psychedelics in introducing people to new avenues of experience. And as our nation prepares to legalize the use of marijuana, what do you think is going to be the aggregate benefit in having people introduced to these new experiences from a drug such as marijuana?
Well, it could be a terrible mistake. I mean, I should say, drug use can go many different ways, right? And it's not crazy to be concerned about a society that is just using drugs ad libitum, of every sort, unconstrained by any prohibition. I mean, it's easy to see how we got to prohibition. Now, I think prohibition is really always the wrong answer, because it has all of these external effects that are terrible. It creates organized crime and black markets and junkies who have to, first of all, it creates a total lack of awareness that these drugs, that quote drugs, are very different from one another, and some are addictive and just intrinsically harmful, and some aren't addictive and can be incredibly useful. So we're just misled by this one word, drugs. So what we should have is a society that prioritizes education around just the pharmacology of consciousness, and is it good to drink alcohol, and who shouldn't drink alcohol, and how much alcohol is too much, and what are the health effects of drinking alcohol regularly, and that should extend to everything in our lives, and we should have an honest conversation about what seems good for human beings to be doing, and it's clear that almost any substance can be misused, and marijuana can definitely be misused. You can smoke too much and do more or less nothing else but smoke, and that's not, that's no one's conception of a life fully actualized. Or at least it shouldn't be. But I mean, I think, but prohibition is a disaster, and it was a disaster for alcohol, and we realized that 100 years ago, and yet we are still struggling to learn the same lesson with other compounds. So.
I expected much more applause when it was mentioned about legalization, and no, you're going to. I just didn't know if you were being polite to the person who asked the question, and if you're all baked. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Randy. My question is for Sam. I wanted to know what role meditation has played in your mental health. I guess, have you been more resilient to depression or anxiety? Because it seems like you're always kind of being attacked by somebody, either Batman or having Charles Murray on your podcast. Because I'm at a point where I'm kind of done with antidepressants, psychotics, mood stabilizers. We'll get there. So I want to try something new. So what's your take on meditation as a mental health treatment?
Well, I think it can be incredibly useful. I think there are certain people who probably shouldn't go on intensive silent meditation retreats. So I think it's not, I wouldn't recommend the most intense experiences of meditation for everybody. And there are people who find, going into silence for a week or a month, destabilizing. And it's a tiny percentage of people, but you should be aware that it's possible to have a bad experience doing a lot of meditation. But no, meditation is, the kind of meditation I recommend is just learning to pay much more careful attention to what it's like to be you. And when you pay attention, you begin to notice all of the ways in which you are suffering unnecessarily. So there's a very, the universe didn't have to be this way, but it just so happens there is a direct connection between seeing more of what is actually happening in your own mind and ceasing to suffer in many of the ways that are unnecessary. And so honestly, it is the most important thing I've ever learned, but it's not necessary to learn most other things, right? It is kind of orthogonal to almost everything else we care about intellectually, but it's in terms of having some kind of it's not that I don't suffer in all of the ordinary ways I suffered before I learned to meditate, but the half-life of suffering, the half-life of something like anger or anxiety or embarrassment or fear or whatever the negative mindset is, it's cut way down, and also the behavioral consequences of those negative emotions the door is closed to those. I mean, when you think of the difference between being angry for 10 seconds and then actually letting it go and being angry for an hour, right? It's an enormous difference, because in that hour you can get up to doing all kinds of life-deranging things on the basis of anger and feel good about doing those things, right? Because you damn well should be doing those things because you're pissed, right? And so just shortening the time course of all of these negative states is an enormous benefit, and meditation is a great tool for that.
Although sometimes when I'm angry, that's when I'm most productive.
You can.
But I was wondering,
sublimate it.
I know the question was directed to Sam, but just for my curiosity, I don't know if Richard, have you explored meditation in the way that Sam's talking about at all?
I did once do a course in transcendental meditation. I'm sorry to say it did absolutely nothing for me.
Well, on a somber note, I would argue that transcendental meditation, at least in some sense, killed Doug Henning, which will make me pissed off at transcendental meditation, at least until I can meditate to let go. But yes.
Hi, my name is Leah, and I just want to say welcome so much to Sam and Richard,
Leah.
both for coming back to Vancouver. And I would just say on meditation, Sam recommended that I do a 10-day meditation retreat, and all I can say is it did wonders for my marriage that I was quiet for 10 days. So my question is future-focused, and in two parts. So you had me at hello with atheism. You have had me at hello with your book, Waking Up on Consciousness. I very much agree that it just sure looks to be a lot better to focus on how we can actually just be better and nicer and focus on those qualities that are measurable. And I have a question. The first part is, what are the biological or societal hurdles or roadblocks that we need to get past in our evolution as humans to do more of that? I already agree that, religion hasn't helped, but what are the other sort of case studies that you can pull up biologically or culturally that we could use to make this faster? And secondly, it strikes me that the second part is resource allocation has been a challenge, and that's been one of the drivers of tribalism, is that in the quest for resources, we've not been nice to each other. given the abundance that we are seeing that technology is creating and sort of the democratization of that abundance, will that solve some of these problems and leapfrog us ahead in evolution?
I find your questions as long and leading as mine.
Well, briefly, I mean, there's a lot there, but I think the problem, one of the greatest problems we have, and there's an obvious, this connects directly to what Richard was saying about evolution, the evolution of tribalism. We have our morality, most people's morality is anchored to social emotions and quintessentially moral emotions that are not good guides for living a good life or building a good society. I mean, emotions like disgust, right? I mean, so some people find homosexuality disgusting or the idea of gay sex disgusting, and that is the end of the argument for them, right? It's like that is enough to pass laws on, right? That's enough if you're in a theocracy. That's enough to justify throwing people off the top of buildings. So disgust is a very bad guide for our morality, and desire is a bad guide as well. I mean, we have things like lust and disgust and fear and xenophobia, which is just fear in a certain context. We have to be able to have a reasoned conception of the good life, both personally and collectively, that gets beneath these ape-driven, limbic arousal non-arguments, which are is how all of our moral thinking gets coded psychologically, and it's a problem. And we get, you can see every conversation about a charged issue leading people to get emotionally hijacked in the midst of the conversation, and then they're not processing arguments anymore. And so we have to find mechanisms to get around that. And on the final question on just resource allocation, one of these moral emotions that we have, if you imagine a world of real abundance, like a world where we've built the right AI that's just pulling wealth out of the atmosphere, and no one really has to work anymore, right? Because we literally have machines that can build machines that are all powered by sunlight, that do everything better than we can. Now, why wouldn't that be some kind of utopia? Well, it wouldn't be a utopia because we have these very weird emotions, or many of us do, which tell us, which give us an ethics that make it seem like it would be wrong to spread the wealth around. It would be like most people are living as though they want to live in a world where there's a few trillionaires living in compounds ringed by razor wire, and everyone else is sort of starving to death. It's like a winner-take-all scenario. And so we have to find a new ethic whereby people are no longer, their purchase on existence is no longer justified by doing profitable work that other people will pay them for. I mean, in a world of true abundance, you shouldn't have to work to justify your life. You should be free to enjoy the wealth of the world. And and if we're going to get to that place, we have to change our ethics around that.
Hi, I'm Kumaran. My name is Kumaran. Quick question, mainly to Sam, but I guess it applies to others as well. You've talked a little bit about how you've gotten some strange bedfellows by some of your views on Islam, for example, have resulted in people that you may not agree with that are essentially just xenophobic, sort of following you and becoming sort of part of your fan base, or whatever you'd call it. And similarly, you wrote a letter to a couple of feminists a few years ago that got in an argument with you that has been requoted pretty extensively by people in sort of the more red pill, kind of crazy men's movement crowd. How do you think about those things in terms of, I know that you don't agree with those actual views espoused there, but you know, especially in the world of social media, you start getting yourself, it's hard sometimes where the tail can wag the dog over time if people...
I'm embarrassed to say I don't even remember what you're referring to in terms of the letter to feminists.
Yeah.
Was this my blog post, I'm not the sexist pig you're looking for?
Yes, exactly. That was it.
Yeah.
That was it.
Okay. Well, yeah, it's just you can't be, if you take the time, I mean, you can't fully explain yourself and close the door to every possible misrepresentation of your utterances in every single utterance, right? So you can't condense a book into a paragraph, and you can't condense a paragraph into a single sentence every time. I mean, maybe you can occasionally do it, but it's just, if people are determined to take your words out of context in a way that is designed to mislead people as to what they actually meant in context, right? That there is no way to prevent that. And I'm just convinced that it's impossible to prevent that. Now, I can be much more careful than I've been in some, and I am more careful than I was in some of my earlier books now in general, because I'm less interested in writing something that's provocative and entertaining, and I'm more interested in not experiencing this deluge of misrepresentation. So I'm trying I am more careful than I used to be, but it's still impossible. I mean, and so it's not, I can't take it seriously if somebody creates some meme that completely misrepresents my view, and then some Nazi nutcase likes it. I don't know what to do with that, all right?
So Richard's dealt with this with regard to the fleas and your detractors. How much attention do you pay to the people who are saying negative things about you or trying to misrepresent what you've said, and versus how much do you let your words stand on their own?
Well, Sam is absolutely right, of course, that it's extremely hard to condense a paragraph down to 144 words, whatever it is, the characters. And in some cases, misunderstanding with hindsight can be understood. You can see where the misunderstanding came from. In other cases, I suspect there's a kind of active searching for the opportunity to misunderstand, active searching for offense. I think there are offense junkies who just love to be offended. I agree with Sam that we have to be careful. You can't rely upon people interpreting your words in the way that you intended them to be interpreted, and you must have to expect that quite a lot of people are going to misunderstand, in some cases possibly even deliberately misunderstand, which is sad.
This is why the principle of charity is so important. If you actually want to understand somebody's position, then you will always be interested in their efforts to clarify it, right? But what we're noticing in our discourse, politically especially, is people don't really want to understand your position. They want to catch you saying something that can be construed in the worst possible way and then hold you to it. And then they claim to understand what you think better than you do. Yeah. Right? They pretend to be mind readers.
Yeah. That's among the many things that I caution people about, is don't pretend you can read people's minds or their motivations. Even those of us who pretend to do it on stage, we're just fake and we're not as good at it. I used to toil over this, and it would, basically what I've stopped doing by means of a solution is I pretty much don't read any comments that come in on YouTube. Maybe a couple over the first day or so, just to make sure I didn't post a video that didn't have audio, or the famous "my left ear loved this" because I didn't convert the single channel to mono. But for me, the line's really simple. I've stated my position. Somebody either didn't understand it or found fault with it. If there's fault, I'll keep going back and forth as long as somebody's making a reasonable case for what they think is wrong with it, because that's a debate. That's what I do. If I've explained it and explained it again, and now it's just getting in the way of me actually getting work done and reaching the people who already understood this and may understood the next 5 or 6 things, if it's getting in the way of me learning something from somebody else, if I'm just sitting there spinning my wheels, now it's no longer worth my time, because that person may not be reachable at all, but they're clearly not reachable by me right now, so I'm going to leave it for somebody else because I've got better things to do most of the time.
Thank you. My name is Dan. I'm from Calgary. Sam, I find your books, your podcasts, and your talks are kind of like a torch of reason for civilization in some sense. And yeah, I just wanted to first send our appreciation for that. Thank you.
Cool, thank you.
My questions to Richard and Sam. What was it like to stand on stage next to Christopher Hitchens?
I suppose he was the most eloquent speaker I ever heard. Had a magnificent voice which he deployed beautifully, had amazing resources in terms of memory, in terms of quotations, in terms of historical allusions, reading. I once wrote, if you are invited to have a debate against Christopher Hitchens, decline. But he was, even as he was a ruthless debater, nevertheless he was also very courteous, and he would go and have a drink with his victim after slaughtering him. I didn't agree with him about everything, but if you wanted to disagree with him, you better be well prepared with arguments, because he's a very, very hard person to argue against. A wonderful gentleman, much missed.
Yeah, obviously he was incredibly articulate, and it was amazing and incredibly fun, but also somewhat galling to hear someone speak exactly as he wrote, and he was such a good writer. And the stories about him apparently are true. He could just go, and just type 1,000 words, and it wouldn't require any editing, and that would be his next essay. So
who would dare edit?
He was amazing. Yeah, but even he wouldn't dare edit. Apparently, he just got it right the first time. So I just, as you were asking the question, I just recalled that he had made the point I was just trying to make at great length about people pretending to know what you think better than you do and not actually wanting to hear your position. And he said he was, I'm going to butcher his quote, even trying to remember it, but he said he felt he was constantly surrounded by people who in detecting your lowest possible motive were convinced they had found your only possible motive, and even that isn't quite right. But that's basically that. He was remarkably clear on just a breadth of issues that was just amazing to consider. And you should read his books if you haven't. Read Hitch 22. Read God Is Not Great if you haven't. Read Hitch 22 to understand what a life he led. I mean, the people he met and the amount of fun he had. I mean, he loved this. I mean, I'm perfectly happy to be here and talk to all of you. It's an honor to be here, and it's always an honor to share the stage with Richard. But Hitch loved this experience. I mean, he would just get on the road to talk to people. And his love of it was palpable. And so I did one book tour, and as signing books, half the people who came up during that book tour were just expressing appreciation for Hitch. I mean, this was before he died, but his cancer was known, and it was amazing to be on the receiving end of that love for him and his work, and it was being driven by him, because he really loved this.
Hi, I'm Aaron. So Richard, in one of your books, you wrote about the moral zeitgeist and how morality has evolved through time, and Sam, in some of your recent podcasts, you've had Charles Murray and you've had Cass Sunstein on your show, and you've talked about polarization and groupthink and how today, especially in the world of social media and Amazon and news, so often our views are reinforced and self-fulfilling in their way. So I'm curious your thoughts on the advancement of the moral zeitgeist in a time where we are constantly reinforcing our own ideas and the tools that we have at our disposal to cross boundaries there, and potentially, if we are all digesting media, say that is self-fulfilling, should government maybe have a role in helping advance this further, as that is a tool that is still national, that is still across all people, potentially?
Well, I'm interested in the moral zeitgeist because people often talk about religion as a necessary basis for morality. And I think that's fairly easily refuted by pointing out that the current, not just deep morals, but little details, little superficial details, like the amount of different kinds of prejudices that there are and things. These things change from decade to decade, let alone from century to century. And this is sort of documented in books like Steven Pinker's The Better Angels of Our Nature, where we are clearly getting better, getting nicer as the centuries go by. And this has nothing to do with religion. The moral attitudes of somebody in 2017, label them as 2017 as opposed to just 50 years ago when they would have been subtly different. There would have been more racism, more sexism, and it prompts the thought of what's going to happen in 50 years, 100 years' time, I suppose. But the moral zeitgeist changes in ways that are nothing to do with religion. It's hard to say what they are due to. It's tempting to use a phrase like something in the air, whatever that means, but it almost feels as though it is that, a sort of consensus of journalism and political discussion and legal cases and books and dinner party discussions in pubs. We just kind of move on steadily pretty much in one direction. That's what I mean by the shifting moral zeitgeist.
Yeah, I think a lot of it comes down to behavioral economics. I think if you get the incentives right, even pretty mediocre people can behave really well. If the incentives are wrong, it takes an absolute moral hero to behave well. And we should want to design societies and systems and institutions where you don't actually have to wake up every morning and be, St. Francis of Assisi just to get through your day without killing somebody, right? And there are conditions where you basically have to be that. You have to be a saint not to be absolutely vile. I mean, when you look at just how people have to live in maximum security prisons, right? And just the incentives there are all wrong. They're all pushing people toward, just the most brutal tribalism. Even if you're not a racist, you have to align yourself with your race in a prison. Otherwise, you're just going to be the victim of everyone, right? So we want systems and societies that are less and less like maximum security prisons, and we're still just trying to find our way toward to engineering those, and we're we don't have 1,000 years to get it right.
Hi, my name's Blaine. I'm very close to the microphone. I'm very excited to be here, and my question is for Richard, although I hope Sam may be tempted to add something as well. What are your thoughts on the Darwinian roots of creativity, and what neurological investigation might we do to learn how to program this into AI?
I think it's remarkable how far humanity in civilized situations has advanced beyond what anyone would have predicted from our Darwinian roots. We are African apes, naturally selected to survive on the African plains as hunter-gatherers, and somehow nowadays we produce Shakespeare and Beethoven and great scientists, because there's a lot of creativity in science as well, of course. We do seem to have brains that are laced with emergent properties which go far beyond what naively you might think you'd need for Darwinian survival. And this builds cumulatively over generations of cultural evolution, where each generation builds on the culture of the previous one. So that's not a Darwinian process, that's a kind of pseudo-Darwinian process. It's an evolutionary process that doesn't work by natural selection, at least not by genetic natural selection. It might work by some other kind of cultural natural selection. It's not an easy thing to say that creativity, as we understand it today, would have had survival value. I would think that perhaps something, a sort of brain, a neurophysiological equivalent of what we call creativity today, might have had survival value of a very different kind when we were subject to the cutting edge of natural selection.
Would it be something in the line of, I tend to look at creativity as branching out from cleverness, of problem solving, of non-lateral thinking and problem solving. That clearly has an advantage, being able to find better ways to build a mousetrap. Wouldn't that, I mean...
Yes, I mean, having ideas, having hypotheses, when if it's, how are we going to capture a buffalo? I mean, you could be sort of creative about that. You could have ideas, you could have, but you can make suggestions which are then knocked down. But so that's the kind of creativity. But somehow it's flowered into something so hugely greater than was ever directly useful.
Wouldn't it be terrifying if the way creativity has changed is actually the reason why we haven't tackled as many of the problems? We used to have to solve problems to survive, and now we're enjoying our creativity, which may be preventing us from solving the problems that are right in front of our face right now. I'm not knocking the arts. Just thinking out loud.
Yeah, on the question of whether AI is going, I mean, AI is already doing it in rudimentary ways, in game playing, for instance, be it in chess or Go or even in just basic video games that AI is playing. It's finding creative moves that masters of those games
composing music in the style of Mozart.
Yeah, I mean, so I don't think there's anything magical about our wetware as far as creativity goes. I think we'll recognize it in our intelligent systems insofar as they become intelligent.
So at this point, I'm going to be the bearer of bad news to some people. We have about 5 minutes left for Q&A. So that, at the current pace, if you're more than like a person or two back in line, we are probably not going to get to you, but go ahead.
Sam, I love you!
Thank you. Thank you.
That's not a question.
My name is Peter. Thank you for being here. Sam, you often speak about the importance of intuition. You had a podcast with Gavin DeBecker that placed intuition front and center in a life-saving way for many people. And yet, in the person of President Trump, and this question is not about him, we see the dark side of intuition, a man who says that his gut guides everything he does, and so that's got those of us who believe in intuition feeling a bit shaky. Can you please reassure us from an evolutionary standpoint or otherwise, that intuition is something we can value? Thanks.
Yeah. Well, it sort of depends on what you mean by intuition. For me, intuition is when you can break down your knowledge of a thing no further, the step you take is intuitive. So when if I ask you, how is it that you understand that 2 + 2 makes 4, right? So at some point you were taught this, but now you get it and you can't see it any other way. And when someone says 2 + 2 makes 5, that doesn't feel right. No, it makes 4. You believe it. You know it. It's a mathematical intuition at this point. It's basic. It's a basic building block of anything. If I told you, I have a bag here and I put 2 oranges in it, and then I put 2 more oranges in it, you'd helplessly form a picture of there being 4 oranges in there. And if I told you, oh no, there's there's 6 in here, well then something didn't add up, right? And this is, our knowledge of the world, our knowledge of causality, our knowledge of anything, our sense that the present bears some relationship, however lawful, to the past, all of that is cashed out intuitively, and so you can't get away from intuition. Everything is built on it, from basic logic and mathematics on up. But we recognize that many of our intuitions are bad; they're faulty. We did not evolve to have common sense intuitions about the way the universe works, especially at the smallest scale of atoms, and especially at the largest scale of galaxies, and especially across vast stretches of time when you're talking about billions of years. So we know there are areas where our intuitions are very, very bad, and we correct for them with other intuitions that allow us to correct for them, like mathematical ones, where, I mean, this is an example I gave, I think, in my first book, but if I asked you, if we had a newspaper the size of this stage, and we could just fold it in half again and again and again, and we folded it in half 100 times, right? How thick would the resulting block of newspaper be? Well, most people, if you imagine it being the size of this stage, they imagine you would be able to fold it in half upon itself 100 times, and they imagine something maybe the size of a cinder block or a very large brick. But you fold a newspaper in half 100 times, what you have in your hands stretches, is measured in light years, right? I mean, I forget exactly what it is, but it's probably bigger than the galaxy. So that's a very bad intuition we have there, but the intuition that allows us to recognize that it's bad is that this very simple mathematical operation of exponentiation, it actually works, right? That if you raise something to the 100th power, 2 to the 100th power, and multiply by the thickness of a newspaper, you have a very big number. So intuition gets stigmatized as a word, but science is the product of intuition, and every gesture toward knowledge is the product of intuition at bottom.
I did that paper folding demonstration when I gave the Royal Institution Christmas lectures. Children come out, and you can't get more than 7 folds. It stops there. But I mean, I think the purport of the question by mentioning Trump is that when you have two people whose intuition differs, then you can't argue by saying, well, that's my intuition, I feel this, I feel that. That's what's really dangerous. And we want to get away from that kind of thing in public policy, in government. We do not want people who just do things because they feel that it just feels right to them.
Yeah. But which is to say that you need an argument, but my noticing whether or not your argument runs through is, again, based on logical intuition.
That's a much more sophisticated point, and
but
one that President Trump wouldn't get, by the way.
No, well, no, I wasn't focusing on Trump, but.
And we'll have to save that for another time too, because when Sammy mentioned that intuition is the foundation of logic, I think it's the reverse. That logic and mathematics, these things are where we're making direct appeals to the facts of the universe. But we use critical thinking, we use this examination to train our intuition. You can get better.
Yeah, you can get better, but
your
you
intuition
can't
can approve. And so when you have, as Richard was pointing out, you have two people whose intuitions are in conflict, the solution is never going to be a third intuition. It's going to be, let's make an appeal to the evidence and retrain everybody's intuition.
It's often a third intuition. I mean, often you bring in the mathematician who actually knows what he's talking about. And
I wouldn't call that intuition.
Well, no, but again, the intuition intuition is this move that you can't justify without pulling yourself up by your own bootstraps. I mean, if I said to you, well, justify this idea that events need causes, right? The sense that when something happens, there must be some causal explanation for it happening. That's an intuition that is deeply held, and that's the foundation of science. And there are actually areas in science that seem to violate it, right? And then we're left actually not understanding what's going on, but we have other reasons to protect that area of confusion because in the case of something like quantum mechanics, it just works. It has such predictive utility that even though we don't have a clear, realistic picture of what's happening, we have to say, in some sense, this is the math works out and it's right. But these areas of science are less than perfectly satisfying because we're struggling to form a picture of reality, and our intuitions we don't have the right intuitions for it, and that's not a surprise because we, after all, are apes first.
African apes.
Yes, African.
I think there's a lot more to explore there. Unfortunately, I've been told that our time with all you fine people is actually up for this evening. Before we started, we were sitting down in one of the dressing rooms, and we were having a conversation about, the communicating science and reason and fixing issues. And one of the things that popped up that I thought we might start with, the internet seems to have given power to people, which is a good thing, I would say, and power to ideas and the opportunity to share ideas. None of us can become an expert in everything. You just don't have the time or the bandwidth. So how do we deal with the issue of trying to figure out which experts, what criteria should people use to figure out which experts are worth listening to in an age where everyone has been empowered to become their own expert and just become science deniers or fact deniers, alternative fact deniers?
Richard, you've been at this longer. I'll let you start this.
It's a really difficult problem. In science, we have peer review, that kind of thing. We have methods in place for not respecting authority necessarily, but we know that an article that's written in a reputable scientific journal has been peer reviewed. We know that the findings will be, if they're important, if they're controversial, they will be replicated, and if they're not repeated, it'll be a matter for suspicion. No scientist has the knowledge to understand all other science. I mean, reading even a journal like Nature or Science, I can read the biological papers, some of them, I can't read the physics papers. So you have to rely on authority to some extent, and it's a very difficult problem because we pay lip service to the idea that we don't actually respect authority just because it is authority, just because it's Professor so-and-so, Professor says somebody something who has FRS and so on. So it is a difficult problem, and when I try to understand physics, I have to some extent, obviously, rely on authority. As you say, Matt, the internet raises problems that everybody has a voice, and fortunately not everybody has quite the same reach as everybody else, but nevertheless, it is a problem, and we get politicians telling us things like, you are the experts now. Well, I'm not an expert on most things, and nor are you, and nor are you. Nobody's an expert on everything. And so it is a difficult stage we're in where people are being treated as though all opinions are equally valid.
Yeah, it actually strikes me as a fairly subtle and difficult to communicate point that in science and in intellectual life generally, we don't rely on authority, except we do up until the moment we repudiate authority. I mean, you have to be competent to the conversation in order to completely subvert the status quo. And so, it's true that science advances by discovering that the authorities were wrong, at least on important marginal points, and sometimes just wrong wholesale. But it's just as Richard says, I mean, it's impossible to have the totality of human knowledge self-authenticated, and the only reason why we're confident that anything is the way it is because we are content to rely on authorities most of the time, and the reason why that faith, to use a loaded word, is valid is because these authorities are functioning in a culture that is, in the best case, and science really is the best case here, continually purifying itself of error, and it's not being driven by ideology, and it's not being channeled by accidents of birth. You don't have a Japanese science and an American science, and with nationalism getting in the way, and so there's a process that we rely on, and both things are true. We rely on authority, and we don't.
So I'm fond of pointing out that, you know, I don't have faith. I won't use the word to describe this, because I think what I have is a confidence level, a trust that is, to borrow from Hume, proportional to the evidence that supports it. And there are people who would just say, well, you're not only are you picking and choosing your experts, but you might be picking and choosing the evidence you want. Is it the case that as science is the single most consistently reliable tool that we have for discovering things about reality, but we've taught people about the scientific method, which is an inaccurate way of looking at it because there are multiple methods, and we realize that the way we get to new information is by challenging and overthrowing the existing information. And so you get the people who are like, oh, you laugh at me now, but they laughed at Newton, or they laughed at, you know. Have we constructed a system inadvertently where we're going to be constantly fighting this battle, and it's just amplified by our current access to massive amounts of opinions and information?
Well, it's amplified, and also the capacity to detect error is also amplified. I mean, this is just the dual effect of the internet, which, you know, half of which is perverse. That is, if you want to remain a slave to confirmation bias, you can forever, apparently, on the internet. But if you actually want to discover if you're mistaken, you can also do that pretty quickly.
So there's also, we see in social media, which all of us make use of it, that the algorithms that you see on Facebook and stuff basically feed you more of what you've already liked. And so we're creating bubbles. And there's mountains of concern in this room and everywhere else about the sorts of bubbles that we're creating. And how do we start? I mean, obviously we're not going to go, maybe we can go to Mark Zuckerberg. Maybe Richard could go to Mark and say, hey, let's change these algorithms.
I think this is an interesting point, because in our wild ancestry, in our primitive state, we lived in a village, 150 or so people, and we met the people we knew, and opinion was just shared within this group of 150 people. And now that's broadened out to the whole world, except that in a way it isn't, because as you say, we live in bubbles, and so we each live in our village, but our village is now distributed spatially, geographically, and it's no longer enclosed within the village walls. It's a kind of virtual village, which is interesting, and it's a real discipline. We have to sort of shake off the bubble mentality, the village mentality, and reach out to other circles that we wouldn't normally encounter.
And the degree to which we're in bubbles, I mean, I've never appreciated it as much as since the 2016 election. And this is a point I've made on my podcast a few times, but I find it continually astounding, so I'll make it again. I realized, I had heard that smoking cigarettes, in the States at least, it might be true in the UK as well, but smoking cigarettes in the States correlates with many different variables. And also the communities of people who smoke and don't smoke tend to be quite separable. And I realized that, with a shock, that Hitch was the last person I knew on Earth who smoked. Which is a measure of just incredible isolation socially. And I've done very little to remedy it, I must say. But it's, who knows what else. I mean, in fact, we know a little bit about what else segregates with that isolation. And my complete bewilderment that we have President Trump is a symptom of that isolation, I think.
It amuses me because, as a former smoker, I know that you're constantly being shoved outside. So you end up outside with a group of other people who are already pissed off that they're having to go outside to smoke. So now they're in this angry headspace, and then they begin to share and connect. So maybe smoking doesn't just kill, but smoking creates insular communities that are sharing their anger and vitriol outside the door.
Yeah, they're all weighing along the platform, along the pavement outside all the shops and all the places, all these, there's a sort of long ribbon of the smoking community, this haze of blue smoke.
Just to be clear, we're not blaming all the world's problems on smokers or Trump on smokers. But this issue that we're kind of dancing around with, we've kind of moved on to something that I know that each of us repeatedly deals with concepts around free speech and who should be allowed to talk, not just who should we listen to as an expert, but what kind of things should go on at our universities. Clearly, the free speech laws that I'm used to in the United States are different than they are here to some extent. I don't know because I'm not an expert, but there are places that are outlawing offense, the causing of offense, as if, not just in the sense of blasphemy, but serious offense. That bothers me almost as much, if not more, than what we're seeing happening in our halls of higher learning. Where do you think we are? How did we get here, and what needs to be done to fix it? You're welcome for the fix the entire problem at once question.
Well, I'm a little uncomfortable talking about this in the UK, where you don't have a Bill of Rights. So we're in very different situations, or importantly different situations in the US and the UK, and your libel laws are the inverse of ours. I feel like in the US we have a slightly better balance, as frustrating as it is to contemplate suing people for slander and then realizing there's absolutely no way to do that. Whereas here you can sue and the burden's on them to defend themselves.
My cost is, yes, I find for me the issue is not so much about free speech as freedom to listen. And when people are denied access to, when they're deplatformed, as I have been. Have you been deplatformed?
No.
It's quite
an
honor.
What's strange is, and this is, you'd think we would have similar experiences here, I've actually never had a heckler.
I've only had one.
Yeah, so don't be the first.
That doesn't count.
Yes.
I've only had one. That was in Oklahoma. Somebody who said, "You've insulted my savior."
I'm sure you have.
I was quite keen to engage with him actually, but unfortunately the security people dragged him out. But I was deplatformed in Berkeley, California, and this hurt me because these were, as I thought, my own people. This was KPFA, which is an ultra-liberal radio station in Berkeley, California. When I lived there for 2 years, and I love KPFA. I used to be a subscriber. They're subscriber only, and I subscribed to them. And so I felt hurt by that. I didn't think it was a free speech issue, actually. I mean, they're entitled to, it's a radio station, they don't have to have me on. But I did feel it was a freedom to listen. And people had paid to come to an event which I was billed to speak at. And I thought, this comes up again and again in universities, and I do feel that Berkeley, of all places where the free speech movement started, universities of all places are places where students ought to be exposed to opinions that they disagree with, opinions that they find distasteful or hurtful. And I think it's a betrayal of everything that a university stands for, that people are being deplatformed by students and prevented from, and other students are prevented from hearing what they want to hear.
And I'm actually very glad that you made that point. So one of the things that happens is we announce an event like this and somebody's like, oh, there's massive disagreements between these, how did they get on the same stage and blah, blah, blah. There were people who would have been convinced that you and I had a difference of opinion on this deplatforming thing. And in reality, I think we're almost side by side, because my view is A university gets to invite whatever speaker they want. They can disinvite whatever speaker they want. People can go or not go. They can protest or not protest as long as they're doing it peacefully. It's when they dishonestly go about trying to deplatform somebody. So it's the method that they're using to shut someone down is what I object to more than people exercising their right to listen or attend an event. And in many cases, we've seen the people who run the venue have no idea about the nuances and whatever bickering has been going on in the community around this. And they'll get a message from somebody, it happened at an event I was at yesterday, oh, you're putting this group, women, in danger by having this speaker here. And as the owners of a venue who have to listen and have to have insurance, this is a tactic that works to get speakers removed when it actually has nothing to do with the content of what they're saying or a fair representation of the conversation that might have been.
Yes, I mean that is exactly what happened in the Berkeley case. That they were phoned up by I think one individual, and they just acted on that. As you say, they feel they have to act.
Well, the problem is it does work, and especially when there are security concerns involved. I'm in touch with this group, the ex-Muslims of North America, which has been, for reasons easy to parse from the title, have security concerns, and when they try to book an event at a university, they're now finding their events canceled the moment people figure out, who they are. But it is they have the legal right to free speech. There's no law against criticizing Islam, but people have just discovered that it's so inconvenient to incur these security concerns that you have a de facto loss of that freedom.
It makes me wonder about, this actually came up in a couple of discussions. I had Mohammed Syed on the show recently, and yesterday I moderated a debate between Faisal and Azra Namani. There's a lot of different perceptions about what Islam is and what Islam isn't. If I'd have said that faster, it would have been a good tongue twister. You would think that if we exercised our moral outrage against problems fairly, that it would not be the ex-Muslims, the ones who are trying to point out the problems, who end up deplatformed. That there would be enough, I realize I'm being a little idealistic and wide-eyed, that there would be enough genuine concern about humanity that we could have conversations on important topics and not be sidelining the people who are actively trying to work to fix the issue, because not every ex-Muslim is reactionary. Some of them are reformers or attempting to.
Well, of course. There was a terrible episode in London School of Economics when Mariam Namazi, who's I suppose the leading ex-Muslim exponent in this country, was giving a speech, and she was barracked and heckled, and more or less the thing was closed down by a group of Muslims who came and I think tore out her microphone, tore out her PowerPoint so she couldn't speak, and she courageously soldiered on. But what was truly distressing about that was that the feminist society of LSE came out in favor of these Muslims. Feminists of all people who you would think would be disgusted by the sorts of way women are treated by Islamists. That I think was what was truly awful about that episode at LSE.
Yeah, it's a point that people don't tend to notice, but the ex-Muslims are actually the most vulnerable and beleaguered community, because apostasy, as I'm sure everyone here knows, is thought to be punishable by death under Islam, certainly most interpretations of it. And so here you have a community that is threatened by the religious community they've attempted to leave, and many of these people are in the closet, they can't use their real names, and yet this is precisely the community that is attacked as Uncle Toms or racists or colonialist shills by so-called liberal non-Muslims. So they get it from both sides, and they have virtually no sanctuary but the secular community.
This came up yesterday, and because I mentioned reformers, I thought maybe I would toss it out there. You may or may not have a strong view on this. Is there value in encouraging reform of Islam and particularly extremist varieties of Islam? Or is that like trying to reform young earth creationists so that we end up with old earth creationists or day age creationists? Is it a better tactic to just continue to demand evidence for bad ideas and expose them, or are we willing to accept a softer, gentler version of Islam?
Well, I think we can move on both tracks at once. I mean, so my friend and collaborator Majid Nawaz is very much on the reform side, and his answer to this is, if you think reform is hard, just imagine trying to get 1.6 billion Muslims to apostatize, which is really the alternative. But obviously some people will apostatize when they're convinced that there is no God or no book could have been revealed by him. So I think you can make the argument both ways and simultaneously.
Yes, I mean, the same argument comes up in the creationism debate. Should we ally ourselves with relatively sensible Christians who actually accept evolution, or should we say the whole of religion is bunk? And I mean, I have collaborated with bishops in opposing creationism, but on the other hand, I get what Matt is saying. If you encourage the sort of soft, wishy-washy Christian who actually accepts evolution but thinks somehow God had something to do with it somewhere along the line, maybe that's more damaging, and it's better to come out with all guns blazing against religion altogether. And I've done it both ways, and I can't decide which is the best.
The Reverend Barry Lynn is the current or former president of Americans United for Church-State Separation, and we shared a stage at a Secular Student Alliance event. And I like him, and we get along, and he's working on behalf of church-state separation, so it's great, but we disagree vehemently on whether or not there's a God. And so I told him that I have a goal of changing the entire world. I'd like to get rid of bad ideas, including religious ideas, wherever I find them. But I told him that his soul was safe from me because I want him as the theist supporting church-state separation that I can point to. So his will be the last soul that I try to debunk, so that we can continue to work together towards a good goal. So if it's the case that we can work down multiple tracks, one of the things that came up is, I talked about intractable minds, the ones that may not change. The thing is, I can't tell the difference. If there's two people standing in front of me, and one of them truly has a mind that will not be moved, and the other one could be changed, I can't tell which one's which, and I'm not necessarily sure that that's true that neither of them can change their mind. So I go with this assumption that their mind can be changed even if it's not by me or not right now. And if there's somebody who I can't affect, my goal becomes to try to change the world around them by dealing with the minds that can be changed. For both of you, when you've both had conversations with people who could best be described as brick walls, that you might as well have had the conversation on your own rather than to engage with it. What do you take away from that? How do you, does it get discouraging? How do you battle the frustration of the perceived futility in the moment against the clear advances that we might be making?
Unfortunately, Dan Dennett is one of my brick walls on the topic of free will, and I'm his. Well, I think the one thing to notice is that, as you say, it's not always about changing someone's mind in the moment. I mean, people tend to like to change their minds in private, and that's, I mean, there's a kind of a faith-saving aspect to this, and there's just, you know, kind of the water on the rock process where you might not be the final moment that changes their mind, but you're part of a process. So I'm always impressed, and I think we've talked about this as well, how few experiences I have where it's clear that someone came into a conversation with a very strongly held opinion, and by some process of reasoning, they, at the end of the conversation, totally disavow it. I mean, I think I can count on one hand the number of times I've seen that happen.
Yeah.
But you and I are just inundated with the testimony of people who have changed their minds on these core issues through some process, and then the process often entails reading books or hearing debates, so it's like watching seeing a supernova go off or something. I mean, they're going off all the time, but we're not seeing them.
A few years ago, there was a talk at one of the atheist conferences by a man. His talk was called "Don't Be a Dick," and he produced what he thought was an absolute slam dunk argument. He said, "How many of you in the audience, if somebody called you an idiot, would change your mind?" And of course, nobody would. But I felt that was a very unfair tactic, because if I tell somebody he's an idiot, and I don't do quite those words, but if the effect of what I'm saying is that he is an idiot, I admit I'm not going to change his mind. But if there are a lot of other people listening in, say it's a radio audience, I mean, you've probably done, I know you've done things where you're talking to one person who probably is an idiot, and yet you know that there are hundreds, thousands of people in the radio audience listening in.
Yep.
You haven't changed the mind of the idiot, but you've probably changed the minds of all the other people who are listening at the same time. And so this is...
It's precisely the situation that I deal with both on the atheist experience and off. I'm not necessarily trying to change the caller's mind, although I'm happy for that to happen. I'm having the conversation for all the people out there who agree, who would have used those same arguments. Because we know that on some occasions, if you can be shown to be wrong, people will sometimes double down, especially if they've made a public profession on behalf of something. This just becomes flat denial. But we also know that through, I don't want to go down the mirror neuron route because you'll probably correct me, but at least with respect to empathy, if you see someone presenting your arguments and they are humiliating themselves, not just, I'm not necessarily humiliating, they're humiliating themselves, this affects that individual who's watching in a way almost as if it had happened to them, and that yet they have the safety of not having been in public humiliated.
Yeah, I might be wired differently here, but I have a different reaction to being called an idiot. If there's
I don't think you're ever called an idiot. So.
No. I mean, well, virtually so. If I guess the source is relevant, but if the source is someone who you find credible on other topics, and that source tells you you're wrong on topic X, that becomes very interesting to me. If Steve Pinker calls me an idiot, I'm very interested, and the offense really has nothing to do with it at that point. So it's more of a sourcing issue, because the people who tend to call you an idiot are usually disconfirm their authority.
When I was an undergraduate, I read The Phenomenon of Man by Pierre Teilhard de Chardin, and I was completely taken in by it. I thought it was wonderful. And then I read Peter Medawar review of this book. It's the finest negative book review ever written. Read it. And I finished this review and I said, I'm an idiot. I was completely fooled by
that moment of awakening. I've talked before, it's not so much being wrong that affects people, because you think you're right. So it's not like anything to feel that you're wrong. It's the discovery that you're wrong that is sort of the testament of your character. Because for me, finding out that I was wrong is joyous, not that I was wrong, but that I don't have to continue being wrong. That I've made this actual discovery. And there are people who will write in, will say, oh, Matt's wonderful on religion, but terrible on topic X. And without too much exaggeration, I could probably pull up 100 emails, and all of them disagree on what X is. Matt's right about everything except X. I want to get all of them together in a room so they can argue with each other, because every one of those X's is covered by somebody else.
You might be wrong about everything.
I am.
That's just compatible with the data.
At least I can't show that I'm not.
It's interesting psychologically that we all have this experience of being proven wrong, and that's interesting. But I'm more interested in what we do with this sneaking feeling that we might be wrong. I mean, that's psychologically and culturally, that is a far more well-subscribed state of mind, and it's, I think, very consequential. Because, well, obviously, when you're unequivocally wrong, well, then, I guess some people manage to ignore this, but there's not a lot to do. I think I just lost. Oh, there we are.
There we go.
But most of us, most of the time, live with opinions that are not so well vetted, and I think it's good to be skeptical of thoughts that come out of your mouth or hit the page, or that you find yourself affirming, which if suddenly a very smart expert in the relevant area stood before you and said, well, have you really thought that through? If you break out into a cold sweat at that point, it's worth sort of calibrating your conviction on those points, I think.
I think there's a phrase that I've heard over and over that feeds right into that exact moment. Because theists' arguments, or at least the ones that I deal with on the show frequently, there's almost a script. And my job or my goal most of the time is to get them off the script, because I care more about getting them to think about it rather than parroting what they heard from some apologist. And when you start getting them off the script, seems to me the most common reaction to that, which may be them mulling over the possibility that they could be wrong, is to just say, oh, that was a trick question. There's a defense mechanism there, as if I'm not even sure what a trick question is. I asked you, okay, please explain what you believe and why. What was tricky about that? And yet this seems to be perhaps a defense mechanism that creeps in at those times. I don't know how many others, how many more defense mechanisms like that we might find, but I'm constantly looking for ways to combat them, constantly looking for ways to have a better discussion. Doesn't mean I'm going to have a good discussion with every single person, but if we see these same trends over and over, how do we, or maybe there's no answer, but shouldn't we try to identify those trends in the actual thought processes and attack those perhaps more than the facts surrounding the underlying belief?
Yeah, it's more about process than about facts, because the facts change, and there's always new ones coming in, and so it's the process by which you are vetting your opinions that I think is crucial. And I think it's useful to ask yourself, and it's useful to ask someone you're arguing with, what would have to be true of the world for you to admit that you're wrong? Yeah. In what sense is your view on this topic falsifiable? And often there's no answer to that. Often there was, and especially in the case of religion, you'll get people who actually sign on this dotted line. They'll say, there's absolutely nothing in the world of my experience that could change that would falsify my belief in Jesus, say. And if that's true, well, then that's proof positive that it's actually not based on any engagement with the world of your experience.
Although what I'll hear sometimes, the people who will do that have true and unfalsifiable position, but they'll go then to personal experience. For example, Ray Comfort will tell you there's no way you could prove to him that Jesus doesn't exist because he's as real to Ray as his wife. And even when I tried to point out, you can introduce me to your wife and I can meet her and talk to her, right? You can't do that. It doesn't phase. And when not to continually use my mother as an example, sorry, Mom, not that she'll ever frickin' see this. But she will say she doesn't care about the Bible. She doesn't, she does, but she doesn't care if you can point out problems with it. Doesn't care about philosophical arguments, doesn't care about the logical arguments. She sees Jesus working in her life every day. And even if I were to try to go down the route of, I'm willing to accept that you have experiences that you are claiming and attributing to Jesus, I just wonder what the justification is for that. That has no impact on her. It may be me, that I should never have these conversations with my mom. But that's the path that it often goes down when they start seeing this doubt mechanism coming in of, oh no, it couldn't be true because of this experience that I have. As skeptics, as critical thinkers, I don't know, in much the same way that I talked about perhaps not addressing the facts as much as the mechanisms, I think there's a value for a campaign to teach people to stop being so confident about their interpretation of their personal experiences. Because all of us seem to be an argument from ignorance. I experience this, I have no explanation for it, therefore it must be God, or therefore it's a ghost, or therefore this pill worked, or this whatever worked.
Yeah, well, yeah. You know, I think I have to confess that if I'm asked what it would take to falsify my non-belief in God, or what it would take to convince me of anything supernatural, I find it very hard. I used to think it'd be easy. You just, God would appear in clouds and chariots of fire and things.
Well, that's a start, isn't it?
I used to think that, but I mean, I've seen so many good conjuring tricks where you absolutely swear blind it's supernatural, and yet we know it's a trick. I suppose if Jesus came down in a chariot from a cloud, that would do it for me, but
I want that piece of video excerpted and put on YouTube.
I still think, actually, a more plausible explanation than anything supernatural is natural we don't yet understand, and so a trick wrought by an alien civilization that we don't know about yet or something is actually as implausible as it is more plausible than the laws of physics have been violated, which is what we're kind of talking about when we talk about.
This issue's, you and I discussed this in Vancouver, and Lawrence Krauss and I did as well, because quite often people will say, well, what would it take to change your mind about whether or not there's a God? And I used to give fairly glib answers of Jesus coming down from the clouds and whatever, and I realized that what you were just talking about, so my answer changed. I have no idea what would convince me that a God exists, but if there's a God, he should absolutely know what should convince me. Yeah. And he hasn't done that, which means he either doesn't exist or doesn't want me to know he exists. Either way, it's not my problem. Yeah. We're going to keep talking. I want to give people the opportunity to start. Don't make a mad rush, but you can start lining up for questions at us. But I had something for Richard that we both kind of talked about earlier, because it came in. Sam had tweeted out, hey, what do you want us to talk about? And one of them that came in, which I have virtually no input or thoughts on, is the future of human evolution, what we might see in the future, both from a...
I guarantee that'll come up from the audience. It always does.
I'm preempting it so that those people don't have to walk up to the microphone, and we can talk about that in the interim.
Okay. Well, if you're talking about a real major evolutionary change comparable to, say, the increase in size of the human brain that's happened over the last 3 million years, if you look 3 million years into the future, would you expect the brain to sort of balloon out like the Mekong? And the answer is yes, only if the selection pressure in favor of braininess is maintained. There must have been, during the past 3 million years since Australopithecus, there must have been a selection pressure such that the brainiest individuals survived better and had the most children. Is it the case in our world today that the brainiest individuals... Okay. Enough on that. I suppose you could imagine that if we colonize distant planets, maybe even Mars, such that there's very little gene flow between the home planet and the colony living in greenhouses on Mars, that you might expect to get some interesting evolutionary change due to the reduced gravitational field, more spindly legs, a more sort of spider-like form of the human body rather than the rhinoceros-like form that you would get if you were colonizing a planet with a very much stronger gravitational field. But the trouble is really that in our world today, reproductive success is so, or survival indeed, is so much cushioned by the civilized conditions under which we live that it's almost impossible to say that there will be a consistent selection pressure in any particular direction. I've sometimes jokingly, on the many, many occasions when I've been asked this question, I've sometimes jokingly suggested that a large number of people are probably born because their parents were incompetent at the use of contraceptives.
Yeah. That's the wrong selection pressure.
And therefore, therefore, if this incompetence sort of fumbling with the you might expect future generations to be more and more incompetent in this.
We'll forget how to make latex entirely.
That kind of thing. But I mean, that's really an absurd example to illustrate the point that since we live in conditions when, well, in a particular case, what it takes to be incompetent is going to change by the decade, let alone by the millennium, let alone by the million years. So, in a million years' time, conditions will be so different because of civilization. Conditions will be so different if we're still around at all, which is a moot point. That it's unlikely that any selection pressure that's going on now will still be recognizable then. And so I would not even begin to make a forecast as to what's going to happen.
So let me throw on my quasi-creationist beanie. And instead of speculating about perhaps features or what might happen, because they try to make a distinction between species and kind, whatever, what time frame, let's say we colonize Mars and now there's no more interbreeding, what kind of time scale are we looking at to where we might be seen as completely different species, independent?
That means the time scale until the point where we can no longer interbreed, yes. Well, it could be as quick as 10,000 years, I suppose.
What's the time scale for no longer wanting to interbreed? Surely
that's measured in beer.
Yes, yes.
Actually, no. Isn't it the opposite lesson based on what we apparently did with the Neanderthals, or they did with us?
Yes. Well, we now know that we did interbreed with them. Yes.
Yeah. Well, Richard, just to follow on that, what are your thoughts about the artificial evolution of engineering our genomes to be
That's
better
also
or
guaranteed to come up.
Yeah, but we might as well do it here.
Yeah, I don't have any great. I mean, it's. I think it's both an exciting and a frightening possibility.
If you had to guess about the time course of this,
well,
when do you think it will
tell you one thing. I mean, we've been manipulating evolution in agricultural animals and plants for thousands of years. And we produced dramatic changes in cabbages, in dogs, in cows, in pigs. I mean, when you think that a Pekingese is a wolf, and we've been doing that by the selection part of the Darwinian equation. We're now talking about the mutation part of the Darwinian equation, about actually manipulating the genes. We have, during all those thousands of years, we have never changed humans in the way that we've changed dogs and cabbages and horses. So in a way you might say, well, since we haven't done it by the easy way, which is selection, why would we suddenly imagine that we might start doing it by the hard way, which is genetic manipulation? Maybe we will.
You don't think the hard way is going to become the easy way fairly quickly?
It could be. Yeah, it could be.
Is there an implication there that there are certain genetic pathways that are more amenable to change, that maybe how rigid of a path have humans become? What are we just assuming that we can manipulate things and implement changes? Maybe we're in a rigid structure where we couldn't possibly do the same thing that we do with dogs.
No, I mean, I think it as Sam says, I think it will become easier. And then society is going to have to decide what what to do about that.
So on that note, I'm going to have them bring the house lights up so that we can see the people who are waiting for questions. And just for clarity, I'm the asshole. By that, I think we're all aware that questions end in a question mark and don't begin with your life story or your dissertation or anything like that. And to spare either of them any public embarrassment, if you've gone on too long, I can go back to Austin, and London can hate me if I cut somebody off a little too quickly. But we want to take questions, and just remember there's a lot of people lined up. I think if we can get the house lights up, we'll start over here off to my right. And by the way, sorry, I'm good at interrupting. I do it on this show all the time. You can say your name if you want to, but if you have a question specifically for one of us, please say so, because we're going to avoid all three of us answering everything so that we go on all night.
Great.
And could we please have the house lights up?
Yeah, I just want to say that I'm really thankful that you had already addressed the question of what would change your mind, because I had a dilemma which question to ask coming in. I consider myself agnostic, and my question is regarding the future of agnosticism and atheism and this whole difference. I myself, however, have never read the Bible, nor the Quran, nor any other religious text that claims a lot of, has very unscientific claims in it. But I also know a lot of religious people who believe all these crazy claims, who have never read the texts. So my question is, does one really need to have read those texts to be in one or the other category? And what do you think will happen in the future when we have virtual reality and crazy entertainment, which would make people less likely to read the books themselves, like what was 100 or 1,000 years ago?
Okay, that's two questions that may not necessarily be in the same. Who wants this? Do you need to read the holy books?
No, I mean, clearly people are getting their religious worldview from more than just the books. And there are, as you say, there are people who might even be fundamentalist in their religion who are pretty unschooled in what it's actually in the text because they're getting it in church or synagogue or mosque. I think it's in the U.S., you might know this better than I do, but it's something like 50% of the population can't say who delivered the Sermon on the Mount. That's impressive in a country where 83% are sure that Jesus rose from the dead and will be coming back to earth. So there's a mismatch there. But I think it's useful to read the books because it's not so much so much all the bad things that are in the books from my point of view. It's all the good things that aren't in the books that an omniscient being definitely would have put in there. I mean, that's the deal breaker as far as the credence given to the claims of revelation. It would be so easy to write a better book than any of these books, especially if you were omniscient. And there's nothing in there that demands an omniscient God as author.
Yes, I was going to say the best cure for religion would be to read the holy books, but Sam kind of preempted that. And just to cap the story about the Sermon on the Mount, my British foundation, the Richard Dawkins Foundation for Reason and Science, did a survey in 2011, immediately after the census, the week after the census. We took just the people who ticked the Christian box in the "What is your religion?" So these are people who self-identify as Christian, and we gave an opinion poll for these people. And among the questions was, can you name the first book of the New Testament? And we only gave a choice of 4: Matthew, Acts, Genesis, and Psalms. I think only somewhere around 30%, I was 39% of the people who ticked the Christian box were able to identify Matthew as the first book of the New Testament. So they don't read the Bible, and I think it actually would be rather a good idea if they did.
Hey, so first of all, thank you. My question's for Sam. I voted Leave in the Brexit referendum. Given, thank you very much. But given your friendship with both Richard and Douglas Murray, if you'd had the vote, which way would you have voted?
I guess my brain has to segment in two there. I really have to plead ignorance here. I have a...
Exactly, exactly.
Wait, hold on.
If you had to.
Can I ask the questioner, do you have a degree in economics?
No, I don't, but I trust people like Douglas Murray, who I think is a genius, so I voted.
Well, I am an immense fan of Douglas's, and he may even be here tonight. I have to plead ignorance on this point. I really don't. I don't consider myself informed enough to know what the likely consequences were at the time of the vote. I mean, what a truly intelligent person and well-informed person would have thought at the time of the vote. But nor do I know where it's all going. But I have a bias, which is that an integration of our world is generally speaking, a good thing, and a populist backlash against integration is a sign of good things not happening. And so when you think about the solutions, the likely solutions to problems that exist at a global scale, I think those are almost certainly, this is almost a tautology, those are almost guaranteed to be global solutions. And if we can't integrate enough to actually execute on global solutions in a timely way, that's going to be a disaster for us. So I think my bias is definitely toward integration. And so I can't say that I know Brexit is the death knell of civilization, but just if I had to toss a coin, it would probably come up on the side of being worried by that trend. So.
Thank you very much.
Mangle a metaphor.
Hello, my name is Andre. Thank you very much for being here, Sam. I'm a big fan. Question for you, first one for Sam. We are 9 months in from Trump presidency. Don't you miss the days when the biggest issue was creationism, not so much tribalism, social justice, and so on? And what should it be if the next presidency would be Hillary Clinton to do in order to change those voters, that those voters should not vote for Trump again? What should that presidency do for those voters?
Did you just suggest that the next president might be Hillary Clinton?
No, like the Democratic Party, I mean.
What do the Democrats need to do to avoid?
Yeah, there
4
are
years
a few
of Trump?
things more impossible than that Hillary Clinton might be president. I'm not sure I understand the question enough to satisfy you. I think we need to clearly. We have a problem on the left. I mean, there's a tendency toward a swing into what's now being described as a kind of authoritarian left in liberal circles, and an intolerance of free speech is the most salient symptom there on college campuses, and that definitely worries me because that's precisely what is not going to give us an answer to populism and authoritarianism on the right. It's not, Trump wins, has every advantage in his response to that kind of irrationality on the left. So if you want to amplify Trump's power, and you want to give further voice to the most odious people who celebrate his power, what you should do on the left is become absolutely focused on identity politics and this species of leftist unreason we're seeing. So I think we need something that at one point I called a new center. This phrase has exactly no traction, but it's not an accident that the right answer to many questions and the right answer to just how you have a rational political process of compromise is rarely at the extremes politically. And so I think we have to find something that is animating about not being an ideologue on the left or the right.
If I may interject just a second question for Richard, please.
Well, we should probably go one at a time, to be fair. And actually, to spin off of something that Sam said, and I don't know that this is a significant point of disagreement, I'm definitely on the left. I don't think that'll surprise anybody. However, I'm also been attacked by people on the left. And amongst some of my friends who raise legitimate criticisms about the manner in which some people on the left are engaging or encouraging disengagement, they move to a new center, or let's define this. I don't do that. I stay on the left, I'm clearly on the left, and then I point out all the crap that's wrong on the left. I spend as much time probably addressing irrationality and dishonest argument from the left as I ever would on the right, and the same thing applies with regard to religion. Dealing with theistic arguments after 13 and a half years of doing the show, it's trivial. It's almost boring if I didn't make a game out of it, which we can talk about another time. But I find myself engaging with other atheists, other skeptics, other secularists, because I hate bad arguments, but I hate them most when they're coming from the people who are ostensibly part of my group or agree with me on the issue. I don't want lack of belief in God to be so poorly argued for that we're providing ammunition to the opposition. And I can be opposed to fascists and opposed to Antifa and not think they're the exact same thing, or just like I can be opposed to cancer and athlete's foot and not. But the thing is, if the people with the truly bad ideas that are terrible for the world, objectively terrible for the world, are working within the bounds of the law and are less likely to cross boundaries of reason than those in opposition are, who are engaged in hyperbole and zero nuance. And if you are not absolutely in agreement with me, you are the end of the world. I've been called a Nazi sympathizer just for suggesting that maybe I shouldn't run around and punching people that I disagree with. That was enough. But I'd rather stay on the left and point out the problems on the left rather than trying to create a new center, which I would still think would be defined as like old left. That new center is old left.
Hi there. Firstly, I just want to say thank you. Richard and Sam, your books and your videos have been talked about in our flat for years. I had to write an essay on something which society considers taboo or disgusting. Anything I wanted to kind of write about, and I had to try and justify it. And what I came up with is the topic of incest. Society thinks it's disgusting, it's weird, it's odd. So this is my question, really, and I talked about this in my essay. Two sisters. You see, it's an odd subject.
Is this a penthouse letter?
You've got our attention.
It's an odd subject. People automatically think it's disgusting. But two sisters, they're in love.
You're off to a good start.
Yeah. Well, I'm hoping you'll talk about this and not also say it's disgusting. But two sisters, they can't produce children which are disabled, they're in love, and they're not harming anyone. So my question is, apart from saying it's disgusting, weird, and therefore wrong, can you give one good reason as to why two people who are in love and not harming people shouldn't be together? Just one good reason that's not, it's disgusting, just like people said against homosexuals.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a very clever device to make it two sisters. I think that's brilliant. And I think that this beautifully points up the difference between absolutist morality, where you just say it's disgusting, the yuck factor, and utilitarian or consequentialist morality. I think you're absolutely right. I can see no reason at all why these two sisters shouldn't marry if they want to.
It's another great clip.
I suppose I think that stands. Yeah.
That's going to be great on YouTube, Richard.
We could make it better by just agreeing with him.
Well, one thing, I would add here is that disgust as a moral emotion is obviously this is part of our evolutionary inheritance, but it is a very bad machine for producing moral wisdom. And what is disgusting in one context or in one cultural context is often not in another. And I think there is a truly universal way of solving the question of how to maximize human well-being. It's not even to say that there's only one right answer, but there's certainly wrong answers. There can be many right answers, and there's certainly many wrong answers. And they're wrong not just for you and me and everyone in this room, they're wrong for everybody. Cutting the head off your child is a bad way to raise that child to be a functional adult. And so that's one wrong answer number one. But this issue of incest, in this case, this is a thought experiment that the psychologist Jonathan Haidt has used to great effect to produce a phenomenon that he calls moral dumbfounding, where he'll produce an example like that, and he'll ask people whether it's right or wrong, and they'll have a very strong disgust-based sense that it's wrong, but then when told to give a rationale for why it's wrong, they basically come up with this very lawyerly opinion that is just a kind of confabulation. It doesn't really intersect with any kind of moral philosophy. I think one of the consequentialist point I would make is that in the local case, it might well be not wrong for two people who can't have kids and can't suffer in any way to be, prosecuting their taboo love for one another. But I think part of the consequences are just what happens to society, what happens to other relationships, what happens. You're in dialogue. You're not in a moral solitude usually with your behavior. And another example is why when someone dies, why don't we just chuck their body in the garbage, right? So it's all the same to them. There's no one to suffer that desecration. But the point of treating a dead body well is because of all the good it does for the living, right? The way it honors our relationship with the people we still love and have spent our lives connected to. So,
not just the people in their life, but that individual as well. This question's come up to me. Yeah. Sam and I advocate for very almost identical versions of consequentialism. If you live in a society where you know that there's a likelihood that your body's just going to be thrown in the trash, or that your organs are going to be farmed out, and this isn't what you want, you have a particular view, this diminishes the quality of your life while you're living. If you live in a society where you understand that we're going to respect the wishes of people after they're dead, this increases the well-being of your life while you're living. That is not inconsequential. That's something that you have to consider. It's not just about the other people in their life, it's about the quality of your life leading up to your death. If you were living in Logan's Run and you knew the secret, oh, sorry, spoiler, they're going to be killed. It would change how you lived those years prior to that. And we tend to, consequentialists come under fire by people who, from my point of view, seem to only be able to look at things myopically as, oh, this is how it affects me right now. And like in your example, I don't have any objection to your example, but I'm in agreement with Sam that there may be extenuating circumstances in the complexities of a society that might make it not a good idea.
And slippery slope arguments can be perfectly good as well. I think the argument against eating human roadkills would be where there's nobody to mourn them.
There's probably an argument against using the phrase even, I would think.
Slippery slope, we have a very good taboo against cannibalism. In the case of the taboo against incest, I was about to say, I remember I stopped myself, maybe there's a slippery slope, but I can't actually think of it in that case. I can't think of this case of two sisters marrying, what the slippery slope would look like.
I think Matt just gave it. If behind every closed door there might be two sisters having sex, that would diminish our quality of life while alive.
I'm not quite sure that's what I said, but I'll go with it.
There is a slippery slope. I mean, if you allow two sisters, then you kind of then you get mother and son arguing for it, and of course that's not right.
Sure, but we're not going to spend the rest of the night going down that slippery slope. I thank you for your question.
Thank you.
And I want to move over to this side. Thanks for waiting while we talked about all kinds of stuff.
Good evening. Paraphrasing Lawrence Krauss, science is changing the playing field in a way which makes people uncomfortable. And you gentlemen have 3 prime examples of this ever-accelerating trend. So Richard Dawkins says we are survival machines meant to propagate genes in the gene pool. Sam Harris says the self is an illusion and there might not be free will. And Matt DILLAHUNTY says there's no God, the universe doesn't have a purpose and doesn't owe you anything. How do we address this discomfort and nihilistic views that some people might have in transitioning out of religions or dogma? And maybe you have sometimes these thoughts, and how do you fend them off? Thank you.
I'm glad you asked this. I don't know how well you paraphrase any of the 3 of us, because we're all going to nitpick this, but this issue of meaning was something that we talked about that we wanted to address tonight. Issues about death and nihilism and the fears of, oh my gosh, you are insignificant to the universe. How can we better deal with those?
Well, we might have slightly different answers to this, but I think it's worth acknowledging that it really is a problem. I mean, the way I view secularism and even atheism specifically, these are not answers to the problem of living a good life. And that is a problem every one of us wake up in the morning trying to solve. You have to find some game to play in this life that is satisfying. And it's a genuine question, how to get what you want out of life. And there's a deeper question about whether or not you want the right things. Right? Is there a deeper game to be playing that you're not aware of, or you haven't learned how to play? And I think there are right answers to those questions. It's possible to not know what you're missing. It's possible that you are in a circumstance where your life could be much better than it is, but it's not going to be that way because you're tending to live as you did yesterday. And the problem with secularism and atheism and even humanism is that these really aren't answers to that question. These are just ways of clearing away the bad answers offered by religion. And the religious answers are bad for many reasons, but they're bad because in their substantive particulars, they're almost certainly untrue, but there's a diversity of religious answers which are in zero-sum contest with all others, and therefore they're divisive, and they amplify the tribalism we see in the world. So this problem of how to live a good life is a real one, and into that space cleared by secularism and atheism and the criticism of ancient bad ideas has to come something. And for some people it's science, for some people it's art, for some people it's some secular version of what I've in terror and shame and in scare quotes called spirituality. But you need something, and most people on earth are living as though there's either there's no basis to find something apart from religion, or having lost religion, they're living as though the answer is just to be eating a little less sugar than the average person your age, and watching a little less pornography than the average person your age, and trying to be responsible and well-educated, and there is nothing sacred or profound left. And I think that is a real deficit of the secular conversation, and I think we need a secular version of profundity that, again, this is a place where we may differ. I don't think science and art and fun fully capture what we want in life. There's something else.
The particular example of the question threw at me was my view that we are survival machines for our genes, which many people think is bleak, and Sam's view that we have no free will is bleak. I think there's a nobility in that bleakness. I'm inclined to say, if somebody says to me, somebody did say to me actually after The Selfish Gene was published, that he couldn't sleep for 3 nights after he read it. And another man told me that a Canadian professor said that a young woman, student of his, came in to him in tears having read The Selfish Gene because it made her feel that her life was meaningless. I mean, my inclination there is to say, well, tough. Maybe your life is meaningless, but you need to change the way you look at your life, because what's true can't be changed. I'm reminded of the 18th century wit, I forget who it was, who a lady said, "I accept the universe," and he said, "By gad, she'd better." That was one of my sort of first reaction. But actually, accepting the universe, accepting the truth of the universe, accepting the truth about life, bleak as it may be, there is a nobility. You stand up and face into the keen wind of the truth. And I think that is a noble and an actually aesthetically pleasing thing to do anyway. So I don't want to hide from the truth. I think that the truth can be hard, but there is nobility in accepting it. And I think that's somewhat the meaning of Darwin's famous closing words of The Origin of Species. There is a grandeur in this view of life. So I think that maybe I differ slightly from Sam on that.
Well, I would just add that there's nothing unscientific in what I would propose we need to honor the profundity of our circumstance. It's not that you have to believe anything on insufficient evidence,
true. Yeah.
but I just feel like there's more to a rich human experience than merely not being wrong.
Of course.
Or having correct, propositional knowledge of the world. And I know obviously you share that view.
And it may not be one answer for everybody. I tend to look at it, by the way, as religions, I think, by and large, have come from flawed thinking, trying to answer the questions about reality, including about our fears and death and life and what's the meaning and purpose. And because of this, and because they become so pervasive, they have absolutely infused every conversation. Even if you're not a religious individual, you're surrounded by people, and they've passed on as memes to address, oh, well, you can't have meaning unless it's this type of meaning that is encapsulated within religion, when there may be other meaning that's valuable. By poisoning the well with religious ideas of the way things ought to be, it seems to increase this frustration when we find out things don't work the way religion thinks they ought to be. And it's the example, I've heard somebody say once that religion poisons you and then offers you the cure, and I changed that to say that religion convinces you you're poisoned when you're not, and then offers you the homeopathic remedy. And instead of going down that route, it's going to be difficult to take people who have had these ideas that where the entire conversation has been colored by religious claims about the way things ought to be. It's going to take work, and that's why I hear from people who've been atheists for 50 years and wake up with nightmares of hell or frustrations about nihilism. And I would say, I'm sure we'll get into this at some point, maybe not tonight, but Dennett would point out that the conversations around free will have been similarly poisoned by the things that we want about free will, that we want to have moral responsibility. And I don't think that free will in any libertarian sense is required for that in the first place, nor do I think it exists. So I'm kind of in the middle ground on that, and I don't want to go down that path since we all answered this one, but we'll... Yes, sir.
Hi, this is a question for Sam. You were all talking earlier about authority in science and on social media, who to trust. I was wondering who you thought had more authority in general when it came to metaphysics, an expert scientist or an expert philosopher?
Well, it depends what you mean by metaphysics. People use this word in a wide variety of ways. Can you unpack that?
I guess the reflection on physics as a whole. So would someone who had first-hand experience with experiments and stuff as a physicist have some sort of greater authority in that regard?
Well, it's not really a matter of granting authority to any one discipline over another, or one person over another in any kind of generic sense. I mean, the person who has the most authority for me is the person who's making sense at that moment. You know, so and the moment even the greatest authority stops making sense, right? He or she's got about 2 sentences to solve that problem before my faith in their view of at least that topic begins to erode. So you're sort of as good as your last sentence in this game, and that's what makes it thrilling to actually have public conversations with people who are smart and who have a lot of knowledge to bring to bear on a topic. As far as the contributions of philosophy, I'm not somebody. I mean, I said something that was read as fairly denigrating of philosophy in the moral landscape, but it was misinterpreted, and I'm a huge fan of philosophy. I don't think philosophy is going away, and insofar as we're making an effort to resolve conceptual confusion in our science, you know, that's always going to be the work of philosophy, whether it's done by scientists or philosophers in each moment. And you know, metaphysics in the philosophical sense is often working in the background of any kind of assertion about our beliefs being in register with reality when we're doing science. So I mean, the work of a philosopher is always there to be done.
I lost my mic there. Yeah. I wanted to point out we've got about 15 minutes of questioning left, and as a reminder, there'll be book signing up there for those people who are part of that. But so I will do my part to keep my answers maybe even non-existent, but at least brief. And we'll try and do the same by keeping questions short so we can get to as many people as possible.
Yeah, I'll give you an easy one. I just wanted to bring up the animal issue. I'm not like a militant vegan or anything, but Richard and Sam, you've both interviewed Peter Singer, who's somebody who intuitively I sort of not sure about, and then I find myself really unable to sort of disprove, or things which he say seem quite logically sort of consistent. And I was just wondering, talking about brick walls earlier, are we all brick walls on this topic? Why is society so stuck, and where do you see it sort of going forward from here on this issue?
Specifically on the food issue, or?
Well, this particular question comes from an argument I had over foie gras, which I guess is quite an extreme case.
You are a hard case.
Yeah, but it's a continuum, I guess. But yeah, on the food, go on, whatever you want. Right. Surprise me.
You weren't eating that foie gras with Nazis, were you? Well, Singer can make you very uncomfortable because his arguments take you to an extreme point of criticism with respect to your own daily ethics, and yet it's hard to find fault with them. I think his shallow pond argument is among the best in moral philosophy, and I don't think there is an adequate response to it. This doesn't relate to the issue of food. It's just for those of you who don't know the shallow pond argument, it's worth a moment. The Singer asks us to contemplate what it would be like to, let's say, I told you now, I came to this auditorium, and on the way I passed a small child drowning in a shallow pond, but I was late, so I just left her there to drown. Actually, my most important concern is I didn't want to get my shoes wet. They cost a couple of $100, and this seems a shame to waste a pair of good shoes. Now, you would rightly view me as a moral monster for having that sort of inner life, and yet if I told you I received an appeal from UNICEF or some valid charity which said, if only you gave us $200, you could save a human life, just like this one, and they even provided a photo of a child, and I told you that I get those appeals all the time, and I sometimes send money, but sometimes I don't, and I happen to throw this one away. That's sort of the common experience of humanity at this point. We're all that moral monster. We know there's something we could do to save a life that we didn't do today because the mechanism is there to do it. And Singer asks us to square that seeming paradox, and it's only the paradox is only reduced infinitesimally when you add things like, well, this is a life that's near to you versus one that's far away. I think the future for a truly moral species is in taking more and more of Singer's arguments on board institutionally, where we are allocating resources in a way that could withstand that kind of analysis, and we're doing it, and we're not requiring each of us to be a saint moment to moment, but we're just requiring that our systems function with that degree of moral wisdom. And I think we're far away from doing that, but that is the goal. So I think he's ultimately right on most of those points.
I think Peter Singer is a very good example of philosophy at its best, and as Sam says, it's extremely difficult to fault his arguments. They're immensely persuasive. I'm not quite sure why you need to be a philosopher. You just need to be a clear thinker. I mean, you don't need to actually have read a lot of the history of philosophy, I think, to be able to come up with arguments as he does. Question I asked mostly about the animal issue, and I'm struggling with trying to be more vegetarian than I was, and at home I'm pretty much entirely vegetarian now. I tend not to be vegetarian when I go out to dinner with other people. So it's a sort of step in the right direction, but it's not a big enough step. I think I'd like everybody to be vegetarian. Then great chefs would start creating dishes that are less boring. But I do feel a moral guilt about humanity, about myself, and I feel it particularly when I see those lorries going off to the slaughterhouse with eyes peering through those little slats, and animals being crowded
and
in
there might be a technological fix for that too. There's this movement now it was called cultured meat, it's now called clean meat, and there's some startups in the US, maybe there are in the UK, that are trying to grow actual animal protein
that would be
in
wonderful.
a vat,
Yes.
they're not associated with
that would be
animals.
wonderful. And by the way, we could revert to an earlier discussion about the yuck factor. There's no reason at all, of course, why you shouldn't have tissue culture of human meat.
Another point that
again, that would be
we will see on YouTube.
So instead of human roadkill, it's human lab kill.
And that's just the kind of question that moral philosophers like to deal with, and rightly so. So.
Yes, sir.
Yes. I would like to hear your thoughts about the distinction between a set of ideas and the people who subscribe to them. Because I know that when you're criticizing a set of ideas, you could be called stuff like gross or racist, but the standard response seems to be that, oh, I'm not criticizing people, I'm criticizing the ideas. But I think that while it's true to some extent, it's also a bit of a cop-out, because if a set of ideas is truly horrible, then the person subscribing to those would, by consequence, be a horrible individual. And
well, no. I mean,
not
because
necessarily.
Look, think of what happens when someone actually changes their view. I mean, there are people who were.
I don't mean that it's not open to change, but well, I was just wanting to hear your thoughts about that distinction and the controversy surrounding it.
I tend to try not to assess people in that sense of you're a good person, you're a bad person. And instead, it's you're advocating for good things or you're advocating for bad things, rather than trying to sum up. Even in the heated discussions or something, you might say, oh, you're an idiot, or that's moronic, or whatever else. And I've done it. I've done it, surprise, on the show. But it is still a give-up move. It's probably born more of frustration. I've always advocated for addressing ideas instead of the people. I try to avoid summarizing that. I'm going to fail. But as Sam was interjecting, the fact that somebody is currently advocating for bad ideas, that alone isn't enough for me to determine the content of their character. I can only address the content of those ideas and say, because if you change their mind, and their mind is changed perhaps relatively quickly, as some of us changed our minds, that tells you far more about the actual content of their character. The fact that there are people with bad ideas is independent of the, an assessment of their whole character.
But listening to the question, I think what lay behind the questioner was the very frequent occasions when criticizing Islam is taken as criticism of individual Muslims. I think that's where it's totally different from what you've been talking about, Matt, because what I would say to that is that individual Muslims are usually the most severely maltreated victims of Islam. And so we're not talking about whether we should respect people who have bad ideas. We're talking about people who are the victims of bad ideas, and who are not necessarily, I mean, they may propound them in a certain way, but I think that's what lay behind the questioner.
Yeah, and more generally, I think there's this confusion between criticizing the ideas and hating groups of people for reasons of racism or xenophobia or some other animus. And I mean, this so clearly doesn't map on to what real critics of Islam are doing. I mean, real critics of Islam are trying to help Muslim apostates, right, who share all of the racial and ethnic and national backgrounds of their former co-religionists. So if you're prejudiced against Arabs or Pakistanis, well then, it's kind of strange behavior to be becoming best friends with Pakistani or Arab ex-Muslims, right? And in terms of just how fully people can redeem themselves, I think it's just we shouldn't undersell this. Like Majid Nawaz was an Islamist, right? And he's one of the greatest people I know now, and yet he can point to a moment on the calendar where his mind changed, and as an Islamist, I couldn't really imagine collaborating with him, nor him with me, I'm sure, but he's an absolutely fantastic person and a friend, and we sort of stumbled into a friendship by virtue of first meeting under conditions that seemed quite hostile to conversation. So this really you can really fully converge with someone who at one point you would have totally disagreed with.
I endorse that. Majid Nawaz, I think, is a real hero.
And I want to say there's at least a chance that your question is the last one, not to put any pressure on you.
Okay. This is a question for anyone to jump in on, and it's basically revolving around comedy. A lot of comedians say that the reason that jokes are funny is because they have at least an element of truth to them. So I wanted to ask what you all think of the role of ridicule and satire in changing people's minds.
I think ridicule and satire is great, and I think it's our greatest weapon against religion. There's so much food for ridicule. There's so much opportunity.
It kind of touches on the last question about the difference between ridiculing individuals and ridiculing ideas.
Exactly.
I'm a fan. And if an idea is ridiculous, it's deserving of ridicule by definition of the absurdness of it. But it attacks the issue in a way that may be safer than a straightforward, oh, this is wrong and here's why. It may not only be more effective, but it may be safer because we can laugh at stuff. We can laugh at, transubstantiation or, when Elvis died for my sins, he stayed dead type of things. The ideas are I'm fine with ridiculing. I love it. I love satire and all that. I don't know that it's the starting point, but I also don't know that it's not the starting point. We had in the secular and atheist community for years, and probably still, disagreements over whether there should be firebrands or diplomats. And then you started labeling who's a firebrand and who's a diplomat. Well, I'm both, depending on the situation and who I'm talking to. And I think that we need as many different honest avenues of attack as we can find, because people believe for different reasons and they're going to stop believing for different reasons. There are people who I'm never going to convince that Richard's going to convince. There's people who neither one of us are going to convince that Ricky Gervais is going to convince with a joke. Why not? What's the problem with having multiple paths of attack? Instead of saying, well, you firebrands, you're the bad atheists, or you diplomats, you're the conformists, the peacemakers, you're letting them get away with the softer version of their religion. I think that's the time.
Oh, one more.
I can't see that. We'll do one more on that side really quick. Or is it?
So first of all the people behind me, we're at a celebration of reason. They believe in miracles. Sam, I'm a fan of yours. I'm one of the small percentage of people that pays to enjoy your podcasts, and I even tweeted you to invite you out to dinner in London. You spoke before about the two possible tracks in terms of influencing change of Islam, reform, or just abandon it. Surely you might be missing a trick, which is that these 1.6 billion people, their religion is wrapped up in their culture, in their identity, in who they are, their food, their communities, their values, or their perceived perception of those things. And surely, and it plays into the question who stood here before me, when we are engaging, whether it's on YouTube or in a conversation with somebody who professes to belong to that community, whatever their beliefs, we need to be sensitive to the way they perceive themselves. So, for example, a Muslim person may consider themselves to be a Muslim, and there's nothing they can do about it. They were born that way in the same way as I was born as a Caucasian. And doesn't that come back into that question about people feeling it's personal against them when you attack their religion or their belief or their lifestyle?
Well, it's understandable that people would feel that way. I mean, that's the first concession. Yes, attacking Islam in a very abbreviated form without a lot of context or without an ability to explain the issue, that can be expected to offend some number of Muslims, no doubt. But we're talking about a longer conversation that the culture has to have with itself, and only in the best case, people in the culture can have that conversation. I think only they can have it effectively, ultimately, for reasons that you allude to. But there's nothing, the worst beliefs can be dissected out of any religion, or they can be just ignored. I mean, they don't even have to be edited out of the books necessarily, although that would be convenient. And it is a problem that they're not edited. It's a problem that there's a tradition that we can't edit these books because they're a matter of revelation, because then fundamentalism becomes kind of like the reboot procedure on culture. If you just put people on an island with a copy of the Quran, the Islam they will very likely create out of assiduous study of that text will be the sort that we should be most apt to criticize. So it's a problem that you can't Bowdlerize Scripture. But no, when you look at the life of an ex-Muslim who still is very much in the community, who has relationships with current Muslims and speaks the language and loves the food and loves the architecture, and I mean that's their world. That's the front line of this conversation, and that clearly that's a change that's happening and can happen. And then there's again the other track, which is the Muslim reformer, the person who hasn't disavowed the faith necessarily, but this is a person for whom it's absolutely clear that we don't want to live in a world where you cut the hands off of thieves, right, or kill apostates, or even more edgier still, you want to live in a world where women are the political equals of men, though you can find precious little reason to do that on the basis of a study of the Quran and the Hadith. And that, even in Saudi Arabia, some people just woke up to a world where women can now drive. So the change is conceivable, and once that change happens, it's harder to roll it back, I think. And so I think I wouldn't underestimate how much progress people can make within the culture, and you also shouldn't underestimate the effect of people like ourselves outside the culture making the offensive noises we make. Because when I was with Majid in Australia at a book signing, someone came up to me and said, "Listen, I just want you to know I've come straight from Pakistan. I was in an absolutely fundamentalist context. All my friends and family are Islamists, if not jihadists, and yet your YouTube videos reached me." And I say that not to congratulate myself. I'm just saying that I was bowled over by that. It never for a moment seemed possible to me that would happen or have any positive effect, really, in that context, and yet it does. And if Majid wants to attest to that somewhere, he can. Yeah.
Can I put in a little boast as well? There is no official Arabic translation of the God Delusion. There is an illicit, bootlegged PDF of the God Delusion in Arabic, which has been downloaded 10 million times.
Yeah.
And and a third of those in Saudi Arabia.
On that note, my apologies to the people standing in line. I'm told there's a young man about 5 up that line that we're just going to move to the front and give to the final question to.
Hello?
Hi.
There's one way to find out if I sound like a mouse on helium. Okay. First, I'd like to state that I am a member of the ACA, so courtesy. But my question for you is, I've had Christian prayers come into my school. I've had Christian priests and even a Christian pop group come into my school. I'm wondering what you would think if I were to say that maybe a Muslim pop group were to come in my school. What do you think that teachers and everybody else in the school would be supportive of that, or would they see it differently from anything else?
I don't really understand.
So I'm probably the one least qualified to answer this, because in the UK they don't have the same type of church-state separation that we have in the US. And it's been very effective, because when the Christian groups come into schools to do things that they ought not be doing, but nobody really cares about because we're just going to go along with it because our culture, one of the most effective counters to that has been Satanists. Satanists have been coming into the United States, schools in the United States, saying, hey, if the Christian groups can do it, we can do it too. And they put out these awesome coloring books that have nice moral messages in them. And as soon as they start handing out their stuff, all of a sudden the Christian propaganda just vanishes. There's a difference with the issue of potentially having a state religion as to whether or not that same sort of tactic could exist here, but it might. I don't know, I can't tell you how the teachers would react, but I'd encourage you to give it a go.
We're spreading Satanism to the youth now, apparently.
Considering the other things we spread tonight, Satanism's pretty up there.
First, let me just express how amazed I am that you are here and that you asked a question that well. It gives me hope for the future.
Yeah.
And your parents should be praised. Well done.
Thank you, that means a lot to me. I'm on top of the world, Ma.
All right. If there's nothing more to add, did you guys have a closing statement for the crowd that you wanted to make?
Nope. Been a great crowd. Thank you very much.
Thank you all for coming.
Thank you guys so much. There'll be book signing up there. Sam Harris, Richard Dawkins. Woo.
Cara Santa Maria and Seth Andrews.
Oh, hi there.
Howdy. I don't know why they put a table between us. I feel like, oh, is this like a talk show? I get to be like Stephen Colbert. So tell us about your latest project, Cara. That sort of thing.
All the canned banter.
Who are you again?
Blessed be the fruit.
Yes.
Any of you guys watch that show?
What's
The Handmaid's Tale? Oh my God, I cannot. My flight gets in tomorrow. I kissed my wife, I scratched the dogs, and we're going to have to watch The Handmaid's Tale. It is outside of Breaking Bad. I'm obsessed with The Handmaid's Tale. So that's how I greet you. Blessed be the fruit. And you say? It just got creepy, dude. It just got creepy.
So I'm actually going to do, well, no, I'll save that. I want to save that. The audio thing that we talked about earlier, because Seth recorded an introduction for me for the show, which I love, and I'll play for you later just because I'm amused by it. How you guys doing?
Cool.
Anything on your mind? We're just going
to do that tonight, right? We're just going to hang.
Why not?
I just spent 5 hours in how many lanes of traffic going 2 miles an hour?
I told you.
And the motorcycles are going, is that still legal?
Yeah.
Does it freak anybody out besides me?
I try that shit in Texas. Yeah. You could run right into a car door.
In Texas, you have to ride in formation.
Yeah.
Right? The motorcycle law is that it's like 2, and then 3 makes like a tricycle shape, and then 4. There's like a special formation you have to ride in. In LA, you can go in between lanes legally.
That's nuts.
Right?
In Austin, they just like 200 points, boom, they'd open the car door.
Right? So, for me, the Magic of Skepticism tour has been about trying to teach the basics of skepticism, and it's interesting because a lot of the people who show up at the shows know me from the atheist experience. And I've done that for 14 years, and don't worry, I'm not going to quit, but there are some really good people doing it when I'm away. And as I run around, I get to meet people, I get to interact with some of the local groups. And the goal for me has been trying to promote skepticism, to discourage the anti-science stuff. And the most common question that I get at the beginning of the Q&A is, why in the world are we now dealing with flat earthers?
Yeah.
Why are we dealing with flat earthers, either of you?
I still hear the question, are they legit? Like, do they really think the earth is flat? Did you guys see the meme that said, if the earth was really flat, cats would have pushed everything off the edge by now? Do you think they really believe it?
A lot of them do. I don't think it's fair to say that all of them do. I'm not even sure if the original architects believe it.
Yeah.
But it isn't that often the case, right? But a lot of the people who are in the movement, is it a movement?
I don't know. They have
is it a
conference.
church?
The Church of the Flat Earth.
Like what? Because it's not really religiously motivated, is it?
Well, I've had 2 different motivations for this presented to me. One of the motivations was that, in fact, if the world is flat, then that flies in the face of everything we know about physics, so it must have been created by a god.
Yeah.
The other one, which I get more often, seems to be more conspiracy theorist minded,
Yeah.
that the government is lying to you about everything, and so they're also lying about the moon landing and the shape of the earth, et cetera.
And NASA is protecting the Great Ice Wall, right? That's the
Yes.
narrative.
I love the fact that we live in a time where winter is coming can also address the flat earthers with the ice wall at the edge.
Is there kind of a hipster mentality too? Hey, we don't trust those scientists. And, it's like the There's a group of engineers, very smart people, who have organized, I remember we did a conference back when I was a video producer, and we were doing some kind of a conference somewhere, and these engineers had organized to protest the conspiracy to say that the government was behind 9/11.
Mm-hmm.
And part of me thought, who knows whether or not they genuinely, I think they genuinely believe it, but there was almost like a Robin Hood mentality to it. And I don't know if that plays into the flat earth or not,
Yeah, I mean, I think that a lot of conspiracy thinking does come from a place of feeling minimized and a place of distrust of the powers that be, whether it be governmental power or sometimes people lump in scientific power, like just consensus in general. So it's kind of, we are the oppressed, and so we are going to carry on this narrative because it flies in the face of the oppressor. I do think there's some religious implication of like the four corners of the earth, and there's like very cherry-picked Bible verses that some people use to promote the flat earth narrative. But I don't know if you guys read, but Michael Marshall, who's a very prominent skeptic, people call him Marsh in the UK, one of the architects of the QED conference in the UK, he recently went to the Flat Earth Convention and wrote a lot about the psychology behind the individuals who were there. He really kind of, in a very respectful way, spoke with them and asked them honest questions to try and understand why it is that they were there and what it is that they thought. It was a really interesting read. I recommend it.
So you think that a good chunk of it perhaps comes from a power imbalance? Because if you're not wealthy, the wealthy have power. And if you're not particularly knowledgeable in science, the scientists have power.
Absolutely.
And if the government's not going the way you want and everything else, then the government is now an other. And this is something that I constantly find myself fighting with people about, is this notion of the government as an other. When we live in a participatory government, you get to vote, you get to run for office, and people will tell me, I don't vote, because my vote would be wasted. And I keep...
Why isn't voting mandatory in the U.S.? They do it in Australia, they do it in a lot of places. I personally, or at least how about why Tuesday, right? Like, why do you have to vote on a Tuesday? That doesn't make any sense.
Oh, okay.
Like, why? Like, people who
what's
are not...
What's special about Tuesday that we shouldn't vote on Tuesdays?
What's special about Tuesday is that people who are not privileged can't get out of work to go vote. And although it is illegal to bar somebody from voting, lots of people don't get the opportunity because they are doing day laboring, they are working in different positions where it's difficult for them to get out. I just don't think we make it as easy to vote in this country as we'd like to think we do.
Oh, I definitely wish it was a lot easier. Although I've had my bank card stolen and turned off twice in the last 6 months, cloned, et cetera, and I'm sitting here on the phone with them. It happened as soon as I got to Vancouver, so I had to do the whole Canada tour without a card. And I called them, and I'm like, so I have a card that has a chip in it and a PIN number, and it's in my possession, and an app on my phone that tells me anytime it's used. And you can locate me with my phone through GPS to know whether or not I'm standing here with my card. And yet you still can't figure out that it wasn't me at the grocery store in Timbuktu.
Well, but they were concerned that it might not be you. That's why you got the fraud alert.
Exactly, but why didn't they just stop the damn charge then?
Because it might be, it happens to me all the time. I travel a lot for my job, and yeah, it's kind of weird that I'm using my ATM card at this little shop in Morocco. So they just want to make sure. I think that's nice.
I had to call him. I called him and I said, I'm going to be traveling. You turn my card off, and I'm taking every penny I have, all 14 of them, and moving them to a new bank.
Cara's a bank card apologist. I'm like, really?
I appreciate the fraud alerts, don't you guys?
No, I
think they're helpful.
Oh no, I like the fraud alerts. I just wish that if they recognized there was something weird going on, that person didn't get to buy what they wanted to buy. But what happened is they got the product that they bought, and then my card gets turned off for 20 days as I travel across Canada.
Yeah, it's not a perfect system.
It's just,
I'll give you that.
It's more Matt whining.
First world problems.
Yeah.
Not exactly sure what that has to do with voting.
Yeah. Absolutely nothing. No, it does have something to do with voting in the sense that we're talking about trying to make it easier.
Yeah.
Do you want everybody?
I do.
Yeah.
Flat earthers?
Yes.
Yeah.
I understand. But do you want Everybody.
Here's the thing. I want everybody to ensure that their choices and their voices are represented by our democratic process. But I also want to ensure that everybody within this great nation has the opportunity to be educated so that their voices can represent their real interests.
I'm on your page. And I think creating a system that's not prohibitive at the front end is huge. It also places an onus upon the people knowing that they have a mandatory, they are responsible by law to vote. Then the onus is upon them to educate themselves about the vote. But we've all seen the people who've gone into the ballot box and been like, oh, I like the sound of their name, you know, and they just sort of go down, or maybe it's a straight party thing. Do you think education would be part of that, or does that have to be a 1-2 punch? We make it available, but we also say we create a mechanism that more easily educates the voter. I don't know.
I think that's part of it, but I also think campaign finance reform really, I mean, I know it sounds like it's the panacea, but I think it would solve a lot of problems in this country. It's funny, we're getting so political. I'm very excited by this.
Yeah.
I think that if we had a window in which candidates could campaign, and if we actually enforced limits on the funding that they're able to use during that campaign window, we would see a much more even playing field, and you wouldn't so much see people voting for people just because of their name recognition. We would actually maybe hear about the issues because they would be going to debates just like everyone else.
I'll tell you why I'm not afraid of everybody voting. I mean, you know, in an ideal world, yes, only the people who agree with me would be my preferred vote. But I don't live in the Matt rules everything world, and you guys would be better off if we did. But I promise I can wield power with responsibility. But I'm not afraid of it because I have enough confidence in the foundations of a system, even though we see checks and balances are not necessarily being used in the way that I'd prefer they would. When we talk about democracy or a representative republic that's based on democracy, there's that old story that, you know, two wolves and a sheep are arguing about what's for dinner. And democracy is what makes sure they all get a vote. And the Constitution is what makes sure the sheep is not dinner. And so I'm fine with getting, if we got everybody to vote, step one. And then we started doing a better job of making sure that we were educating people, making sure that people weren't abusing the system through campaign finance reform, et cetera. I'm far less worried about what people do, because even if if we got 90% that could actually pass constitutional amendments, but I don't think we're at a point. Maybe I have too much confidence in people. You would think that that wouldn't be the case considering what I do most of the time.
If you're elected to a position of high power, she can be the check, I'll be the balance, right? We'll just make it a three thing, right? We'll just follow you around, make sure.
You guys going to vote for us when we take over the world? Just the three of us? So getting off the voting thing for a second, there is part of this where we're talking about educating people on political issues, but I think one of the things that all three of us care about really passionately is making sure we're educating people on science-based issues, and Cara being the foremost expert in that. Let me ask you, I'm an idiot. Would you start with that?
That's not a question.
So it's the groundwork for a question.
Okay. Oh, I wish we were recording, because that would be my ringtone tonight.
I live in a world where there's internet access all over the place on my phone, and I can look up the answer to any question. And it seems that there's just everything everybody could want to know is out there on the internet. How do we know which of it's wrong?
It's an important question, and I think it's important that we point out that this is not new. Like, yes, the internet is new, and yes, access to more information than we ever had in the past is new, but fake news, which I even hate using that term because it's so like co-opted and misused by...
It just makes me feel dirty when I say it.
Well, did you guys see that crazy tweet where Trump basically just admitted that fake news is anything that disagrees with him? He like said it in the tweet. So that's not actually the definition of fake news. But actual fake news or echo chamber kind of propaganda is there, but it's always been there. So I want to kind of say that first. Since the beginning of elections, there's
even
been
when you had to
slaying
go to
of
the public library,
Absolutely.
you still don't have any more. There's 10 books on this particular issue, and you don't have any more access to which one's going to be reasonable.
Yeah, just because a book is in a library doesn't mean that it's full of evidence-based knowledge. You know.
See, Seth, I told you, getting your book in the library doesn't do you any good at all.
And I'd been so good at the Dewey Decimal System. I mean, it's just such a waste.
So confusing.
Oh, yeah.
I remember. I may be the youngest one up here. I could be wrong.
Oh,
I don't know.
you're the youngest one up here.
But I still had to use the Dewey Decimal System. I remember the card catalog, having to go in. It was
Anybody here
complicated.
remember a microfiche?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And those old school overhead projectors about the size of a Buick, they'd roll them in. Yeah.
I'm working on my PhD right now, and there are still times when I have to go through interlibrary loan to get microfiche versions of certain articles, and it's super weird.
I think we'll
to read them.
retitle this First World Problems.
So like 20 years ago, they were telling us there would be the paperless office, and I've got more paper on my life. Forgive me, Cara, I walked all over you.
No.
Go ahead.
I actually just moved over to an iPad Pro, and I love it. I don't use paper anymore at all. It's amazing.
Oh, we know where the endorsement check's going.
That would be nice. I'll take it, Apple.
I have to have some paper, but continue, because we're trying to figure out, we can't all be experts on everything.
No.
So we have to demonstrate some confidence in experts.
Yes.
And we know that as great as peer review is, it's still potentially awful and abusable. And so just because there's an article there that's been referenced that is peer-reviewed and cited in a bunch of places, it could be wrong.
It could be, but there's a way better chance that if you're reading a peer-reviewed article that's not been retracted, that it's got better evidence than maybe
Jim Bob's website?
Yeah, or like a BuzzFeed listicle. You know what I mean? Like and I love BuzzFeed. I think that they do a lot of really good journalism, but there is kind of a certain amount of, I guess we could say, media literacy that's required that kind of has nothing to do with whether or not you're a scientist or whether or not you studied any particular thing in school or even went to school. I do think that media literacy is an important kind of new skill that we need to develop culturally.
I remember when The Onion first started.
I love The Onion.
And I used to love The Onion. Now I hate The Onion.
Oh no, what happened? Do I need to hate The Onion too?
No, you don't need to
Tell
hate
me
The
how
Onion.
to think, Matt.
I hate... I will. It's not that I actually hate The Onion. I hate the Onion effect. Because when people were kind of, oh, this was hip and this is satire and we get it and it's funny and we shouldn't take these seriously. But now there's like 50,000 copies of The Onion with all these people trying to write the most outlandish headlines. And I've even seen some where they take a real news story and then they inject the comedy, and you can like find a button somewhere to click off the fake parts. I worry, I don't ever give short answers because I'm terrified of being misunderstood. So I speak more than I probably should for clarity. And I worry because those articles show up all the time, every day, from somebody who thinks they're real, and you have to be, it's satire, it's satire, it's satire. I love free speech. I love the fact that people are out there doing things that are funny. But when we get to the point where parody and satire are seemingly indistinguishable from reality, in part because of who we've elected, it's frustrating for me.
Well, but isn't that the important point that you just made? It's partially because this satire is so well engineered, but it's also because reality has a satirical bent to it right now. Like, it's very hard to tell what is real news and what is comedy news because every day is a comedy of errors in our country.
So on the science front, which is what I was asking about, so let's say I see, we know science communicators are, well, you're amazing, but some of them are awful.
Ooh, name names, please.
No. I don't mean individuals. I mean the process by which scientists announce some discovery or something that they're working on.
Oh, the actual communication.
And then
of
the
science.
news, the communication of that to the public is such that, we've found the God gene, or today, which I shared, thanks to Sean Carroll, evidently we've transferred memories from one slug to another.
Cool.
And it is cool. And the first comment, by the way, was somebody posted, I for one, welcome our new slug overlords. But without any more rambling, what's the best tips we can give people when they're out seeing news stories about science, about how much to believe it and how to go about researching to find out whether or not they should?
It's hard because I think that this runs the same parallel, and Seth, I'm interested if you agree with me. I mean, media literacy, science media literacy, skepticism in general takes effort. And it's really the same thing. Like, being a skeptical thinker is not really any different than utilizing these skills to decide which news articles are legitimate and which ones are probably overblowing some sort of topic. It's the same checks and balances that you have to have on yourself. Does it first gut check, right? Like, does it feel too good to be true, or is there something about it that seems too good to be true? But that's not enough. Face validity, as they would call it in statistics or psychometrics, that's not enough. And then, is it a reputable source? How do you know? What is the track record of that source? Sometimes we get down to the level, and I don't think anybody's expected to do this on a regular basis, but somebody like myself who communicates science for a living, I get down to the level of, is that reporter reputable? Is that, that person who is writing about it reputable? What did the press release say? Is this just a repackage of the press release? Does it feel like it has language in it that sounds advertorial? That's very common. Are they trying to sell you something? Usually that makes it, or are they trying to sell their book? That might make it a little bit, not necessarily untrue, but it might raise these red flags. And unfortunately, there's no formula and there's no checklist. I wish there were, but because there's not, you really have to take all these different things into consideration when you're trying to answer those kinds of questions. And honestly, that's why, like, the podcast that I have worked on now for the last couple of years, The Skeptic's Guide to the Universe, that's why it exists, is to help answer those kinds of questions week after week, almost in an exhausting way, because you can't expect everybody to have those skills and to be correct all the time. I mean, I make mistakes constantly. I'm constantly duped by well-written write-arounds that are well-intentioned, or maybe they're not well-intentioned. It's very, very difficult sometimes to separate the meat from the garbage. That's not an analogy.
The difficulty for...
there's meat and there's garbage.
I think there's a culture of people that is... The internet and the plethora of both good and bad information has made them better skeptics, because being aware of the fact that there's a load of misinformation has them more on alert, doing the types of things you're talking about. But you and I have a mutual friend. I won't name him because I don't know if he hasn't volunteered himself for this experiment, but he wrote an article, blog, whatever. And the opening lines of the article said, and the headline was insane. It was just some crazy over-the-top lie. And he started the article by saying, everything that you're going to read in this article under the headline is a complete lie. This is bogus. I'm making this up. I'm totally full of shit. You don't believe a word I say. I mean, he literally spent all of this time, and he just threw it out there as an experiment. Mm-hmm. And what happened was, a huge number of people saw the headline. It spoke to the confirmation bias thing, and they went into outrage mode, and they shared it and tweeted it and showed all they didn't bother to read. And then the people who went in and read the fact that it was not true were mad at the author for duping them. Mm-hmm. And I feel like we're in a sort of we're not really made to endure this avalanche of non-stop global I mean, every atrocity, every freak story, every political scandal, everything that happens in real time all across the planet is jammed into the Twitterverse. And I feel like I'm not wired for this. I'm overwhelmed by it. And many people, I think, become headline-only people. Mm-hmm. And they react only on the headline and take no further journey into the rabbit hole.
And the headlines are really dangerous. I mean, just one example, when I was first working in journalism, I wrote about the Higgs boson when it was first, when evidence was found to support the hypothesis. And so I was writing about the announcement that was made, and kind of we all knew as science journalists that, like, this was going to be the announcement. Like, they invited Higgs, like, that tells you something. And I wrote this long article, or actually it might have been a video back then. I was doing these, like, little video blogs, and I was saying, here, let me give you a breakdown of what it is and how it gives things mass. And I consulted all these physicists because it was really hard to understand. And then I did this whole rant about how I hate it when people call it the God particle. So let me just explain to you why they call it the God particle. It's actually shortened from the goddamn particle because it was so goddamn hard to find. Like, that's really why it was named that. And
that's not true.
Yeah, it is true.
That's the best story
of
the day.
And so people would mistake it, the God part. It's like, no, it's not mystical. It's like these physicists were frustrated. Oh. And so I say that, and then I deliver my article to my editor, and then my editor delivers it to copy, and then the headline is God particle found, because we don't write our own headlines. And so that screws a lot of journalists too, because they don't have any control over that. And a lot of times it really is a function of trying to get more people to click. Let's make a clickbait headline. Hopefully the article is well written and people will read past it. But as we know from multiple media literacy studies, even with kind of school-aged kids who are trained in media literacy, most of them don't read past the headline. If they do read past the headline, they don't click through any of the internal links for other sources, and a very small percentage of people actually look for corroborating evidence to decide whether or not.
Because who's got time?
Exactly, because who's got time?
Is it clickbait, or is it that they're trying to simplify it for an 8th grade level of education?
No, it's clickbait.
It's both. I mean, I think a big thing changed during the Reagan administration and a little bit previous when we started to make the news a money-making endeavor. You know, historically, the 7 o'clock news, the 9 o'clock news, they couldn't advertise against it. So the programs, like the scripted television shows that came on before it, a portion of their budget went to fund the news on those networks. And there were laws in place that protected kind of the sanctity of the news. And when those laws were lifted and all bets kind of were off, we started to see that the news was monetized. And the minute that there's a capitalist kind of push to try and make money from the news, of course you're only going to get the ambulance chases. Of course you're only going to get the headlines that really make people go, wow.
I wonder how much, you know, one of the things that I teach every night when I'm doing this through a couple different things is that skepticism is not cynicism.
Yeah.
Skepticism is attempting to confirm and then either confirming or failing to confirm. But if you're going into it with this notion of debunking, that is more along the lines of cynicism. But something Seth mentioned, when you have so many different headlines, when people begin to become aware that there's good information and bad information on the internet, if they don't have the time, I wonder how that plays into people's cynicism of, let me just dismiss all of this, and now you end up with the conspiracy theorist stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And quick side note, I say this pretty much everywhere, there's a documentary called Room 237, which I've seen 8 or 9 times now and recommend to everybody. It is about Stanley Kubrick's The Shining, and it goes through with almost no narration or commentary and shows the various conspiracy theories that have been built around this movie. If you ever want to get into the mind and see how people develop these things, watch that documentary. It's outstanding for getting a grip on that. But I worry that lots of people I talk to say, oh yeah, I'm a skeptic. Are they? And does, you know, I don't come up with a litmus test and I'm like, oh, you skepticism, you know, you have to do X, Y, and Z, or you have to believe A, B, and C. But I run into people who think that they are skeptical when everything about how they go about reasoning kind of shows that they're not, that they are in fact more cynical, so they're thinking that.
Or they're conspiratorial.
Yeah.
Because a lot of conspiracy, you know, believers call themselves skeptics.
Yes, because
they're
they've
better
confused-
skeptics, right?
Yeah,
They're
exactly.
more skeptical than the skeptics.
Oh yes, they're skeptical of their skepticism and skeptical of that. And then there's other people who just scoff at skepticism. I did an event in Toronto with Jordan Peterson, and the one mild regret that I have, I called him on a number of things, but he kind of mocked skepticism under his breath. And it came at a time where I didn't want to interrupt, and I didn't want to, there was so much going on in that conversation, I didn't want to dig down there. But I wonder, I really want to find the people that scoff at skepticism to find out what it is they think they're scoffing at. Because for me, it's just, I want to believe as many true things and as few false things as possible, so I go for the methods that are most likely to give me consistently useful and seemingly correct answers.
Yeah, I mean, to me, skepticism is indistinguishable from scientific thought. It's, you know, let's find things that have evidence that support them. If there is no evidence that supports it because it's outside of the realm of experimental evidence or even correlational evidence, then maybe that's a philosophical debate that we can have, you know? Like, I am, for example, an atheist. I don't believe in God, but I don't get into skeptical arguments with people about God. I can talk to you at an atheist level, I think, about that, but there are certain things that are kind of outside of the realm of scientific inquiry. We can talk about like metaphysics, and we can approach these things from a philosophical standpoint, and we can actually have, I think, really important arguments about it, like really important arguments about it. But you cannot disprove or prove the existence of God using science.
Sure.
You just
But
can't do it.
But you don't have to disprove
And you don't
it.
have to, right?
The
But
burden of proof's on them.
Absolutely. But for me, the idea of skepticism really comes down to, we talk about, there's a lot of things. It's about balancing being open-minded. It's like you want to be so open-minded that your brains don't fall out, all that kind of stuff. And it's about looking at things through a scientific lens. To me, it's indistinguishable. And I think that's why when the novellas and Evan reached out to me a few years ago and said, hey, do you want to join us on the Skeptics Guide? And I was like, what's a skeptic? Like, I was not in the community. I had never heard that label. I didn't really understand it. I was already one because I was a scientific thinker, and I was already promoting scientific skepticism. I just didn't know what it was called.
Now, Seth, you and I mean, we run in slightly different circles. We're all skeptics. We're all atheists. We're all humans. Seth and I tend to focus more on the religious angle and philosophy. But I was a skeptic first and just didn't apply it to my religious views until some point. How did you come to this?
To skepticism or atheism or both?
Both.
Ooh.
Tell us everything about your life, O master of the voice.
If you ask my fundamentalist family, I knelt at the altar of the Dark Lord and bathed myself in blood, and I had Black Sabbath on the radio and...
Backwards.
Yeah. Well, for those who aren't familiar with my story, just in a quick nutshell, I'm the product of a fundamentalist Christian home. My mother wrote a Greek New Testament study guide. My parents met at Oral Roberts University, religious schools. I was a Christian broadcaster for 12 years. I was a Christian radio host, a minister of the gospel. I wasn't a preacher, but my parents were just busting a button because they were so excited that their son was doing God's good work. And I came from a faith culture, which is why I started the Thinking Atheist. I'm not the Thinking Atheist. It's an icon where instead of having, I'd rather know than just believe. And so I wanted to create an icon where, let's not just take it on faith, let's go encourage each other to think about these things. But I'd been sort of dormant in the faith, things weren't adding up. There was about 1,000 things you can read about in the book if you're interested, or just, go to my website. But I was scrolling the internet, and I stumbled, this sounds like a cliche, it sounds like I pulled it out of my ass, I stumbled upon a debate video with Christopher Hitchens. And the atheist, and he's taking on a rabbi, and the atheist is going to get his ass kicked, watch this, right? I'm not even Jewish, and I was thinking the rabbi was going to kick his ass. And at the end of that 90 minutes, I was working on support graphics at a video production house, and at the end of that 90 minutes, I just felt like something had just gone through me, like, what just happened? I mean, he just slaughtered the guy. Just hitch-slapped that boy. Boom! And so I started clicking on other video. Oh, and then I hear other names I'd never heard. Who's this Dawkins cat? Never heard of that guy before. And Dan Barker and Charles Templeton, the former Canadian evangelist. And before I knew it, I was like anybody who's come out of the sort of the desert of religion into the oasis of information knows what it's like, because you feel like you're making up for lost time, and everybody around you is going, what's the matter with you? Have you obsessed? All you're doing is atheist. All you're doing is watching and reading and watching and reading. And I'm like, yes, all I'm doing. All I want to do is watch and read. And at the end of that journey, I realized that there was no there, that I had been living an assumed belief. I had taken it on faith. But when I added everything up, I realized I was an atheist. I was a non-theist. And I decided, I'll never be a great mind scientist. I'll never be Cara Santa Maria, ladies and gentlemen.
Stop.
No, but I'll never be, you hear Dawkins, all these erudite types. I'll never be that cat. They look up to them. They relate to me. And so my life became about trying to make the journey out easier for others. Can anybody relate to that? Okay. Sorry for the long answer, my friend.
Absolutely.
That's what happens when you ask a broadcaster a question about his life.
I'm doing my best to make sure that I don't talk more than everybody else.
Okay.
Right. I'm prone to doing
that. I can also do the weather for you if you'd like. Partly sunny skies today, 72 degrees. Beautiful weekend on time. Sorry. Go ahead.
And the cool, so if you ever get a chance, is your slideshow presentation up that has the pictures of you with the various Christian rock bands who came to the studio and stuff?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, where you have the old hair.
Yeah, it's called Seth Andrews. I just turned 50. Don't. You'll encourage it, okay? You'll encourage it. But yeah, if you look up Seth Andrews turns 50 on YouTube, I have pictures of me in Christian school in a clip-on necktie with American flags on it from Christian school. I have a mullet in my Christian radio days in the studio. You can see all those humiliating 80s photographs online.
So how old were you when you came out as an atheist?
38.
38. What about you?
About 30, 31.
Wow.
Something like that. Yeah,
Very
we're
different.
slow.
Very different.
Yeah.
We're slow.
And I beat myself. Do you ever beat yourself like, God, why was I so thick? Because then you meet people who are like, well, hell, I knew this was bullshit when I was 7.
They're all clapping right now. Uh-huh. I came out when I was 15.
Yeah.
15 was...
My wife was about that.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the thing is, and gosh, I wish she was here. One of these days I'm going to come back with Beth because I love when she tells her story. So she was about 14, and she was interested in genetics, and so she would do like Punnett scores for fun. She now has a master's in microbiology, but she was reading the story of Jacob and Laban and the sheep, and you could keep these. And so it was talking about breeding them, staring at spotted sticks and beating them with and she's like, that's not how genes are manipulated.
With sticks.
So she, but she kept it hidden. And all the way through grad school even, she was still teaching Vacation Bible School because she didn't want to come out to her family. And as it turned out, it's probably a good thing since a good chunk of the family ostracized her for about 4 years or so. And that's, you know, the Magic and Skepticism tour thing, and, you know, occasionally, I mean, I think even the conversation I had with Douglas Murray was billed as Magic and Skepticism, but that's not what it was. But since we're all up here tonight, one of the big reasons I do this is to make sure that the local communities in the various areas, people find out about them. So during the Q&A tonight, which is not too far away, if you are a member of a local organization and you want to get up on the mic to just tell people who you are and what you're about, feel free to do that as well, because directing people to the various communities is one of the primary goals for me doing this.
Oh, that's great. That's so different than what I'm used to during Q&As at the ends of talks when I say, if anybody has a question, which ends in a question mark.
Yes. And does not
then you can
go.
ask your question during the Q&A.
Yeah, you don't get to do like a 4-hour advertisement for your organization, but if you want to direct people to it, that's
You know, I wanted to say, honestly, to go back to faith and science and skepticism. When I was a believer, I was taught to distrust you.
Oh, yeah.
The scientists, when you're in fundamentalism, at least in my case, scientists were all this like star chamber of, you know, they all agree, right? There's your first problem. But they're all on this quest, this anti-God quest, to try to kill the sacred and try to explain the stuff that we consider to be transcendent, to rob us of the human experience. And so I would have looked at you and thought, this poor, you know, it's a poor woman who she's now worshiping at the Church of Science. And now, you know, to be able to see science for what it is, as just a layperson. And we talked earlier, we were having a conversation about how can we, as just people who don't have PhDs, participate in sort of the making every day a discovery, being part of this scientific answer to those questions. And I think that's one of the biggest challenges we have, because people get intimidated by science and scientists, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, what do you, if someone's like, well, I'm not a scientist, so I can't really say.
Yeah,
but that's not really how we should approach those things,
No,
right?
and that's the problem. Actually, that's a cop-out that politicians use all the time. They're like, I'm not a scientist, so when it comes to this climate change thing, but then they're really intent on their economic policy, and it's like, you're not an economist either. You know, it's like they've got opinions about other things. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And I promote that, obviously. That's like part of what I do, is to try and promote scientific skepticism among everybody. And I think that
scientists aren't taught to speak like in a language that most people get, right? I mean, you're all about detail, and about nuance, and
yeah, but every job is like that, and I really encourage people to remember that. Like, I do not understand a thing that my plumber tells me when he comes over to, you know, like I just did a massive house renovation, and I like needed a dictionary to understand all the terms that were used. That's any field you work in, you're going to have a lexicon, you're going to have a shorthand that helps you communicate with one another. The more specialized you get, the more you're going to start to talk about things that feel esoteric to the rest of the world. I don't think that's you know, it's just a science thing. And
It's
also,
definitely not just in science, because when you dig in on philosophy, as a matter of fact, Scott was mentioning this earlier, that he's basically challenging something William Lane Craig says, but if he doesn't get the verbiage exactly the way this individual wants it, now you've got to go back and retrace your steps. And it's one of the things I constantly point out. I'm not an expert in anything, and when people say, "Oh, Matt's just a dilettante," yeah, and when people like the Jordan Peterson fans were like, "Oh, you're just too stupid to understand what Jordan's saying," and I was like, that one I don't buy, but it's really nice of you to say so. But the thing is, if there's anything I've gotten good at over the years of doing the show, it's taking complex topics that I understand and making it so that anybody can understand it. And it's not dumbing down, and it's not let's chuck out the dictionary. It is about figuring out where people are, meeting them where they are, and having that conversation. Because I don't think there's, even some of the really difficult stuff, quantum physics and stuff like that.
which, by the way, most of them don't even understand.
Yes.
They always tell me that when I interview them.
I hear that every time. But at least they, like Sean Carroll, I understand what he's saying.
He's a really good science communicator.
Exactly. There are other people, I don't have a clue.
Yeah, and so I also teach science communication. We do this really great event. It's actually here in LA, if anybody's ever interested, called SciComm Camp. It's once a year, and it's this grown-up sleepaway camp where we go stargazing and make s'mores, but we also learn about...
Is there a prom?
There's a dance party. Actually, yes. We call it a science carnival. But it's so much fun, and we have a lot of workshops and breakout sessions and things like that. It's kind of an unconference kind of model, and people from all different stages of their careers. And whenever I talk to people about science communication, you just touched on 3 of the top 5 things that are just fundamentally important. Number 1, know your audience. Know who's in the room and try and meet them where they are.
I can't even see them.
Yeah.
Front rows asleep.
Makes it difficult.
Emery, you out there? All right.
And something that I think is really important, it's the one that I think a lot of people really kind of latch onto, is I always say, never underestimate the intelligence of your audience, but always underestimate their vocabulary. There are so many concepts in science that are not that hard to understand if you paint a picture, if you use analogy appropriately, and if you take the one word that has a really complicated definition and break it down into the 7 words that might be more useful to explain what it is. That's really all it takes. And I think this view that there are topics in science, that there are ideas in science that are too hard for people who don't have PhDs to understand is BS. The tenets of science are very easy to understand, but a lot of people just don't have the vocabulary. And that's why I get frustrated when I'm doing TV work and the producers are like, "Can you dumb it down?" They'll come up, I'm interviewing a scientist, and they'll come up and be like, "Can you talk to me like my grandma? Could you just dumb it down a little?" And I'm like, you just lost your scientist. They get so pissed when you ask them to do that for good reason. Because they don't want to dumb down their work. Their work's important. And also, it's underestimating the audience. It's why would you do that? Why would you talk down to people who you're trying to share this amazing passion with?
I think you can get to a lot of clarity, but also, and I've seen Dawkins do this as well, where he's like, let him grab a damn dictionary and look it up afterwards, because I communicated the idea, and if there's one word that was a sticking point, somebody can ask about it or they can look it up, and now they've learned something else as well.
And Dawkins is also very British.
Yes.
And we are very American, and the landscapes are different too. The
yes,
television
we speak
landscapes.
English rightly.
When I was,
oh God.
I'm a storyteller, so obviously everything I look at, I see in terms of storytelling, twofold. But when I first came into activism, I was struck by, we had so much amazing information, but we had so few storytellers. Mm. And people want to go on a journey. People want to be drawn in. I took a lot of heat at the beginning producing videos that used emotive music and editing and those types of things to try to engage all the senses. And unlike religion, where you start with the heart and the head may or may not show up later, the brain, we want to engage the brain first, but the other senses get to follow. We want you to feel something. You can feel something about what you're thinking about. And I've seen us come a long way. But, you know, it is interesting. It's like our space program over the past half century is one of the greatest success stories of humankind, okay? Seeing us as explorers in outer space, overcoming the impossible. And this is much less true today, but when I first wrote about it 10 years ago, what's the least compelling, one of the least compelling channels on television? The NASA channel, right? If you want to learn about the shuttle program and the Apollo program, you go to Discovery and all these other places who knew how to tell the story of our journey into outer space. And I think we as communicators, and not just people on stage who are activists, scientists, what have you, but people who are at the office in the cubicles who are communicating with family and friends, if we can become better storytellers, telling us a story rooted in fact and not cheating the brain by engaging the heart, I think we'll do a much better job of changing minds.
Oh yeah. I mean, and the evidence shows that. I mean, for so long, science communicators literally thought that if we just said it a little louder, then maybe people would get, climate change is real, you guys. And then we realized that it's not a knowledge deficit problem. I mean, that's part of it. There is a knowledge deficit to some extent, but most people who are actively rejecting certain types of information have heard the evidence-based narrative, and they have then rejected it.
Now, if you're Oklahoma Senator Jim Inhofe, it's a knowledge deficit. You walk into the House of Representatives holding a snowball and going, "It got cold today. Climate change is a lie." He has a knowledge deficit.
But and that's also, I think, a real struggle for a lot of people who work in this line of work. And I shouldn't even keep talking about it as if it's a job. Like, it's a struggle for all of us, right? Because we've all been at the dinner with family, and we've all been at work having the conversation with coworkers, and I think there is this really difficult thing where we want to like convince everyone.
Like, if only I say it one more time like this, they'll
Yeah,
get it.
or even if only I bring this other nugget and I'm just not approaching it right. And for many people, that's true. It's like the swing voters, right? The undecided. It's like for many people, it's true. It's about adjusting the narrative, changing the story, having the beautiful anecdote, using the analogy. But there are some people who you're probably not going to change their mind. And I think that obsessing over that small but loud minority can actually be quite detrimental to having a more effective message.
Forgive me, Matt. Dale McGowan set up, and I use this in the criteria for whether or not I will engage someone privately, not if other people are watching or listening, which is a different animal that Matt can speak to better than me. But if someone has a much greater desire to believe than they have to know, then, and I know that I can't break through that, then I know just how much time I need to spend or not spend on that person. Is their desire to believe so much greater than their desire to know that I'll never get through the wall, or at least at this moment in their life, and then I know I can move on after my case is made the first time.
Yeah, because then at that point, you're not an educator, you're not a science communicator, you're not a skeptic, you're just a different kind of preacher.
Or I'm an adversary in some way.
Yeah, and so what's the point of that?
Yeah.
So I won't do it on stage, but later on, we'll have a conversation about believe versus no.
Is this just like teasing everybody in
it's a
the audience?
thing. We just skipped
We'll
right
talk
into
about
it.
that backstage. You guys won't be.
There are some of them who've already heard it, but there's two things I wanted to touch on. Both this idea of emotion. As I teach people about argumentation and making sure that they're at least aware of the structure of a syllogism and what is and isn't a fallacy, I also keep pointing out lessons that I've learned, in particular one lesson from my wife, which is you don't have to and probably shouldn't name the fallacy. Like, hey, that's an argument from ignorance, because if they don't know what that means, you just called them stupid. And so it's far better to explain what is actually wrong with the argument. And then if you want to add in later on, by the way, there's a formal, argumentum ad ignorantum, blah, blah, blah. But there's a difference between a fallacious appeal to emotion and just appealing to emotion.
Oh, yeah.
If the mere fact that you're telling a story that touches people, one of my go-to arguments, what's my number one go-to argument? Slavery. Because it's so obvious. It should be
easy. I am accessing people's emotion to recognize that it is obviously wrong to own people and beat them and have them as property. That does not make the argument fallacious, the fact that we are appealing to emotions. And we have to recognize that in all of these situations, whether we're talking about religion, whether we're talking about science, that we are talking to people, and people feel things. And one of the biggest problems is when people put what they feel ahead of what they actually understand. And so if you can get to people's feelings and boost understanding at the same time by being clear, by making sure that you're not involved in fallacious attempts, you're going to reach people.
Oh, absolutely.
And Margaret Downey, who I adore, was probably the first person in the atheist community to bring up what I heard Seth talked about, which is we need more people telling stories. When you go to the convention, yes, it's nice to have a bunch of lectures. Here's a philosophy lecture, one on arguing, here's on debates, here's how to do a podcast, all this other stuff. But the most valuable thing for many of them is for somebody to get up and tell their story of how they got from here to here, because there are people out there who are convinced that they are alone, that they are the only one. And it's another reason that I kind of push for community at these events.
I think one of the reasons that some people in the free thought community blanch at emotion is because they were emotionally manipulated by the church.
Exactly.
And so they feel, and almost in like a Vulcan-like way, they feel like they need to go, and we're only about the facts and the logic. And because they'll never manipulate me again. You'll never trick me again. And I understand those defense mechanisms. I think they're perfectly understandable.
There's another one that goes along with that, and that is the secular community on a whole has a problem generating funds because they don't want to be viewed as passing the offering plate. And the people who donated money for churches forever are like, oh, I'm not going to donate to these things. So thank you all for buying tickets to this event this evening.
Send your check to Save the DILLAHUNTY Foundation.
Thank you for not saying save the whale.
Aww.
Hey, I'm down 45 pounds in the last two years.
I'm telling you, when I saw you, I hadn't seen you in a couple of years. I was like, damn, you look good.
Just wanted to rub all over that bald head there.
I gave you a big hug.
I know.
But you know what? I think this line of kind of thought is an important one, and it's something for me personally that I've been struggling with quite a bit lately. So I am somebody who is pretty outspoken about having a long history of struggling with mental illness. Like, it's really important to me to kind of erase the stigma around that. So I talk quite publicly about having been diagnosed with depression since I was a child, about taking medication. I'm now working towards a PhD in clinical psychology in my free time, and it's so fascinating, but it's been so trying for me because it's really like the antithesis of what I've prided myself at being good at, which is all cognitive. You know what I mean? It's all intellectualizing, it's all argumentation. And it's really opened my mind up to how important understanding the emotional self and being aware of the fact that as human beings, we are not just all overt cognition all the time. We react to things emotionally. We have instincts and insights that we can't always access verbally. We feel reactions long before we can articulate what it is that's going on. And I think it's really, I've broadened my understanding. And I think to parallel what you were talking about before about how an argument from emotion or an appeal to emotion is not the same, like committing a fallacy is not the same as utilizing it as a tool. And for me, it's the same thing when we talk about anecdote. Right? In science, you always hear the cliche that the plural of evidence is not or the plural of anecdote is not evidence, right? Butchered that one. Because people love to talk about, but my aunt did this thing and they got, colonic, or they got, they went to a naturopath and they got rid of their cancer with herbs. And you have to be like, it's just an anecdote. Let's look at all of the evidence. But the truth of the matter is, as a science communicator, I use anecdote all the time to try to tell compelling stories about science. But I'm using anecdote to tell stories that are then based in evidence. And that's the important thing. I'm not trying to talk about the exception to the rule.
It makes me wonder, and you mentioned this, and we talked about it earlier, but I'll
kind of replay it in a slightly different fashion. If I hear somebody give an anecdote about something that worked for them, I have to consider it in the face of what I already understand. My brain goes through a heuristic. What do I know about this person? What do I know about this? And all this other thing. But by and large, if we have a sort of try-it mentality, we go by what we feel. So if I'm going to my naturopath or whatever, and they're filling me full of, I don't know, water quite often.
Yeah.
But I don't feel bad, or I convince myself that I'm feeling better, then the thing becomes less about this is making me healthy than this is not making me feel bad, so why not keep doing it?
Oh yeah,
and
that's
so now
common.
now there's sort of an onus to demonstrate that you may in fact be doing harm. And in some cases we can do that, and in some cases we can't. But I always tend to address it, and this will go down the belief path, because we act in accordance with our beliefs. You can become convinced for good reasons or bad reasons, and being wrong feels exactly like being right until you find out you're wrong.
And that's always
and then
fun.
it sucks.
Yeah, because it's not being wrong we're afraid of. It's being exposed as having been wrong. And if we can just encourage people to say, I don't know more, and to be more skeptical, to think more critically, but to recognize that just because you don't see the harm in something doesn't mean there's not harm there. And just because you feel a certain way about something doesn't mean that that's what's actually happening. That you feel, oh, I feel healthier, I feel more alive. You could be dying and just be, have, an endorphin high or...
It's like when the people throw their
adrenaline
crutches
high.
at the faith healer and say, I'm healed, and then they go home and die.
Yeah, they're on an adrenaline high.
I mean, it happens all the time,
And it's so important. Like a good example would be I recently had a friend who had a sty in their eye, and they told me that when they were growing up, that the treatment was to put like a gold ring on their eye. Like their parents told them, like if you put a gold ring on your eye, and then somebody else was like, no, you should put a tea bag on your eye. And I was like, really, there's like no good medicine. Just keep it clean. Sometimes a hot compress can help, but other than that, and they were like, no, but it worked. Like 4 days later, it was gone. And I was like, yeah, because that's how long it takes a sty to go away. And that's the frustrating thing, is that there are things that seem to work.
Yeah.
Because this is very, very common with pseudoscience and pseudomedicine, right? Is because that's just how long it takes for your body to heal.
I took an aspirin, I said a prayer, my headache went away.
Totally. And so, on the surface, that doesn't seem dangerous. But then what about the person who actually has conjunctivitis or some sort of infection, and they put the gold ring on their eye, they put the tea on their eye, and then it gets worse, and it gets worse. And eventually, by the time they realize they need to get the antibiotic, or they should see an optometrist or something along those lines, they have corneal scarring, or they have something else that that can have a long-term detriment. And I mean, these are the stories that we hear all the time. That's why, I keep talking about the Skeptics Guide. I think it's my it's what makes me legit.
.com. Yeah, go ahead.
Right?
Plug it away.
It is why I'm here, right? No, but we just wrote a book, and it's coming out in October, and one of the sections in the book is called Death by Pseudoscience, because we do think it's important to point out that, maybe your friend who goes to the naturopath and gets prescribed turmeric pills, and who takes these turmeric pills is like, whatever, it can't hurt, and it doesn't make me sick. But then, like, some lady got a turmeric infusion from her naturopath, and it killed her. And like these things it's important to see what happens when you actually do take it to the extreme, or when it's preventing people from getting the appropriate treatment that they need.
While we're venting about the things that make us crazy.
Pseudoscience.
One of the things that drives me really crazy, one of the driving things, one of the many things that drive me in my fight against religious belief, fundamentalist religious belief specifically, it's like when we talk about emotion, religion tells us that those feelings are actually part of a spiritual realm, and religion owns those transcendent type feelings, what you feel at the birth of a child, or when you fall in love, or when you experience a sunset, or when any of those things happen in our lives. We hear a beautiful piece of music, and religion says, we own that. You're just borrowing it. They do it when it comes to love, when it comes to morality, especially altruistic morality. They do it when it comes to community. you know, it's amazing. There are people who would see us come together in, let's say this was like an atheist gathering, they would call this atheist church,
yeah.
right? Because any gathering of people celebrating a single thing or being a part of a single thing is automatically some sort of church. They grabbed ownership of something that people do naturally. Like, we are communal creatures. I'm better with you, most of you. I'm better with you, right? I'm relatively estranged from my immediate family. So in many ways, you are the family that I choose. My life is better with you in it. You challenge me.
So sweet.
You challenge me. No, you challenge me, you encourage me, you remind me I'm not crazy, I'm not alone, it's going to be okay. There are others out there going through the same journey. We are all taking this road. Community is a human experience, and yet religion says, oh yeah, we own that, you just borrow it. That makes me crazy, and it's something we should be vocally rejecting in our own lives, because religion doesn't own love or community or family or compassion or morality or purpose or any of those things. That's not a religious exercise. Those are human exercises.
Oh, so, yeah. And it's so inextricably linked to American culture in the dirtiest kind of way that it's even, I think, infected social science, because you see all of these studies that show that religious people live longer, have healthier lives, are happier. And then you're like, oh, do you not know what a confounding variable is? Like, it's so important to see when you're looking at correlational studies that it's like, yeah, because they hang out with people every Sunday. Like, there's so many things that aren't true to the religion that are just culturally, like, it's totally normal to go to church every Sunday, and that's where you catch up with your friends, and it's totally normal to go to youth group, and that's where, and so to see those kinds of things being built up in secular communities and in non-believers, I think is so important, because we also know that interaction, that human connection, that even just human touch, conversations are so fundamental to mental health, to physical health. Like, we are social beings.
There's a psychiatrist and author and activist, Dr. Andy Thompson, who was talking about the power of communal music. So if we all were to come together and sing a song together, a song that was a meaningful song, there is a physiological change that takes place in the human body. And he doesn't do it anymore because it was very difficult for some ex-fundamentalists because they were reliving. But as an experiment at the convention, he had all the atheists sing Amazing Grace together, okay? Just to
No
sort of...
fucking way am I singing Amazing Grace.
That's actually the third stanza. Amazing Grace, no fucking,
no fucking way. That was my last vestige. It really was. Like, I was a singer all through, school. I was the one who would sing in the front of the church, and, I was like in the competitive jazz choir. I even went to college to study vocal jazz performance before I left that and went into science. And when I left the church, it was the last thing keeping me there, because I legitimately thought when I sang and I had goosebumps that I was feeling the spirit.
Yeah.
And then I realized I just really like music.
Yes.
Yeah.
And like my world opened up.
Exactly.
Yeah.
On that note, we'll go ahead and bring the house lights up a little bit, and people can line up at the question. At the
Everybody having a good time?
questions.
Everybody?
Whoa, there's like people out there.
I know.
They're still really hard to see, though. I don't know if it's like these spots are the really bad
So if Matt
ones,
was to direct a choir, or if he was directing music when the song was over, would he just look at them all and go, "You're done"?
Yeah.
Would that be how he finishes?
So a couple things about questions. They end in a question mark. They don't start with your life story or dissertation. And yes, you can point out what group you're with. But before we actually get to questions, there's one thing I want to do, if my audio thing is still open, because this was fun for me.
What is it?
I sent Seth a message like just a couple weeks before I started the tour in April, and I was like, I'm going to be walking out as kind of a one-man show thing. Could you maybe record some welcome to the show introduction for me? And he's like, yeah, sure. And then I didn't hear anything for a while. And it was a few days before we were getting ready to head out, and I got this clip. It's a minute long, and here you go.
Hey, bro, sorry it took me so long to get this to you. I just zoned out. Just sitting here on my phone. I forgot to do it. My fault. Here we go. Let me give you a few different versions of this, and you can choose the one you want, okay? Hello, and welcome to Magic and Skepticism with Matt Dillahunty. Hello, and welcome to Magic and Skepticism with Matt Dillahunty. Hello, thank you so much for joining us. And welcome to Magic and Skepticism with Matt Dillahunty. Hello, and thank you so much for joining us. Welcome to Magic and Skepticism with Matt Dillahunty. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready to disbelieve your eyes and engage your mind. Welcome to Magic and Skepticism with Matt Dillahunty. Okay, hopefully one of those will work for you, brother. If not, let me know, okay?
Yes.
Oh my God.
So sweet. You're a trooper for letting him play that, too.
I went with
I'm
the
a
last
giver.
one.
I'm a giver.
That's so sweet.
I was glad to do it. Matt's a brother, and he's, in my opinion, one of the best communicators out there today, and he's someone of a man of integrity. I was glad to help out. So,
I love it because I gave him almost no instruction, and I get back this perfect little 1-minute clip. I picked out the one I wanted. There were a number of different options. That's what happens when you ask Seth for a favor. When Seth asked me for a favor, like, hey, can you record 15 minutes on the afterlife and send it to me? How long was that?
45.
45 minutes, yeah. So hopefully we won't have that. You can say your name if you want to. You can direct a question to any of us or all of us, and I will do my best not to give 20-minute lectures for every single question. You want to start with left or right?
You're just going to go back and forth?
Why not?
I don't know. Left is sinister.
All right.
But then again, that's stage left. That's audience left. Oh my God, I don't know.
My question is for Cara.
Oh, all right.
Okay, my name is inconsequential. Everyone here is going to think I'm joking, and I'm not. Cara, can you please tell me what a confounding variable is?
What a what?
Confounding variable.
Oh, no, sorry.
You literally lost me.
No, yeah, I think that's actually an
Thanks.
important question. So, experimental science is very different than other types of science, which are still legitimate science. So in science, sometimes what we do is we look at big databases. So we collect data based on things that just happen in life, like cancer rates or educational, graduation rates, things like that. And then we draw inferences from them. But those inferences always have to be correlational because we didn't manipulate the variable ourselves. So there are a lot of things we can do in science, like you take a mouse in a cage and you feed this one cocaine and you feed this one sugar water and you see what happens. We can't always do that with people because it's like really unethical. Sometimes there are things we can do, but sometimes we can't, or sometimes it's just not feasible to actually manipulate the variable, so we have to look at the data after the fact and draw inferences. And the problem is there are confounds, which are interceding variables that we didn't account for. So when you're doing an experimental study, you manipulate the independent variable and you measure the outcome on the dependent variable. But when you're looking at non-experimental research, you didn't manipulate the independent variable. It just happened naturally by life, so all other things come in. A good example of this, a clean example, is when people talk about, like, I want to look at the effects of coffee drinking on insomnia. And so instead of feeding some people coffee and feeding some people decaf and then seeing how the insomnia rates change, they just survey people after the fact and they see how many people drank coffee and how many people didn't. And then they say, look, the coffee drinkers by and large had a harder time falling asleep than the non-coffee drinkers, but they never check to see if those people have nighttime jobs, if those people have newborn children, if there's all sorts of what we call confounding variables that could explain some of that variance. So that's why we can only say that those things are correlated, but not that they cause the other thing. You can only say that something causes something else if you manipulate that variable, if you do experimental research. Cool. It was fun. It was like little science class 101.
Hey, so coming from religion, and I'm still dealing with all the baggage that comes from all of that lifestyle when you're really sucked up into it. And I know, Matt, you spent all that time in the Baptist evangelical community. And then you had expressed you were heavy into it as well, Seth. And so I was just wondering, even though it's been so many years now, do you still deal with some of the baggage and some of the bullshit that comes, like emotional baggage a lot of the time too, from being that heavy into religion?
I don't, because I'm Satan incarnate. At least that's what my wife's family thought. It varies for different people. I've actually heard from people who've been atheists for 50 years, gave up religion when they were 10, and yet they'll still wake up in the middle of the night with nightmares of hell. It tends to kind of instantiate more in the interpersonal relationships. Like my relationship with my parents will never be what it was, but there's a new normal. Are the lights changing, or am I?
Yeah, they
just
changed
reduced them for the
which
stage.
is good. Yeah.
I lost a tooth earlier today, and I was gonna see
You
if I
did?
could. Yeah, at dinner.
Dramatically at dinner.
Was it from the lobster?
No, it was from having a bad tooth.
Oh, okay.
But the show must go on, and I'm sure somebody will give me an edible later, and I'll sleep well.
Yeah, you don't. It's easy here.
But yeah, so it shows up quite often in these where it's not so much you're dealing with your baggage from religion, although that will go for a long time depending on what the baggage is. One of the biggest areas is in sex relationships and people's views on sex. I mean, for the longest time, I would have thought, oh, I don't have any sex-related baggage from my upbringing. Bullshit. Loads of it, and you have to work through that. The key thing is don't beat yourself up to it. Don't beat yourself up over it. And as a reminder, people are like, they'll ask me, aren't you mad at your parents and the preachers and all these? No. They're victims as well. They were doing the best they could in trying to teach me what they believed and what they thought was valuable and that I should believe. So I'm not mad at them, and I'm not going to go down the pity train of feeling sorry for them, because now we've had ample opportunity for conversation and they don't want it.
But I'll point out that takes time.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, what religion were you raised in?
Protestant Christianity.
Okay, but it was like a fundamental. It's funny because you were talking about being raised in this fundamentalist faith.
We had a sort of a cafeteria plan. Like Dad was ex-Lutheran, went to a Baptist school. Mom was Pentecostal.
Oh, okay. So I was raised Mormon, which is, a lot of people talk about that being super fundamentalist. My family's still very Mormon. My siblings, my father. But they were very pro-science, and they have a weird relationship with science, the Mormons. And I was pissed when I left the church. Like, I hated my father, and we didn't speak for 5 years, and I was really anti, and I wore an upside-down crucifix for almost a decade. I was really. And it took me,
Cara Santa Maria.
Right? And I have the most religious name, too. But it took me a while to soften up and kind of have a more humanistic view. And I see it when my friends leave religion, throughout. There's a period for a lot of people where they get mad. And I think that's normal. And there's a period where they have the baggage. And I do think it gets way easier with time. You might still have these little things that creep up, but...
Best things you can do, get involved with other people who have had similar situations, and look out for yourself. Because as a friend of mine says, your family, if you act like family, I don't care if you're a blood relative or not, if there's somebody that is family but is a toxic influence in your life, you don't have to put up with that. You don't owe anybody an explanation for who you are or what you believe or how you're living your life.
Yeah.
I know that puts people in a position where they are terrified that they're going to be ostracized from everybody around them, because that's what happens quite frequently. But if you participate, if you get to meet some other people, it can ease that, and there's a transitioning, and you'll find that you'll end up with more valuable people in your life, which is something Seth was talking about a lot.
No, it's so true. I mean, I see it very similarly with a lot of people in the LGBTQ community who kind of finally come to the realization that if this person is going to hate me for who I am, then they never really loved me to begin with, right? Because they loved me for who I fitting a mold that they thought I was filling, but I've always been this way. This is true to me. And so it's hard when it's your family. I mean, you can pick your friends, but you can't pick your family. But like you just said...
Oh, I thought you were going to do that. You can pick your friends, you can pick your nose, but you can't pick your friends.
You can pick your friend's nose. What kind of friends do you have? Come on. But really, you can pick your family in the sense that you can surround yourself with a really loving community. And sometimes family scenarios don't heal. My experience has been that they did. I love that you use the phrase new normal. I have a new normal with my family. My father and I are not ever going to have the relationship that either of us hoped we would have, but I'm perfectly happy with the relationship that we do have.
Two quick things. One is if you're struggling with a fear of hell, which is a control mechanism. I don't want to burn forever. What if I'm wrong?
Mm-hmm.
Research hell. Just go through and get into the literature, all the writings of hell, the scriptures and beyond, Dante, you name it, and get into the man-made constructs of hell and see how it was used to control people. It took me a couple of years to get over it. Secondly, they're absolutely right about how people will, we call it emotional blackmail.
Mm.
They are blackmailing you to be like them, which is not love. And if they force your hand, it's not about agreement, it's about respect. If they won't respect boundaries, then realize that there are others taking the journey with you.
Yeah. Yep. And congratulations.
My wife, Cara, and I are also ex-Mormons. I 2-year mission in Mexico, baptized 75 people. I was a seminary teacher, the whole works.
Have you seen Book of Mormon, the musical?
Oh, yeah. I went with an ex-boyfriend at the time, and he was like, "You're laughing at all these things I don't understand." I was like, this was written for me.
Yeah, I just saw it for the first time in New York like a week or so ago. I've been listening to the soundtrack nonstop since, and I'm taking Beth to New York to see it. But when you were talking about putting the gold ring on for the sty, all I could think of was the frog.
Oh, yeah.
The sex frog,
You were in it, like you did the mission.
Totally in it.
Wow.
Sealed in the temple, 75 people baptized. I taught seminary. I was the executive secretary in our ward, everything.
Whoa, you baptized real people. I only baptized dead people.
Yeah, there's
It's
75
different.
fewer Catholics because of me. But anyway, real quick, so we lost a lot when we left the church, including, our whole community and our business relationships to an extent. And anyway, as a business owner, I wonder how we can, I see it in a business sense, how can we directly compete with the products that religion is offering in terms of community, even advancements towards, it's crazy, but curing aging. How can we directly compete against the fears and the needs that people that embrace religion have? How can we compete on their playing field and win?
I don't know if competing is even the right way to look at it. I mean, I know that that's like the American capitalist view, is that like we're all in competition, that's what having a business is. But I do think that there's enough people, there's enough clientele, there's enough of a market. I have this viewpoint with my female friends who also work in television, that we are not all competing for the same jobs. There's enough work for all of us, and we need to be supporting each other. And so I think that it's kind of a ploy, and it's kind of a dirty ploy to use religion as a marketing tool, and you're better than that, and you don't have to do that. I do think that there will be a niche and a clientele that you will find, but if you're missing the pro-social component of it, there are really cool things that you can do on the nonprofit side, but also you can be a B Corp, which basically, it's a nothing title, but it's a way that you can show that the company that you have does like one-for-one models or donates money to important causes, that you have a pro-social viewpoint, and that it's really important to you that you make an impact. And I think you can do that in a secular way, and it's like a badass thing to do. So I don't know if that really fully answers your question. Do you guys have any kind of insights on that?
Amen.
Hopefully that answered your question, or at least gave you a little nugget.
I don't know if this addresses your question or not, but it ties in with other things. We're winning. The nuns are on the rise. The secular community is growing. We're growing so much that, like, raise your hand if you're part of one of the local LA secular, free-thinking, atheist, whatever movement. Yeah. You're not all part of the same group, I'm assuming. You know why? Because groups get into arguments and they split up into other groups, and people are like, "Oh no, the whole movement's falling apart, man. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do?" It's actually, for me, it's a good sign. It's a sign. It's a natural sign of growth that we're now big enough that it's not just a whole bunch of people who look like me sitting around, "Oh, religion sucks." Instead, we can have different groups that focus on different things. You can have a skeptic community that focuses on Bigfoot and UFOs, although I think they're missing some bigger opportunities, but you can have that group if you want. And you can have secular organizations that, you know, my wife knitted 1,000 hats for the homeless last year, and we work with Humanists at Work and Atheists Helping the Homeless, 2 different groups that had a split. The splits may be good, and I know that this doesn't sound like it's an answer to your question, but it shows that we're growing, we can be more diverse, and that shows that we're winning. And so one of the answers to your question is time, and the other is to get people involved and active, because that reduces the amount of time that we need. As soon as there's more openly secular individuals out there where there's a normalcy, now all of a sudden even the business competition becomes there's something to reach for. As soon as people start actually valuing secularism, as soon as people start valuing companies and organizations that are going to be pro-science, and they're going to call out anti-science, and they're going to put their money towards making sure that we don't elect anti-science individuals, or that we don't elect individuals who are going to give religious organizations even more privilege than they already have, then I think you'll see it kind of balances out, and then it hopefully fades a bit. But we thought that about flat Earth too, and that shit's back.
Well, and this is the last thing I'll say about this, but I also would be interested to actually look at the data and see how effective it is. I think it depends on the industry, but like, I don't think people are like going to In-N-Out because there's a Bible verse on the cup. Like, I think
I don't go there because there's a
and
Bible
some people
verse
don't
on
go.
the
Like, it's the same thing with Chick-fil-A, right? Like, some people, like, they would make so much more money if they were open on Sundays. What are they thinking? We know what they're thinking.
I would only go to Chick-fil-A to make out with a guy.
And you're done.
So we're from the South, and Chick-fil-A is really hard to give up when you're from the South. I understand voting with your dollar.
The frosted lemonade is a hard. It's hard.
I'll tell you that the WeHo Chick-fil-A is like all rainbow flags. It's kind of amazing. So at least eat at the WeHo Chick-fil-A. It's so good. Okay, never mind. I'm not advocating for that.
Question on this area? Thank you.
Hi. We actually came. My husband brought me to come see you, Matt, because he loves that you are so kind. That you are an atheist who is kind and understanding to people who don't think how you think, and he's not up here, so I just wanted to say that he just really loves you, and
well, he should go on Twitter and tell all the people who hate me how kind I am.
I'm sure he will. But Cara, I actually had a question for you because I came to support him, but I found you and you're amazing. I'm the creator and host of the YouTube channel.
I was kind enough to bring Cara with me.
Yeah, thank you. No, I'm the creator and host of the YouTube channel How to ADHD. I work on disseminating science-based info to help break the stigma against mental health.
Hell yeah.
And I worry because I love that you said that you get duped sometimes by research and stuff that you read, because that happened to me just a couple of days ago. And I've been doing this for a couple of years. I'm not a scientist, but I've really tried to learn how to read the research and provide good information for people, kind of like a journalist might. And I still miss things, and I worry for the parents who are trying to make sense of this and have no idea how to read this. So we're working on an episode on media literacy. I was just wondering if there's a way to connect with you.
Of course, yeah. Let's make sure you don't leave, because once we go, I think there's like a hi guys and hugs. Am I wrong? Is there a hi guys and hugs?
Have your people contact her people.
I will. I followed you on Twitter.
There you go.
I was actually just getting ready to send a message to the person backstage, because this is something that we didn't go over. Hey, Masha. I'm assuming that when we're done here, there's like the meet and greet, shake hands, sell stuff, talk to people outside?
We're going to kiss babies.
So we're done with Q&A, we'll all be out there.
Yeah, so hang, please, and we'll connect.
Find a baby, and I'll be back.
That's cool. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. And congrats, too. I think that's awesome what you're doing. That's great.
Yes, sir.
Hello. Yes, I actually happen to be from Oklahoma.
Woo!
Formerly Southern Baptist. So thank you. Representation matters. I'm glad that you're there and proudly say you're from Oklahoma. But my question to all of you is, what do you think are the best avenues for reaching people on skepticism and reason? Like avenues, I guess, maybe like conversation, debates, shows. What do you think's most effective? And I guess also kind of goes with that, like, what type of attitudes have you found and sort of attitudes, personality types have you found to be the most effective in also communicating?
I'm kind of experimenting. I would give lectures on skepticism, and because I've been doing magic since I was about 3, although seriously from the time I was 10 or so, I'd be trying to illustrate a point, and I'd think, holy crap, I know a magic trick that'd be perfect for this. And that's how I ended up doing this whole show. I did a smaller version for maybe groups of 15 to 30 people where I would do close-up magic, which is what I've done most of my life. And then I just translated into a stage. Now, how effective is it? I don't know. Because it may be the case that only skeptics and fans of my stuff are showing up to the show, although I know that they've been bringing their friends. And one of the first questions somebody asked was, hey, I've got a friend who's not skeptical, but they're also religious. Is it safe to bring him to the show? And I was like, yes. Apart from the opening bit, I really don't tread anywhere near religion specifically, but you might want to give them, like a paper bag to breathe into when we get to Q&A.
No, there's no way you're on stage with Jordan Peterson and you're not making an impact, though. You're not reaching people who are not your target audience. There's no way that you're not causing people to go, hey, wait, I never thought about it that way before. So I think it is effective.
Well, the best tool we have is the Socratic method, because instead of telling somebody they're wrong, you're asking them questions. You're asking them to demonstrate why they believe something. What is it about this that has convinced them? And in particular, what do they think should be convincing to other people as well? And so you're in a far less threatening position then. Anthony Magnabosco doing street epistemology type stuff, that applies to skepticism all the time. What Anthony's doing is not just about religion. It is one way to instill skepticism. And I think that the other aspects of this are to be open. Don't jump into conversations that you're not ready for, that you don't really want to participate in. There's no shame in, oh my gosh, they're saying something weird over there. I feel obligated as a skeptic to go over and show them why they're, no. But we need as many people out there openly questioning things as just be genuine.
Oh, I'm so glad you said that. I was waiting for you to say that. It takes all types. Like, if you're asking for yourself personally, what's my best approach? Or if you're asking just because you're interested, what is the best approach? Am I looking at the right person right now? Yeah, okay, cool. I'm like making eye contact with you. I'm like, you're the guy who asked, right?
She's like scanning the room.
I know, I'm like, and this one guy's like, why are you staring at me? No. Also, like, being is so important because it takes all types and all of those people make an impact together. There are firebrand atheists who are incredibly effective, and there are people who would hate to be firebrand because they think it ostracizes people, and they're effective too. I mean, I would never want to talk down to somebody who I'm speaking to about science and skepticism and atheism. I would never want to put somebody on the defensive. And my view for a long time, since my views have evolved, has been that why would you tell somebody they're stupid in trying to change their minds about things? Yet, who's one of the most prominent atheists of our era? Richard Dawkins. And I'm not sure that he takes that tack, you know what I mean? So it really is, I think, important to do it your way, to be genuine to yourself, and honestly to try and figure out what it is that you're effective at. What are you good at? I don't debate. I'm not good at it.
I don't not debate.
Exactly. It's just, I would be so much less effective in a debate setup because I find myself speaking with too much nuance, and I'm caveating everything, and I'm freaked out, and I'm like, oh wait, did I misspeak? Oh, I need to look up that citation, and it's just, I'm not as quick on my feet in that way, and I don't like feeling trapped. It's just not enjoyable for me.
Debate's a very specific skill. I mean,
yeah, it's a specific
hit it.
skill.
Play to your strengths.
Mm-hmm.
People will, and there's a misconception, how do I go out and be an activist?
Mm-hmm.
It's a thing. There's a hard definition of, well, you need to be on stage, or you need to be Anthony Magnabosco, or you need to be a blogger, or you need to be a podcaster, YouTuber. Find out what you're amazing at, find out what your gifts are, what you're passionate about, and start there. And the second thing is, I agree with Dr. Ryan Cragen down at the University of Tampa, that one of the, if not the most effective way to change minds in this world is not to go out and hit people with data.
Mm-hmm.
Make friends with people.
Yeah.
A lot of the people, I'll go out and play tennis with people who will know me for weeks And they won't know the specifics about what I do. That Seth guy's a nice fellow. We had a good match. Hey, I'll see you next week. They see me as a flesh and blood, three-dimensional human being just living his life. And you just living your loud and proud life, being happy, doing your thing, pursuing your passions. And then when it comes up organically in conversation, you're an atheist, and you have a chance to have that conversation, and they can't put you in their little box and reject you as a label. You are being an activist.
Yeah.
And you are changing the world.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We know, I mean, we have very firm evidence that tribalism, this divisive, really difficult struggle that we have as human beings all across the globe, is fed by a lack of representation. It's much easier to be a tribalistic thinker if you don't encounter people that represent what you think of as other. And early on, what ends up happening is that you'll surround yourself with like-minded people, and then you'll meet somebody who is other, and you'll go, oh, they're the exception to the rule. But eventually the scales start to tip when more and more people represent themselves, and they say, oh yeah, I'm an atheist, and I'm just your nice neighbor.
Yep.
Yeah, and I'm an activist, but I'm also I do volunteer work, and I raise my family, and then they're like, well, gosh, he doesn't seem satanic at all, And then eventually they meet enough people that say they're an atheist that they're like, oh, they're not the exceptions to the rule. I guess atheists aren't evil.
I definitely agree with Cara that you shouldn't be condescending, which means talking down to people.
Thank you.
Did you take a photograph? Can you make me look like Hugh Jackman? Can you do some digital sort of a? By the way, if I don't have anybody shooting. If you guys shoot like photos of whatever,
usually he just has a guy that follows them around.
No. Shoot that stuff and tag it, because I'd kind of like to see.
Oh
how
yeah,
this
put it
looks
on social for sure. We're all on social, right? Yeah, we're all very loud on social media.
Yes, sir.
Oh, hi. My name is R.D. Tinkstrom, and you should remember that name from your Q&A with Ali Ward.
Ah!
And my question was about going into outer space, and you said you don't do anything without a helmet.
He asked a question on my AMA episode of my podcast. That's
Oh,
so
awesome.
cool. Yeah, I would
Are
never
you
go
gonna
into
ask
outer
the
space.
same question here?
So
'Cause that would
scary.
be sweet.
That would be sweet. You want to ask that first?
Yeah. No, my question is, I'm an atheist. My entire family left the Catholic Church, but they're all still believers of Protestant Christianity, and they've all disowned me, so I'm like, I have no idea what to do to bring them back in.
We'll take you.
And,
Aw.
well, to actually have them invite me to things, But the other thing I had was, how can we be good social justice warriors if we don't want to accept people's religions like Islam or Judaism or anything like that? Because I don't believe any of them are true.
Yeah, I take a different tack on that than a lot of my atheist friends. I do accept that religion exists. I don't necessarily think the world would be better if we just wiped away all religion. I don't necessarily think everybody should be an atheist. I have no interest in evangelizing and converting people. I have a lot of friends, and I'm sure these guys are going to have slightly different, if not, really different, dramatically different opinions from me. Because I think that there are plenty of people who are religious without being fundamentalist. And I think that there are plenty of people who have managed to, there are very effective, very important scientists who have religious beliefs. And I don't think that they necessarily are in conflict. I think they can be. And I think the further you go on the fundamentalist kind of spectrum, the more dangerous things get. So I have a very different view of how we can be good social justice warriors if we're not going to accept religion, because I actually readily accept that that's a dimension of many people's lives. And I don't think that they are less than for it, and I don't think that they are even necessarily, wrong is a hard one, but necessarily in a worse place. I mean, I personally disagree with them the same way that I personally disagree with somebody who eats seafood. I think it's disgusting. I don't understand why they would ever do it. But it doesn't affect me necessarily.
I will pray for you.
Yeah. But the minute that it starts to encroach on my rights, that's when I start to get really upset. And I think
Then
that
how
that's...
do we get religion out of our politics? Because they got to say, I love God in order to get elected.
I
It's a
think
big
that,
problem.
That starts at, didn't that start with us, though? I mean, doesn't it start at the grassroots?
Yeah.
Like, they started an atheist political party years ago, and it just died on the vine.
Of course.
Because they had put the cart well before the horse. The culture hadn't changed, and yet they decided they were going to go and have these atheist politicians or pro-science, rationalist politicians. I think we're back to changing minds one mind at a time. I have a question about your question. Are you asking how to get your family to accept you? Your Catholic or the God-believing family who has cast you off?
Yeah. How do I get them back?
Oh, gosh.
I don't, honestly, I think you've taken a burden upon yourself that should not be yours to carry. I understand the hurt that you feel. With my own mother and father, we don't really speak, right? And I have to, and Natalie reminds me that they put you in this position. What it is it's someone saying, think like me, believe like me, validate me, or I will not accept you. Or I will be such a pain in the ass that you will wish that there was a hell, or you'll think there is a hell and you're in it. You are trying to live a life, an honest life on your terms. And when other people, these 8 or whatever other people, have left you, you did not leave them, they left you, and you're going to have to relieve yourself. I'm not saying it's not going to be painful, but it's not your fault that they left, and it's not your responsibility to bring them back or to bend or change so that they'll accept you. Acceptance shouldn't work like that. That's not a healthy definition of love.
Yeah.
And I think the narrative in my life that I've had only marginal success with most of my family is, you don't have to agree with me, you don't even have to like what I do. You just have to respect boundaries and respect the fact that my life is mine to live. And I would love to be able to agree to disagree on this subject if we can live around it and embrace all the other wonderful things that we have. I want that with all my heart. And I would communicate to them, if you're nervous verbally, do it in a letter, do it in an email, take your time, word it the way you want. Be generous, use the word I a lot. Don't say, you've done this to me, you think that. I feel this way, I'm on a journey, I'm like this, my life is good, I want you to know that. And give them the opportunity to meet you at that halfway point. But if they just won't go there, and if the emotional blackmail will not go away, you're going to have to be reminded that this is not on you, my friend. It's not on them. And I would wager that everybody in this room has your back, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
What are you trying to make me cry?
And
thanks.
I hate to hold up the line, but I do kind of want to continue on the point when you asked about how do we do social justice? Like how can we be socially responsible individuals? And I'll just speak to the fact that psychology, which is a field that I'm diving into more and more, and I'm embracing.
Sure, play the expert card.
Part of it, I'm not an expert. I've got a long academic science-y career, right? Like I worked as a scientist, but I'm just now really diving into psychology. And one of the things that's important in order to be licensed and to maintain your license once you get there is that you have to abide by the ethics code. And the ethics code for psychologists is very progressive. You cannot turn away a client because you disagree with them. And fundamental to being a psychologist is something called, for almost every orientation, unconditional positive regard. It means that even if you disagree with your client, even if your client has committed a heinous act, even if your client has a belief structure that's fundamentally different from yours, it is an imperative, actually, when you sit with them, that you offer them something called unconditional positive regard, and that you are as empathic to them as you would be to anybody else. And so I know that that's not something that we have to do in our day-to-day with all the people we interact with, but it's something that I strive to do. I mean, it's constantly a learning experience. And that's really where my kind of social justice view has been informed, is that I don't necessarily agree with religious people, but I respect them. And I don't think that just because they are living their lives in a religious way, that they are somehow less than. That's really where it comes from.
You respect them as human beings, but it doesn't mean you respect the
Absolutely
ideas
not.
they hold.
Absolutely not. Yeah,
so
and that's two very different things.
Yeah, so this is, you know, when I joked earlier that my view was dramatically different. It's only dramatically different on one point, and that is when it comes to anything, it doesn't have to be a social justice issue, anything that we're working towards in that venue. I don't care what your other beliefs are. You're either on the same page with what we're doing or you're not. If I'm having a conversation with someone about, you know, how do we work to eliminate the wage gap, you know, or to make it, you know, poverty, or to make it poverty?
No, that's not good.
To eliminate the problems related to poverty, it doesn't matter to me if they believe in Jesus, Yahweh, Allah, whatever. That doesn't matter. The part that I disagree with is that whether or not I think the world would be better off if everybody was an atheist. Now, if you wave a magic wand and get rid of religion and make everybody an atheist, I don't think you've made the world any better. You might have made it a little more correct, and you might have reduced some harm, but I want people to give up religion for good reasons, and I want to, it's going to be a process where people view their identity and their beliefs about morality through the lens of the religion that they are part of. You can't just take that away. And it's not even anything you have to worry about, because that's never going to happen. It's not like a whole bunch of people are going to go, well, yep, done with that God thing, let me go rape and kill and murder and do, you know. But the fear that people have, and this came up with Jordan Peterson and others, is that if there wasn't religion, people would just behave badly. We need that there for people. No, you replace it with secular humanism. You give people the tools, and you expose what religions have done to poison the way we think about things. We need to have better conversations about death and dying, because religions have poisoned the world with this notion that there probably is an afterlife. And that's one way to ease someone's guilt and sorrow and loss at losing someone. But it's not necessarily the best way. If instead we taught people that death is an unavoidable conclusion of being alive, then that gets you to recognize that so far as we know, we have exactly one life to live. And it's in our best interest to make that the best life we can, and to respect and value people when they're here, and that because you don't know that you're going to get an afterlife to deal with it. That would make the world better, and it would ease a lot of grief. You're not going to fix everything, but if the goal is for me, the goal for skepticism is not to be right as much as it is to avoid being wrong. And so if you have an unfalsifiable claim, there can be, by definition, no justification to believe that it's true. It's unfalsifiable. It's an untenable position. There's no way to show you could be wrong, and therefore you cannot believe that it's true. And if religions are running around making unfalsifiable claims, then by definition, people used to say skepticism has nothing to say about religion because it's an untestable claim. Well, that's bullshit, because what skepticism has to say about untestable claims is that by definition, you cannot have evidentiary warrant to believe them. Doesn't mean that your belief is wrong. It means that your reason for believing is wrong, because you can't have a good reason to believe an untestable claim. And so on that front, I am on a crusade, wow, that's a loaded word, to change the world, but I'm not trying to rob people of their religion. I'm trying to instill skepticism and humanism into them. I'm a skeptic, I'm a humanist, and I'm an atheist. And the third one is the least important of the three.
And that goes back to what you were asking about earlier. It really does. It takes all types who approach these things from all different places and approach them really differently, because that's how hearts and minds really do get changed, is because people are going to identify with different people along the way. And the more kind of vocal we become as a whole, the more people are going to be able to role model and see, okay, you look like me, you sound like me, I identify with you. Maybe this whole atheism thing isn't so bad.
Yeah. When Matt's answering a question, does anybody else feel like they're watching the TV show? I can just get a flash.
Do you do this while you watch it?
Yeah.
I'm going to get to your question in 1 second. There's one thing I want to tack on here, and it's something I've said before, so apologies for those of you who heard everything I've ever said. Go for a fucking walk and listen
that's
to
weird.
somebody else.
Just saying.
But The saying from wartime, 3 on a match is bad luck. It comes from, the first guy in the trench lights his match, nothing happens. The second guy lights a cigarette, the second one lights a cigarette, the third one lights a cigarette, and he gets his head blown off. Because on the opposite side of the field, there's a sniper who, when the first one lights a cigarette, he goes, hey, what's that? And the second one lights it, oh, that's what that is. And by the time he gets to the third one, we are pattern recognition machines. And this idea, I've heard sermons about the significance of threes, which I actually did a video. There's a video on my Patreon up about 3 as a magic number. But in a non-magical sense, 3 is a significant number because that's where you get to a pattern. The first time you hear something that is unusual or strange, the first time you meet an atheist as a believer, wow, that's weird. And the second time that's weird, but I remember something about that. And the third time, oh, okay, now there's a pattern. We do this all the time. We do it when we're trying to remember names. We do it when we're engaging in various topics. So I could have a conversation with this person and make absolutely no progress for a myriad of reasons. Maybe they don't like bald people. Maybe I was a little too aggressive. Maybe I was a little too passive. But we have a conversation, and I've at least planted a seed, because Seth can come along and say the exact same thing the very next time that there's an opportunity for a conversation.
But in that smooth voice.
Yeah. Yeah, let's blow his head up a little more. But Seth can come along and say the same thing, and it'll have a slightly better impact. And then the third person comes along and says it, and now all of a sudden it's like, wow, this is a thing. And this is why we need more out and open atheists and secularists, is that it makes it more likely that people are going to get to that trend. So when I'm having a conversation on the TV show, I am not necessarily trying to change the mind of the person I'm speaking with. I am always trying to present the best case for that person, but I'm really talking to all the people who share that person's beliefs and their reasons, because they are safe in their house or wherever, mowing the lawn, whenever they're listening to it. That person is, we know from evidence, is more likely to double down, is less likely to acknowledge that a point has been countered, and they're more likely to stick with what they believe. But the person sitting at home is not in that position. They don't have that concern. They're safe because they can actually change their mind and engage on these things that the person under fire cannot. 3 on a match will light a fire across the world as long as there are individuals out there that are willing to plant more and more seeds, to borrow from our religious past. But yes, sir.
Perfect. Give me a chance for community commercial and I'll take it. I'll say Camp Quest. Fun, friends, free thought. Right, we have 8 to 17-year-olds and adult volunteers too. If neither of those fit you, but you want to help, we can take cash. Our local camp is Wrightwood. It's the last week of July. On behalf of Camp Quest, I do want to thank each of you. Seth, you've literally hosted us in your home before. Cara, you came out and did the Dogma Debate fundraiser for us. And Matt, you're so involved with Texas and the Camp Quest community there. Thank you, thank you, and thank you.
Yeah, thank you. With a pink beard out of that. I would still have the pink beard that I did for Camp Quest, except that it's kind of problematic for some promotional material.
And if you allow me a question, I'll ask you each, what's your favorite thing about Camp Quest?
Oh, interesting.
I like the fact that it has opened up the convention circuit to people who were locked out because they didn't have childcare opportunities, and they felt like, well, this is sort of like, I can't enjoy these events, especially in Bible Belt areas in the South where they're desperate for free thought events. Camp Quest has allowed these people to come and be able to have their kids not just sort of housed, but in a stimulating environment where they get to engage and learn and walk away with stories of their own.
Absolutely. I mean, there's something very fundamentally, I think, progressive and feminist about it. Like, this is a real struggle for science conventions. It's a struggle for all sorts of conventions that, like, they can sometimes feel rejecting of women for that very reason, because they don't have the options available to them. And so to have that opportunity for, like you said, to be able to go, to be able to bring your kids along with you, and you're not just like feeding and watering them, but the kids are actually actively engaged and they're getting programming that's at their level, I think is huge. And they don't have to worry about sending them off to like some sort of religious daycare. You know what I mean? It's like they don't have to worry about their kids getting indoctrinated, which I think is so important.
Yeah, that's. I went to Camp Windermere in Missouri when I was a Southern Baptist. It wasn't, if anybody's seen Jesus Camp, it was close to that, but not
Wow.
quite. So I'm thrilled that Camp Quest is nothing like that.
How you doing? Good. It's nice to have you up here, Matt.
I'm thrilled to be up here.
I'm always amazed at things. I have to say, I'm just always amazed when the intermission's over and someone's still here, so it's really nice.
So this is actually the second time I've seen this portion of the talk.
Yeah.
And I like the fact I understand a little bit more about it now than I did yesterday.
Good.
And I understood a little bit more yesterday than I did before that. But one of the things is that it always reminds me, as I learn more and understand more, I also learn that there's a whole lot more that I don't know. And if this keeps up until I die, I will eventually realize that I pretty much know nothing, even though I know something, and that's really frustrating. Because I've improved. My understanding's improved, and it somehow got worse.
But that's great. That's called learning.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, the less, the more that's the difference between you and Donald Trump. Okay?
That's the difference?
No, well, there's at least one. There's one.
Difference?
I was trying to think of them. No, but that's at least one, because he doesn't know that he doesn't know, and that's the scariest thing.
It is. I called him the Dunning-Kruger president.
Okay, yeah.
So it's very much that. For those of you who don't know, look it up. You'll love it. I wanted to start with talking about the first time we ever met, because in hindsight, for me, it was probably a little more obnoxious for him than it was for me. It was Imagine Religion 2 conference in Kamloops, British Columbia, and our flights were supposed to arrive at about the same time, and so they had a limo there waiting. And then my flight just kept getting delayed and delayed and delayed. And they made him sit in the airport waiting for this guy who he doesn't know, who he's supposed to share a limo with, and he doesn't get. And someday you'll have to tell me exactly what's going through your mind. But I finally show up, we get in the car, and so now you have one of the world's eminent scientists and a guy who's probably better versed in philosophy than certainly physics. And what did I do? I'd like to ask you some questions about this idea about a universe from nothing. Which I'm sure you've never heard before.
Yeah, never.
Jackass that doesn't know what he's talking about. And luckily it didn't make him hate me. And so here we are.
Yeah, no, but waiting for you hate me hate you.
Oh no, when I finally did show up and we got in the car, I was sure that he was going to hate me for the rest of our lives.
Yeah, I think I'd flown from Australia, so I was a little tired. And, but I used to do that a lot.
So I thought we'd actually start with that. Tell us about a universe of nothing in 20 seconds.
Great.
Fix us all.
Well, I'll tell you, I'll tell you one thing that is interesting, at least, maybe one thing, that when I wrote A Universe from Nothing, there were speculations I made about the universe that, based on what we thought we knew, that are now much more firmly grounded, which is really neat. And the discovery of the Higgs field, which occurred after that book was written, is an example, because the fact that empty space can have this field everywhere in it, it demonstrates that empty space is much more interesting than you'd imagine otherwise. And in fact, that kind of field is intimately related to the kind of field that explains the very beginning of the universe. So the supposition that there could be any kind of field in empty space was something we thought might be the case, but we didn't know at that time. So it's nice to know that the book is even more right than it was. I mean, it's less speculative. Let's put it that way. And the other thing that's probably, because I'm not going to go, I'm going to be a politician. I'm going to avoid the answer to your specific question, because I'm not going to talk about a universe from nothing a lot, because that would take a lecture, except to say that the universe can come from nothing without any supernatural shenanigans, and that's amazing, and we should love that fact that science has shown us that you don't need God to make a universe, and that's amazing. But one of the other things that was in the book, which is some things that I've done with debates with some people that I know you like to debate or would like to debate. He is beneath you, well beneath you. That they say, a number of theologians often say that we created the multiverse because, we don't like God, but it's just an excuse for God.
And I always say the difference is the multiverse is well motivated. But God isn't. But, and the multiverse might explain something, and God doesn't. But it still sounded metaphysical. But what's really kind of neat is in the interim, because of another great discovery, which I've talked about in other lectures at various times, the discovery of gravitational waves that we just made, gives us a hope of discovering gravitational waves from the Big Bang itself, which would allow us to look back in time, back to a millionth of a billionth of a billionth of a billionth of a second after the Big Bang. Really see the very beginning of the universe. And test our ideas and basically be able to indirectly test to see if there are other universes. At the same level as we indirectly knew atoms existed well before we could ever see them. We can basically test all the ideas that make 55 predictions and test them, and the 56th prediction is, if all these things are true, there must be other universes. And so it's really, for me, it's amazing, because we'll take this very metaphysical idea and make it physics. And that's all happened in the last 5 years. The story gets better.
And I'm going to push back a little bit.
Good.
From the standpoint of lay people. You're welcome. There's this perception from people who don't understand this stuff that what a number of physicists are doing is magic, or be it. For example, when you talk about the photon, it being massless, that it's roughly the same as embezzlement.
Yeah.
And when you talk about the universe from nothing, and you talk about quantum fluctuations, as soon as you put something there, it's not the same nothing that like philosophers are talking about, even though in some sense it may well be.
Yeah, I mean, you know, as you know, philosophers got mad at me because, and still are, because I made a joke about them in that book where I said that, you know, I talked about this, and I said philosophers and theologians would get mad because they're experts at nothing. But,
and see, now
I just thought it was a good excuse for a joke.
Because when it comes to philosophy and science, I go both ways.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm not touching.
There's this. Well, I don't want to skip ahead through the question. I wanted to go after this, but on this idea, when there's something so incredibly foreign to the people who have bothered studying it, that it almost sounds indistinguishable from the magical metaphysical stuff that.
Yeah, and you know, I think Arthur C. Clarke said that once, that a sufficiently advanced civilization everything they do would seem like magic.
Be careful, because now you're putting yourself in an impressively advanced civilization, and me not in that civilization.
No, but you know, and one of the things that I didn't talk about here, although you've heard me talk about it, and it's in the book, is this notion from Plato that I begin the book with, that Plato imagined us being in a cave that looked at this wall, could only see the shadows of reality. I'm not going to go into the whole thing here, but he did say that if you were dragged out and saw the light and saw the real world and tried to come back and explain it, people would think you're crazy. And it is a fundamental problem that the realm of the universe that I deal with in my research, at least on a daily basis, is so far removed from the human experience as to seem unintelligible and also impenetrable. And I think that's one of the reasons I try, that's one of the reasons I write books, but that's one of the reasons I told this story. And it's a longer story than my publishers wanted me to tell, because I think if you can show how we did it in baby steps, to get, you know, start with the things we measure, electricity and magnetism, and show by a series of steps how we get so far, then it seems less like magic. Because it was really a human activity with a lot of little baby steps, which is what the other thing that science is normally not portrayed to be. It's all these scientific revolutions, but it's not. It's little baby steps done by individuals, often wrong, and you can get imperceptibly from here to there. It's like you and I were just with Richard this week, Richard Dawkins this weekend, and it's like, as he often says about evolution. You know, there's speciation, species change, but every animal is the same species as its parent. But by imperceptible changes, you go from one species to another. But at every instant, you don't see the change. But eventually, you make such a change that one species is unrecognizable to the other. At least they don't have sex with it anymore.
So let me see if I can actually stick a bow on. Sorry.
Someone objected to someone's objecting to interspecies sex, I think. Okay.
I'm fine with it if you can actually find a way to get consensus with you.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to put a bow on this because while I frequently said I don't claim to have any expertise in anything, and if I'm good at anything, it's taking complex ideas and distilling them down so everybody can understand, because that's what I have to do for me to understand it. There are things that you say that I do not believe, not because I am convinced you're wrong, but because I don't understand them sufficiently to say that I believe them.
Well, here's your first problem. You should never use the word believe.
But
No, never use the word believe. No. At least a scientist should never use the word believe, because things are either likely or unlikely. And that's it. We don't believe anything. I certainly don't believe anything.
Are you convinced that something's likely?
No, I have to be convinced that something's likely by the evidence.
Belief is the state of being convinced that something is likely.
Well, if you want to call that, but I think, and I think you're right in a general sense. But I have a problem with using words that have a lot of emotional baggage associated with them.
Me too.
Yeah. Okay.
But I'm okay with belief because I think we can make a good case for using it. That there's a distinction between I am convinced this is the case, which is a fine way to say it. You don't have to say belief. But if you're consistent about using the word belief,
I'll buy that. I just think it's fine as long as
another debate.
No. Actually, I was going to point out it's okay as long as scientists don't use the word.
Yeah.
I mean, heathens like you can. No, I mean.
Philosophy heathens.
Yeah, philosophy heathens. No, but I think it's important. And scientists can use the word in a popular context, but never in the context of science. And it's taken me a long time. I still sometimes do it, but it's really important that we point out that belief, at least in science, that religious sense of belief, the faith in things unseen and unmeasured, is not really there. Now, even that, of course, is not 100% true, because if you're a theoretical physicist or an experimental physicist working 25 years on an idea, you have some faith that it might be true, or you wouldn't be able to spend it. But hold on. But there's a fundamental difference in that sense that the faith is eminently shakeable. That's the great thing about science, is because the minute you have that idea and you've worked on it for 20 years and you find out it's not true, you just throw it out like yesterday's newspaper. You don't hang on to it and cut heads off or anything like that.
So, faith is a word that I actually don't use.
Excellent. Well, I don't either, but I wanted to point out that in some sense you need to have some, you can call it intuition.
I can go. Okay.
Yeah.
So, faith is the excuse people give for believing something when they don't have a good reason. If you have a good reason, you just give a good reason.
Well, yeah, but the problem.
And so, what
we rationalize our reasons. Reason is a slave of passion, and so we all rationalize things we do, and we say, "Boy, we have a good reason for doing that," and then afterwards we realize we're wrong.
I totally agree.
And so, but what I mean is, even in science, we do that. I don't want to pretend that science isn't a human activity. That's why I said it. So some of those scientists were driven by the passion in the wrong direction.
So what he is trying to do is pretend that we all have faith. Scientists have faith and they have faith. Because what they're saying is we are convinced of things in the absence of absolute certainty, and that's what they want faith to be.
Yeah.
The problem is the things they are convinced of in the absence of absolute certainty, they have no good reason for. And the things that scientists are convinced of in the absence of absolute certainty, they have very good reasons to. And so what I say I don't have faith in anything. I have reasonable confidence in things based on previous experience and evidence. So in the same way that
likely or unlikely?
Yes. I don't use the faith word.
Yes.
I fight against it. I'm okay with the belief word as long as we define it specifically as I'm convinced of something.
Okay, so that's a great semantic discussion.
I'll call it a tie. But that leads to another question. I'm constantly asked from skeptics and people who are concerned about how to do critical thinking and skepticism, I can't possibly have the time to become an expert in everything. Which experts do I trust? Which journals do I trust? All these other things. And for me, a lot of it comes down to the fundamentals of education. How do you think we can best go about, the people in this room and outside of it, begin to fix the fear of scientific education, the lack of respect for it? Getting people to recognize that the fact that scientific findings change as we learn more is a good thing and not a bad thing.
Yes.
How do we start working towards fixing that?
Yeah, I mean, we there's a lot we need to do, and what first we can do, the way we fix it, is by not teaching science badly. And I mean by that I think science certainly is taught incorrectly. At least it was when I was going to school, and I think still too much. In the same sense that I think all of our schools are outdated in the way we teach things. We teach things as if the information that a teacher is telling you matters, and it doesn't. You get the information, more information from this. What you need is the process. You get more misinformation, and you need the process to distinguish between the two. And what you do is you take, the reason people are afraid of science is because, first of all, it's talking like, Einstein saith, and it's just like the Bible. But instead, we need to teach it as a process of discovery. Instead of teaching facts, we ask questions. And everyone loves the process of discovery. So teachers say, how does this work? Let's figure it out. It becomes a puzzle-solving process. It becomes something that everyone naturally enjoys. And we see that the scientific enterprise is not a set of facts, but it's a process for deriving facts. And it's that process that matters, not the facts. And then once you learn that process, there aren't alternative facts anymore, because the process is there. And I think that's really an essential part. And you need to have people be comfortable enough to teach that process. And part of that means being able to say, I don't know. Which is, I know we talked about it.
It's this fear of I don't know. How many people were in school and you were terrified of being called to the blackboard or give an answer because you don't know? And one of the things I think we need to change is getting rid of that fear in children of the I don't know answer, because quite often it's the correct one, and we should applaud that and encourage this spirit of discovery and acknowledgement that I don't have an answer.
And you know who's more afraid than children of the I don't know? Teachers and parents. Because how many parents, when your kid asks you a question, you want to give an answer? I like that Calvin and Hobbes say, where his father always gives a crazy answer. But it's fun to do sometimes. But to someone else's kids. But it's I think most a teacher, when a student asks a question, doesn't want to say, I don't know. But that's the best thing a teacher can say. And then follow it up with, hey, let's figure out maybe how we can find the answer together. And it'll be a process of joint discovery. And parents, again, I don't know. Be comfortable with saying I don't know, because you don't. And that's and not knowing is one of the most exciting things about being human, because it means there's something left to learn. And I have often said that as a theoretical physicist, the two most exciting states to be in are either wrong or confused. Because that means there's something interesting going on.
This is especially intriguing for me, because we've interacted a few times. We probably haven't spent as much time together as we have in the last day or so.
Yeah, it's true.
And I know that he doesn't have time to watch all or probably any of my stuff. And
when I'm on, no. I was going to say when I'm on it, but I have no idea what's going on.
The same is true in reverse, but I don't have kids, but people will call into the atheist experience and say, oh, what should I do about kids and my friends get there? And what I encourage them to do is, when your kids ask you something you don't know, say, I don't know, but let's go find out.
Yeah, so same thing.
Encourage that spirit of discovery. So you kind of leverage something in your talk. When I said before that, I don't believe you or I'm not convinced because I don't have the sufficient understanding. I liken that to the fact that Maxwell's work was required to give Einstein the tools, to give Feynman the tools. And if somebody had tried to go back to Maxwell with this idea, the things that you're talking about, it would have been indistinguishable from religion almost.
From religion, probably, or certainly from magic.
Yeah, magic.
Which I know you do, and I've seen you do very well. But he's a good magician. He just did some card tricks for me before. I'm sure we could just forget this and you could come out and do some magic. But it works both ways. I think it's really important to realize how there's that building process that no knowledge has ever come from revelation. Not one iota of knowledge in human history has ever come from revelation. Einstein didn't have revelations. Einstein, required the results of Faraday and Maxwell and then other experiments. And it always happens. There's no one. If you locked physicists in a room for 50 years and asked them to come up with a theory of the universe, what they can come up with would be first of all far more boring than the real universe, but most certainly wrong. And it's because revelation doesn't reveal anything. Now, reflection reveals things. You can take knowledge, reflect upon it, maybe get wisdom, or something like it, or get insights about yourself. But just thinking, pure thought, just sitting there and going, does not yield revelation. And sorry, Sam Harris and other Buddhists, but anyway.
Here's another area where we echoed each other, and some of you have heard me say this, and I heard you say something very similar yesterday, and that's this idea that people who claim that they've got a revelation from God, or let's say they didn't even get a direct revelation from God, but they think that their holy book revealed something. It provides no substance until it's verified. there was a God who was revealing things to you, you would have no way of knowing. It doesn't become knowledge, it doesn't become accurate until you actually put it to the test to, and this is where I'm in agreement with what Jerry Coyne said yesterday, which is science may in fact be the only way of knowing.
Oh, I get rid of the may.
I am slightly more nuanced than hedging, but I think it is accurate that it is.
Well, and by science, and it's really important to point out what science, and Jerry and I have the same definition of science, which is, for me, science is just empirical investigation combined with reason. That's science. Investigating things based on testing, empirical evidence, retesting, and using logical analysis to analyze those results. That's science. So for me, science is very broad. And for some people, that might encompass other areas. But that's the process by which we learn things about the universe, which I call knowing. And even this learning about yourself is still doing that same thing, right? You're still asking questions and testing when you try and learn about yourself. You're not just closing your eyes. You're asking, well, you know, why did I do that yesterday? And do I really crave that kind of attention all the time? And anyway, yeah.
We were joking earlier because yesterday at the Imaginary Religion 7 conference, we decided we didn't want to do anything repeat, and I was up directly before, and so I did a magic show instead. And there were a number of issues and comments, and now I've completely forgotten where I was going with that story.
It was good, though. I was enjoying it.
If you want like a 50-cent refund for that, so I've heard you say before, I think I've heard you say before, in response to questions that are posed, particularly some that fall into the realm of philosophy, that you find some of them uninteresting.
Well, look, you know, I always get look, philosophy is useful. Philosophy is not. Philosophy is useful. Philosophy is reflection. Critical is questioning, reflecting, and it's reflecting on knowledge usually, and then coming up with good questions. So philosophy is useful in those areas of human activity where the questions aren't yet well defined, because philosophy provides us a good tool to come up with good questions. And therefore, there's my friend Dan Dennett is a philosopher who deals with the brain, and the brain consciousness is an area where really we don't understand anything very much. The proof why you can tell how much we understand in a scientific field by how many books are written about it. If there are a lot of books, that means we don't understand it. And because you only need one book on quantum mechanics, and that's it. But anyway, so brain science, there's a lot of questions, and you can actually drive forward research in neuroscience and psychology and with philosophical questions. And that was true when natural philosophy was natural philosophy and physics. But physics is gone to the point where the real questions aren't asked by philosophers because it's so much down the road that the real questions require an intimate knowledge of the physics to be able to ask the kind of right questions. And philosophers of physics, of which there are some, and I know I'll get in trouble because I do what I say, they ask them interesting questions themselves, but it has no impact on the physics. Zero. Because most physicists can't spell philosophy. Okay? And I have to say, in certain areas of the philosophy of science, it has very little impact on the other philosophers. It's a field where they talk to each other. Now, they do they're very interesting sets of reasoning and thinking, but I can tell you as a fact that there's nothing that's come out of the philosophy of science in the last, certainly since I've been a physicist, that's impacted on physicists. And that's not a judgment. That's not a value judgment. It's just a fact. The physicists don't read the philosophical literature. And
don't read it. I mean, nothing's come up.
No. I'm not saying by coming out of it. I mean influencing. By what I mean by that is influencing the work that's being done. And even my learning, what I know about philosophy of science. Of course, I read Kuhn and other people. But I learned much more about the philosophy of science by my mentors who are scientists, from Feynman and other people. I learned much more about the way science is done, how questioning is done, and the kind of questions that might be fruitful. I've learned by the scientists who taught me, not by the philosophers.
And if we start to merge those two, you get things like Karl Popper and the idea of falsification. But that doesn't exist without him, in the same way that Einstein doesn't exist without Maxwell.
Yeah, no, look, I don't want, and that's the point. There's a rich human intellectual history And it's all part of the wonderful tapestry of being human, and that's what I was saying earlier. So I don't think that philosophy is uninteresting to read. I read the Bible too. I mean, it's all part of. No, and I don't want to put them in the same sense that way. But I mean, but you know, it's true that science has grown out of philosophy, but science has also grown out of religion. And so some people just mean to say, well, how dare you talk the way you were, because the early scientists were all religious, Newton was religious, and the first thing is that, well, that's because the church was the National Science Foundation in the 16th century. I mean, there was no universities except church-supported universities, so it's not too surprising there was that religious connection. But more importantly, big deal. Yeah. I mean, children grow up. So science grew out of religion and to some extent philosophy, but it's grown up. And sadly, children cast aside the things their parents taught them or made them think about, and they become adults. And so it's absolutely true that science owes religion in some sense a debt, historical debt, but it's an ancient one, and we just throw, it's just bury it now.
This isn't the path that I intended to
Good,
but I love it.
Yeah, good. That's when it's best.
I remember a call to the show one time where I said something, and somebody asked, well, Isaac Newton believed in God. Do you think you're smarter than Isaac Newton? And I said, yes. On the subject of God and perhaps alchemy, I now know more about
we know a lot more than we know a lot more than Newton. Absolutely.
I am smarter because of Newton. That doesn't mean I'm more brilliant or more insightful or I'm likely to change the world in the way he did. But colloquially speaking, yeah, I'm smarter than Newton on God. What kind of statement would it be about the world if we hadn't gotten any smarter in the intervening years?
And Newton, by the way, and I talk about Newton in the new book, but Newton was crazy. He would be hospitalized now. There's no doubt about it. He was really a crazy man. But he also was basically full-time, not just alchemist. He spent much more time on the Bible than he did on physics. I mean, he was convinced that there were secret messages in the Bible that only he understood. He was really a full-time theologian and a part-time physicist, and I've often said if he spent more time as a physicist, he might have made a name for himself.
Now, I'm somebody who actually does, I'm a huge fan of gender, and hopefully I'll be on stage with him one day, because we communicated by email. Specifically about the free will issue, which I'm not going to go into.
Yeah.
There was a big...
You're free not to.
I was the lone compatibilist at INR5 standing up having an argument against Krista Carlo and Jerry Coyne and Richard Dawkins. I'm like, how does that happen? How weird is my life at the time they're concerning that? But I do find some of the questions interesting, and then it's talking about intuition pumps, and everybody loves various thought experiments. I was talking to actually my friend Lee the other day about the problem with the ship of Theseus and how it relates to identity, how many parts of the ship function before it's different. The Star Trek transporters, which my wife, when we go to happy hour, if the concept of identity comes up, she knows there's going to be a discussion about whether or not you step in a transport, are you committing suicide? This is why she doesn't go to happy hour with me anymore. It's a conversation, I kid you not, that came up. It's like the only thing that geeky atheists want to talk about. So I can understand why people don't.
Where did you first start thinking about that?
What's that?
When did you first thinking about the Star Trek transport? No, it's all right.
My friend gave me this book called Star Trek. And I knew nothing about the author. I would have never imagined reading the book that he'd be sitting up here with me today. But throughout some philosophical discussions, I find it interesting because primarily when I do philosophy, I'm more focused on the thought experiments, the things that make people think. I love to make people think. I want to confound expectations. It's one of the reasons why I love doing magic. It's one of the reasons I do things like this. I mean, we agree on a lot. We're not going to agree on everything. If I talk to people who I agree with on everything, I would never learn anything. I wouldn't even be able to learn that they're wrong or how I can understand that they're wrong without engaging. Now, I'm not by any stretch saying that you should spend your time engaging with people who you think are wrong over and over and over again, because I like my show and I don't want you to take it over. You get to decide what conversations you want to have and how you have them. And the advice that I gave yesterday, briefly, was listen charitably, as charitably as possible. That doesn't maybe you should be a doormat for people to walk on. Try not to pretend like you can read minds, like you can tell what their motivation is. Oh, you're only saying this because, in the same way that somebody tells you, oh, you're an atheist because you were mad at God. No, I'm not. I wasn't even more mad at God than I was at Voldemort. So don't pretend like you can read motivations. Ask lots of questions. And the one thing is, you don't owe anybody an explanation or an argument. And so if people are pushing at you and you're no longer comfortable with it, you get to stop it. And you also get to say something that I love to say, which is, that's an interesting point. Let me think about it and get back to you. And then think about it and get back to them because you need to do what you're saying to them. For me, philosophy is primarily about my fundamental love of philosophy comes from issues surrounding epistemology. How do we know what we know? What are the foundations of logical reasoning, and what can we learn from those? The most recent video I put up, I don't know how many people are familiar, I do the Atheist Debates Patreon project, which I post my debates, reviews of my debates. I talk about the argument of the existence of God. Thanks. And I try to go into things in pretty good detail. So it's not just, here's the teleological arguments in short form. For example, the video on Pascal's wager is like 35 minutes long, and I go into great detail and talk about what Pascal actually said and how modern theists and Christians get it wrong. And then one of the most recent videos that I posted in the last week, I think, it's called the Beautiful and Ugly Truth, in quotes, about logical syllogisms. Because we get so focused on this idea of truth, which within philosophy there is disagreement about whether we have access to truth at all. When really, if you have a syllogism that's constructed in such a way that it's valid, we know that true premises lead to a true conclusion. But the truth is irrelevant in argumentation. If you are convinced that the premises are true and you reject the conclusion, you are by definition irrational, even if they weren't true, because you're now in conflict with yourself and you're in conflict with reason. Trying to establish a reasonable worldview is in part about internal consistency so your worldview doesn't fall apart. But the goal, which is why I ended up on a feature, I want to believe as many true things and as few false things as possible, is for my internal model of the world to match the external model as best it can. And I think science is the only way of knowing that you have that model. And philosophy is the background tools that allows us to make use of science and reason about it such that we can confirm the reliability of what we're finding from science.
Yeah, I mean, it's one way. I think this, but I mean, and then, scientists are doing philosophy, which I keep getting wrong about, it's fine. But that's what scientists are doing. They're confirming the reliability. They're using the tools of philosophy, if you wish, as practicing scientists, because they're continuing to do that. And the point is, which I wrote about in one of my books, but it's there is no such thing as scientific truth, right? Science is an approximation of reality, and it's always an approximation, and it describes all scientific theories, even quantum electrodynamics, that greatest theory we have, only works over a certain region. And so we have to realize that whenever we're saying things, we don't capture the whole truth, and that's fine. And what we progress is a little bit at a time. And as Feynman said, maybe the universe is like an onion. You peel back. There might never be a theory of everything. In fact, I'm quite skeptical of that. That's okay, because we'll learn a little bit more tomorrow than we did today, and be a little less falsehood on your T-shirt, and a little more things that are not false, which is what really science could tell. Not that it's true, but just that it's not false. And I want to, when you're talking, I wanted to comment about one thing, because I really like the three ways of sort of discussing that you described. And what I want to relate to people who may not know this is they were epitomized by one of my favorite people who's passed away, Christopher Hitchens, who was a friend of mine. He's a great boss. But what people don't realize, because Christopher seemed like a bulldog on stage, was that, and he was, is that he was one of the most tolerant people of listening to others in life that I know. I mean, he would regularly have dinner parties with people that I would have a hard time being in a dinner with. I mean, Scalia was a regular guest of Christopher's at his house. And could you imagine? Could you have? Anyway, but he would love to. He loved to be able to be, not have an echo chamber. Be able to talk to people about things and he and I had many debates about Iraq, for example, where we disagreed.
One of the two things that I disagree with him about. That and the wisdom of drinking Scotch while debating, but he was far better at it than I was.
I want to tell you, can I say this? Yeah, I can. I was fortunate enough to give when his memorial service, his wife asked me to give the speech, and then there was a lot of other minor figures like Salman Rushdie and Tom Stoppard and Sean Penn. And
I'm going to talk about you.
No. Anyway, so I turned to Salman Rushdie and stood next to me, and I said, we were going to do this program and say, who the hell is Lawrence Krauss? But anyway, but what's interesting is that my favorite speech was by another friend of mine who I just was with in England, Stephen Fry, who's wonderful. Stephen Fry. And Stephen said what he disagreed with Christopher about. He said Christopher once wrote that the four most overrated things in the world, and I think I have them right, were picnics, champagne, strawberries, and anal sex. And what Stephen said is I agree with him about three of those. Anyway.
So we want to make sure we get to your questions, which is always the thing that's most interesting for you, usually. Always usually?
Always usually.
I need to stop.
That's a philosophical
questions. Walk your ass up to the microphone.
Are there microphones? Yeah.
The microphone is going to be out. We have a house festival so we can see people's faces. I'm not even going to add anything. I don't want to take any time out of your questions. We'll sum up at the end.
Yeah, sure.
Yes, sir. Oh, you need to actually get right up next to the mic.
If it's on. Oh, I hear it. I hear it here anyway.
Okay.
Waves. So we can see waves at different scales, sound waves, water waves, electromagnetic waves, gravitational waves. To what extent is that just superficially analogous, or is there some...
Is this a question for me?
No, it's a really good question. Waves are natural because, in physics, because really what I said about copying really works. The great thing about physics is very few ideas are needed to describe many different things. And basically, every time you have what's called a restoring force, so things are in equilibrium, like that. Happily, that was restored, but every time you have a restoring force, so the situation is such that when you depart from it, there's something that wants to bring it back. You produce oscillations, and those so the same equation, which is called the wave equation, works ubiquitously throughout the universe for many different phenomena. You pluck space a little bit in general relativity, which means I wave my hands, because my hands bend space. So when I move them around, I'm bending space in a disturbing way. It creates a ripple that is like a pond, like a ripple on a pond. And similarly, I shake an electric charge, and that changing magnetic field creates a disturbance that ripples out. And it's the same. The wave equation is ubiquitous simply because in nature there's a restoring force, basically. So that's why it applies over so many different neat ranges of human activity. Good. That was a good question. Yeah.
I have a question about ethics in science. Lawrence, you talked about how the scientific method mitigates against scientists' own prejudices and biases.
Yeah.
But how does it work with, guys who loved the physics so much that they created the atom bomb? How does science sort itself out when it comes to, just because we can do something, should we? And how does the scientific method deal with, unethical science things like animals, like treatment of animals, or creation of terrible things?
I'll start, and you probably have some comments as well from maybe a slightly different perspective. But the science, what determines what should be done in some sense, scientists will pursue its key questions, but everything we do as humans can have good and bad consequences. Steve Pinker, another friend of mine, said very beautifully, I think. People always say, "Oh yeah, scientists invented the atom bomb," but of course, atomic energy is incredibly also useful, and we get nuclear reactors which don't produce carbon in the atmosphere if they're designed correctly and don't do bad things, which they can do. But they don't point out that that's true about everything. Architects can create beautiful buildings, but they can design gas chambers. And so what we need to do is realize that those are societal questions that society has to decide at some level, but only an informed society, only people who are informed of the issues and the perspective of science can then make a judgment. But scientists should not be ultimately making the decisions about how society uses the products of science. In a democracy, that should be people and our elected representatives, but those people and elected representatives need to have some scientific literacy at some level to make sensible decisions. But I don't think, but the scientists are going to discover principles that can produce wonderful things and awful things. And it's just the way it is, and it's the way it's always going to be. And to put your head in the sand and not think in advance about the awful possible things that can happen. Take CRISPR technology, which is an amazing technology that's used now to manipulate DNA in a way that would have been impossible 10 years ago, which could do wonderful things for curing diseases. But it also makes hacking incredibly easy. And it makes the possibility of creating smallpox viruses, for example, in simple laboratories, possible. And so we need to recognize we need to, as Louis Pasteur said, fortune favors a prepared mind. So I think scientists owe it to the public to explain what's happening and the possible implications of what might happen. And it's up to, in my opinion, the public to decide then how to create institutions and encourage the scientists to create institutions that help ensure that the products that come out of science have the best possible effect for humanity. But to pretend that these things aren't going to happen just because we don't like them, or pretend that they don't exist because we don't like them. There's a Catholic Church, to bring it back to them, in vitro fertilization, which was condemned because the babies that would come out wouldn't have a soul, right? And so they came out, they were the same as everyone else, and then that stopped. But all those things are going to happen. Cloning people is going to happen, in my opinion, at some point. These things are going to happen because they're possible. But it's the scientific community, where scientific ethics comes in, is honesty and full disclosure, transparency, non-authoritarianism. Those are the ethics of science. That's what makes good science. And when scientists are unethical, we're violating one of those things. But if they're honestly doing work, they're disclosing it, they're communicating with others, and they're willing to not censor information, then at some level, that's healthy science, and ultimately society has got to decide which areas of science to fund and not. I don't know if you want to add to that.
I'm largely in agreement. There's maybe a slightly different way of phrasing the same thing, because I don't put the foundation of morality on societal opinion. But I do think that we evaluate the consequences of our actions. And you're not even the person to ask yet. I'm going to look at you. We evaluate the consequences of our actions with respect to some goal. You can't know what the consequences of some scientific discoveries are going to be. And so we talk about ethics in science and scientific investigation. And there are two things to consider. Is the process demonstrably immoral? Are we chopping up people left and right in order to understand things better? We already know that that's wrong. So if there's no demonstration that the fundamentals of the process are immoral, we won't. The next thing is to evaluate the consequences of what we discover. And you can't really know what the consequences are until you actually discover it. We could clone a person tomorrow, and we could find out that this is a really big deal, and we develop a better understanding of what is or isn't immoral about it, and we stop it. Or we can clone somebody tomorrow and find out that the things that we were afraid of aren't real. I don't know that as long as the process isn't immoral, I don't know that you could possibly say that any sort of discovery of the truth about the universe is itself immoral or so dangerous. You have to be able to find that discovery to know what the danger is going to be.
Yeah, I think, and that's why, that's why one of the reasons I'm happy I'm a physicist, and my lovely mother who's in the audience wanted me to be a doctor. She got over it eventually, but it took a long time. But happily, and when it comes to biology, there are many more immediate, more sort of ethical or moral questions. And the obvious ones, experimentation on human patients is universally agreed to be, immoral, but the good deal about, that's why I love what I do as a scientist, because what I do has no practical significance whatsoever.
Okay, this won't be nearly as deep. This is going back to high school physics.
Good, it's getting a little deep.
Plugged in for 30 years now. Why is the universe right-handed? With torque?
It's actually left-handed.
Is it left-handed? Why is the universe left-handed? When you apply torque and XY plane force in the direction.
Well, that's
when you apply
that part.
Field an electric field, it goes.
I see. Okay. You haven't asked me a different question. I thought you were asking. Oh, that's just semantics. No. I mean, because we have what's called the left-handed rule, right-handed rule in electromagnetism. So magnetic field goes around here, and the electron, the current goes like this, the magnetic field goes like that. Why is it that way? That's just because we defined it to be that way. If we change the sign of the charge, it'd be that way. So we just, it's an arbitrary.
Why is it particular at all? If it's X, why is it in that?
Why is it?
What kicks it out? The other.
That is just the way it works. I mean, that's just, that's right. The fact that a magnetic field causes a force on a moving electron that's perpendicular to its motion is an amazing discovery. An amazing discovery.
It's because of the Higgs field that we won't be able to know that and prove me right for another.
Yeah. But what I thought the question you're asking, which is even deeper. So that's just convention. If you're on Mars and you call the electron positive instead of negative, they'd be using the left-handed rule instead of the right-handed rule. That's just convention of naming. There's nothing fundamental about it. It's just the way we define directions. It's just words. But more significant is the fact that there are particles in nature like the neutrino that spin, and we call them left-handed if they're moving and they're spinning that way. And we call them right-handed if they're moving and they're spinning that way. Well, it turns out in nature they're only left-handed neutrinos. And you know the answer to that?
No.
And that's what I'm asking. I know. I wanted to know the answer to that because we share that. Because no one knows. And that's the exciting thing. We don't have the slightest idea why neutrinos are only left-handed. We think we've got a lot of ideas of why, and it may be related to why the universe is made of matter, not antimatter. But we don't know yet, and we're going to try and find out.
So it's bunching for 30 years, and nobody else knows?
Yeah. You go.
Okay, yeah. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Thank you so much for being here tonight. On behalf of everyone in this room.
Oh, thank you.
I guess couched in my question is an assumption you know who I'm talking about. Bob Duco is a Christian apologist out of Detroit. He is like, sort of like, oh my gosh, I sat down with the most brilliant people like Lawrence Krauss, Dr. Krauss. Is that true? Number one. Number two, Matt, I know Aaron has had a discussion with that apologist. Would you do the same? So first question, have you, in fact, sat down with Bob Duco or...
No, I generally
chatted
don't.
with him, all the time that he has chatted with you in the brilliant mind and all that kind of stuff.
Well, he's chatted with me, but he's never chatted with me directly, and he won't. Because and it'd be interesting because we have different views about that because, well, math fulfills an important role, but I have debated, as in fact in Toronto, I recently was suckered into a debate with an idiot from the Discovery Institute a year ago. But I generally don't do it because first of all, I find formal debates to be rhetorical devices, not devices for education. So generally I'll do dialogues, I'll do discussions. But most often there are people who want to appear on stage. It's the same reason I won't debate UFO apologists on stage. Because they want to be on stage because then it gives them validity. It makes it seem like I take them seriously. And more importantly, the audience assumes that two people are honest and they both sound reasonable, and therefore it's he said, she said, or whatever. And what it does is it gives the illusion of equality when it doesn't. That's why I won't ever debate evolution versus intelligent design, because it makes it sound like there's a debate to be had. There's no debate to be had.
I mean, you don't get it. So I have no idea who you're talking about, because despite what people think, I don't follow every apologist on the planet.
He's not a presuppositional apologist like your best friend Ty.
Well, he's off to a good start. Not a really good start, but a better start than some people have made. We're not far apart in our view of the debates, but we're a little bit.
Well, Aaron Ross was interviewed, and they had an hour conversation. I'm surprised maybe you should. It was very interesting.
I'll ask Aaron.
Yeah. It was
on the debate thing, though. I'm largely happy to debate almost anybody. There are exceptions. There are people I've debated before who I won't debate again. Mostly because some of them are terrible people, not because they're terrible debaters. Also, there are people who I don't like the idea of peers, but if you get somebody who doesn't know anything, now all of a sudden in a debate, I have to backpedal so that it looks like I'm not being a dick. And I don't view debates, I understand why he would view debates as primarily rhetorical devices, and I talk about debate as primarily theater.
Yeah.
Because it's not necessarily the best argument, it's about presentations, about making
Sure.
It's one of the reasons why, and I don't think I'm telling tales, and if I am, which you'll tell me, if you want to do a debate at Baptist Church, you don't want Richard Dawkins, you want me. Because I have credibility with those people that he doesn't. In the same way that if you were talking science, you don't want me, you want Lawrence or Richard. I'm trying to fundamentally change the way debates are done, and I'm having some success at it. Because people, he who shall not be named,
Yeah, that's the way it should be.
is a skilled debater, probably one of the best debaters Christianity has. But he's formulaic, predictable, and he wants only PhDs to debate. Because, and I'm sorry to all those people who are credentialed, I'm not just picking on you because I'm not. You can be overly educated in something that you forget the basics. And so there's a strategy to the debate where you get up and you say, in order for my opponent to win, they must do this, this, this. It is the collegiate score debating format, and I couldn't give a rat's ass about that format because I want to have the conversation. And if you get people to break out of that format, where you have dialogues, where you have discussions, where you have debates that instead of 10 minutes, 10 minutes, 10 minutes, 10 minutes, that are like doing press conferences, instead you say, here's my position, now let's go at it.
That's
it's cross-examination. Those are the debates that I want to have. Because guess what? A lot of those guys who are debating are basically thinking from a script. And I get to push back on that script and expose, is Seth Andrews just parroting what Greg Bonson said? Does he actually understand it at all? So I get to ask the questions that confound them. You know, when I was on a radio station, Minneapolis, St. Paul, they invited me back because they wanted me to debate Ray Comfort.
Good friend, Ray.
I said yes.
Yeah, sure.
He's a nice guy.
He's a real nice guy.
I really like
Polluted,
him.
but really nice guy.
Las Vegas. I saw that.
Yeah, well,
We all saw it.
Washington, where I was with him. Yeah, with Washington, D.C.
But he showed up and he wouldn't debate. And he basically said, I'm not interested in demonstrating the existence of God. I'm just here because I love Matt and I don't want him to go to hell.
Yeah.
Now, one of my biggest pet peeves is when somebody wastes my time. I get to waste as much of my damn time as I want. Nobody else gets to waste any of it. And so people who do this said, oh, did you feel like this was a complete waste of your time? No. Because I was on drive time Christian radio. Yeah. Christian parents driving their little Christian kids around. And they heard an atheist give all the good reasons why they shouldn't be believing what they believe. And their representative said, oh, I don't want to defend God. I just don't want that to go to hell. That was definitely not a waste of my time. The radio station was completely irritated that Ray pulled this little bait switch on debate. Now, I'll never debate him again because he doesn't want to debate. I don't know about that apologist. That was way long.
But you know, I think it's also useful that you, I mean, there are lots, 1,000 different points of light.
Seriously?
Yeah, seriously. That's
No,
the word
it's
for
not.
it. Yeah, okay. Oh. You saying we're done?
We have time for one more question.
Okay, then I won't say what I was going to say. Is that all we have? Time for one more question?
Two more questions is what we have.
Okay, let's be quick.
And as a reminder, and I apologize because I didn't know.
Why is that? Okay.
We're going to ramble.
Maybe the theater's over
You're
there.
selling books afterwards, right?
Well, I'm not selling them, but I'm signing them.
Okay, signing books. We'll be out there. We can visit. I'll stand outside of you.
And by the way, yeah, I should say that, because until they kick us out of the theater, out of the front, if we don't answer your questions here, and when I'm signing, I'll stay here till the last person has a question. So, I mean, that's fine.
We can come back sometime.
Oh, yeah. As long as they don't have to pay again. Okay.
Can you hear me? Yes. All right. So my question is a little bit off of this topic, but it kind of relates to some of the videos that you have on YouTube, Matt. I saw one debate that you had about whether or not humans have souls or not, and I think that you very much won that debate. The only question that I kind of have regarding that would be about near-death experiences, in particular out-of-body experiences, where someone is supposed to be considered like flatlined, their brain dead. Their brain is not supposed to be working, yet they report being able to see things happening around them, and even in other rooms they're able to report conversations and things like that. Yep. And researchers have been kind of trying to say that this demonstrates that a soul exists. I just kind of want to know.
They're wrong.
And I can explain why pretty quickly so we can get on to the next question. When is it that they report this experience? It's after they've been revived. Now, so you've got a brain that's trying to make sense of what happened when it was not functioning. And you're also adding emphasis to the idea that a malfunctioning brain is going to give you more accurate information than a functioning one. And when we put it to the test, for example, you could put a sheet of paper that you could only see from hovering way above the operating table, and they've done these tests. Nobody reports what's on the paper. It's the idea of a soul is the single most dead concept in all of theology. And I'll do a video in part that goes into this in more detail. But everything we know about what's attributed to soul is an identifiable, malleable part of the brain. To the point where even split-brain patients, V.S. Ramachandran, look him up, he does a great talk several years ago about split-brain patients when they severed the corpus callosum, and you end up with two distinct personalities that communicate independently. One of them's a theist, one of them's an atheist. Go figure that out, soul lab.
Yeah, absolutely. And the physiology of seeing a tunnel, light, and all these things as the brain is shutting down, the idea that the field of vision gets narrower and narrower. Everything that's been discussed is just,
And meanwhile, the people want to that they see tends to coincide with what the religion is.
Yeah.
And so if there's different religions seeing this, they can't all be correct. They can't all be incorrect.
And Carl Sagan said this in a beautiful book, which he was famous before he died, Candle, what was it? Science as a Candle in the Dark. He said, it's interesting that people report now seeing angels. In the 16th century they saw fairies, and in the 15th century, and it's interesting that it's always a thing, or aliens. I mean, it's always the thing that you see. Yeah, because somehow when people see these things, they're exactly what that culture is defined to see, but it's never constant. Anyway, we should go to that.
Well, back to the beginning of the century, and what people described as aliens is very different. And suddenly, around 2001, they all become Almadides, and the stories get more similar. And tells us more about who we are and how we're influenced than it does about anything in some supernatural way.
Yes, Feynman said it's more likely due to the known irrationality of humans than the unknown rationality of aliens.
And you get the last question.
Yeah, which is a great question.
No pressure. You should remember, we talked briefly about interesting and uninteresting questions.
If it isn't, maybe we'll go to the
Okay, so Professor Krauss, sorry, Matt, I rarely have an astrophysicist in my disposal. I can call you next Sunday if I never can ask you. There's something that I've always wondered about, and it has to do with the death of the universe. I kind of get it, but I'm totally not a scientist, so I really don't. Does matter ever stop existing because the stuff that makes it up loses its energy? Do electrons deorbit? Does everything fall apart until there's nothing? Because I read the universe from nothing, and I'm wondering if we'll ever get back to that. To where there's a new universe.
Well, no, I talked about that in that book, but let me see. Well, clearly enough. But
I apologize.
No, it's a subtle and difficult concept. But so the point is that as far as we know, electrons don't decay. Okay. Protons we think may decay, although they'll decay in such a long time that you keep your time, as I said. But But it turns out that there is a process that takes matter that we think and turns it into radiation. And it's black holes. And so eventually, it's quite likely that most of the matter in the universe will fall into black holes instead of galaxies. And what is really weird, for reasons that is really strange, is black holes radiate. Stephen Hawking, that's what made him famous. And I mean, theoretically they radiate. We don't know for sure because we've never seen one, okay? But when they do, whatever fell in, it becomes irrelevant. You know, 2 Volkswagens or 1 Cadillac, it doesn't matter. What comes out is exactly the same, and it's radiation. And so in that way, that sort of processes everything and turns it into radiation. And so the ultimate state of a universe in which all the matter is collapsed in black holes will ultimately be a universe of just pure radiation. But the really neat thing is that it doesn't have to always be that way. Because if the universe is eternal, since, as I demonstrated, nothing is unstable. And what I mean is that nothing is unstable. If you wait long enough, you'll produce stuff again. And so in an eternal universe, you'll have quantum fluctuations that will eventually produce a lot of stuff again. And so in that sense, everything that was there will have disappeared, but other stuff can reappear. And so, you know, if that makes you feel better, great. Okay, good. Thank you.
Hey Vancouver, let's talk physics and more. I'll be at the Vancouver Playhouse October 13th talking about my new book, The Edge of Knowledge, along with Travis Pangburn. And we'll talk about a lot more than just that. We'll talk about life, the universe, and everything. And we'll also maybe talk about atheism a little bit. I notice I have my God detector, and I keep looking at it every day and notice there's still no God. So maybe we'll talk about that as well. But mostly I want to focus on the mysteries of the universe, and we'll have a Q&A so you can ask questions. And I hope to have a great time out there. See you October 13th at the Vancouver Playhouse. Take care.
Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, Dr. Lawrence Krauss and Dr. Sam Harris. Thank you. Here we go. Thanks. Well, you guys are done. We were counting on like 10 minutes of applause at the beginning, so we didn't have to think very much.
Yeah. Well, thank you all for coming out.
Yeah,
it's really
yes, thank you.
It's amazing.
So, you know, we were talking before about what types of topics we might hit on, and we're trying to do things different in each of the towns. There's a lot of people who are here because they feel that one or more of us may have had some impact on their lives and influence them. And I thought it'd be a good place to start for each of you to talk about who opened your minds, who excited you about knowledge and understanding and flipped light switches for you.
I told you not to mention the lobotomy. I think for me, you know, one of the reasons I write books now, I think, is I read books by scientists and George Gamow. For me, probably Richard Feynman more than many, I think, because he was the first. When I was at some summer science program, and the teacher could tell I was bored, and he gave me the book by Feynman called The Character of Physical Law. And it was the first time I realized that it wasn't all done. It wasn't all done by dead white men a long time ago, and that there were still big problems that we didn't understand. So that was the first time I realized, hey, there's something left to do, and I got really turned on. I think and of course Feynman was really important in encouraging skepticism and explaining that science, a good scientist tries to prove a theory right, but tries equally hard to prove it wrong, and that's probably the first time I heard that.
Well, I guess taking that very literally, open in my mind, I have to say there's a couple of meditation teachers who literally did that. I guess it would be Tulku Urgyen Rinpoche, who's this great, very elfin Tibetan Lama who I met back in the early 90s, I would think, and he was just a guy who had been in retreat for about 15 or 20 years, and just quite a kind of a magical and brilliant teacher of just actually the topic you and I were fighting about last time, the illusion of the self and
And he led you astray early on.
Yes. So he induced this hallucination that you're worried about, and it's persisted for many years.
Yeah, and I think actually that's probably a good segue, as there were a number of topics that we discussed in New York, but this one I know I didn't get to an understanding of what you mean when you're talking about, from a standpoint of meditation, et cetera, getting into the introspection and losing a sense of self. So, I don't know, would you expound on that so that we can either come to an understanding of it or beat it to death after?
Yeah. Well, we should frame what I'm about to say with the understanding that basically every word out of my mouth for the next minute is going to be setting off Lawrence's bullshit detectors. And that's a problem. I will argue that's a problem, and it's not my problem.
Or mine.
So the setup to this is that, and this is not something that I always knew, this is something that was, thank you, your body language is, it's amazing to fawn and communicate derision in the same gesture. I mean, empiricism is obviously the bedrock of the scientific method and a naturalistic attitude of just observing the world and being led to theorize about it in a way that's constrained by evidence and consistent observation. And introspection in the West has been fairly unfruitful because most people, even going back 150 years or so, when people like William James and Wundt and other people in the dawn of psychology tried to get introspection off the ground, they looked inside and noticed that you really can't discover much about the mind by just looking inside. You can't even discover that you have a brain. Needless to say, you can't discover the dependence of the mind on the brain. And there are many things in science and in a scientific understanding of the mind that you can't get through introspection. But there are some things you can, and so to the question about the self, I mean, the self that is illusory from a Buddhist or meditational point of view is the sense that there's a subject in the head riding around in the center of experience. So there's clearly experience, there's clearly consciousness and its contents. There's a world that we see and hear and touch. There's the body in the world that we see and feel with sensations beyond touch. We have proprioception, we have a sense of our internal interoceptive states. You feel your gut, you feel emotional reactions to things, which are kind of an extrapolation of interoception. So all of this is not illusory, but most of us, certainly most of the time, feel that we are a self, a subject, located somewhere in the head that is an unchanging center to all of this cascade of experience. So there's seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, touching, thinking, and other senses, and all of that's happening to a witness, a center in consciousness that is thinking the thoughts and hearing the sounds. And meditation is just a technique to look more closely at that sense of there's a center. And you can actually find it to be absent. And it makes, and this should interest you, from...
I was waiting for that part.
It's amazing how it's amazing how sassy that can sound, but it should. This is far more convergent with what we know about the brain. I mean, there's no neurological sense to be made of an unchanging center to consciousness, and it's analogous to something like the optic blind spot. So the optic blind spot is something that most of us learned about in school. Obviously for thousands of years, people didn't know it existed. It's something you can observe about your phenomenology with some effort. I mean, you need a piece of paper and you draw two dots on it and you move it to the right spot, and one dot disappears, and it reveals something about the anatomy of the eye that's true, that we can find the corresponding third-person physical correlate of it. And
for fun, when I'm sitting up here, I'm constantly making your head disappear just by Sam's head's gone.
Yeah. So the
Well, that's true.
Okay.
That is true. That is true. I mean, it's counterintuitive. But if you look out at a crowd of heads, and close one eye, there's almost certainly somebody missing a head, and it would be hard to notice. But the sense that this is something, the fact that it takes some work to observe this, and this is something that actually makes more neurological sense, should give your feeling of not having observed it, having put very little effort into observing it. Well, you told last time you said it was a minute and a half, or.
Oh, when you make me do that stuff supposed to calm me down, I just can't do this for more than a minute or so.
So that's one reason why at least you should be open-minded as to whether or not there's a there there.
I'm open-minded to the fact that you may experience many things under drugs or under meditation, and those are experiences. And I think Oliver Sacks said hallucinations are real to those people who are hallucinating, and they are. And so I think everything you experience can feel real to you. It's just that.
But let me ask you a few questions. You're going to be talking, but I just want to ask you.
I was about to talk.
I know, but I want to get you right on track.
Okay.
Because,
thank you.
If paying more attention reliably leads to this experience, and paying less attention reliably leads to the experience you're having, what would that suggest to you?
It suggests you can do many things with your mind. When I'm working hard on a physics problem, I may lose complete consciousness of myself.
Right.
That's fine. It's good that my brain can concentrate, but I don't have any idea that I don't exist when I'm working on it. I realize that I'm just excluding all those things that are getting in the way of what I want to think about.
You exist. The person exists.
But the cell. I mean, I was just thinking about this backstage. That to me, I was going to use the word miracle, but I won't. I'm a physicist, but if I had to think of one of the most amazing things in the universe, it's the fact that we have a self. The fact that you can take a complex computing system at some level, and it can become self-aware, is to me one of the most remarkable things about the universe. And so that existence is something we should celebrate and not try and get rid of.
Then I think you're getting misled by the word self. We're using it differently, because there's absolutely nothing miraculous or wonderful about this type of self-awareness that I'm saying is transitory. I mean, it's like self-consciousness in the sense of, you've got something on your face, and you feel like, what me?
Thank you.
That recoil from experience, that sense of suddenly being behind your face, that's not the majesty of subjectivity that you're talking about.
No, I'm saying that I'm self-aware. And maybe there are other animals who are too, but that you can reach a level of computational complexity so that we can understand that we exist separate from the universe around us, and that we have a self. And then I said to you last time, I know you have a self. I cut your head off and your self ain't there anymore.
Okay, but again,
it's not a little man.
You're using the word differently, because it's not, yes, if you cut my head off, I would be dead, right? So I'm not disputing that.
Yeah, okay.
Let me just ask you one more question, because maybe we're hitting a brick wall
there
here,
is a separation between, you can try, look, I think you can do amazing things when you focus on it. The mind is an amazing entity which we still don't understand. In fact, we don't understand self. We don't understand consciousness. These are words, but we don't really, in my opinion, understand them yet. But so the fact that you can reach a state where you have this feeling is neat.
It's not a state.
It's the same state that people have when they think God's talking to them.
No. So, just a logical way to come at this. So there's consciousness and its contents. So everything you can experience is part of the contents of consciousness. Your feelings and your thoughts and your sensations. Now, this experience of having a self has to be an experience. Otherwise, you wouldn't say that it exists, right? And my losing a sense of self
also has an experiential quality. I mean, there's something that has been lost. Right?
Yeah, but we have to be very skeptical of ourselves.
Well, yeah, I think we should be.
And we have to be very skeptical of our experiences, and especially when it comes to internal experiences of assessing yourself, which we all do every day. We all lie about ourselves every day. We have to be skeptical about that. And if we experience something that gives us this profound revelation, profound revelations about ourselves are usually wrong.
I'm just saying the revelations you've got the revelation on the wrong side here, or the false revelation.
There's a part of this that I don't get.
Well, there's one point I just didn't make here.
Let him talk.
No, I want to give you the logical piece here.
Okay.
So if there is an experiential component to the sense of self, right? If this is an object for consciousness, right? Consciousness, subjectively speaking, I'm not talking about something spooky about consciousness being the ground floor of reality, but consciousness subjectively is prior to this feeling of self. I mean, this feeling is appearing among the objects of consciousness. It's a feeling in your face. It's a feeling in in your chest. So consciousness being prior to it, don't you think it might be possible to take the perspective of consciousness and see that feeling of self as yet just another object in consciousness? Another sight, another sound, another sensation, another thought?
Yeah, sure. Okay, big deal.
Okay. And what do you think that feels like?
What?
What do you think it would feel like to actually be able to do that?
I do think it would feel somewhat similar to the sense. I mean, I don't meditate, but if I am, the rare times I get to really work, if I'm writing or doing physics or something,
you lose yourself in your work.
I lose myself in my work, and so I think I can. People always tell me you don't know what that's like because you haven't experienced. But I think that is as close as you can get, and it's a very satisfying feeling.
Well, there's one difference. That should be a clue to you, because that is a clue that this sense of self is transitory. It's perturbable. You can lose it. You can pay so much attention to your work or to anything else that you no longer feel that way. You can have a flow experience, whether it's in athletics or whatever, and then retrospectively you come back and assess, oh, that happened to me. I guess
so the sense of self may be dependent upon your state of consciousness. I would agree, but there is a self. I'm me and you're you, and sometimes I would like to be you, but I'm happy to be me.
Okay. Two different usages of the word self, because my point of confusion is, if you have the experience of losing this sense of self, then what is the experiencer? And I think you're just saying
just consciousness and its contents. Everything is the same.
But
there's sights and sounds and thoughts.
But what makes it better? I mean, I guess
that's the second question.
The point is, okay, it's a neat thing. I mean, and I think you said somewhere you can get it from taking drugs too, right?
Well, if you're lucky,
yeah. Okay.
Depends on your dealer.
And I mean, there's a lot. So fine, but it's just another feeling. There's nothing special about it.
Well, no. Again, you're just not in a position to say that. So.
Oh, we see now that's.
Yeah.
Well, no. I think it's legitimate to ask. Okay, there's two separate issues. Can you lose a sense of self? And if you in fact can, why?
What's that good for?
What benefit is it?
Right. Well, so there's two benefits. One is that it's actually just the intellectual benefit of it being more true. It's like you're actually noticing your experience more closely than you otherwise. You're not taken in by an illusion, and that has its own rewards. But it actually...
I think that's an assumption on your part, but okay.
Well, no, but the thing is, you can do this so much. This is not a peak experience that you have once a year. You can do it, I can do it now. So I can talk about it, and I can notice what it's like to lose it and regain it, right? I mean, you can traverse that boundary 1,000 times in a day.
You don't understand the incredible exhilaration you get by being totally absorbed by yourself, which I can explain to you.
I know.
At
some point. But the real benefit is that all of our psychological suffering is the result of being lost in thought and not knowing it. I mean, we're thinking every moment of our lives about all of the things we want or regret or wish had turned out differently. We have an argument with someone and then we replay it in our heads for the next hour and a half. You get suddenly angry, and then rather than just watch the half-life of that emotion dissipate over the course of literally seconds, you rekindle it moment after moment after moment for an hour or for a day or for longer. based on thinking about all the reasons why you should be angry, and you're not even aware that you're thinking. So you're talking to yourself every moment of your life, and this automaticity is uninspected, and you don't even have the tools by which to inspect it. I mean, most people don't even know there's an option to inspect it, but even if they tried, they would just be lost in thought again in the next second. And the character of being lost in thought is to feel like a self and to be hostage to whatever emotional payload that thought is bearing with it. So all of the depression and the anxiety and the sadness and all of it.
And I've heard this before.
So you can break that spell.
But talking to yourself is another huge leap. I mean, my good friend and your good friend Noam Chomsky would say,
very close.
That, I know Noam has said to me, but I think it's true. He argues that language actually was not developed to communicate outside, but to communicate internally to yourself. And I think that's an interesting thought.
That might be one of the things he's wrong about.
It could be. It could be.
Well, I've heard you talk before about, all of our suffering is tied up in this self, and so gaining the ability to lose a sense of self would minimize or reduce or eliminate this sort of suffering. But from me, if that's true for suffering, first of all, I think we can learn from our suffering, and so I think there's value there.
Well, you will suffer. I mean, it's suffering is guaranteed.
I think there's things to learn from this.
There will be enough. There will be enough in any case.
Okay, but I still think there's things to learn.
I'm going to learn from this conversation. There's a subtle no. Anyway, okay.
I think
some people in the audience
learn
got
from
my
the constant self-reflection, but wouldn't the self also be responsible for joy?
Yeah, exactly.
So if I'm practicing
some joys, yeah.
What joy wouldn't be tied to?
But what's wrong with reliving good moments?
Well, the thing, so just to come back to his flow experience of getting so immersed in his work, most of the joys that people really crave tend to be these moments in life where you're not waiting for the next thing to happen. You are totally immersed in the good thing that is happening right now. So whether that's sex or sports or entertainment where that's so good that you forgot you're even watching a movie, you're completely one-pointed on something. Now, it is actually a feature of the human mind where, and this is a surprising feature, it doesn't actually matter what that something is. Concentration is intrinsically pleasurable, and that's you can think that might have an odd moral valence, and I would grant you it might.
I think it works as a.
But you can.
When they mean suffering is also a point of joy.
It actually can be. I mean, because you can be so one. I mean, this is something that happens on meditation retreats. You can sit with a lot of physical pain, and the difference between agony and ecstasy can sort of become indistinct. I mean, it's just intense experience.
But not just being in the moment. I mean, I'm getting pleasure out of anticipating what's going to happen next, what's going to come out of your mouth next.
But that's another kind of pleasure.
It's not thinking about the moment. It's sort of saying, gee, what's going to happen next? But this
is not going to be the best experience you're going to have all year, presumably.
Sam, I think you're selling yourself short.
Yeah,
I really do.
Another backhanded compliment. But the point being that you can actually, when you pay attention to those moments where you have really forgotten yourself in a good way, and you can lose yourself in anger, say. I mean, you can lose yourself in a morally, certainly unproductive and kind of classically unpleasant emotion, but it's not. The most pleasurable moments in life are not the moments where you're reiterating to yourself why you should be happy. You're simply just happy. I mean, you're simply. There are those moments.
I think there's something to some of what you're saying, and no, really. But what I do think you're influenced by your interest in Buddhism. There, I think the value judgment. Well, the only thing that I disagree with you about. Is not, I mean, I think I'd agree that you can have these experiences that are quite interesting. It's the value judgment that they're somehow more worthy than the other experience
it's an observation about the mechanics of my own suffering, right? So I'll just make it as local as possible.
Sure, good.
Now, this is an experience that is attested to by an uncountable number of people who have run the same experiment on themselves. So it's analogous to somebody getting in shape at the gym, right? How did you get those muscles? Well, I picked up these heavy things, thousands of times, and I ate this diet, and this is what happened, right? Now, it just so happens, in that case, you can see the person's body, and so you have this visual correlate to what they did. But there's an inner Jim. I mean, you can actually kind of change your emotional tone. You can change your capacity to fly off the handle. You can become the guy who used to get angry and stay angry for half a day and spend all that time saying and doing the things that angry people say and do to disrupt their lives and the lives of others. And you can cease to be that person, and you can know how you affected that change. And so, and it's a very common experience to develop enough, what's called now mindfulness, which is a buzzword, but enough of a capacity to observe the mechanics of your own disorder to notice that you're getting carried away by thoughts. And to just pull the brakes earlier.
See, I'm completely on board with that. I just don't know that requires me to lose any sense of self. I can look at something and say, it's a waste of my time to keep mulling over this thing that happened, so let it go and move on to the next thing.
I've been, with you, and you've done some of these things and stage, and I admire that ability in many ways, and I admire, I think this mindfulness, I do think, is useful at times, but I also think, though, as human beings, that it's also really useful to be mindless at times, and get wrapped up in those things.
We're using
and that's
the words the same way, but
but I think not get. I think it's sometimes really useful to get wrapped up in these things, and grow from that. So I guess the point is that I think it's a good. I think you're right that it's these tools and these training to be more mindful is a useful thing. Let's agree there.
Okay. And with all the caveats implied, but
no, I think it's a useful thing, and I think, and I see you, and you're just calm, and I wish I could be that calm, and I'm just not. I just think of that Woody Allen line all the time about meditation. He doesn't meditate because he ripens and then he rots. And
Woody Allen. Can we still refer to Woody Allen?
I was noticing there was a hush when I mentioned the name.
Is there a Bill Cosby line?
I'm going to say it again. Woody Allen. He's actually a very funny guy and a great film director, and so I think it's okay to mention the name.
Well, I think we've this
lost
about
half
as
the
far
audience
as we can
now.
Yeah. And you talk about mindfulness as a buzzword, at least within clinical psychology and treatment. I don't care about the buzzword aspect of it, but I love the fact that we can teach people how to be aware of what's going on and how to be aware of what they're doing in such a way that they may be able to overcome things without having to resort to pharmaceuticals and other things. Although perhaps I don't know how far that can be taken, and I will at least concede that while I'm not convinced that what you say is possible from a purely philosophical, who is the observer, moving the self down to where it may be co-equal with consciousness. I'm also not necessarily convinced that it's beneficial fully, but I'm with Lawrence in that I see...
It wouldn't have to be beneficial. I mean, it's either true or not. So it's like, it's possible that the self is an illusion, but seeing it to be illusory is actually bad for you, or is a net neutral. There's no guarantee that it's good for you, but it just so happens to be good for you psychologically, as testified by people who've done it.
Well, that's what I worry about, testified people who've done what's good for them.
But again, it's like exercise.
But I would love to spend a day. I really have thought about this. I'd love to spend a day with you. I mean, I'd love to learn new experiences and new techniques as one of a handful, because I'm alive for a little while. And I'd like to have certainly the conscious experiences that are possible. And I would like to learn those tools. And
I think you can have all of them at Burning Man.
Yeah, that's right. And I don't know if I could give you something in return, but I would love to do that. But I just think of it as, it is a remarkable thing to be able to experience the full kind of gamut of things that consciousness allows. And experiencing that gamut, I suspect, is good for everyone, because it gives us a greater perspective on ourselves and the universe, which is why I do science. So we'll spend a day together.
It might, if I only have a day, it might require drugs. So
I'm not opposed to that.
You're a hard case, Lawrence.
And we could start there.
Well, I think I have a better understanding than I did in New York, and I'm intrigued about other stuff. And so that raises a question, because this issue, obviously, you're presenting your experience, and it's very different from a bodybuilder's experience, because we can see that, and we can see certain things in your character, although I don't have your previous character to compare it to.
Well, just to give you one local example that someone might find interesting here. You know, I used to be terrified of public speaking. I mean, that was actually just something, I would not do something like this. And mindfulness is not the only antidote to being afraid of public speaking, but it is certainly a very useful component to it. I mean, there's no alternative to just speaking, right? You can't privately get over your fear of public speaking without ever speaking. But what you can do is, so if you feel anxiety before getting up on stage or giving a toast or putting yourself out there in some way, you can be willing. Mindfulness is, rather than avoidance of this feeling of anxiety, it's a willingness to just feel it without judgment, without trying to push it away, without trying to change it. Just feel it as energy in your body. And if you do that, it loses its psychological significance. It becomes something like indigestion or a pain in your knee, or something that doesn't capture your whole personality. It's just energy. It's just an appearance in consciousness. And if you allow yourself to do that, well, then the half-life of this thing is.
I guess I've been mindful. Yeah, I never thought of it in those terms. I have always thought that kind of anxiety or whatever is a good thing, and just sort of accept it.
Well, but that's a
speaking, or when I
yeah.
teach too. I mean, I try to be as unprepared as possible, so that no, seriously, to some extent, because I think it's good to have that kind of anxious thought that people can see what you're thinking.
Yes.
And I think
but that's not debilitating anxiety. That's
no, it's not debilitating.
Yeah.
Were you debilitated?
Well, I was avoidant of the whole project. I just wouldn't.
Really?
Do it. Yeah.
Huh? When was that? Because I know you for a while.
But before when my first book came out, I suddenly discovered I had to do a book tour, and there was just.
But I met you just around the time your first book came out. You seemed pretty.
Well,
zen even then.
Well, I had been meditating.
Oh, okay. I see. Okay.
So I was terrified of public speaking, which is why I didn't become a preacher. The people in my church is like, oh, God wants you to be a preacher, and I didn't want to do that, and I was terrified of it. My solution to being afraid of public speaking, and I say this kind of half as a joke and half serious, is turns out if you're not trying to bullshit anybody and you're not overly concerned about people perhaps not agreeing or not liking with you, public speaking is a piece of cake.
It is. You just
talk. Well, that helps.
It's one way. It's funny because I think of that because when I watch musicians come out, and I think, God, I used to think it would be terrifying to do that, and then I realized they're just comfortable. They're doing what they feel comfortable doing, and what could be more comfortable than just having a nice conversation? So it's interesting that I wish I could do that. I wish I could be as comfortable playing music as, but yeah, just talking. I never seemed to me to be an issue.
But it's a hugely common fear. It might even be the most common fear. And it's not, but what you just suggested, thinking about the anxiety differently, or noticing that anxiety doesn't feel that different from something like excitement. It has a very different, that you interpret differently. That's called reframing, and that's something that is also, that's a useful skill to have. It's just
they've co-opted everything that works.
I don't like, it's all these labels are fine, but okay, if that's what it is.
But it's different than what I'm recommending. But yeah, both are good. You can do both.
So we'll give.
Again, we're at loggerheads. Yeah. Maybe we should both be afraid of public speaking now.
Yeah, I think many of the people in the audience wish we were right now, actually, because we probably move on to something.
They're going to prove me wrong by booing us all off. So, Lawrence, what's the next big thing in physics? And for those of us who haven't been paying attention, what's the big thing now?
Okay. Well, I do get asked, the first question I get asked a lot, the answer is always the same, which is, if I knew, I'd be doing it. It's really important because the whole point of discovery is it's discovery. So the next big thing in physics will be the thing that I didn't expect. will be the biggest surprise that I can get. That's why science is fun, because you're constantly surprised. At least that's, for me, that's the whole point. So I think I can imagine areas where there's lots of activity. Generally, if we're building in science, or at least in physics, the next big thing will come from an area where we have a new window on the universe. Because science and physics, even though I'm a theoretical physicist, is driven by experiment. It's not driven by theory. And so therefore the surprises come from nature. And so every time we open a new window on the universe, we're surprised. And that then brings me, I guess, to the current big thing. I mean, so let me say, there are areas where we have, obviously, astronomy. We have a lot of new telescopes. The James Webb Space Telescope is going to go up next year. There's quantum computing is an exciting area because it's a window on processes that might be relevant to understanding how we think too. But the current big thing is this new window on the universe, I'd say, which is gravitational waves. Is the fact that in this room, when I do this or wave my hands, which I do all the time, I'm generating gravitational waves. And it's squeezing your head.
I've been feeling that.
And it's getting smaller and bigger, and then this end is getting smaller and bigger. And that it's happening, and that it's here, and yet we never thought we detected, because gravity is the weakest force in nature. And let me just say one thing for those who haven't heard me talk about this. The discovery of gravitational waves is amazing because it seems impossible. The fact that anyone would imagine they could do this. So gravitational waves are more intense for more violent explosions or more violent motions of matter. And nothing could be more violent in this universe today than, say, two black holes colliding. So we build this detector to try and look for black holes colliding around the universe, and those would produce the most intense gravitational waves you can measure. And so we build this LIGO detector, which has two arms. Each is 4 kilometers long, and if a gravitational wave comes by, it's really simple. One arm will get shorter, the other one will get longer, and we just have to measure that difference. Sounds easy. But to build a detector that could detect gravitational waves from the most violent events in the universe today, colliding black holes, you'd have to build a detector that could tell the difference in length between two 4-kilometer long arms. When a gravitational wave comes by, one arm would change in length by an amount equal to 1/1000th the size of a proton. Okay? Yeah. No science fiction writer would ever suggest that's possible. That's what we did. I mean, it's amazing to me that's the kind of thing that, and it requires bravery, it requires dedication, and luck. The wonderful thing about that particular discovery that amazes me, it was the discovery of two black holes colliding 1.3 billion light years away. That means the signal took 1.3 billion years to get there. The detector went online. It went online 15 years earlier, but it was upgraded so it could do this. And they started to test it on September 15th, I guess 2015. And Ray Weiss, who was one of the designers of it and won the Nobel Prize along with others for the discovery, told the students, this is just an engineering run, don't take data. And of course, they didn't listen. And an hour after it turned on, that's when the discovery was made. An hour. Now just think that signal had been going for 1.3 billion years. If they turned it on an hour later, we would have missed it.
But how often is it being pinged? I mean,
well, we didn't know how often it would be pinged. We had ideas that it would be pinged maybe a few times, maybe once every month, maybe once every 2 weeks, maybe a few times every year. And I will tell you I'll stop talking physics in a second, but I'll tell you one of the neatest things who's wearing gold right now in the audience? Yeah, okay, good. Don't tell people out in Chicago when you walk out there, okay, so another event that was seen this year was not two black holes colliding, but two things called neutron stars, which are amazing. It's stars, the size of the Earth collapsing to the size of Chicago in 1 second, producing a giant atomic nucleus called a neutron star, basically, whose density is billions of tons for each teaspoonful of material, okay? When those collapsed together, that binary black hole collided, unlike black holes, which are just a lot of nothing, just gravity, there's nothing there but a hole in space that has gravity, neutron stars have stuff. So LIGO and another detector, which then came on later, discovered these neutron stars, by the way, spinning around each other, each the mass of the sun, spinning around each other 200 times a second, which is amazing that it happens. When they collided, not only gravitational waves came out, but stuff came out. So the LIGO detectors discovered it and told all the astronomers in the world, look. And they looked, and we saw X-rays and gamma rays and visible light, and we could study all these things we never saw before. And what we discovered, we never knew where things like gold came from. Because in stars, you build things up to iron. But where do the heavy elements came from? Well, people thought maybe the collision of neutron stars. And what we could see from the X-ray radiation after that, in the days following, we saw that an Earth's mass amount of gold was created.
That's cool.
Something we predicted. But it really means every time, if you're wearing gold, that stuff was created in the collision of 2 neutron stars, and it's on your hand now. It wouldn't be there. You are really cosmic things, and I just find that amazing, that connection to the universe.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Anyway, that's the physics segment. Now we'll go into
You just sold a lot of gold.
Yeah.
Buy gold, people.
Yeah, sure. No, it's become less valuable now because there's a little more of it in the universe, right? Okay.
Can't quite get to it. We could start a neutron star cryptocurrency.
Yeah. It would probably be as real as the other cryptocurrency.
Although, for something like the LIGO detector, the mere fact that you can measure the device sufficiently to construct it should mean that when you turn it on, you would just expect it to work, because now you know how to measure.
You don't know if you're right. We didn't even know if solar mass black holes existed in the universe. We had ideas that they might, but we didn't know that. We
don't know when it's going to get pinged, but I'm saying the marvelous thing to me, and I could be wrong because I don't know shit, but is the precision of measurement required to construct it is the same as the precision.
Yeah, but how do you know if when a truck hits a pothole 25 miles away, it produces a bigger signal than the signal from a black hole. So how do you know you're going to be able to separate it from the noise, which is one of the reasons why there are 2 of them. There's one in Hanford, Washington, one in Livingston, Louisiana. Because it takes 8 milliseconds for something traveling at the speed of light to go, which gravitational waves do, from one to the other. So you get lots of noise from wind, from all sorts of things. But what you do is you look for the same signal in Livingston, Louisiana, 8 milliseconds later than the one in Hanford, Washington, and that gets a lot. But still, the idea that you could somehow isolate that much noise was something I personally was extremely skeptical about. That whether you could measure that distance is one thing, but the fact that you could separate everything else out, the fact that you could lose all that other stuff,
Are you learning anything from this history of your own skepticism?
Yeah, I was skeptical of that too, but unlike other things, that was definitely a good thing.
Yeah, well.
No, I'm being hard on you.
Someone can teach you to build your own LIGO detector. And
I couldn't
you will
build
not
it. I'm a
detect
theorist.
yourself.
I'm amazed at experimentalists. That's why I'm not an experimentalist, because it was 25, 30 years, almost 40 years to build it. Just like the Large Hadron Collider, all the fact that people are willing, and we still are willing, hopefully, to devote lifetimes to discover things that have no practical significance whatsoever is wonderful. And I'm serious. Because
what do you make of that? So say more about that, because that sounds like a decadent thing to say.
No, it's not, because the problem is that the best thing about science, the problem with science is it produces practical things. And it's great. We wouldn't be here. Most of the people in the room wouldn't be alive, and we wouldn't be able to communicate if it weren't for those practical things. But people don't realize that the real virtue of science is a cultural virtue. It's the same virtue as art, music, literature, is to see ourselves in a new way. The same way the experience you get when you meditate, to experience ourselves in a new way, to get a new perspective on our place in the cosmos. And we never ask. If the Art Institute is nearby, we never ask if a Picasso painting, what's a Picasso painting good for?
Some people do, yeah.
Well, exactly. And one of my quote I've been framing a lot lately, because it means a lot to me as I think of the current situation we're in, which I try not to. So when the budget for this new person who's there came out, so the first budget, zeroing out the National Endowment for the Arts, zeroing out the National Endowment for the Humanities, zeroing out the Institute of Museums, for example, all these things, zeroing out the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. We're going to save $1.6 billion, a line item in there for a wall of $1.8 billion. What makes America great is the cultural things we generate, the things that enhance the experience of being human. And the quote that I liked is from the first director of the Fermi National Accelerator Laboratory, Robert Wilson, who was asked by Congress in 1965, will this accelerator help in the defense of the nation? And he said, no, but it'll help keep the nation worth defending. If we don't have that, I mean, to think that we would get rid of all of the things that make life worth living, which is the cultural things that we enjoy, to build a wall is just the stupidest thing in the world. And we should, well, you can comment that too, but it doesn't, and it is decadent. But when we are so bereft of any economic well-being that we cannot afford to continue to ask fundamental questions of the universe and ourselves, it's over as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. Well, the other thing is that you can never tell. I mean, even if you're convinced that the real virtue in science is helping people, you can never tell where the line between just mere curiosity and useful knowledge.
You don't know what's going to happen. And I mean, 50% of our gross national product came from curiosity-driven research. That's why it's a big problem nowadays. And a lot of people say, we got to fund applied research and this and that. And that may help in the short term, but what's going to create the economic well-being of society 25 years from now is the research in fundamental curiosity-driven things. And when you say it's true that maybe science, I actually don't think the purpose of science is to do good.
No, I was just conceding to those people who do.
Yeah, I mean, I think, and you know, anyone who's done science knows that the reason we do science is very selfish, because we enjoy it. And and when kids ask me, I say, you know, just do what you enjoy. And that's the real reason science. They don't want to make the world great. Of course, they would like that as a byproduct, but they just want to do what they enjoy, and that's why people do science. That's why people do music. That's why people do magic. And if you don't enjoy it, you're not good at it. And so kids now, that's another problem. I think too many kids are being driven to not realize that, you know, we all end up doing things we don't enjoy, and many people end up in jobs that they might not. But when you're young, you shouldn't be driven to be looking for a career that's without being at least focusing on what you enjoy at the very beginning. And then if you have to give that up later, it's fine. But I really am sad to see a generation of young people being driven by you know, I want to go into Wall Street or something because I can make money quickly. And it's it should be the joy. That's the central thing to do. Anyway.
There was a question, and now I have to rethink it, because it was, how do we encourage the next generation to care about science and truth? But if the real value is in encouraging them to do what they love, how do we get them to love truth? In a world where, you know, none of us can be experts about everything, some of us aren't experts about anything, and anybody can cite their own expert, and in a world of fake news and you don't know who to trust, I get this sense that people in general are giving up on whether or not they have access to truth, and I worry that the next generation coming up just won't even have a good enough understanding to begin to care about what's real.
The problem is the next generation, the new generation, has got a lot bigger challenge than the old one, than certainly when I was growing up. And the problem is that we teach the new generation as if they're before. We in schools, still many people have this notion that schools are to provide information, but there's more information in my iPhone than there is in school, but there's more misinformation. And so what schools should be teaching is not that information. It's a process for deriving. It's a process for finding out facts. It's not a bunch of facts. Science, it's a process for deriving facts. So it's the process we need to teach. The process to tell the crap from the nonsense from the real stuff. That's what science is all about. And we have to teach that skeptical process in schools. And that's all I care about, kids learning in schools, because most of what I've certainly learned as a physicist, I've learned after I got my PhD. And I think what you really want to build are lifelong learners, and that is not giving them a bunch of facts about when the Battle of Hastings was, or what the 92 elements are, or any of the other things that people are forced too often to memorize, which causes them not to like science. It's a process of discovery, and that this process of discovery is learning how, not truth so much, but learning how to separate out the nonsense. And I think when you say, how do you get people excited about it? I think people are born excited about it. What we do is we beat it out of them. Kids are natural scientists. No, well, I'm keep giving these applause lines. I didn't mean to do that. But
those are machines. We put those machines there.
Make me feel better, because I need that. You don't, because you're in yourself.
That's right. I think there's more than that, though. I mean, I think implicit in something you just said is, I think, a crisis of meaning that people are feeling that is more than just loving science or loving truth or not wanting to be wrong. I mean, there's some scientists, even not all scientists, can get meaning out of doing what they love and having that be science. Meaning? But not everyone's born to be a scientist. Not everyone is that curious at the end of the day, and they still struggle to have a life that's worth living. And obviously, this is where religion is doing so much work for so many people. And what we're noticing now is, I really see this focused quite almost to a laser beam in the sudden rise of Jordan Peterson, who we were talking about earlier, who has some fans. I count myself one, in fact, in that I've had some terrible conversations with him, but I notice other people have great conversations with him. And when I hear him in conversation with those other people, fully 90% of what he says I think is great. But there's 10% that makes no sense, and that 10% really matters. And what that 10%, and the fact that that 10% is surviving criticism among his fans, or not receiving any criticism, reveals to me that there really is a hunger for a kind of quasi-religious, there's got to be more than reason way of thinking. And actually, I thought that there's an analogy to draw to magic, because there's real magic and there's fake magic, right? And actually, I think Dan Dennett was the one to point out that there's kind of a paradox here, because the real magic is in fact fake, and fake magic is the magic that people think might be real.
It was either Dan or Randy. I can never get the citation right.
So the magic that's not really magic, but that relies on props and subterfuge and sleight of hand, that's the real magic. And then there's fake magic that people believe in and it's not really there. And it's as though people, and the pleasure of enjoying real magic is not predicated on believing in the fake magic. It's not like when you do a magic trick, my pleasure in being on the receiving end of the trick is knowing that I got fooled, knowing that I can't figure it out, knowing that it's not real magic, or it is real magic, but it's not supernatural, and that's the mystery. That's what's cool about it. Right now, there are people who are out there pretending to have the supernatural skills. This happens in India. Someone with their skills goes to India, and they go to the ashram, and they can Satya Sai Baba, this afro-headed guru in Bangalore for years, was materializing ash and jewelry for people, and had tens of thousands of credulous students around him for decades. And he was clearly just a stage magician, but what Peterson's style of talking about myth and Jungian psychology and religion and the tools he's advocating that people use, part of the communication is that you need to relax your standard of intellectual honesty in order to make the most of these tools. It's almost like to really have fun with magic, I have to think that something really spooky is going on, and that's clearly false. And there has to be an adult, intellectually honest way of using archetypal thinking, if it's at all useful. I mean, you have to be, there should be no place at which you need to lie to yourself or pretend to know something you don't know.
But the problem is, look, there should be no place, but we all lie to ourselves. I mean, we do it every day. You don't, but the rest of us do. No, we all tell ourselves, you know, that we like our jobs or our spouses or we want to be on stage or whatever. And we're not just rational beings. And I talk to my friend Richard Dawkins about this all the time when we're on stage. Is that he doesn't understand that you could be not rational. But so we all want to believe it, like the X-Files. We all have these built-in. And it's probably evolution. Of course, it's evolution. It's evolutionary psychology that's caused us to want to believe in certain things beyond ourselves for many reasons. And so what we have to do is learn, just like you learn, you know, I could use the analogy actually to the tools you were talking about there. The tools of science are tools we have to learn. They're not natural, they're not easy, they're not intuitive, but they're tools that you need to build up, and we all need to build those tools up to inoculate ourselves against nonsense. And we need to more now than ever before, because the internet has got, you've got to have tools to tell the sense from the nonsense. And so, what's great about science is that it's 400 years of tools that have been built up, simple tools that we can use to get over our natural willingness to believe certain things, like that which happens to us is significant, which is just, you know, we all believe that everything that happens to us is significant. And we've got to overcome that notion that that natural notion, and the only way I know to do that is science. But to not accept that it's there is of course naive, and it will always be there, and people will always be able to appeal to it. I suspect there'll always be con artists and churches, and you know, it'd be nice if there weren't, but I think what we need to do is find a way to, people are convinced that they get more comfort from that. And what we have to work is to try and convince people that you can get comfort from not knowing, and from you know, having an uncertain future, and being insignificant in a universe that doesn't give a damn about you.
Or you can be less uncomfortable about not knowing. For me, and you talked about it before, about we're sort of essentially beating the sense of discovery and exploration out of natural scientists. How many times has a kid been in a classroom terrified that they're going to be asked a question because they don't know the answer and they desperately don't want to say, I don't know. And yet, I don't know is not only probably, in their case, the right answer, it may be the right answer for all of us.
But all teachers and parents
how should we go?
Should all, I mean, I don't know is the most important thing that we should be able to be comfortable saying as adults. And it's, and you know, because I just thought of this a while ago. I was in Ireland. There was a wonderful movie that I guess I was in a little bit called what's it called? It's about the Voyager spacecraft. The Farthest. You should watch it. It's a very beautiful movie that was made. But I was talking to some people about education, and it's amazing to realize that when any child learns something for the first time, it's the first time in the history of the world for them that it's been understood. And never comes about except for that I don't know part. Because what you need to do is say, I don't know either, let's figure it out. And then learning becomes a process of discovery instead of regurgitation. And that's what should be, that's the orgasmic experience that everyone should have.
I want to,
hopefully short of orgasm.
There's about 5 more minutes before we start taking questions, so if folks want to line up and remember the rules that I had before. But I kind of want to keep going on this, not the Jordan Peterson thing. You're going to have another discussion with him. I'm going to have one in April, and I don't know enough to know whether I give him a 90-10 split. But this idea of meaning and purpose in life, you were lucky enough in New York, and Lawrence had met him before. Chris Johnson came to that event, and he did the coffee table book, which is at like theatheistbook.com, but it's 100 atheists giving their thoughts on meaning and purpose in a life without God. And when I hear someone like Oprah suggesting that atheists can't experience awe, and then I listen to Lawrence describing a lifetime of experiencing awe and how we can encourage that, it seems like this is something that should be obviously false to people.
It's really sad.
And yet it's not obviously false. It is outside of where do we get our morals from. This idea of meaning and purpose and how atheists and seculars can't have meaning and purpose in life, or there can't be any meaning and purpose in a deterministic universe, that's like the second most common thing that we hear.
Yeah.
If somebody's not actually making a classical argument for the existence of God, it's just like, how sad would life be if I had to stop believing in a God? And I remember at one of the events there were some Catholic students sitting in the back who during the Q&A thought they'd pull a gotcha by asking Russell and I, but which worldview is most beautiful? And my immediate response was, I don't care. I don't care which one's more beautiful, I care which one's more true. But if you want to know, I would think that the atheistic worldview would be more beautiful. I don't, Hitchens would talk about how terrible it would be to think that somebody's watching you. But we don't consider our meaning and purpose in life. You guys talk to students all the time. If there's students in the room, do you want your parents to pick your major for you? Do you want your school or your state to assign it?
To get back to go complete circle to what Sam was talking about earlier, I think people make too much of meaning and purpose. I mean, namely, we should recognize that we make our own meaning and purpose, and it's our own, and but in an objective sense, it's as big an illusion as Sam would say the self is.
Well, that's what I was getting to.
And so that's okay.
We would rebel if the state tried to tell us what our meaning and purpose was. We would rebel if our parents or the school tried to tell us what our meaning and purpose is. And yet, for some reason, in the broadest range possible, people seem to laud this idea that they need to be given their lifelong meaning and purpose externally from a God.
Externally, yeah. But also they want their meaning and purpose to be the same. They want it to somehow have some more significance, because again, everyone wants to be significant. So somehow your meaning and purpose has to have a cosmic significance, and Oprah is the prototypical example of that.
I think I don't think we're as insignificant as you led on, because I think you can, again, taking consciousness as the focus. As far as we know, there's no place in the universe that is more meaningful than right here. I mean, the human consciousness is the best game in town that we know about.
Yeah,
so that's a big deal. And
it's a big deal. It's a big deal because we're here. But if we were there, then it wouldn't be such a big deal, right?
What would be over there? Just
maybe there's other conscious beings. Well, there might be other conscious beings. The point is,
but we don't know that.
If you're right, if we are the only, we should. I think I agree with you that we should. It's sensible to act as if we're the only conscious organisms in the universe, because maybe then we'll begin to take care of the planet on which we live in a way that can make that sustainable. That's true.
But the reason, there's an implicit value judgment there, which is, I think, is one I certainly agree with, which is if we manage to play our hand so badly as to cancel the future of our species, right? If we don't get through this bottleneck of the 21st century, that would be tragic. And it would be tragic only because of all the good and beautiful things we and our descendants won't get to do, because this is where the lights are on. I mean, this is the only place in the universe where we know the lights of consciousness are on.
I guess so.
And in my, why is that such a lackluster?
You're absolutely right. It's a wonderful. I'm happy to be conscious right now. It's a great, while I have a chance, it's not only the best game in town, it's the only game in town.
You were just talking about a kid learning the Pythagorean theorem for the first time.
It's fantastic. We should all realize that we have a brief moment in the sun and make the most of it. But I'm just thinking in a cosmic sense, it is true. First of all, whatever happens, everything that ever happened to everyone in this room is going to be, in a cosmic sense, is going to completely disappear and be forgotten. So it has no cosmic significance whatsoever. Everything all the beauty, the Shakespeare plays, the art, the music, it's all gone in the far future.
But the cosmos has no cosmic significance either.
But the neat thing is, let's say we go, and then it's not clear that there won't be other consciousness that arises on this planet afterwards. And that would be wonderful then too. Let's enjoy it, and let's. We don't have a choice. We do seem to have a choice, and some people in the White House don't mind not having a consciousness.
This is where they get to. This is where some of the particular theists get to the fatalism, the idea that, in the end, none of it's going to matter. And that always bugs me, because I'm like, who gives a shit about the end? it matters now.
Exactly.
The car I bought is going to rust away someday, but it gets me where I'm going now.
Let's take, from what I learned from my good friend Christopher Hitchens, one of the more evil people in the world. Not Christopher, Mother Teresa.
Yes.
So I learned from him how evil she was, and she was evil for exactly that reason. Because if you realize that what we have is what we got now, and there ain't anything afterwards, then this becomes more precious.
Yes.
This becomes everything. But if you're like Mother Teresa, then you say, the kids should suffer now. We shouldn't give them medication because in heaven they'll benefit from it. And so you see the exact opposite. Take the real existence and make it as miserable as possible for some illusion in the future versus accepting reality and enjoying it.
Well, to bring us full circle, I think her fetish with suffering could benefit from some of what Sam was talking about of her essentially losing her sense of self earlier. I don't know if I trampled over something you were going to add, but
no, it's just implicit in that fear, that theistic fear about what's the point if this doesn't last forever, is it completely diminishes the significance of now, as you said. I mean, it's the strangest idea to think that now doesn't matter at all if it doesn't last for eternity. That's like if ever there were a bizarre intuition that has to be one.
And that somehow we don't matter if the universe wasn't made for us. That somehow it makes us, it means we can't enjoy it or feel meaning in ourselves or care about, or our experiences are irrelevant. If the whole universe wasn't created for us, what a more arrogant, I can't imagine a more arrogant, and it really pisses me off in groups like the Templeton Foundation that pretend to support science in the name of religion.
You're just making friends all night.
Yeah, I know. Because they say, we want the humble approach, as if science, and religious people say scientists are arrogant, but what's more arrogant? What's more solipsistic than assuming the whole universe is made for us, whereas science is saying, hey, it isn't. Yeah. Anyway.
On that note, if we can get the lights up around the microphones where people are clearly lined up all the way out the doors so we can see.
Are people really lined up? No, they're not. Where are the microphones?
So for my first trick, I'll make the microphones vanish.
Where's the microphone?
From their place. There they are.
Oh, they're coming. Oh, I get it.
See, these people are far more organized than we are.
Are there any up there?
This notion that, this is one of the reasons why I tend to focus so much on religion. I do the Atheist Experience show. I'm convinced that people have been sold a bill of goods that devalues all of humanity, and I don't know.
Moved. Yeah, well, but it explicitly does do that. It says it does that. That's not a surprise.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, they want to ask questions,
and I bought into it. We'll start over here, sir. And just if you're comfortable with it, say your name and who your question's for, or if it's for all of us, and we'll try not to trample over.
Okay, my name is Dov Weiss. I'm a professor of religion at the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. I teach the history of Judaism. I'm not a believer. My question for you, Sam, is do you see any value in studying religion from an academic perspective? And how do you feel about the fact that taxpayer dollars go to support the research that people like I do? In other words, can the study of religion contribute to our understanding of society and culture, or is religion best left to the ash heaps of history like magic or other superstitions?
I think it's a fine thing to study. We study many things, again, that are not narrowly tied to utility. I can make a very good utilitarian argument for studying religion because so many people believe it in earnest. So it's even more worth studying than something perhaps like art history or something that is purely about aesthetics. But I've got no problem with the funding of art history. So to connect with what Lauren said, I said decadent because that's a possible criticism, but the reality is it's a sign of the wealth of our civilization that we can spend time on ineffectual things, right? That's just merely beautiful, merely curiosity-driven things. The archaeology, what's the use in that, right?
by the way, I often, when questions are directed at Sam, I'll answer them too. Whether but no, religion, I mean, it's even more important than that. Not just it's so many people believe now. Religion is a central part of human history. So if you're interested in understanding modern civilization, it would be insane not to understand the impact of religion, because it's been one of the most important cultural components of humans since humans have been humans.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And as long as the funds aren't being used for proselytizing, I'm all in favor of it. I've been saying that comparative religions courses shouldn't be electives. They should be mandatory.
Well, and actually, to be even more specific, there's probably no more effective way to become an atheist than study religion.
Yep. On this side now, yes, sir.
Hi. This question is for Sam, or really anyone who wants to jump in. The new atheist is often accused of a kind of sociological...
We can't hear you.
You got to get a little closer to the mic, I think.
The new atheism is often accused of a kind of sociological blindness or insensitivity. My question is, given sort of... I think Sam has been unique among new atheists in acknowledging the need for a social equivalent of religion, or some sort of something to perform the social functions of religion. But at the same time, I mean, it's sort of left vague and you're not entirely certain. So my question is, why is it worth destroying something you acknowledge as sort of sociologically vital and utilitarian in order to... why is it worth destroying that before you sort of know what to put in its place? And I'm asking it particularly in the context of like the social crisis among the working class, which, I mean, is often attributed to the collapse in social capital, which is basically a euphemism in part for the collapse of organized religion.
Right, right. Well, I guess two answers. One is that it's not a matter of aiming to destroy religion just to destroy religion. It's wanting to talk honestly about what we know to be true, or have good reason to believe is true, or good reason to believe is false. And so it's very much in the attitude of science, just trying to figure out what's real. But I would add that the reason why I hope we will one day empty the churches and empty the mosques is because of all the harm that way of thinking manifestly does.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
that's a key point.
And I think the harms of religion vastly outweigh the benefits, and we can have those benefits by other means, and we get those benefits in other ways, in a kind of piecemeal way. Yeah. And yes, I would argue that there are blind spots in secularism, and we need to fill in some of those holes. But no, I mean, just you take the extreme case. You take the fundamentalist Islam, or fundamentalist Christianity, or the Jehovah's Witnesses, or Scientology, or just take the hardcore, most devout of any dispensation. The downside is it just advertises itself.
It's not just the extremes. I used to think in terms of those extremes until I got more involved.
That's the easiest place.
Yeah, it's the easiest place. Of course, it's easiest to look at those extremes, but it was only, I think, after I did that movie with Richard, The Unbelievers, that I get letters, and we both do, that I had never appreciated the really insidious aspect of religion, in my mind, the most insidious. It's not those extremes. It's all the people in these communities that feel bad about themselves because they ask questions, because they doubt. Yeah. And I get those letters all the time, and yeah, okay, you don't need to pause, but that they feel alone too. They feel like they're the only ones, and they feel bad for it. And that is in my mind, I think the really insidious aspect that's far more common than people realize, because everyone doubts, and we should all be encouraged to doubt. But also to add what Sam said, is this notion, it's not as if you're tearing things down. And we use that word loss of faith as if you're losing something. When you lose faith, you're not losing anything. We need to ask, and what Sam said, I agree with 100%, can we ask what are the good things that religion provides in the sense of community or some sense of belonging, and ask, can we do it in a way that's real? Because why do it in a way that depends on fairy tales?
Because, you know, again, to bring up Noam, he said to me once, you know, I don't care what people believe, it's what they do. But the problem is what they believe influences what they do.
Yeah.
And if your worldview is based on nonsense, then you're going to do nonsense. Anyway. Okay, well now we can plot again.
Hi, my name is Lucy Anderson, and thank you so much, Matt, for bringing up the idea of truth, because that's what my question is about. I'm going to ask you guys to tap into your creative side here and tell me if you had an artist who you could commission to make a piece called Truth, and they were going to just depict truth in the most intense and perfect way, what would they make? What do you want the artist to make? Sam, don't say like a copy of the Magritte painting with the clouds over the face.
Well, if I could give you a off-the-cuff answer that would be satisfying, I would be that artist.
I think I'll start then. Okay,
Yes.
I could do it because I think the best example of truth would be a blank canvas.
With gesso or
no, just blank,
fiber?
nothing on it, blank stuff. Because that's what that's to me, because it invites you. It's inviting you to create something, and
oh, I think that's dangerous.
hold on, but hold on. No, I'm not saying that in the pat way. I mean that truth is really an anathema to science. I mean, believe it or not, science isn't all about finding truth. In physics, there's no such thing as absolute truth as far as we know. There's things that are likely and things that are unlikely, and there are things that are wrong. There's absolute falsehood.
Yeah,
that's true. There's absolute wrong.
You're falsifying against a sense that the reality is some way.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
You're trying to get closer and closer
so
to it.
That's
but there's
truth.
no idea that encompasses all of reality exactly as far as we know. Some string theorists hope they would do that, but they haven't. And so I'm not being facetious. They really did think there might be a theory that described nature on all scales. We have no physical theory. The best physical theory in the universe right now is something called quantum electrodynamics. It's great, but it only works over part of the range of life. So we have this blank canvas, and to try and pretend we're capturing truth is always, to some extent, illusion. It's illusion. It's getting closer and closer, but never real.
Yeah, and I'm partially on board with the idea that I don't know that we necessarily have access to truth. I don't think we have absolute certainty about anything. For me, the painting, because I have a compatibility model, where essentially truth is that which conforms to reality. So any accurate painting of nature would be sufficient of me to pick truth. And absent that, I think I'd like just a single Venn diagram with one circle with A and not A, and then I'm fine.
But when you say yeah, okay, that's good. I like that. But when you say conforms to reality, what you really mean is you make predictions and you test them, and you see if they're right. That's what it means to conform to reality. There's no other definition that I can think of.
Yes.
Or you see when they're wrong. I mean, your falsifiability is the measure of
Yeah. I mean, so you're capturing some aspect of reality if you're right, but you're not necessarily right.
You're not wrong
But you
yet.
know when you're wrong, you're wrong.
Yeah.
And then it's just like Sherlock Holmes said, you know, you get rid of all the stuff that doesn't work, and what's left is probably got some semblance of reality.
Tentative, probabilistic, blah, blah, blah.
Well, that's why we should never use the word believe.
No.
I try not to use it anymore, but it's either likely or unlikely. It's not that I believe this or believe that. Remember that. Don't ever use it.
And go back and watch the event that we did that Krauss and I did in Toronto, where I am fully fine with the idea of using the word believe and not the word faith. But we had that.
Yeah, and you were wrong then too, but it's okay.
And yet, curiously, you agreed with me, because if by belief all you mean is I am convinced that this is likely the case, then there's nothing wrong with saying I believe.
And I can be convinced otherwise if it's not.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
This is a question for the entire panel. Please feel free to draw on your own personal experiences when you answer this. But tonight, you stressed the importance of raising a future generation that believes in science and reason and is free from faith and Stone Age myths. Sam, you've described religion in the past as being a motherlode of all bad ideas. I'm trying to raise a 2-year-old in a part of the country that has more churches than museums or libraries, unfortunately. What would you recommend would be the best way, and at what age would you address these issues with them so that they can be raised without internal anxieties, without feeling ostracized from their community, but without the motherlode of bad ideas on board before reason and science has a chance to improve their lives and have them grow it further?
Yeah, well, I mean, the first thing to recognize is that your 2-year-old is already a non-believer, right? Your 2-year-old does not. So if you don't screw that up by
just keep it, just don't screw it up. That's right.
Reality will cooperate, and I mean, but my view of this is that you don't want to. You don't want to put your kid in a situation that is starkly uncomfortable. You're not raising a little atheist to put on the front lines of this culture war, right? So, in my experience, raising 2 girls, I've never had to lie to them about anything, and the questions come when they come, and these kinds of considerations become relevant when they become relevant. And you're not teaching them contempt for other people. You're not teaching them contempt for the people they will meet who are religious. You're teaching them difference. I mean, some people celebrate Hanukkah, some people celebrate Christmas. It all can be in the spirit of understanding the world's religions in an academic sense, and just aesthetic differences and cultural differences, and different kinds of foods, and none of it need acquire the charge of sectarianism until they're grown-ups and they can actually deal with just how closely people hold these beliefs and how freaked out they get when they're challenged. So I haven't, again, I haven't walked into this. My oldest daughter's 9, but even she knows exactly what we believe and don't believe, and she's aghast that anyone believes these things, but she's socialized to the point where she's not an asshole, right? So it's not hard.
It's really, your point is really well taken, especially if you live in if you don't want. One of the reasons that I heard at a skeptical meeting why there may be fewer women who are there is because of the fact that in certain communities, if you're recognized as a non-believing family, people don't want your kids to come over there, or vice versa. And so, and caregivers who are in the world, for the most part, are generally more often women, are more sensitive to that and are more hesitant to have their children labeled that way. And any label is a bad label in that sense. And the fact that we even label kids, the first time I think my consciousness was raised in that regard was when Richard Dawkins showed this beautiful picture from a newspaper at Christmas time, and there's 4 little kids together playing, and one is a Christian kid, one's a Jewish kid, one's a Hindu kid, one's a Muslim kid. And he say, Jewish kid? And why don't we say, neoliberal kid? When do we say, how you label a 3-year-old by a very complex idea of Judaism or Islam or Christianity or any of these things, the fact that we even label them is the worst thing we can do to them, because they're not that. As I said, they're born unbelievers. But I think the thing you can do along the lines that, and I have a much older daughter now, and another stepdaughter is now a teenager, so I try to encourage this, is that is just encourage that safe questioning, that any question is okay, first of all, that questioning is a good thing, and that not to trust your answer. Literally, that to be skeptical of what you say.
Yeah. And I don't have kids, but super quick, love your kids, know that you're going to screw it up, and don't panic if things don't go as planned, because I was a believer for many, many years and turned out okay, so things can get fixed. On this side?
I have a short but 2-part question for Lawrence Krauss. If Einstein could see the way people use smartphones today, do you think he would ever regret sharing his research with people? Also, in that same way, do you think there's any scientist that has invented something or discovered something that helped humanity and thought, kind of wish I didn't tell those people because they're like really ungrateful?
Well, that's a good question. I think Einstein was fascinated by popular culture in his own way, and so he would have played with smartphones, I think. But But it comes back to the more general thing. I don't think the scientists ever discover anything for anyone else. They don't discover it for other people or they discover it because they want to know. And that's one of the reasons that's unfortunate, because the scientists are doing it for themselves. But there's a requirement. I mean, if we're going to create knowledge, we have an obligation at some level to disseminate it. And that's why I spend a fair amount of my time trying to do that. I think it's equally important. But it's also not an excuse for scientists to then step back and say, I'm not interested at all in the social or political ramifications of what I do. I think that's absolving themselves of responsibility, not because they have a special role as scientists, but because I think every citizen has an obligation to utilize, to recognize that they live in a society and the tools and the things they develop have an impact on that society. And we all have to be political beings. And so scientists need to play a role in the political process like everyone does. But because science is so successful, that role is particularly important. I mean, I have friends of mine who there's one PhD physicist in Congress right now, Bill Foster from Illinois, actually. And if you come from that district, vote for him because he's a good guy. And I'd like more scientists in Congress, but I don't think that's the solution. Science should inform public policy, and an informed public should make decisions about how to use that public policy. So scientists develop things for themselves, but those who say, well, I'm not going to worry about the implications of my research, are just being irresponsible, like anyone else is being irresponsible if they don't care about the implications of what Congress is going to do for the dreamers, say, for example. I mean, it's just irresponsible because we do have a social compact, and the whole point of having an advanced society is that we all have skills that we can use to make it better for everybody. Anyway.
Thank you.
Hi. My name's Andrew Spanner. This question is for Sam. I've struggled with addiction my whole life. In your view on free will, is it just my luck and experiences that determine if I can stay sober, or can someone like myself make a decision to change their life and stay sober because they want it bad enough? Can you expand on free will as it relates to addiction?
Yeah, well, you can definitely decide to do something or not do something and have that decision be the proximate cause of your doing that thing or not doing it. And you can more and more understand all of the variables in your environment and in your relationships that support or undermine that effort. Addiction is an especially charged example, but take something that has no charge. You're just learning to play the piano, right? I mean, if you wake up tomorrow really wanting to learn to play the piano, there's a way to do that. And then there are a million ways to fail to do that, right? So, but there's a very narrow path that you have to stay on in order to come out a competent pianist at the end, right? And it entails practicing the piano and studying with a teacher and being interested in music and all of that. And so it's not, you don't learn the piano by accident, right? And you can't just wait around to see if you learn the piano. You have to actually take all the steps. And so it is with getting free of addiction, right? And so there's all these rational steps you can take, but none of that requires free will. It's still, you still have the mind and the exact brain you have in this moment, right? And if what I'm saying to you now makes sense, it doesn't make sense by virtue of your free will, right? If it doesn't make sense, it doesn't not make sense by virtue of your free will. I mean, it's like everything is just happening in each moment, but part of what's happening are all of these other things that can arise in you that can for good or for ill, so you can more and more witness the downside of addiction and surround yourself with people who support that in you. or you could do the opposite, right? And that will all have a cascade of effects. And those effects, again, will not be demonstrative of free will, right? It's demonstrative of the causality that helps make a mind and body what it is. And we're all part of this causal fabric of just intersubjective reality. I mean, you're affected by everything. Things you hear, things you read, things you watch on television, conversations you have, glances that people give you, the amount of money you get, the amount of money you lose. I mean, all of it is a cascade of influences, and it all matters. It all is causally summing to something, to this next moment in your life. And the flip side of the no free will argument is that you actually don't know how fully you could change in the next moment. I mean, you're an open system. I mean, you can radically change your life. You can be fundamentally different from who you were yesterday. I mean, the example I gave of being afraid to speak in public, right? At a certain point in my life, I decided, well, I need to speak in public. There's got to be a way to do this. So now I'm going to start doing it. And almost immediately, I was someone who had to regularly put himself in circumstances like this. There's no problem now. I mean, this is a totally anxiety-free thing for me to do. It was not at all obvious that changing myself that fully was possible, but it's clearly possible, right? And that's true on 100 other fronts. And and that's part of that doesn't entail free will. That just entails causal effects.
I think you can even build on that, especially in the case of addiction, where you feel like you have no control in some states when you experience addiction to anything. But if you by recognizing in some sense the lack of the existence of free will, you can use that in your favor. You can say, what is going to help me determine my behavior, and how can I influence that? By education, by surrounding myself with the right people. So basically recognizing that your decisions are going to be influenced by a whole bunch of factors, and using that and acknowledging that, you can then try to orient yourself so that the factors that impact on you are the factors that are going to drive in the direction that you'd like to go, and so that reinforcement. So I think accepting the fact that we all make decisions because of a host of factors, and we are influenced by our environment, and we are influenced by our peers, and we are influenced by education, utilize that influence to help direct you to the extent that it can, to try and overcome addiction. Not that it's easy.
That's actually a very important point that I just want to emphasize. I mean, the science on will, it comes to that punchline, which is your will is very unreliable as a way to stay on any path. So you do need to understand the environmental, contextual drivers of your behavior. And so, I mean, if you want to go on a diet, the first thing to do is to get all of the junk food out of your house, right? Because you have to hedge against your future self who's going to suffer weakness of will. Because weakness of will is coming. So you can't have the drugs or the food or whatever it is available, because your will is going to break down, and the science behind that is very well understood. So you need to approach it as an environmental response.
And if it helps,
and good luck to you too, sir.
Yes. Yeah. And if it helps, the three of us aren't in complete agreement on free will. We discussed a little bit, but we're all in agreement that we're thinking agents with desires, and that there are actions that we can take to bear those out in the way that both of them were talking about that. I think your question betrays something that Sam and I spoke about, that Dan Dennett has a fear of, if there's no free will, people will fall into this idea of fatalism, and that everything that happens to me is either my fault as a failed being, or the cosmos just batting me around like a play toy. And I understand that fear, but I don't share that fear. And I think the fact that there are three individuals up here with slightly different views on free will, all telling you that whether or not you have free will is irrelevant to the fact that you're a thinking agent with desires, and you can cognitively process and plan to meet a goal.
Yeah, let's move off free will.
Yeah.
Good luck, sir.
Hi, my name's Vinny. I'm from Chicago.
Hey, that's a surprise.
I have kind of a two-part question. I love all you guys. I follow you regularly. I consider myself a Hitchensian. I find myself more and more stuck on the baggage of language, and it's a common topic. The idea that there's so many people right now that are talking themselves in circles to try to fit a certain narrative. Jordan Peterson does it, where he's so stuck on trying to redefine his idea of truth that he just runs in circles and circles and circles until he wears you out, basically. So could you, Sam, please just give him the intellectual ass-kicking he deserves?
Do it, Sam.
And then the second one is for Professor Krauss. Would you sign my tits?
A year ago, I might have said yes, but the answer is no now.
That question was 14 billion years in the making.
Yeah, that's right.
Stars died so we could get those questions.
Are you wearing gold by any chance?
But,
anyway,
but
thank you for your vote of confidence. I will try it.
Okay, this is another one for Sam.
Yeah.
How much would you recommend that the average person pursue meditation and spiritual inquiry? If someone has the ability, like you, to spend a decade of their life pursuing this, is that worthwhile? How much does someone need to work to hit your level of enlightenment, or a level that's worth having?
Well, I think any non-zero amount is already a lot more than most people are tending to do. So 5 minutes a day can actually be a huge change in your life. It's a skill like anything else, and so practicing it regularly is really the only way to acquire it. But it totally depends on your individual circumstance and interest and all the rest. But going from 0 to 5 minutes, 5 minutes done wisely and in a way that is intelligent can be a huge difference. I mean, it's like going from being totally sedentary to working out a little bit every day. And I mean, that's true even with physical exercise. Even 0 to 5 minutes, if it's the right 5 minutes, can be 75% of the health difference in exercise. I mean,
so maybe, yeah, but I would just say that, yeah, but no, I would say, look, different strokes for different folks. If it works for you, great, but maybe 5 minutes exercise is just as good. And so I think it's hard to, it depends on the individual, and I think if you have to try things and see what helps.
What percentage of the population would you not recommend physical exercise to?
I know one. No, but look, it's a matter. Look, no, it's not. But the point is, it's a matter of priority. So you've got a certain amount of time in the day.
Yeah.
And some people spend 3 hours a day on physical exercise. Some people spend 5 minutes, and people have to choose their priorities.
But is there,
and
is
it
there
works,
anyone who you
and
wouldn't?
for some people, 3 hours a day of physical exercise is what makes them, allows them to survive the rest of the day. And for some people, 5 minutes is too much. And so, of course, it's empirically clear that physical exercise is a good thing.
Right.
But you and I would, but I know there are many days when I have other priorities. I like to work out every day if I can, but there are days when I can't. And so, there are other things that you need to do in life. And so you have to, life is a balance. And
there are
and
usually other things you need to do in life.
Yeah, but I would, but I guess what I'm really worried about, and I don't think you were really saying this, so maybe I hope you weren't, is that I can't tell you what's the best thing for you. You have to try a bunch of things and see what works. And it's good to try a bunch of things, but it's not clear that the same thing will work for everyone, in my opinion, anyway. Anyway.
The analogy to physical exercise is a good one. And if a certain kind of physical exercise doesn't work for you, that can be understood. If you can't do push-ups because you've got an injured shoulder or whatever, there's some workaround. It's not like push-ups don't work, and it's not like push-ups aren't for everybody. They're just not for people who have, for whatever reason, some reason why they can't do push-ups. But there's some principle there's a principle by which push-ups work for most people that can be invoked even in the case of somebody who's missing an arm or has an injury. And that's true of meditation too, or mindfulness. There's some version of it which in moderation and the research I think is more and more bearing this out, is basically good for everybody. Now there are people who suffer various kinds of psychopathology where I certainly wouldn't recommend that they go on intensive retreat. You know, you don't want to go into silence for 10 days and meditate for 14 hours a day if you have some kind of thought disorder, or you're bipolar and you're
I think you're right that there are things that meditation provides that are good, but you might say to someone, spend a half an hour playing the piano if that's what you. I mean, because for some people it doesn't have to be meditation. It could be you get the same benefits.
But that's just not true. I mean, as witnessed by you. I mean, you don't know what I'm talking about. I mean,
no, you're right.
Yeah. So yeah,
that's exactly what. It's a different version of what I was going to ask, because you said something which, what percentage of the population would you not recommend physical exercise to? And I would say the portion of the population that doesn't need it to have a fit and balanced life. There are people who through the course of their daily actions are never going to. The highway workers are not going to need to go to the gym.
They're getting exercise.
Yeah. Sure. But what I'm saying, when we tie this in, if throughout the course of, we'll just use me as an example because I'm perfect. My daily life, I get the same benefits of easing suffering and not dwelling on things and anxiety without actually going through 10 days of not talking, because that would kill me.
Well, but then you would become interested. You should become interested in why it would kill you. I mean, so if you suddenly put yourself in that circumstance and found it intolerable, the mechanism by which you were finding it intolerable could become interesting to you. I mean, it's not objectively intolerable. It's just you hate it, and that is the wellspring from which all of these other forms of restlessness and dissatisfaction are going to ambush you in your life. If you can't be alone with yourself in a room without your smartphone, you have a psychological problem.
I'm good with that.
It is not an accident that solitary confinement is considered a punishment even inside a maximum security prison. I mean, so you're put in a box with murderers and rapists, and most people still dread being alone in a room more than being out with the murderers and the rapists.
Well, because we're natural. Hold on, but I'm going to keep trying to take.
We're naturally social primates.
I agree with but I mean, we are social beings. Humans can't survive alone. We just can't survive.
In the state of nature, that's true. Yeah.
And so to not acknowledge the fact that we need social contact is to not acknowledge what it means to be human. So it's not a bad thing.
I'm not saying we don't need or want social contact. I'm saying if the best way to enjoy social contact is to actually be happy already. Is not to need it in the way that needy people need it. The people who are afraid to be alone, afraid to lose you, afraid to...
well, sometimes actually the best time
complicates relationships.
Yeah, well, I'm going to keep disagreeing because it's fun. But but sometimes the best social contact that I can have is when I feel miserable, and then I'm with someone, let's say my wife, who makes me feel better. That's great.
That's a great.
So I don't have to be happy
relationship.
to have a wonderful social contact. My experience can take me out of depression.
Yeah, but there's the other side of that experience, which is you're miserable, and now you're making everyone around you miserable.
Well, that's true. I do that as a rule.
I mean, if my wife were here, she would tell the frequency with which I complain about petty stuff to her is not a feature, it's a bug, right?
And you do that?
Oh, sure.
I never figured you did that.
But I would do a lot more of it if I didn't meditate.
Yeah.
But I would argue that you're not making them miserable because they're responsible for whether or not they become
Let's get some more questions.
Yeah. Anyway, over here.
Yeah. Hi, my name's Ryan, and this question's for either one of you. So I want to preface it with saying that I love your book, The Moral Landscape, Sam, but I have a question in regards to, so you talk about in your book, obviously, that science can influence and tell us about objective truths about reality, but you often appeal to low-hanging fruit where you talk about, if you cut off someone's head, that's objectively, wrong. But when we start talking about more nuanced things like healthcare policy or economics, do you think science can still influence or tell us about objective truths in those fields? And if so, could you give an example?
Yeah, well, so just to tell you why I would go after the low-hanging fruit for part of the argument is that I'm making an argument that there are right and wrong answers whether or not we can find them. I mean, that is the nature of scientific truth. That is the nature of realism in any area, whether it's scientific realism or moral realism. It is a claim that reality is a certain way, whether anyone in this room knows it or not, right? And it's possible for all of us to be wrong. It's possible for just one person to be right. It's possible for that person to die and now everyone is left is still wrong, right? So it's possible not to know what you're missing in every area where there is a reality that's bigger than you are. And that's also true of the moral domain as defined by the possibilities of experience in this universe. This universe admits of an extreme range of possible experience, and we've all been buffeted around the continuum of just pointless misery to sublime, rapturous pleasure, and we want a lot more of this and we want less of this, and both personally and collectively. And again, you could be more or less informed about the dynamics of that movement, right? So you don't know that substance abuse is as bad as it is for you, say, or you don't know that this relationship is, undermining your happiness. But there's a right answer there, whether you know it or not. You don't know how much happier you would have been had you married that other person. There are many of these questions that we will never find out. We'll never get the data. You'll never get, exactly what is the weight of every person in this room combined, if we could put you all on a balance. We could actually give a pretty good estimate, right? We know how many people are in here, almost. We know the average weight of a human being. We could get within, I'm sure, 5% of the exact number. But there is an exact number, right? Well, to whatever measurement error and to whatever decimal place you arbitrarily care about. But we're never going to find it. So this is a difference between answers in practice and answers in principle. In principle, there's an answer to that question. In practice, we'll never get the data. And so many of the more complicated questions of what healthcare policy would maximize the well-being of everyone living under it, that's something that, to a first approximation, we will want economists and other smart people in the relevant areas to eventually figure out. But whether we'll ever be sure we have the right answer, we will never be totally sure what better answer we could have found, or what in some alternate universe the counterfactual answer paid better results. So we're still living with impressive uncertainty, and yet it's clear we can navigate in this space, and it's clear there are answers to be discovered that will surprise us, and that's my claim with respect to morality. It's a navigation problem.
Yeah, it's one area where I think Sam and I are in extremely close agreement. But to take it even further, you won't get to that answer by revelation. Right. The only way to get to that answer, and you might not know what the right answer is, but the only ways to get there are using rationality and empirical evidence, and those are the only ways to even get close. So any other way just doesn't work.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Landon Klipp. I'm a student at the University of Illinois. My question is for Sam. In your book, Waking Up, you talk extensively about your travels to India. You spent a significant amount of time amongst various gurus. My question is, what possessed your brain to upend your life to do that sort of thing? And also, would you recommend that experience to the regular person, or is it enough to experience it vicariously?
Well, as I said in Waking Up, and I think in the first chapter, the first page, what possessed my brain, literally possessed my brain, it was a drug experience that I had on MDMA when I was 18, I think. And the net result of that was I could no longer overlook that it was possible to be much different than I was tending to be, right? So I took not everyone has this experience and not everyone draws the same message from it, but the message that is to be drawn from it is that it's possible to have a very different experience than you're tending to have. Neurologically, this is a neurological fact, and the drug isn't doing anything to your brain that your brain can't do, right? It's just pulling the levers and turning the knobs that are already in there, it's possible to come away from that experience thinking, well, MDMA is very interesting, but unhealthy to take again and again. So, there goes that project. Or you could realize that there are other ways to overcome all of the limitations in yourself that you were noticing overcome in that experience. And that's the message I drew at that point. So I became very interested in just what other methodologies were out there and what other philosophies and conversations were out there. And again, so as you move into that esoteric Eastern side of the bookstore, there's just a tsunami of woo and craziness that you get hit with that you have to use your critical scientific faculties to differentiate. But there's a central strand of empiricism and methodology and just learning to pay attention to experience. And it's not. And this is why mindfulness is everywhere now, and chanting to Krishna isn't, right? Because mindfulness really is just it's just paying attention to experience. There's nothing you have to believe. You don't have to be a Buddhist. You don't have to care about Buddhism. It is as culture-free an act of attention as anything could ever be, right? It's literally just attention. It's just directed attention to whatever. It's just noticing what you notice in each moment. So if you're hearing and you're sensing your body in space and you're seeing changes in light and you're noticing thoughts arise and you're noticing moods arise, all that stuff is happening anyway. Mindfulness is just the faculty of mind that notices in real time what you're noticing, right? So the only difference between that and what most of us are tending to do is you're no longer lost in thought in that moment. You're not having a conversation that you're not noticing. If thoughts arising, you're noticing the next thought arise. So there's zero culture, there's zero belief, there's zero iconography. It's just pure attention to experience, and it's I certainly recommend that. There's no need to go to India and meet anybody to do that. At a certain point in my life, I felt it was incredibly useful to go into a crucible of a retreat, a silent retreat, to do nothing but that for a period of time. Because it is just the first thing you discover when you actually make a serious attempt to do this is that it's incredibly hard to do. I mean, you cannot pay attention to anything for more than 5 seconds. And that should be interesting to you, because that's a very strange feature of our minds, and there's no way that's optimal, right? It's like the idea that is just that default setting is somehow this perfect, fine tuning of the human psychology to its optimum. That's just patently insane. And then once you notice that most of the thoughts that are intruding in your experience are unhappy ones, right? You're trying to listen to what I'm saying, but you just got distracted, and the thing you got distracted by is annoying, right? Well, how good is it to have a mind like that, right? Or you're trying to read a page of text and you've read the same paragraph 3 times in a row because you just keep worrying about what you have to do tomorrow, right? How good is that, right? That's what it's like to have an untrained mind. It's like being, someone who's never worked out, but you're put into some Olympic event, and just set to fail. Like, here's a pole vault, run at that, point it over there and run. Let's see what happens. Right? That's how most of us are living our lives, and so I highly, as you can tell, I'm kind of evangelizing for this training, but there's nothing esoteric or weird you need to do to actually do it.
So what you're saying is I don't have to go find the blue flower that glows on the side of the hill and carry it up to your mansion in the mountain.
No, although it wouldn't hurt.
Sensei thing. If you could just say, I'm Batman, that would really...
That was a good answer. I agree. I like that answer.
So everybody's going to hate me.
No, let them go another few minutes.
One more question, because
What?
they've already flagged me to wrap this up so that we can say goodnight and get to the book signing.
We have a book signing afterwards.
There's a book signing afterwards, and so you get the honor of the last question. Thank you for waiting, and our apologies to everybody else who was waiting.
Hi, my name's Shauna. I work as a clinical psychologist. I generally have no idea what Jordan Peterson is talking about. Just get that out there. My question is for all three of you. I am curious what book or what books are currently on your nightstand.
Oh, wow. That's... Oh. I mean, I literally... this is what the Kindle has done to culture. I mean, I have... There's 100 answers to that question. Yeah. It's made me a very fickle reader, but I have... because of my podcast, I'm reading so many books for that I can just kind of go through my upcoming guests. So I just had Neil Ferguson, his book, The Square and the Tower, is very interesting. Robin Hanson, The Economist, I'm doing an event with soon. He's got a book, The Elephant in the Brain, that is also very interesting. There's a lot of, there's just a stack of books that are you can just look at who I'm doing live events with in the next month, and you know what books I'm reading. Except for his book. I didn't read his book. I read your other book.
We did a podcast, though, but yeah, it's true you didn't read the book.
I read the book for that podcast.
Yeah, we've done two podcasts, but so you read two of my books.
Have we done two?
But okay, so let's see. There's a few. I have a Kindle, so I'll use. But I actually like to read. So one of the hard copy books is Robert Sapolsky's book that I've been reading, which is interesting, and also Ed Yong's book I Am Multitudes, which is how microbes affect your body in great ways. But there's also two books on the origin of religion that I've been reading. One by Stephen Greenblatt, The Origin of Adam and Eve, and another one by what's his name? Who's going to be at my Origins event. Who I love his book. He's coming out with a new one. He's a theologian. He used to be in North Carolina. He used to be a strong believer, but he's
Bart Ehrman.
What? Bart Ehrman. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Bart Ehrman. I'm reading one of his books. He's got a new one coming out the next week, which is good, and he'll be at our Origins event in April. But the book on my nightstand is Harry Potter, because I was culturally deprived. I never read it, and my wife used to read it to her daughter when she was young. So now I'm reading it aloud to my wife every night before I go to sleep.
Nice.
That's
this will be disappointing. But the book that's actually on my nightstand right now is by Ian Rowland, and it's The Full Facts on Cold Reading. Ian Rowland is a mentalist in the UK who's a friend of mine, and he just gave me the book, and I'm reading it. So,
and
the Bible, because I never stopped studying.
You might be wrong.
There is a Bible in there, and it's a lot of it's prep work, but some of it's masochistic fun.
Hey, you know where my Bible is? I do this. It's really freeing. We're staying at a hotel here, and now every time I go into a hotel, I take the Bible out of the nightstand and I throw it in the garbage can.
No.
And it's so much fun. And I usually wrap it up so they don't notice it. So there's one less Bible in hotels.
Wow. And we wonder why atheists get a bad name.
At least I don't steal it.
On that note, thank you guys so much, Chicago.
Thank you all for coming.
Absolute pleasure.
Thanks, Sam.
Thank you.
Hey, Vancouver, let's talk physics and more. I'll be at the Vancouver Playhouse October 13th talking about my new book, The Edge of Knowledge, along with Travis Pangburn. And we'll talk about a lot more than just that. We'll talk about life, the universe, and everything. And we'll also maybe talk about atheism a little bit. I notice I have my God detector, and I keep looking at it every day and notice there's still no God. So maybe we'll talk about that as well. But mostly I want to focus on the mysteries of the universe, and we'll have a Q&A so you can ask questions. And I hope to have a great time out there. See you October 13th at the Vancouver Playhouse. Take care.